looking up towards the sky. In the sky, feels like it's falling on me. No matter how hard I try, can't stop the sky from falling. Feels like it's falling on me. It's a peaceful protest, televised at home. Time to take your seat, enjoy the show. And out of nowhere, with my head held high, I'm down in the gutter, looking up towards the sky. And out of nowhere, with my head held high, I'm down in the gutter, looking up towards the sky. No matter how hard I try, I'm down in the gutter, looking up towards the sky. And the sky feels like it's falling on me. No matter how hard I try, I can't stop the sky from falling. Feels like it's falling now. Hold on tight, better roll your ride. Only God will light, and the end is in sight. Hold on tight, better roll your ride. Only God will light, and the end is in sight. Towards the sky, and the sky feels like it's falling on me. No matter how hard I try, I can't stop the sky from falling. Feels like it's falling now. Through the eyes of a killer, I'm born again. Believe in a sinner that will never mend. Love is always grimmer. Through the eyes of a killer, through the eyes of a killer, I'm born again. Sharp as a weapon, laying in your hand. The devil laid down his deeds till you understand that death is a lesson and it's sharp as a weapon. Through the eyes of a killer, I'm born again. Ain't no God in the things I've done. Fire rain and the darkness is one. Thank God for the things I've done. Fire rain and the darkness is one. Through the eyes of a killer. Now fate is a blessing to the ones who roam from the Garden of Eden. What do we become? We've all been withered by the eyes of a killer. Through the eyes of a killer, we're born again. Ain't no God in the things I've done. Fire rain and the darkness is one. Thank God for the things I've done. Fire rain and the darkness is one. Through the eyes of a killer, no more. ammunition. I see the world through the eyes of a killer. Through the eyes of a killer. Ain't no God in the things I've done. Ain't no God in the things I've done. Fire rain in the darkness is one. Thank God for the things I've done. Fire rain in the darkness is one. The eyes of a killer.
Gamers and StarCraft II fans all around the world, welcome to the ESL StarCraft II Masters Spring 2024 Finals. My name is William Cho. I will be your host for this weekend, and boy, do we have an action-packed weekend for you. We've got 3 days ahead of us. 48 total players, both from the winter stage and the open stage, and of course, all of that for a piece of the $100,000 here in the prize pool. Live from Dallas, Texas, here in the U.S. Obviously, tons of games to go through. We will be covering games from both the winner stage and the open bracket, so make sure that you're staying tuned for the entire weekend as we'll do our best to cover every piece of the action. Well, I just told you, we've got so many games to go, so that means, without further ado, let's kick off the weekend here at Dallas for the ESL StarCraft II Masters Spring 2024 Finals.
All right, who let that imposter on the stage? I've never seen this guy in my life. His picture on the announcement looked nothing like that. But anyway, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, as we are ready to go. Let's get down to business. Set your eyes to amazed as all of these terrific pro gamers are looking to tickle and tantalize your StarCraft needs. We are back. We're on LAN. We are good to go. My name's Carlaris, your host here at the desk, and joining me to get things rolling, I've got Zombie Grub as well as Wardy to start talking about all the cool stuff. It's so good to be back, ZG. It feels like it's been ages, even though it's just been a few months.
Tickling and tantalizing.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, it actually feels like it's been a long time, but I'm glad we're back in the good old US of A. I'm surrounded by a bunch of Brits, but I'm here to represent. Good to go.
Nice, nice. Wardy, you're back.
I'm back.
You were not back in the previous one. No, I'm not going to poke holes in you. I'm sorry.
It's kind of awkward real fast.
But
It took you a minute to ruin the death segment. Like, this is
a
a new record.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But of course, we've got lots to talk about here throughout the day. We've got lots to look at in terms of the StarCraft games that are going to be going down as well. So obviously, very important, we have ourselves a wealth of talent when it comes to the tournament. As always, ZG, we have question marks abound. Serral is here, of course, doing his military services. There's a lot of things that we need to cover.
Yeah, that's basically the biggest one, right?
Yeah.
Is that Serral did not perform in the regionals that were leading up to this event, of which he would usually win. So what is his performance? He doesn't play in a ton of tournaments, basically, like on a lot of online tournaments, for instance. So we're kind of used for a moderate absence, but does his time in the military affect him at this point is a big question.
Yeah, definitely. And I think other questions that are coming in, Wardy, is the fact that, okay, we were in a situation where maybe Zerg isn't as strong as some people used to believe. Maybe, you know, Terran's going to have an okay time. Maybe even Protoss has a little bit of an opportunity, because we're in a little bit of limbo now as to how it's all going to work out power-wise.
You know, it's a new patch, it's new maps. I say new, but new to kind of offline, right?
Sure, yeah.
So we have seen it, we've heard the Zergs complaining. They actually have to play the game now. They can't just build drones and be okay. So it's going to be interesting. I think look, he ruined it in the first minute. I'm just going to go all out in the first 2 minutes. No, I think it's going to be really fun. I think we've got, you know, real potential for maybe a Protoss to do very well also, because it's been a while since we've seen Protoss doing super good, and they're doing pretty good right now. So I'm excited. I think we've got a great setup. I think we've got a stage to fill with fun games.
Yeah, a Protoss in the top 8 or top 4 or something like that. If it's not a GSL, if we're kind of further afield or whatever, would be kind of nice to see. But anyway, that's by the by. All right, so we've got lots of other things that we're going to actually be covering here throughout all of this. But before we actually do get to the nitty and gritty of everything, let's head and see exactly how everything shapes up here format-wise for the tournament itself.
The ESL StarCraft II Masters season kicks off with 3 online regionals in Europe, the Americas, and Asia. The European leg produces 4 winners. Both the Americas and Asia provide 2 top players each, all of whom will advance to the winner's stage of the offline finals. An additional 6 players will earn their spots in the winner's stage by securing top places in the Global StarCraft II League. To complete the 16-player lineup, the top 2 from the global rankings are invited after considering the ESL Pro Tour seeding standings. Winner's stage players are in an advantageous position in the offline finals. To reach the playoffs, they need to win their first 2 matches. Otherwise, they can get another chance in the knockout bracket. Anyone can sign up to participate in the open stage, and the 32 highest ranked players in the global standings will be invited to compete for the remaining available slots. The 32 open stage players are divided into 4 groups of 8. 2 winners from each group advance to the knockout bracket, while the others are eliminated. The 8 open stage winners will be seeded to the knockout bracket round 1, together with the 8 winners stage competitors who lost in the winners stage. The knockout bracket is a do-or-die scenario. Losing means elimination. Round 2 sees the winners of round 1 competing against each other. And in round 3, the winners of round 2 face the remaining 4 winners stage players who didn't lose in the lower bracket. 4 winners of the knockout bracket round 3 advance to the quarterfinals. They are then matched against the top 4 players from the winner stage. The journey continues from the quarterfinals to the semifinals, and upon completing all preceding steps, the top 2 players emerge to compete for the championship.
And that's how it all boils down. I think something to really emphasize here, though, as well, ZG, is the fact that if you have made it to those winner brackets already, if you've done well in your regionals, you have multiple lives here before you are actually truly eliminated from the tournament, which will assist you in being able to get towards the later stages of the tournament.
It is an easier road, simple as that. And it can be especially easy for the best of the brackets, as if they win 2 best of 3s. They're already in there. They're already in the playoffs. Like, that's pretty crazy, but we had it happen last time. I think it did give a nice boost to some of the people who were able to chill a little bit longer. And I think we all actually kind of like the down in the mud wrestle that is the open stage, you know, an open bracket here. We do like when that happens and someone comes in the finals severely exhausted because they've been playing 17 hours every day. It's a good feeling. We got the best of both worlds. Some relaxed pro gamers and some really, really stressed ones.
Yeah, and actually, I mean, when it comes to that open bracket, I mean, obviously we're going to take a look at every single name and a little bit time-wardy, but you got names like Rogue is back, which creates this weird scenario where actually now he's also just joined Falcons as well, because of course people are trying to get people on for the Esports World Cup, on that road to the Esports World Cup pretty quickly. It's nice to have Rogue back on international soil after finishing everything and coming back here. I just don't know if we're going to get maybe Goat Rogue.
Well, no, I mean, obviously that's a lot to ask for, but he came back, and I mean, I casted his first game back, and it was against Nightman. I was like, oh my god, he's already playing like Rogue, you know? He's got units everywhere. He was dead, and then he made the game go like 10 minutes longer and was super competitive because he was everywhere. He was annoying. He was using every tool at his disposal. And you know what, Rogue, when it comes to an event like this, I wouldn't be surprised if he steps it up a little bit from what we've seen online from him recently too.
Right.
Yeah, okay, sure, it's probably still not going to be quite enough, but I'm excited, man, to see Rogue back, and I honestly think he could have an okay run. I really do.
It's weird, right? Because seeding-wise, he ends up against Solar in the first match, which is, you know, if he'd have been around for a little while recently, then maybe that wouldn't have occurred. But anyway, that's by the by. Let's break things down. We've got the prize pool, first and foremost, to talk about here for all of these players. They are fighting for a share of $100,000, and of course, there are a lot of points on the way as well for them to try and qualify on the road to the Esports World Cup. But what's very important about this CG is top 4 gets themselves a spot at the Esports World Cup. This tournament is huge for it.
Yeah, a lot of people are eyeing that top 4, you know, to actually get to the tournament, no ifs and buts about it, right? Whereas some other people are eyeing the points. We're going to have potentially some backstabbing going on in the player pit as well, when they're like, well, now I need this guy to lose so that I can actually advance. Yeah. It's really the main story, but obviously we still have a lot of action for the ESL StarCraft II Masters in spring, because just getting that $20,000, 1,500 points is good stuff.
And these are our qualified players from the regional, so they've already found themselves into that winners bracket, most importantly, Wardy. A great lineup, as always, and you know, we have a lot of new organizations coming along. I mean, I mentioned Falcons, even though we don't have Bunny or Rogue in this particular pool per se, but Astrea, now on Virtus Pro as well. Everybody kind of getting hunkered down and ready to go.
It's great to see all these teams still picking up players. Everyone's got... It's been a while since we've had such a wide representation of teams, right?
Yep.
Like, in the past, when extra players were, like, on different teams, it's like, there's a few, like, smaller teams that actually had quite a lot of players on, but, like, now, there's so many different teams. It kind of adds this whole new element into it as well, so cool to see everyone getting picked up, and, like you say, they keep coming. Like, we had announcements yesterday about Rogue and Bunny, right? So it just keeps coming.
I think the deadline for players to be picked up for on the Road to Esports World Cup is literally today. So with Falcons taking, you know, Rogue and kind of Bunny and having them there for, I mean, Bunny was on before, it's weird, and then they announced him alongside Rogue yesterday, but anyway, it's minor details. Everybody's trying to get this really raring to go. All right, so that is that covered. Let's move on as well and see what is on the way here to get things going, as we have got, I believe, the brackets. So let's take a look at those and see what's what, because these are what we've already mentioned. These players will have multiple lives, but also they're extremely stacked bracket, let's be real.
Yes, it is. Hard to call, you know, confidently who is going to get to the playoffs, but you can see right there, for instance, if Stats were to win 2 best-of-3s, he is directly into the playoffs. He gets to chill for a little bit as that begins tomorrow. So that would be an excellent boon to someone's play in this tournament for 3 days, but we do have some players, I mean, more likely than others, perhaps. There have been some uneven matchups to start things off. For instance, in the bottom there, we got Shin versus Maru. Not going to be pretty, probably. But you know what? It would be amazing if Shin finally did demolish the Titan that is Maru.
Yeah, I mean,
finally gets there.
You've stole the words right out of my mouth, because you look at the bracket, right, and you think to yourself, I think somebody came up with the stats, something like Shin is just never beaten in this series. It's ridiculous,
He's
right?
beaten him in a best-of-1, technically, but he has, I think, a 6% chance of winning versus Maru in a best-of-3.
The hilarious thing to me is that when he's playing him, he's just like smiling and just still losing and having a...
You got it, right?
Yeah,
like, he just is like, this is the guy that beats me all the time. Okay, cool. But I beat everyone else, so I'm like really good, okay?
All right, well, here's Group B as well. Of course, we have Serral and Reina on one side of this bracket. But what really stands out to me here, Wardy, is the fact that Hero and Reina play again. Not only did they play in Katowice, they played in GSL. Effectively, Hero was knocking Reina out of that group alongside other names, of course. So they playing in round 1 again. Reina might not be too happy about that.
I'm pretty sure Reina is not pleased about the fact he's got Hero, and then if he does win that, he's potentially got Serral to get to the playoffs. Like, that top half of the bracket is absolutely stacked. Poor Nice, who just, unfortunately, is going to be left out of the conversation until later in the day, because that section is just absolutely ridiculous. And it's the whole group's tough. I mean, Cure, Dark, Trigger, Spirit, all these guys could have a good day and pull off an upset and kind of get through towards those playoffs. I think it's a super exciting section of the bracket. For Hero specifically, it's going to be really interesting to see if Hero can just keep up that level of, like, really looking really good PvZ-wise, and if Reino can kind of bring it all back, because it feels like he needs to hit the reset button a little bit, because he's not been doing as well lately. Yeah, talking to some of the Zergs as well, ZG, they don't feel too pleased about the matchup, especially when you're going up against some of these Protoss that are ever aggressive. They're going Blink Stalkers. They're being able to use that as potentially a killing blow. And then even if they don't have that, they have the fallback of the Immortals, the Archons, and just really putting on a lot of power.
Yeah, you can actually watch almost purely Hero Reiner matches across the last 6 months and really get an idea how the meta is evolved.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously they're both unique players and they're not copying everything else that everyone is doing, but it is very interesting. I have heard, even some Protoss be like, yeah, we're in a good spot. Yeah.
Wait, what?
Protoss are so honest. That is actually their problem. You know, they stopped complaining years ago, so now they're just like, oh, I guess it's okay if we don't win anything. And now when they actually do well, they're honest. They're like, actually, I think it's all right. It's good stuff. Whereas Terrans and Zergs just be like, it is the worst thing.
We're always having a hard time.
This map, pool, entirety, it's just unplayable.
Are the Terrans saying that? There's no way.
And the Zergs.
Zerg is super overpowered. I know I have a 90% win record versus them, but they're super overpowered.
They're really strong, guys. Okay. All right, let's take a look at the schedule then. We've got a lot of games coming at you for today, as well as the next few days, but let's take a look at today's and what's going on. I think it's 10 best-of-3s throughout the day, so 11, in fact. My producer is correcting me because I'm stupid. We've got ourselves plenty of games coming at you. We're starting things off with Stats versus Clem. We can talk about that in a little bit of time. HeroMarine versus Astrea will be next up right after that, and then, of course, we're kind of waiting for some of the results to come in, Wardy.
Yeah, no, it's a fun start to the day. Definitely a couple of matches you expect to be fun. Obviously, later on, we're going to get that really kind of intense section with HeroMarine or Serral, obviously, in the winner's match a bit further down the line from there. So, yeah, no, super fun day. I mean, obviously, we don't know a lot of the players, but you know there's great players out there. There's going to be great matches all day. We're going to make sure to to pick the best ones out for everybody to watch. It's just going to be a great day of StarCraft.
Results and fixtures in the first round are nuts like that, because you're thinking to yourself, this could easily be a semi-final. Technically, it could even be a grand final, something like a Hero versus Arena in previous tournaments gone by. But also, we have our open brackets that are occurring whilst all that's happening as well, which we'll be playing a lot of today. And don't forget, there are other streams that you can be tuning into to see what's going on. So let's take a look at bracket A. We're going to look through all of these as well. There's some names that actually I really haven't seen many games of personally, like guys like Mars Bar, who's apparently coming in from the UK. I haven't really seen too much. Good luck going up against Gumiho.
Whoa. He's from the UK.
Okay, all right.
He's got a lot of Epic Line experience.
Oh, all
This
right.
guy, champion in the making.
Yep.
Okay. well,
Unlike Gumiho, who has never even won an offline tournament.
He's got a GSL, but
No, never won a.
we have in the past, okay, compared GSLs and Epic Lands, and Epic Lands quite clearly.
He
Wait,
also got
stop.
second in Young Shipping.
Let's let the silly Commonwealth boys talk for a second. How many Epic Lands have you been to, Wardy?
Like a lot.
Really?
Yeah, like-
I've never been to a single one.
Yeah, I know you haven't.
Oh, because I just ignored
We're
UK
very
esports.
aware.
for
Because
a while.
you betrayed the UK.
I
is
did
what you
betray
did.
the UK. You
We
are
don't
correct.
want you here either, James.
Oh, jeez. Well, thanks. Yeah, I mean, nobody. You're right. Nobody does. All right, let's take a look at Group B as well.
Great Group A talk, guys.
That had a great.
stuff,
That actually
yes.
had a really interesting TVT, but it doesn't matter. No one cares.
No, we'll talk about it later. It's fine. Okay, so this is the one that we were alluding to earlier. It's got to be Rogue in there going up
Yeah.
against Sol. It's quite the fixture to start things off.
It's actually an incredibly, I think, unfortunate matchup
Yes.
for kind of both of them, actually. Like, there wasn't great performance DBZ from Rogue. Solar, I would usually give the nod to, because he's just, been around in Rogue at Winter Military.
Sure.
But then Solar also didn't look very strong. He is looking to basically bounce back from his GSL performance in this tournament, but then you get Rogue, who is coming back as that lethal Zerg, as Wardy was saying, and
Yeah.
it's like, it's not easy, and you're not in the best place, and well, Rogue also doesn't necessarily get the easiest. I think maybe if he was facing like Mana or, basically the Protosses, right? Maybe a little more certain about that. It's an interesting bracket up there, and the rest of the bracket, a lot of things could happen with the foreigners.
Yeah, definitely could. Definitely could. We got to breeze on through C and D as well, so let's take a little bit of a look. We got Bjorn going up against Full Heart, Sue DRG, which again, in terms of these Zerg versus Zerg fixtures, Wardy, kind of becomes a little unfortunate for all these guys turning up. They're excellent players, and they match up against each other because of the seeding.
And I mean, just ZVZ is rough as well.
Yeah.
Because that matchup it's not as much of a coin flip as it used to be, but it's still aggressive. It can all go wrong in one Baneling hit, right? Or you can just not scout the Link Flood. So there's that potential for it to be quick, dangerous. Matches like Solar Rogue, like Sue DRG, are going to be super interesting, because whoever advances on from there, I kind of like their chances of getting out. But if you drop down to round one in the lower bracket, that is a brutal start.
It feels like watching a lot of the South Koreans versus South Koreans in Zerg versus Zerg. It sort of oftentimes devolves into Muta v Muta, and it's like, okay, well, you're bouncing around and doing silly things. But anyway, we've got ourselves Group D as well, or Bracket D, I should say. Buddy versus Patches, Dolan going up against Cyan, Nightmare versus Foxer, and Holden versus Scarlet. What are you looking at, ZG?
I'm looking at the bottom side.
Yep.
Obviously, a lot of people are going to be cheering for Scarlet. I don't really need to over-explain that. I think she's got a solid path, but I do think Nightmare is going to give her a lot of trouble. Nightmare's been playing very well, and he has a history of being a tricky Protoss. So he's kind of adding in those layers of being strategy and maybe some cheese, but then also playing really good macro. So I think that actually is going to be the defining, obviously it's the semifinal lead to the playoffs, but the defining match of that bracket.
All right, well, we've got our maps as well, as in the last year or so, we've moved over to that 9-map pool and having ourselves an opportunity to kind of flex out and kind of experiment with how people are going to be vetoing things as well, Wardy. So what do you make of this map pool as a whole so far?
I just love that the map pool graphic's still a thing after we gave it so much love.
This is why I came to you. It's your favorite thing.
It is my favorite graphic,
It is
absolutely.
interesting because we have around 5% for 3 maps.
Yeah, no, actually, for once, we actually do have interesting stats here. And because it's 9 maps, you're like, well, what does that mean? It means we're seeing a lot of the very popular maps, like Oceanborn, 21% is a huge amount to be played, especially when 9 maps are available. The problem is Post-Youth, Dynasty, Amphion, these are all maps which are a little bit weird, and so in certain matchups, they're just not going to see play. And in the matchups they do, even then, it's kind of like I don't know if I want to play that one, so you're going to see them just be a rare choice today.
Well, we're also, as mentioned before, on the road to the Esports World Cup. And obviously, yes, there's $100,000 on the line here, but there's $1 million on the line at the Esports World Cup for StarCraft 2. And so far, so good for 5 of our players that have already qualified on through, be it the Summer Season Champion, the Winter Season Champion, or being able to do it at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. So there's still lots of spots here up for grabs, CG. And I get the impression that what's going to happen is that we're going to get to the top 4 of this tournament. Maybe two or three of those names might be up there, and then the points become even more important.
Yeah, it's possible all 4 are already people that place.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, and then again, a lot more of that conversation behind the scenes, which is like, well, that guy has to lose, so I guess I should really be cheering for that guy.
Yes.
That's going to be going on. Very exciting stuff, and then we even have like a little couple slots for the open qualifier. That is going to be a bloodbath, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, it really is. So, Wardy, actually, now that we kind of have a little bit of a moment before we get into these games, let's muse a little bit. Of course, we've got 5 players, guaranteed completely. But do you have any particular thoughts about who might be able to move to the Esports World Cup?
Yeah, I do. I've got a beautiful little thing I can play with here, so this is going to be fun. So, obviously, we've got our 5 qualified players now. I just want to point out 2 GOATs in the qualified player section.
Amazing.
And there's a 3rd GOAT that's not even on the screen yet, so I'm just going to pop him in predicted to qualify.
Wait, whoa.
Get that out of here.
I feel that's a bit intellectually dishonest.
He's growing.
Oh, no, you did it.
No, I wouldn't listen to it. It just clicked. Obviously, this is like an absolutely insane set of players, right? I mean, we've got the 5 who, you expect those to be there, but then you look at everyone else, I'm like, I could see all of these guys at the Esports World Cup. The fact that only some of them are going to make it, there's some that I think really stand above the rest. I think Hero has to be one of these guys that you kind of say, gotta qualify.
You just think so.
He's just that freaking good. And then you've got players like, Areno, you kind of expect to qualify as well, right? But he's not been doing as well lately, so maybe we'll put him like.
Isn't he a commentator now?
Well, yeah, but.
Yeah, he's a commentator.
Yeah.
So he's going to get there anyway, right?
The path has begun.
Player or commentator.
We should employ him, yeah.
He's in 3 offline tournaments.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
3 offline tournaments.
That's more than someone that's here.
That's. I mean, you're not wrong, I suppose.
Brutal, CG. But yes, there's a lot of good players. It's going to be kind of wild to see who qualifies and who makes it.
Yeah.
It's really hard to pick between them, actually. Like, you look at the list of them, and I'm like, who am I going to pick to predict? And I'm like, I don't actually know because they're all really good. Like, I'm a bit of a Bjorn fanboy, so I put him up there as well.
There you go. You're on it. You're on the path.
Who should I move for you, ZG?
Well, obviously Gumiho.
Gumiho? Okay. Well, I've lost Gumiho.
Who came...
Thank you.
When it came to last year being able to go to Saudi, he, like when we did the Gamers Without Borders, it was so close. And he was playing so well.
Yeah, every qualifying match he lost, but he got to every single one. It was insane.
It was nuts. It was nuts. I honestly, right, I mean, I know I'm not supposed to be like, I want to pick this guy, but I would love to see Stats make it. Like, every single time we see him here, it's infectious smiles. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? And he's playing well as well, so that would be excellent to see.
It would also be a really good boon to the Protoss race, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Like, and he is guaranteed to be a defensive Protoss as well, so if he could prove that he could make it to the top 4 here, I mean, that is a lot to prove for the whole meta that we have in StarCraft.
True. We have got ourselves all of our sponsors joining us as well. So first off, a big thank you to Blizzard for joining us here because they've been with us the whole time for 15 years or more if you're considering all the other great games that they've been able to produce. So thank you very much to Blizzard for joining us. We have Monster Energy as well, keeping everybody fueled here and good to go. Apparently there's a pink-flavored monster. I say pink-flavored monster.
Yeah.
It's not pink-flavored.
I can imagine it, though.
What is it?
It makes sense.
Yeah.
It tastes like
It's
pink.
pink.
Really? Okay, well, I've not tried it. I'm going to give it a try a little later on. So that is going to be my tipple of choice for today. We've got also US Air Force joining us as well here, which we're in Dallas. So there you go. They're being able to take your skills to the next level. You can head over to www.airforce.com to check out everything there. And finally, we've got ESL joining us because it's the ESL StarCraft II Masters. So you can go over to shop.esl.com as well and check out all of their attire that they may be going for as well. Actually, it's kind of cool because they did like a little collaboration with Machine over on CS. You see that? The basement dweller stuff?
Yes.
That's exciting.
That is actually really cool.
Yeah.
A couple of CS guys actually have a line of clothing. Another one of them has a line called Emperor, and it is based off of Slayer's Boxer.
Wait, really?
Yeah, Launders, big StarCraft fan.
No way.
Yeah, and it's called
cool.
Emperor, and it's I looked into it.
Oh,
I had to go deep dive too. I was like, is it? And I had to find like a YouTube video from 2 years ago.
Wow. Oh, that's fantastic. I didn't know. All right, let's talk about our first match. That is the pre-show done. We have got ourselves our first match on the way. I kind of alluded to it a little bit before, but we have Stats going up against Clem. Now, I've just mentioned, boy, would I love to see Stats being able to do. Boy, would I love to see him moving on into the Esports World Cup. However, going up against Clem for this first round here, Wardy, is no small feat.
You know, I was kind of a little bit on the Stats hype train because I was like, you know, Stats is playing great. I'm not as sure about Clem. Like, yes, he's playing good, but like, I feel like he's had a little bit of trouble here and there. But man, apparently, well, those are some stats. Look at that increase. And that is a testament, right, to just how well Stats has been playing lately. A strong GSL performance, continue to just look good across the board. It wasn't just a fluke win. Like, his level straight up increased. And that's obviously something that's been felt by the players. Yeah, and I think Stats' mentality and mindset towards the game proliferates through kind of this kind of increase, right? If you think about him as a player, ZG, it's a, well, for most part, a defensive setup, a defensive mindset. And I think as a Protoss who kind of plays that way and they're able to just get more games, someone like Stats is always going to keep improving, and probably by the next tournament, those numbers could be even higher.
I was doubtful of Stats' chances coming back from the military because I do think when you're playing a defensive macro style 90% of the time, you are not giving yourself a lot of volatility, right?
Sure,
Whereas Rogue could actually knock out 2 people in this tournament, and then we're just like, oh, well, you know, how'd he do it? A couple Night Storms, doesn't matter, he did it.
Yeah.
Stats would be like, oh, it was a slog, it was, you know, defensive macro game, it was great. But he has proven me wrong. He has improved every day, and I thought Katowice was a real fluke because he was like seed 76 or something in the overall global standings. But even then, he had an important match for what we're talking about right now, which he did face Clem in Katowice. And that was a match that actually started off a shaky point for Clem. So that was before Stats improved. What can he do now?
Clem on the other side, let's be real, he's a king. When seeing him being able to finally overcome that hurdle of winning an international championship on LAN, and then also, well, despite apparently his numbers seemingly going down, I think a lot of people still see him as an extreme threat, if not one of the favorites to win the tournament, Wardy.
Well, you have to, right? He can. He's just so good, and he won Atlanta. He's done it now once before. He can absolutely come in here. Yeah, he's trended down a little bit, and I think that's fairly true. You know, a couple of people have been a little bit kind of, you know, seeing Clem not be perfect lately, but I feel like you're going to see the best Clem in this event. And I'm going to steal a little Roddy fact here because Roddy told me, he was like, hey, you know what? When was the last time Clem lost to a Protoss on an offline tournament? 2022. Year and a half ago in December. So that's kind of wild. And I'm sure like maybe he didn't play a ton of Protoss players offline, but to still have not lost a single one offline when he's played players such as Stats at Katowice, right? Yeah. He's partaken in every event. Yeah. That's still a stat, and it just shows that he is absolutely in TVP one of the stronger players.
And the patch, right?
And
that has changed things up. Talked to him a little bit about it in the player pit, and we talked a little bit like, you know, can't place Widow Mines around the field anymore, and you know what's a good opener and whatnot. Not going to reveal secrets, but he said he was basically confident. It's Clem, you know, typical pro gamer, like, well, I think I'll do well, but you know, I want to give him credit. But I think he feels good. I told him, I was like, if you are uncertain, I think you might lose. Stats is pretty good, so we were conversing about that, and he was like, no, I feel pretty confident, so I think he's going to win.
That's fair. That is fair. I mean, it kind of reflect on, you know, what we expect from him in the matchup, right? When you think about all the weeklies he ends up playing, he's probably under almost 600 points towards his total overall just from weeklies alone. And then you're always running into max packs of all people. So when you're thinking about TVP practice, that's a pretty heavy weight to bear when you're constantly having to go up against max packs every other week or every week.
I mean, it definitely makes you more consistent in the TVP matchup, right? And it's definitely one of the reasons why I think Clem elevated his TVP a little while ago. The only thing I'd say is like, don't get too caught up playing against Max Packs because Max Packs is kind of his own player. And so, yeah, if someone does what Max Packs likes to do, like those blink styles and so on, great. But if someone delves away, Clem's got to make sure he's still, you know, well-rounded enough there, which of course he should be, but with that patch, maybe there's a couple of question marks hanging over his head.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, even though this is the potential first hurdle for both of these players, at least they've got another opportunity, and then another opportunity if time really does come to that. But thank you very much, guys, for getting things ready to go here for the ESL StarCraft II Masters. Time to head over to the stage for our first match, Stats versus Clem.
Thank you very much, Desk. Obviously, early hours here in Dallas, but it's never going to be too early for this matchup. The Desk talked about the stats, the patches, everything else, but it's all out the window once they get here on stage. It's about who's able to pull out that victory. On one side, we have a player hailing from Korea trying to re-establish his reputation. But his first opponent, hailing over from France, looking to repeat the success he had at ESL Masters Winter back in Atlanta. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you your first matchup. It is Stats from Twisted Minds and Clem from Team Liquid.
Thank you very much, Showbright. So good to see you back in our beautiful StarCraft II world. And what a way to kick off this 3-day StarCraft II journey. Liquid Clem, the guy that everyone is always talking about, and the reigning defending champ of the ESL Masters, is gonna duke it out with this man, one of the best Protoss players of all time. It's Stats. I'm Roddy, and with me is the one and only Statemate. Good to see you.
Yeah, man, I am excited to be out here in Dallas at DreamHack casting this opening series between Stats and Clem. First time seeing Clem at a LAN, and he's going up against one of the Protoss players that is really starting to make a big boom in Korea. You know, Stats for a long time coming back from military service was really quiet. It was a slow grind for him to get back into the form that we knew he was capable of getting to. And now here, 2024, he is looking so solid. His defense is on point. His strategies are crazy. He's starting to play kind of by his own playbook. And it's just going to be such a fun match. I cannot wait to get started.
Same, man. You're already making me smile. I love it. Not just you, but also the Koreans, man. All these other Koreans are coming up to me and they're like, Stats is really good right now. He's been beating Maru in custom games. And we're like, all right, I believe it. They're like, no, Roddy, he's really good. Like, I had the best Wednesday afternoon ever here in Dallas. Went to the pool with Hero, Ragnarok, Stats, and Cure. I mean, what a way to start your week, right? Just hanging out in the water. We had a beer together. And they all told me, they're like, no, Stats is PVT is really good, Roddy. It's really good. I was like, all right, guys, I believe it, but do you guys see the games of Clem that I see? They're like, oh yeah, we know. Like, Clem is an absolute animal against Protoss. Clem just never really loses, man. Like this morning, I was sitting here, I was like, when is the last time that Clem lost to a Protoss at an offline event? And I like to think that I remember a lot of StarCraft II games, but I was like, I generally don't remember. So I went on a legal act, and apparently the last time that Clem lost to a Protoss was Astrea at Home Story Cup 22, which is over 18 months ago. Like, Clem just does not lose.
18 months?
Yes.
Yeah, that's insane.
Doesn't lose against Protoss offline.
Yeah, he is one of the best in the world, this matchup. I think for a while, especially the past couple of years, I always looked to Cure in Korea as being the TVP master, but lately I'm starting to kind of feel Clem, man. This guy is just on top of the world in terms of TVP play, and we're already ready to get to game number 1, Roddy. Down here in the bottom right, spawning is the red Protoss. We have Stats.
Let's go a little deep breath. Top left side of Golden Aura, we are looking at the main base of the man who lived out his childhood dream 6 months ago by lifting that trophy in Atlanta. And obviously, he wants to go back-to-back. Representing Team Liquid, it's Clem.
Such an incredible match, and I'm really curious what kind of gameplay Stats is going to bring to the table in this opening series, because it's surprising to me a little bit how you said all of the Koreans were telling you Stats' PVT especially is good these days, because I think about Stats in his games in the GSL. I'm thinking of him playing PvZ exceptionally well. PvP, he's quite good. Still lost to Hero there in the quarterfinals, but PVT has always been a little bit of his weak stage, even after becoming the Shield of Ire yet again. So the fact that the Koreans are saying in custom games, Stats is now even bringing his PVT to the level of these other matchups. He's becoming one of the best PVT players in Korea. It kind of makes me feel like we could potentially see Stats make a very deep run in a tournament like DreamHack.
It's possible, but obviously this first best of 3 is incredibly important immediately. Yes, this is the winner stage, and technically these players have 3 series to lose in total because they performed well in these regional tournaments. So we have the upper bracket in the winner stage, but the moment you lose in the upper bracket of the winner stage, you'll never go directly into the quarterfinals anymore. And if you lose twice early on, I mean, then you get dropped into the terrifying knockout bracket. So yes, the Stats can go far, but it would really help if he wins this first best of 3, and he has arguably one of the toughest draws in the tournament. Because I think a lot of people, including the Koreans, including the fans online, look at Clem as a top 3 favorite to win it all. So this is not an easy draw by any stretch of the imagination. I expected this opening of Clem. I think multiple Reapers, multiple Hellions. Stats is a very strong defensive Protoss. He's always been for a long time. Might actually not do that, by the way. Clem might be switching it up a little bit here. As he does have a safe command center that he's hiding. It's just a single Reaper so far, but I was kind of expecting Clem to try to find a little bit of damage early on and take the game from there, as long as he's dictating the pace of the game. Because Stats is probably not going to be like a Max Pax or a Hero or a Nightmare right in the face of Clem immediately.
Yeah, Stats is usually the kind of Protoss player that's going to be playing reactively in a matchup, especially like PvT. If he finds the opportunity to come in with a killing blow, he will go for it, but he is not the kind of player to gamble. He's defensive, he likes to play macro, he likes to just kind of control the game on his side of the map. And Clem is playing into that a little bit. He's going for a double gas opening, CC on the high ground, much faster tech. Actually going to be, I think, 1 or 2 Widow Mines into a Cyclone here.
Yeah, it's a bit of everything.
Coming in from Clem.
It's a jack of all trades opening where you're sure he can still be annoying with the Reaper. He can find some damage with that first medevac, Widow Mine, combination of Marines, Cyclone and Widow Mine. It feels like these builds, if Stats would randomly build a shield battery in his main base, he's gonna have the time of his life, because then you can almost completely ignore that. Of course, you can't ignore the Widow Mine, but hey, Widow Mine's got nerfed, right, Stay? They never kill anything anymore. They don't harm any probes, I believe.
Yeah, they're not quite as good as they used to be, and the third gateway coming in from Stats actually quite late. Keep in mind, these Korean Protoss players, they do not play more in the same vein of Max Pax, who would love to go 4-gate blink almost any situation. It's usually a little bit more timid in terms of gateway count, so Clem now coming in here with a full medevac and the Reaper. Gonna try and lay waste on the Reaper wall. Should be able to get that pylon at the very least. And unpower one of the only standing gateways here for Stats.
Yeah, Clem obviously knows that he cannot stick around forever. Misses the pickup there, by the way, on one of these Marines. Something we will not point out against any other Terran on the planet, but Clem is known to play this matchup close to perfection, so these are pickups that normally he can make. But this is kind of where I feel that Clem should already start heading home. There is a shield battery in the natural. It's a bit hidden. I don't think Clem has seen it.
Wait, I think Stats actually got supply block by losing that pylon right there. This Immortal is not getting, or the Observer even, is not getting produced whatsoever, so really losing a bit of momentum. And now with a Cloak Banshee follow-up and also Siege Tanks here in the cards for Clem, this is going to get dangerous really quickly, I think, Roddy.
Yep, but this is what makes Clem Clem. Clem does not stick around longer than he's supposed to, and that means that yes, he's going for an opening, and he has applied some pressure, and he's keeping the Protoss on 2 bases, but he doesn't stick around that long that he ends up losing the medevac, the Cyclone, the Mine, a bunch of Marines. No, he knows when to go home, and this is annoying, because now as a Protoss, you're like, my 3rd base is kind of late. I do really want to start finding some damage. As Stats finds his army in the center of the map, kills the medevac, blinks back, but do we have an Observer in the right spot? Wow. Yes, we do. Very good defense by Stats. This is an incredibly solid play.
Oh, now he can get the Banshee too if he blinks, but I think his attention just focused elsewhere here on this push in the center of the map as Stats really just parrying every single blow that Clem is trying to throw his way. He did take a little bit of damage there in terms of infrastructure, but nothing you can't recover from here from Stats. So he's powering up now, adding in Immortals, taking that 3rd base, but here on Golden Ore, I wonder how heavily Clem is going to want to commit to the push. I think it might just be the 1 or 2 Siege Tanks he's produced and then nothing more. So it's not going to be that rare flavor of a heavy Siege Tank push into the 3rd base coming in from Clem. I think from here, the game might quiet down a little bit as we wait for Stim to come online and for +1 infantry weapons to come online. But I'm liking Stats' position quite a bit.
Yeah, the reason it is slowing down is because Stats just had very good defense. He actually picked up the medevac in the center. He wants to get the Cyclone here as well, lose the Observer, but that still gets something in return. But if Clem finds an opening with his Cloak Banshee, if Stats is not ready for that, doesn't have the Observer, doesn't have the Stalkers there, doesn't have the battery in the right position, then Clem can actually continue to keep on pushing with the Marines and the tanks, and we're looking at a completely different game. So the only reason that Clem was pushed this far back is just because Stats so far has had an answer for pretty much everything that Clem is throwing at him. But we also can't get too carried away, because it's not like Clem has been bleeding out a crazy amount of units. Clem is incredibly good in maintaining and preserving his unit count, as he does find himself in a bit of an awkward spot right now, but even this many Marines and on-siege tanks can put up a bit of a fight against the Blink Stalkers.
Yeah, and I love how active Stats is being on the map with these Blink Stalkers. He's picking off units like medevacs, like Cyclones, like a couple of Marines here and there, and it's just kind of chip damage against the Terran in the mid-game that can really soften the blow of the push that comes later on, because Clem, he's relying a lot on getting damage done with this push, with the siege tanks, with this upgrade timing of combat shields, infantry weapons, stim pack, all finishing in this moment where the Colossi are only just now coming online, even reinforcing with a boosted medevac here. And Stats, he needs to find damage like this in the middle of the map. You got to get this value here with these Stalkers.
Clem is going to finish what he started, I think, in the beginning of the game. That's working on that pylon, the Cybercore, the gate. So this is all kind of annoying for Stats. Incredibly important to rebuild your Cybercore because you don't want to be making Zealots for the rest of the game. You're going to need a few more Stalkers eventually. Look at Stats, by the way, casually warping in a 4th Nexus. It's like, all right, my army is strong enough that I don't think you can run into me. I also don't really want to run into you way far away from my batteries and being forced to soak up these Widowmine shots. So he's like, all right, you take those buildings. I'm just going to go ahead and focus on my macro. He does lose a few more probes. And I gotta say, the work account of Stats, I don't think is quite what it's supposed to be. You would love to see a Protoss be a few more workers ahead than what he is.
Yeah, considering how well Stats held on to the early game against the aggression from Clem, these Banshees have been able to just chip away at the worker count repeatedly over the past few minutes, really keeping the Protoss economy in check. But despite all of this, I think Stats is still in a pretty good spot. He hasn't really had any trades go too unfavorably for him up until this point. He's adding in a 2nd Forge now in addition to that 4th base. Clem only just now throwing down the Ghost Academy, and this is the kind of stage in the game here for Protoss where you add in some sentries, you add in a ton of charge zealots, and your army starts to spike. And look at this, Stats already taking the gold base down here in the bottom left.
Yeah, you love that, and you know that that's going to be important as well because you want to make sure that you can start throwing away some of these Zealots. Clem is not just good in the early game, it's not just good in the mid game, but it's also incredibly terrifying in the late game in this matchup. And the only way to really start picking him apart is just by giving yourself that massive economy. All the gates love double forge, by the way, because Zealots that don't have any armor upgrades are relatively easy to defend. And Clem is forced to kind of slow this game down a little because Stats has weathered the storm that perhaps wasn't quite the tornado that Clem sometimes is. But still, Clem was trying to find openings, was trying to find weaknesses. But so far, Stats has passed every single test. And we're going to get a proper macro game in our very first game on the stage of the main tournament. I love it.
Yeah, I love to see Stats perform so well in a PvT like this in just the opening game of the weekend. You can tell why now those Korean players were hyping him up to you because this has been pretty immaculate so far. He has taken damage here and there, but nothing that he can't roll with. And now adding in the 2nd robotics facility, getting the 2 forge upgrades, adding in additional gateways, and this gold base here in the bottom left. Stats is looking to be in a pretty commanding spot as the game continues.
Yeah, well, if you give Clem 4 bases, 2 starports, I don't think Clem is ever too terrified. But yes, it is important that Clem stays on top of his upgrades. I believe the armory is already finished up. So I'd love to see Clem fire up those 2-2 upgrades because you can't fall too far behind in that department. No matter how good your micro is, if you're looking at a 2-2 or even 3-3 Protoss and Terran is still at 1-1, yeah, no great amount of micro is ever going to save you. Clem needs to be careful. Obviously, it feels that he's got an answer for the Colossus, but the only answer he has so far against Disruptors is micro, and he still has a couple of the tanks of the early game. Those might come in handy as well. This is where it will also become difficult for Stats to make sure that his army is always in the correct spot, and he's very Zealot heavy. Then I'd love to see him already counterattack a little bit, right? With 21 Zealots, don't you want to counterattack a little?
Yeah, right there with you with this first engagement now coming in. EMPs on the Stalker is pretty good. The Disruptor shot actually not able to connect with the army. Oh, that one might! Just gets defused at the last possible moment. The Zealot meat shield is gone. The Vikings are decimating the Colossi, but it seems like Stats has just enough on the ground in terms of Stalkers to mop up a lot of these critical starport units from Terran, and that's kind of the fight that Stats wanted. Yes, he did sustain a lot of damage. He lost some critical units, but he was maxed up with a ton of Zealots. You need to trade out to start pumping in the double Robo Disruptor production there as Protoss, and with Stats, I don't even believe the gold base got taken out during that moment. So the fact that he is still able to power up like this, I mean, adding in even an additional 5 gateways, catching up with +3 ground weapons, +2 ground armor, adding even gateways in the center of the map, not even needing a warp prism. This could become a pretty scary moment here for Clem in the mid game if Stats is able to get the ball rolling.
So many gates, by the way.
9 gateways in production. How many gateways do we have on the field right now? This is insane.
We already have 11, so we're going up to 20 gates. But Stats needs to be very careful here in Interplanetary. This is not the kind of army that can fight Interplanetary, and that fight was, I feel like they both got something to be happy about. Clem completely reset the Robo count, other than that one Immortal that really, by the way, saved all these Stalkers, as a couple of the Ghost and Marauders are in a very awkward spot. Clem needs to avoid that Nova, and he will. Well, actually lose a couple of them. Does drop an EMP, is going to come down a couple. The force field saved that Disruptor. Absolutely fantastic force fields by Stats. Otherwise, these bio units would have gunned it down. Clem is so close to getting these extra upgrades. It wouldn't hurt Clem to slow the game down a tiny bit, but Clem always loves battling and trading.
Yeah, but look at this scary moment right now with Stats. Maxed in supply nearly, just charging in to this additional base here from Clem. And this choke point will favor Clem here defensively, but the fact that Stats is able to basically stop Clem from securing safely a 4th base, and his mineral bank is floating so high. I mean, just think of the remax potential with those 20 gateways, with the gateway in the center of the map. As another attack comes in, Clem retreating away from the disruptor shots, hasn't been able to get the engagement that he needs, and Stats is pushing forward, blinking forward even, onto the 3rd command center. This is a huge push.
Ambitious forward blink. This is really where we need to start spending that bank with the Stats. If you want to make these kinds of trades happen, you need those 20 extra zealots to show up. But he does get away with most of the stalkers, a couple of the disruptors. Here are all those extra zealots. Clem is thinking about setting up a big old drop into the bottom left side.
I don't know about that though, Roddy. This is a lot of gateway units ready to rain down hell on this 3rd base of Clem.
It's a risky goal, especially because he doesn't have the planetary here. And if Stats is able to pick up on the fact that a lot of units are missing here on the side of Clem, yeah, Stats can absolutely get on top of that 3rd base. And not a Nova does not quite connect, but it does zone the army away. And Stats' stalkers should be able to gun down that orbital. And now it's all about how much damage Clem can do with those 3 medevacs in the bottom left side. I wouldn't hate a recall here on a lot of these units.
Oh, but he's just happy to blink forward, Roddy. He's decimating this army right here in the front lines. It is solo on HP. The medevacs can't even keep up in terms of healing. And Stats is still nearly maxed. Yeah, he took some damage there at the gold base, but he's going for the killing blow right here in the moment.
And it's hard to say that that's not the right moment because he's already killed 29 SCVs. He's getting on top of the orbital and the natural as well. Doesn't really need to go near the planetary. I think Stats indeed has done it with the 20 gateways. Sure, Clem is still trying to be a nuisance in the bottom side of the map, but Stats can warp in 40 supply at a time, and he takes the 1-0 lead. Well, if those Koreans are hyping up Stats in PvT, clearly they're onto something, as he played an excellent game. Bit slow in the beginning, but it made sense. He got where he wanted to go. I love how quick the 4th base was. The 5th base felt even quicker. And then he said, well, yeah, robo units are great, but you know what's also great? 20 gates with an upgrade advantage. And you could really see those units shine.
Yeah, that was quite incredible there from Stats. And this is a guy that we often look at as a very defensive player in the mid and the late game. He's one of the players alongside Classic that does not shy away from throwing down 2 Stargates and going into carriers even before he takes the 4th base, right? But the fact that Stats was just able to weather the storm here in the early game and then realize that his economy was still so strong, he could just power up with 20 gateways. He could take the entire bottom side of the map and just overwhelm Clem by denying that 4th expansion. Such clutch play. And I love how Stats just is able to adapt from game to game, whether it be here in the GSL or the opening match here at DreamHack.
These force fields were awesome, by the way.
I thought the Disruptor 100% was going down, but just some really brilliant decision-making coming in from Platts. I mean, Stats, I was so scared in this moment when he was attacking in, blinking forward like this with these stalkers, but he has just enough with a reinforcement, 20 gateways. You can see there on the mini-map, 20 zealots warping in basically halfway across the map, and he's just able to ride this momentum to a victory. I mean, fantastic game.
A lot of correct calls by Stats there, because that blink, you're like, that's crazy, but it's actually not that crazy, because there were barely any bio units anymore on the top right, and then he's using the Immortal, the Sentries, and the Disruptors to zone away the main bio forces on the left side. This is a really well played out game by Stats. There wasn't one moment where he won it. He just kind of got where he wanted to be, and slowly but steady got further and further ahead. And I think it's especially the upgrade advantage that really helped. That big fight in the bottom left side where it actually kind of came down to the wire, the final few stalkers, but I think it's the one healthy Immortal that forced Clem in the end to retreat, go home packing, and that obviously allowed Stats to keep those bases up. Make sure that the gold gets saturated, and then yeah, get the gateway up in the center of the map as well. Pump out a few more Disruptors. Clem knows he's going to have to step it up a little bit. Losing here is obviously not the end of your tournament. They have 2 more lives. But if you win 2 series here in the winner stage, you go straight into the quarterfinals. And that's like the biggest deal for any of these guys. You don't have to go through the lower bracket. You don't end up in that knockout bracket eventually, which has just a ridiculous amount of great players. You think of Rogue, Solar, like the list goes on and on. A lot of strong Europeans. So just winning 2 best of 3s is by far and away the quickest way for these guys to get into the quarterfinals.
Well, Stats spawning here as the Red Protoss in the top left, off to a great start in that regard. Let's see if he can close it out here on Ghost River in game number 2.
Always happy. Our man Stats walked up to him this morning, nothing but smiles. Said he was feeling pretty confident. He said, I'm a bit sleepy, but other than that, feeling confident. In the top right side, we're looking at the main base of the champ of Atlanta, representing Team Liquid. Down 0-1, it's Clem.
Clem once again going for the 2-gas opening here against Stats.
We can't ignore that Clem's opening obviously didn't get too much done. Now, Clem didn't bleed out a lot of units, but I do feel the double cloak Banshee, that's a pretty significant investment. And if I think about it, I would like that more against Protoss players that are a bit greedier, right? That want to go up to 3 bases of 2 gases or are known to skip out on the Robo. I'm not sure how much sense it makes to go Cloak Banshees against a player like Stats that likes to take 4 gases on 2 bases and kind of delay the 3rd a little.
Yeah, he was able to manage the Banshee harass quite well through the early games. Clem was able to get some multi-prong attacks in when he was levying pressure there in the very front of Stats' base, and I think he shaved away, I want to say maybe 10 probes in total over the course of that game, but I think you take that trade there as Stats. It's one of the reasons why Clem's army in the mid game wasn't quite as potent as you would expect it to be, because that was a lot of tech lab time on a starport that wasn't double producing medevacs, that wasn't double producing Vikings, that could deal with those higher tech robotics facility units. And so that's Stats. If he's able to continue to play this solid defensive game, I am liking his odds here against Clem. And it makes me wonder exactly what adjustments Clem is going to make coming in here in game number 2 on Ghost River, because he is once again going for the delayed expansion with a double gas back on his side of the map. And the push that he went for there in game number 1 with the 1 Cyclone, 1 Widowmine, ton of Marines, and then as you said, the double cloak Banshee follow-up, it really didn't get too much done. But against a player whose defense is, I mean, arguably the best in the world for Protoss right now in this moment, I'm not sure what you really tried to do here is Terran to break his armor.
Well, it's going to be important for Clem to scout what Stats has gone for. Stats realizing Ghost River is a bit of a funky map, and a couple of these Marine tank Liberator pushes early are very difficult to deal with. Any sort of very early aggression of Terran can be annoying to deal with here. And Stats actually goes for the Robo first. And Clem has not scouted it yet. Stats doing an excellent job in zoning that Reaper away. It's a bit surprising. There are not many Protoss players in Europe who go 1 gate fast expand Robo. If there was a map, it'd probably be this map, because a lot of Protosses die against Marines and tanks and Liberators early on here. But this is something that Clem would really love to scout ASAP, because then he can make all the correct calls and maybe play a bit more of a mobility game rather than I'm going to take the straight up fight game.
Yeah, and double gas even before Twilight Council or Forge here for Stats. So I'm really interested in seeing how this build is going to develop for the Protoss player.
A quick
Might it
Robo
be
bait would
yeah,
make-
I was thinking the same thing, maybe a really fast Robo Bait, but that's not something we usually see here from Stats. Now, this drop coming in a lot faster than it was in the first game with just the Widowmine and Marine. Some nice micro there from Clem, but Stats has just enough gateway units, plus this really well-placed shield battery in the back that the Stalkers can retreat to. And once again, the push really not getting too much done there in the front for Clem.
Nope, it's very hard to find damage against the 2 base Protoss, especially
Yeah.
if they open up with the Robo. They have the Observer there already. Normally it's the Widowmine that's very annoying, because Clem is incredibly good in extracting max value out of Widowmines, as this pylon will get picked up, but Warp Gate is already done. And if you open up with a Twilight Council, you don't have any detection there. Though you try to get in range of the Widowmine burrows, on burrows, targets a unit, retargets to a different unit, and that's how Clem is able to turn nothing into a whole lot. But yeah, if Stats opens up with a Robo and he's got an Observer there, even Clem can't really get a lot of micro potential out of the Widowmine. So yeah, Stats weathers the storm, and he's going to be very happy with the Robo first tech choice that he went for.
Yeah, it is in fact going to be that really fast robotics bay into a 3rd base. Oh, Reaper just barely not in the right position to deny the Nexus going down. So small win here for Stats, but Clem not continuing Siege Tank production. I was really thinking he might lean into the Siege Tank bush on this map, as you were mentioning. It could be very scary to defend, but Stats already in a good position.
This is going to be very difficult for Stats to deal with, though. Stats doesn't really have a very mobile army right now. Obviously, doesn't have the Colossus out yet, no extended thermal lens. We don't have Blink Stalkers, we don't have Zealots with charge, so Raven can just kind of sit there forever and drop one auto turret at a time. And yes, there is a shield battery in the main and the natural, but those batteries don't necessarily heal up every single probe. Some of these probes, they just mine a little bit too far away. So this is going to be pretty annoying. And if Clem can just keep the work account somewhat similar, he's gonna still be alright with all of this. But you mentioned that little Reaper there. These are small things, but actually matter a lot, right? Because if the Reaper is on hold position in the middle of where that Nexus got warped in, you kill the probe, next probe has to be sent out, all of it. You buy yourself 10-15 seconds, and these things snowball like crazy into the mid game. Like the 2-base, the 3-base setup are the most important phases in StarCraft 2. What happens when you're 5-base against 5-base? Yeah, great Nova, great EMP. Sure, all of that is cool, but these 15 and 20 seconds are incredibly precious. So yeah, I think Clem will probably be kicking himself a little bit better. Like, oh, if I have the Reaper there and he's sending out a probe without any protection, why am I not blocking that Nexus?
A little bit of a loss there for Clem as he throws down the third command center on the low ground, and now Stats actually going into charge instead of Blink and adding in a ton of gateways. So it looks like he is really gearing up to try and stop this push at the early game, but unfortunately for him, charge will not be done by the time Clem is knocking on the door. And now this drop coming in, 8 Marines.
Love it.
Stimpack nearly done. Not done quite yet, but still should be able to shave off a fair number of probes. Keep in mind, there's only a couple of Stalkers here, right?
Would love to see him go for the battery first, and that is exactly what Clem is going to do. And this is where it becomes incredibly difficult for Stats to figure out how to split up his army. Stats wants to take the big fight, drops a couple force fields, he gets the Cyclone. Immortals are in range of the tanks though, so Stats is going to be fine here. Is he fine in the main base as well? Yes, he is, because he had one more Colossus come out. I mean, this could have been very scary. This should have been really difficult. And Stats, again, kind of weathers the storm without really taking a whole lot of damage. And it's really important for the Atlanta champ that he finally starts getting something to go his way, because if he does not find more damage soon, he's in trouble.
He's dropping on top of this Colossus. That's going to go down. Sim is done already. No more shield battery in the main base, so that Colossus drops immediately here. More reinforcements coming in, but no Stats! He's not guarding it. The second Colossus in the third base gets immediately taken out, and now this damage is snowballing so hard, Roddy.
Yep, another drop tried to show up in the natural. The Stats did have an answer for that one, but those 8 Marines that were in the main area, those have joined up with this double drop, and all the pilots are going to get picked off. +1 is going to get stuffed. Gateways unpowered. Probes are actually being rallied way ahead of the rest of the army. Stats pulling back to defend the natural. But this is the guy that everyone is talking about. Clem finally finding that crazy momentum that he's looking for. And just like that, it's all over. Clem ties things up.
I mean, a couple of misplays there from Stats that you really cannot afford to do. He didn't have a pylon set up in the bottom left side of that main base, so the drop basically caught him off guard, and then that one Colossus by the main Nexus, you lose that. Yep. Maybe that's forgivable. Maybe you can recover from that, but then the second Colossus in the third base, walking its way up into the main unprotected. That's just the nail in the coffin right there for Stats, and it's like a stack of dominoes falling down. In the blink of an eye, Clem is able to take a game where Stats had been defending up until that point really quite well, and then just completely sweep his legs out from under him, and we are all tied up 1-1.
I don't want to say Stats had that game in the bag, but it almost felt that he could already see the finish line, where he's like, hey, I survived, I'm getting ahead. And I love the idea of charge first there as well. Once you've got 3 Colossus, extended thermal lens, +1 charge, and you get a few Archons, if he drops the Templar Archive, I mean, Clem is going to have the toughest of times. Clem simply won't have the right amount of Vikings to deal with those very early Colossus out of the Robo first. Clem won't be able to have any goals to drop EMPs if the Archons get there. Stats was so close to getting there. But Clem with his double drop on top of that first Colossus, immediately at the beginning of the end. Man, Clem is incredibly lethal. He doesn't need a whole lot to go his way to win in this matchup. And that's why Clem very rarely loses against Protoss, because it's like, all right, I can win here, I can win there, I can win there. And, you know, eventually even Clem runs out of options, like we saw on Golden Aura. But he was in a bit of trouble here on Ghost River. We really can't understate that. I think Stats got himself in a great spot. And if he has one more, let's say, shield battery in the main base, and that Colossus doesn't die against the double drop, he warps in a couple Zealots, we'd be looking at a completely different game, and we'd probably be talking about how Stats is attacking Clem right now. Instead, we have loaded into game 3.
Spotting in the top right, tied up now 1-1. It's Stats, the red Protoss.
Shield of Ire. man who's been around for a very long time. In the bottom left side, the Atlanta champ tying things up after killing a couple of Colossus on Ghost River, representing Team Liquid. It's Clem.
Thinking back to that push there at the third base for Clem, it really didn't look like anything was going his way. Up until that point, Stats' defense was immaculate. The attack comes into the third base. The shield battery is well positioned. Stats able to take the fight with two Immortals just dominating the siege tanks on the front line. And it looks like it's going to be good for Stats, right? For the next couple of minutes, it looks like Clem has the wind just out of his sails. But the fact that he's able to take that position and then just completely exploit the fact that Stats went for the really fast Robobay, the charge before Blink, and come in with the attacks on multiple angles, both in the main base, behind the mineral line, the bottom left side where he snipes two Colossi, and then in the natural expansion by the gas. I mean, just really incredible stuff. Clem, his multitasking on point there in game number 2, looking a lot stronger than game number 1.
And also the game sense of Clem, because even if Clem maybe saw something that looked normal in the natural, Clem, the world-class talent that he is, immediately realized, like, hey, wait a minute, you went Robo first, you didn't go Twilight. And if you go Robo first, your army is going to be a little bit more immobile, and I can actually put a little more emphasis on these drops, because if you don't have Blink Stalkers, I don't really have a whole lot to worry about. Clem is not the kind of guy to lose Medivacs against Stalkers that don't have Blink. So yeah, you have to fight, you have a tiny drop in the main, it's like, alright, he barely has an answer for those 8 Marines in the main. Will he have an answer for 2 more Medivacs to show up? As maybe Stats even got a tiny bit fortunate with the Colossus popping. I don't know when that came out, but it all kind of worked out. Like, yes, 1 Colossus can win against 8 Marines, but you throw 2 Marauders in the mix, and no, that Colossus needs backup, needs Zealous, needs a shield battery. So, yeah, fun game, incredibly good series so far by Stats, as he really was close to almost getting the job done, even if he was only defending, and it may have looked like, in the end, Clem won convincingly, right? It really was kind of now or never for Clem. He needed to find that damage, and he did, and then some. But yeah, close game. We're gonna take a little look as we are aiming high. Brought to you by the US Air Force with a first-person view of Stats and Clemo on Alcyone.
See Stats once again throwing down the Twilight Council there in the natural expansion. So not going to be going for the super greedy Robo play that we saw from him there in game number 2. I think this is a much better choice here in Alcyone, where there's a lot of different angles Terran can try and levy pressure on you both with Medivacs and with forces on the ground. And I love these first-person D-mans. I wish we had something like that there in the GSL, because they're always so much fun to watch the players actually play the game from behind them. You know, it's just, I love that kind of insight. Excellent production here at ESL.
Blink is going to be the tech of choice this time around for Stats, so he's going back to what brought him some success on Golden Aura. Obviously makes sense, Golden Aura, Alcyone are maps that play out very different than Ghost River, and I love that Stats doesn't just have one opening that he believes in. Like, no, he knows that different maps kind of require some different playstyles, and it really did almost work out for him. Clem's gonna switch things up a little bit. Says, alright, no more Cloak Banshees, that doesn't really make a lot of sense to you. And he goes for an old school triple Widowmine drop. Now, Widowmines, I've heard they're very weak right now, State. They don't hurt any probes anymore. I gotta say, it's funny, because like you look at the change and like, okay, I can see why it's easier to defend, but they should still be kind of good. But more often than not, these Widowmine drops are indeed really underwhelming. Let's see if Clem can still make them shine like it's an old patch.
Yeah, Medivac coming in, gonna drop 1 Widowmine down here in the natural expansion. Stats not able to defuse it, does finally get it there with 1 probe, and look at this, Medivac actually sustaining a ton of damage. This is not gonna go well for Clem. He's gonna get 3 probes for a Medivac and 3 Widowmines. That's a lot of starport time, factory time, basically down the drain. I do love him trying to couple it up here with his Reaper. That's a very cute move in the natural expansion, but Stats with the shield battery well prepared to defend it. And behind this, Stats also not going for the 2-gate Robo Twilight expand. He's instead adding in the 3rd gateway, a little bit more than we often see Stats do. And it makes me wonder, after he defended that so well, what his mid-game Stalker count is going to be, because this is the kind of situation here as Stats where you might just want to power up a little bit more in terms of army as he's throwing down a Robotics Bay. You know, get the Colossus faster, add in some more Immortals, add in some more Stalkers than you normally would, because there is an opportunity here for Stats to potentially get a little bit of counter damage done.
I'm actually kind of sad to see that Stats is going for the Robo Bay and the Immortal and a battery now instead of a 3rd Nexus. I don't really understand what he's so worried about. Obviously, Clem's investment is large on that triple Widowmine. The defense is 10 out of 10. He does have a couple stalkers on the other side of the map now, and he wipes in that Nexus, but I really would have loved to see it the other way around. The Nexus first, the Robo-Bay, then the Immortal, and then you can still build a Colossus by the time your Immortal comes out, as that is going to give you that stronger economy. I'm surprised that Stats felt he needed another battery, that he needed that Immortal before the Nexus, because a triple mine drop is actually a pretty big investment. And Stats really, I don't think, could have defended that any better than he did. It barely costed him any time. We don't even have to talk about a lot of lost mining time, because there really wasn't that much of it, right? It was like 4 probes, Widowmine fires, back to mining. You gotta capitalize on these moments, because you don't often get the luxury of very safely going up to 3 bases against Clem, knowing that nothing can happen.
It seemed like Stats just wanted to play with a little bit more map control instead, but he hasn't been able to get too much done with it. He was successful in shaving off a few Marines just outside the natural expansion here of Clem, and this might still go in Stats' favor, because of course Charge is going to be faster, Colossus production is going to be faster, and here in Alcyone, these siege tank pushes at the 3rd base can be really scary, Roddy, especially if your stalker count is as low as this. I mean, it is enough that you can one-shot these Marines and get kind of close, I think, to 2-shotting these Marauders if every single stalker fires. But this is still a scary push with a lot of teeth.
I mean, Stats is incredibly good in taking these fights. The Raven has a lot of energy. We don't have Interference Matrix. We're gonna drop another turret, but there are stalkers everywhere. Raven will live. If I was Clem, by the way, I'd bring this Raven with the main army, because Stats literally has a battery in every single mineral line, but it will still be very useful to drop a couple other turrets near this army, because especially Zealots, once they have charge, they like to run forward, and they like to attack those other turrets. And I actually think it's smart what Clem is doing here as well, knowing that Stats' game so far has been very good. I think it's unlikely he gets a great push into the 3rd. Why not make it very awkward for these Immortals, for these Stalkers? I don't know if Stats should really stick around here forever. He's trying to get the Immortal in range. Oh, Stats, you're playing a very dangerous game. He loses the Colossus, loses Stalkers, the Sentry. Takes a lot of damage on the Immortal. Stats, that was so unnecessary, my friend.
Yeah, that was a bit of a head-scratching moment for me. I don't understand the world where you go for that engagement on the high ground. I mean, so many critical units lost there for Stats, and Stalkers are these kind of units in PvT that if you play this kind of stat style, not a max pack style, but this kind of defensive style, you want to make a handful of Stalkers and then not really have to reproduce them, but this is an excellent catch here. This is going to take a lot of the momentum back for Stats, being able to pick off these medevacs. Basically 20 supply of units getting killed by Clem. But look, 3rd base, unprotected right now. Stats, he lost track of this army in the middle of the map. Shield battery overcharge is going to pop, but doesn't get to save that many probes. Reinforcements coming in. I don't think the Stalkers are going to be able to get these medevacs. There isn't that much in the main base, actually. We hear the recall popped off.
Yep, I hear the recall immediately. 2 Stalkers here to buy a little bit of time. That low HP Raven shows up. He's going to drop a couple other turrets where you could really use one of those Colossus. The Immortal is better than Bruce from the previous fight, so that's going to be an easy pickup for Clem as well. And Clem is probably going to drop immediately on top of the right side. It's going to be so difficult for Stats to keep that 4th base alive. He is trying to get his way up to Storm. The Raven flies over the middle of all 3 bases. Clem also realizing they kind of forgot about 1 tank. I mean, Stats still has a shot. He's hanging in there, but he's just not allowed to take any more damage. And obviously at this point, Clem kind of knows that, hey, I've done a great job in picking up observers. I've done a great job in reducing the amount of robo units you have on the map. There is no need for me to slow down right now. Stats needs to find a way to just force Clem to fight him straight up. Because I think in that way, Stats' army is still good enough.
Yeah, certainly right now with the army that he's assembled, but it's going to be a scary window with Ghost Tech coming in here for Clem. And actually this push about to siege the 4th base. There's a lot of Widowmines there in the front line. These Marauders are tanking, but it's a lot of damage being dished out by these +1 Colossi. It's just a ton of scorched bodies right in front of the Widowmines. Excellent positioning there from Stats. And I think for Clem, if you want to try and breach this, you gotta maybe bring those siege tanks a little bit more forward, but already too much momentum has been lost.
Sick hold by Stats. That's exactly what Stats was looking for. Like, hey Clem, like you've done a lot of damage, you should really fight my army. But Stats' army in a straight up fight was still good enough. And that's actually what happened there. Bought some time as well with the hold position, waiting for a battery to come online. Clem realizing that he's gonna have to play this one out in a different way. And Stats indeed has a very quick +1 air weapons on the way. I see Classic do this all the time, by the way, when he's like on 3.5 bases and he's already getting Stargates, a fleet beacon, and air upgrades. I'm like, Classic, you've got like 60 army supply, my friend. The Terran's almost maxed out, and he actually makes it work. And Stats copying that style right now, going for a whole bunch of cannons. His I feel like it's early, but I often feel this when Classic is doing it as well, and they actually kind of get away with it more often than not. But I personally think it's a little bit too early when you don't have a second robo, when you don't have any armor upgrades. You're gonna have to defend to the absolute best of your abilities. But hey, if someone can do it, it's the Shield of Fire. He's got High Templars, he's got Colossus, he's got cannons and batteries, so perhaps he can get away with this.
He's doing it a little bit better, I think, than Stats would normally do, who often would even be on 3 bases on a map like Oceanborn going into the 2 Stargate carrier before taking a 4th. Stats, instead here in the mid-game, he's been able to basically weather the storm. He took some bad engagements, but overall, he's safe. He had an excellent hold there on the 4th base. His economy is basically through the roof, almost fully saturated on the 3.5 bases that he has mining. And now he can really start to afford this, even going into 3 Stargate Fleet Beacon, and unless Clem could actually break him very soon, I think we only just have, just these 2 starports here for Clem. This could be a little bit scary if Stats is able to reach the maxed army with 2 rounds of production from these Stargates.
It's gonna take a while though.
It will.
I think Clem might wait until +2 attack and +2 armor is done. Because then you have a right amount of Vikings, you're maxed out, you've got a lot of bio, you can drop a couple EMPs on these High Templars, maybe drain the energy of the sentries as well. Like, sure, if nothing happens in the next 3 minutes, Stats' carriers and the mothership might all be fantastic. I personally think it's a monstrous investment, and if Clem throws down a single scan right now in the main, I think he'll immediately know what to do. I think we're just counting down the seconds until 2-2 is done. Stats' army is really not that powerful at the moment.
He's going to have to rely on static defense like these cannons, like these split High Templar, which it looks like he has about 6 maybe on the map right now, split between the 3rd base and the 4th, as he's trying to take another expansion over there at the 11 o'clock position. Does get taken out there by Clem, but Stats for now, I think he's happy just to sit on these 4 bases. A little bit slow there on the blinker trading. Gotta be careful, those Templar. Do not clump them up.
I don't think he's got a choice. I don't really see how he can go up to 5. Because if he fights away from cannons and batteries, don't forget, Stats has no armor upgrades at the moment at all. It is 2-2 upgrades for Clem. If Clem drops an EMP, the Vikings get a couple volleys off. Clem is absolutely flying, but Clem does also not want to take a bad fight, walking up a ramp, clump up those units, eat a big storm to the face. So, I mean, Stats is at least going to get 3 carriers out, and that is a start. The mothership is almost out, as one of the ghosts even dies. Yeah, Stats might actually be thinking about sneaking in that 5th Nexus now, and he's doing it at the bottom right side. I kind of feel that Clem can still take this fight. It is important for Clem that he starts bleeding out a few either SCVs or bio units soon, because you do need more Vikings. You cannot take a fight against Colossus and carriers with 8 or 10 Vikings. Clem is going to need a little more than that.
Sometimes we even see in the GSL a lot of players throw down just a 3rd starport to really pump out the Viking numbers, because starport units, I've said it a million times over.
Already.
They are so critical in dealing with any kind of late game Protoss army. Yeah, 3 starports up already, so I'm with you. Clem needs to find a way to start trading these units with value, because the army that Stats has assembled, he has been able to get to nearly +2 air weapons, Colossi. Now this engagement coming in. Beautiful arc here for Clem, but is it going to be enough? The storm, very good right there on all the bio. Look at the storms raining down on the left side. This bio right here, the choke point, the Zelnaka Tower, it's able to take down the majority of the ground army here for Stats. But the key units, the 2 Colossi, the mothership, the what is that, 6 carriers in the center now with +2 weapons?
And Clem does not have a whole bunch of missile turrets, so it's not like he really has a solid line of defense where he can buy some time. If Clem gets enough time to crank out a solid number of Vikings, yeah, he's gonna be okay. But Stats is obviously not looking to give him that time. 1 carrier is very low on HP, you probably want to send that one to the back a little bit. +2 air weapons is done, +2 carriers, a mothership, a Colossus, and a Dream right now for Stats to cause a bit of an upset here in the very first series of the tournament, as the man who won in Atlanta comes in as one of the big favorites. But Stats is here, he's on top of Clem, his buildings, he's almost on top of the production, and the Viking numbers are simply not there. The mothership does die, 6 Vikings, is that enough, Stats?
I mean, there's basically no interceptors left here for Stats, but the ground army is still so strong. So many Stalkers warping in. All the Liberators have dissipated at this stage. The Colossi still levying a lot of damage there on the back line. And Clem, this has been a remarkable attempt at a hole, but I think Stats is just a little bit too strong right now, Roddy. We might have our first winner, and yep, GG is called. Stats with an incredible opening game, opening series here to kick off the tournament.
Seconds before 3-3 upgrades as well for the buy units, but what buy units? Most of them died. The storms reigns supreme in the center of the map. And sure, some Knight Templars died and a couple of the Robo units died. But with that many carriers, Clem didn't have an answer for it yet. If the game would have gone on a bit longer, sure, Clem would have had all the Vikings, all the Liberators. But Stat said, nope, this is the fight I was looking for. Didn't quite have the right army to counter my army, and now I'm never looking back. Now we just go, and we're gonna try to end this game. Big surprise to kick off this weekend as the reigning champ of the ESL Masters falls to the lower bracket. Can still get himself decent seeding into the knockout bracket, but hey, that's gonna take a little while. Let's hear from the Shield of Ire himself, Stats, as he's on stage with Shobra.
Thank you very much, Roddy. Yes, once again, a big round of applause to our very first match winner here this weekend. It's Stats. 네, 먼저 첫 경기 승리 축하드립니다. 지금 소감이 어떠신지 들어보고 싶은데요.
네. 감사합니다. 일단 좀 클렘 선수가 정말 굉장히 잘하는 선수 중 한 명이잖아요. 그래서 승리에 대한 확신이 없었는데 이렇게 2대1로 힘겹게 승리를 거둘 수 있어서 너무 좋고 네, 그렇습니다.
Yeah, so obviously coming into this weekend, I know that Clem is an excellent player, so I actually wasn't that confident about this match, and being able to eke it out 2-1. I mean, I just feel good with the victory right now. Let's talk about this matchup a bit. I mean, we've heard rumblings, in Korea that Stats is getting better and better and better. The Stats in themselves were looking better, but a lot of people still favored Clem. You talked about not being confident. Was there a lot of pressure, or were you just going to try to take it one map at a time? 그럼 말씀하신 대로 아무래도 이제 전 세계적인 팬분들이 볼 때는 클렘 선수가 그래도 이번 경기에서 좀 승리하지 않을까 하는 예측하시는 분들이 많았지만 한국 내에서는 스태츠 선수가 지금 점점 강해지고 있다. 이런 말이 많았습니다. 그래서 뭐 부담감은 있으셨는지 아니면 일단 그냥 첫 경기는 하나하나 헤쳐나가자 이런 생각이셨는지 궁금한데요.
일단 좀 이번 그 ESL 그 달라스 경기가 지더라도 기회가 많더라고요. 그래서 첫 번째 경기는 좀 그렇게 크게 기대는 하지 않았고 대신에 열심히 준비는 하고 이기면 좋고 지더라도 좋은 승부 하고 싶다는 생각으로 경기에 임했고요. 네, 말씀하신 대로 저 한국에서 정말 열심히 연습하고 있고 이렇게 좀 그 연습의 이 성과가 좀 클렘 선수를 이렇게 이김으로써 이렇게 좀 나온 것 같아서 너무 기분이 좋은 것 같아요.
감사합니다. So taking a look at the tournament format and bracket for this weekend here at the ESL StarCraft II Masters, I realized that even if I lost the opening match, I would still have a lot of chances to continue on through the weekend. So I tried to tell myself not too much pressure for the first match. If I win, great. But if not, let's just still give it our best. Let's see how we go. Let's try to show the best match that we have. But of course, thankfully, I'm able to win. And like you said, I have been grinding away in Korea, and I'm glad I was able to show that off here in this first match against Clem. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, your first victor for the weekend, it is Stats. And with that, let's send it back to the desk.
Yes, that's right. The stats don't lie. Where's Todd when you need him? It's like the soup, but we've got ourselves Stats here, bending reality around Clem, representing Twisted Minds, and able to take the 2-1 victory. Joining me at the desk, I have ZG as well as Wardy to talk about this one. ZG, Stats, flying that Protoss flag high.
Yeah, he did what we thought he might be able to do. It was a little uncertain, I think, particularly for the early game versus late game. That was kind of the story, I think, between these two players. Stats, defensive macro guy. We do give him the edge in, the perfect Stats world for the macro game. Clem, a little of that aggression in the early and mid game. And, well, kind of in the series, right? Stats won the late game, especially here very decisively. And that's what Clem was a little scared of. So I don't know if it's going to be a problem for him versus Protoss in the future, as he might be facing Classic, for instance, in that lower bracket. I don't know if the seeding's going to work, but it could be a problem for Clem. For Stats, I think a lot of people are going to be happy about this. I feel like Stats winning is good, as long as Clem also gets through. But a lot of people are very excited for Stats.
What are your thoughts on the series?
Typical series from Stats. Came in kind of what I expected from him, which was stable games, play a bit defensive, right? You know that's what Stats is like. And ZG brought up in the pre-show, it's impressive to kind of get back from the military and play that defensive style and survive through and to just get to a very comfortable later stage where he looked like the stronger player. Clem did not look like he had good answers for a lot of these later game armies and ways to fight them. And that definitely seemed like a problem. Going forward, I think Clem absolutely can still be okay, even if he comes up against a classic, just to iterate on that, because
Sure.
I think he can just put up the ante, be a bit more pressure focused, do a bit more damage, and then he should be okay. But yeah, his later game looked a little shaky, and I feel like that's been kind of true of Clem in TVP lately, so maybe what we've seen coming into this tournament is continuing to ring through at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, in game 2, obviously, when we see Clem actually be able to ramp up the pressure, right, on Ghost River, I think it was, he suddenly finds himself 2 Colossus, and then how are you supposed to recover from losing 2 Colossus that way? So if Clem can find openings like that in the Protoss armor here, then that could easily be the way to victory, I suppose.
And of course, he's going to try.
Yeah.
You know, like that first game, he did do a bit of a pressure push that did cause some complications with the high ground.
Yes.
So, you know, it's going to happen, but it's whether or not I think that the Protoss really buckles. And that was what happened in Game 2. It also happened in Stats versus Dark and GSL. He kind of just buckled. Everything went wrong at the same time. So that's still a bit of a worry, maybe as far as like a clutch factor goes. It's supposed to be proven for Stats or whatever. But obviously, he just proved that he looks very solid in this matchup. And he might be facing Oliveira next. That is very good for him to go playoffs.
Yeah. Well, Oliveira can be a little bit of a wild child sometimes,
yes.
but it's Stats, so you know, we'll see how that goes. Well, I'm getting word now down from the pit. In the pit, we've got ourselves Fear Dragon, who's ready to go on the open stage. So let's check in with Ravi and see what he's got.
Thank you, James. We are here in the pit, and I am joined by Danger Dolan, one of the American players playing in that open bracket stage. How you doing today, Dolan?
I'm great. I woke up this morning and realized that the groups were in fact not switched. We were going to switch group A and D. So I thought I had to wake up early, but then I got another email saying that we don't have to switch the groups, so I'm just chilling.
Very nice. And I can see that you're decked out in your beautiful Hawaiian shirt.
Yeah, it's my gaming jersey. I forgot my jersey for my team, so.
Okay, well, I didn't mean to put you on blast for that. Okay, well, regardless, you're actually going to be playing versus Nice in the open bracket stage. For those who don't know, there's a whole other open bracket that's going on, and that was kind of covered earlier on the desk. But how are you feeling about Nice? How are you feeling about your bracket?
Mixing it up a little bit, I'm actually playing Cyan.
My bad.
I'm sorry. But yeah, I feel confident against Cyan for sure. If I win that match, I'm going to play Bunny, which is obviously going to be really tough. I think I'm the 5 seed in the group, so like there's Cyan, Bunny, and then from there I'm probably going to either play Scarlet or Nightmare. So prep for that. I mean, you kind of have to prepare for each matchup, which is a bit unfortunate, just because like only practicing TVP or only practicing TVT would be nice, just to prepare, but.
Yeah, so one thing that I think a lot of people have credited you for is being a player that does really well with preparation. I mean, I think even HeroMarine has said that you have some pretty juicy build orders. So what was your preparation for this event kind of looking like?
Yeah, that's my sub sound on Twitch. Gabe saying I have the best build orders. What was my prep? Just ladder, to be honest. I didn't really play any customs with anyone. Just like general, like standard stuff. I've got some stuff prepared, but you know, obviously I don't want to say that now. Yeah, I don't know if Cranky is going to be casting my games, but if they are, then you can watch them and see what I have to pull out.
Awesome. Well, check out Dolan's games on the B&C stream. But do you have any kind of final thoughts before we head on out?
I don't know. Just I hope I show good games. I hope they're streamed. I don't know. We'll see.
All right, check out Dolan and more, and we'll see you guys after the break.
Hi everybody, I'm here with Spirit, and yeah, we're going to have a look at our player cards that you guys and also the players voted on. Let's start. What do you think? What do you got?
I have no idea.
What will you give your, let's say, what kind of score would you give yourself? Because I think every player voted differently, you know. So-
82.
82. That, I think 82 is pretty high.
I think
I think I gave you probably around 80, but I don't think higher than 80 in total. I would also not. I think we're the same actually, similar. What do you think? Maybe I have 2 more points.
I think in different scores, I guess you can end up like with 2 more.
No, I'm talking about overall.
Yeah. I think
Okay.
I can be 80. And you did well in the Katowice, so I think you can be higher.
Yeah, we'll see. Then show your card first. Oh, 80. Yeah, that's
80.
very good. That's a very good score. What's his scores? Where's the lowest and the highest? 80
I
is
think
very
everything
good.
almost the same.
Yeah.
Attack 77, this is strength, speed 77,
Not strength, it's strategy.
strategy.
Strength, I mean, if there was a strength competition, I would have 100 score, so.
Defense
Yeah.
macro 84. Seems
That's
like I
not bad.
improved. I think
That's
I
not
was 78 last time.
Yeah, 80 is not bad. I think this might be a tie. Okay, let's see. What do you think I have?
82.
82? 81. I beat you in 1 score. The macro machine with the 86.
You have 86?
Yeah, that
Macro?
is- my macro is just insane. I'm glad that other
What's-
people appreciate it.
What's your defense?
80. Well, the other scores are all 80. I don't remember actually what I got at Katowice. Anyways, let's start with the game. Let's see what we got. This is full gambling. All right,
Please, Jona.
let's go. Oh, wrong side. Oh no, I got nice. Oh, Reina against nice. Close one.
Close
I'll
one.
get you next one. Let's put these here. Okay, next round, the defense. Take a card. Let's see.
Nice.
Dark. Oh, yeah.
Oh my god.
That's a free win, Serral.
How much he had
The
in
gold.
defense?
97. Insane stat. Coming clutch again. It's 1-1. Clem versus Cure in the strategy.
He is so low, what the hell?
What does Clem have? What?
I can't
Wow.
believe he's solo, no?
Strategy Clem had. Wow, I can't believe
It's
that.
actually not true. I think he play out of build orders and strategy, no?
Well, actually, what I always think is the case, the players that just play standard builds are the ones, like, he does standard builds all the time, are actually the best players in terms of strategy because, yeah, standard is the best. Let's go, 2-1. And now it's about the speed. Oliveira versus Trigger.
83.
And I get the second Protoss I get, of course I can't win. 82 against, 75. I'll take that loss. Please give me not a Protoss. Please not a Protoss.
Thank you.
Oh, Maru, yeah. Well, let's not talk about that. 3-2. Let's see. We got classic, micro.
Hero.
Ah, well, GG.
Oh, that's
Well played.
actually 6 score.
Yeah. You got the best Protoss. Classic, not bad either, but
99 attack. It's like,
insane scores.
what
yeah.
the hell?
99 is actually insane, yeah. Well, I think that's it. You beat me. 4-2.
At first, I thought it's gonna be something like, so we fight each other with our stats, but then we have our cards, and we need to have our knowledge to take a guess which one has more or something.
Yeah, this was just completely random. I thought we would have like this. I have 8 cards, and then we do like first attack. So I choose one of my cards here.
Yeah.
I choose one of them. Like
Yeah.
I have to make the choice. For example, for attack, I have like Serral and
Yeah, but that would be funny if you
Shin.
didn't know the statistics, right? If you had the cards with players, but you didn't know the statistics, but you have to use your knowledge.
no, complete like this, yeah.
Then
No, but I'm just saying that if we want to play a game like this, instead of gamble, to have like all the cards, everybody has like 8 or so, or I mean, want to do best of 7, I guess 7. And then I have like first, let's say attack, then I have to make my choice who I want to put. For example, I could put just Nice to get rid of him. Or let's say it's defense, I win 100% because he has the highest score in defense. you know what I mean? More tactical.
ESL StarCraft II Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
All right, welcome back. We've got more banger after banger after banger to come here for more StarCraft throughout the day, as I've got Pig as well as Rotterdam to join me for the next one. HeroMarine going up against Astrea. Also, why didn't they just play top trumps in this video? We played it at Katowice. Me and Wardy were having a great time. They could have just played top trump. You don't even know what top trumps is, do you? Wait, do they have it in Australia?
No, you tried to explain this to me in Katowice, and I stared at you blankly for a while, and then I immediately removed it from my brain.
Oh, all right. Anyway, all right, let's talk about the matchup. We've got ourselves HeroMarine to start things off here. We just saw him as well playing a card game, but HeroMarine comes in as the stalwart, the ever-present when it comes to his presence here in these tournaments, Roddy.
Weight, man, in the last 2 months.
Yes,
Sorry, my microphone wasn't working there, but yeah, Gabe has been running like a mad lad, apparently. He told us that he runs 15 to 20 kilometers every second day. So he basically runs half a marathon 3 times a week. You can really see it. I was like, oh my goodness, are you still big, Gabe? Are you now mediocre-sized Gabe? he's like, oh no, I'm still very large. So I was like, okay, Gabe, okay. Obviously, HeroMarine, always a fun player, a household name. He's been on Mouse Wars for over a decade. We know the drill. I think we have to mention Katowice, though, because he really did surprise us. He came into Katowice and we're like, okay, Gabriel's probably still going to put up a great fight, but he's not a favorite to really go for. Completely smashed and dominated his group while he's also attending university right now. He's fulfilling some classes, so he's spending quite a few hours a week in the classroom. Still one of the very best Terrans in Europe.
Yeah, he told me, as you say, that he was running that much, and I was exhausted just listening to it. I was like, what? I already don't like cardio. Never mind the idea of doing 20 kilometers every other day. That's insane. But Pig, so yeah, he's coming in and, you know, looking like the normal HeroMarine. It was interesting actually to talk to him about it, because he was saying, okay, yeah, well, despite studying on all this stuff, he doesn't feel like it's too much of a difference for him. So he's still getting enough practice in to be able to kind of try and compete properly at these events.
Yeah, and I think taking the weight off your shoulders and the expectation actually really helps a lot of players, right? Where you kind of go, hey, I'm rocking up. After the event, I was like, Gabe, you know, what was your preparation like? How'd you do so well? He's like, well, I spent all weekend making pizzas for people at a StarCraft event. I didn't really practice any games, but hey, there was no pressure, and I just did builds that I thought might work, and they all kind of worked out. So I think there's something to coming in with an event and just kind of having that chilled out attitude. Too many players get a bit too intense. They, I got to win this tournament. My career rests on it. So I think if he brings that same attitude, and honestly, he's looking relaxed. There's something about doing that much cardio. I think he's got those endorphins kind of rushing through his brain. He's feeling really just happy and comfortable with his play.
I hate doing cardio. Never mind. All right. We've got Astrea on the other side of this as well here. The wild child when it comes to North America. Now newly on Virtus Pro. Welcome back to the scene as well. Excited to see how he's going to perform here going up against HeroMarine, Roddy.
We all love watching Max Angel, the man with the best naming, best name in esports. Actually, the guy that has a cooler real-life name than his nickname. It's like, Astrea sounds fun, but Max Angel is just too damn cool. As apparently the community has rated him a tiny bit higher than the pros. I'm actually surprised by that, because I feel like if you talk to pro gamers, they will often tell you, they're like, no, Max is really good right now. Like, he's actually incredibly tough to beat. Once more, the America champ as well of the regionals, I think worth mentioning, was not as smooth sailing as some of the other seasons, where he had that 0-3 defeat against Future, and we're all like, what just happened? Like, all 3 games were over in the blink of an eye, but he still battled his way through the lower bracket to once more crown himself the champ of the Americas region. And I think this is a really close one, man. Like, Astrea can absolutely take down Gabe, but nobody would be surprised if Gabe wins either. And I think this is the kind of best of 3 that both players look at as well, and like, no, it's going to be tough, but hey, if I want to have a proper run this weekend, these are the series you're going to have to win.
Yeah, that's why when it comes to Astrea, obviously there are those moments where you're referencing the Future series where it's like, okay, now he's back to practice, maybe a little bit of a break, gets in, and then all of a sudden, once he's really back in practice, man, he can really get things firing on full cylinder. But anyway, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time now to head on over to the stage, ready to go. You did really great, Pig. We have got... Let's head over to Chobra to get this one underway.
All right, we got the stage warmed up, and now it's time for match 2 here at Dallas. Ladies and gentlemen, first up, it's going to be a player coming from across the pond representing Germany. Of course, it's Big Gabe, but his opponent is going to be none other than the hometown hero representing the first seed of the Americas region. I give you for match 2, it is going to be Astrea going up against Big Gabe.
Two powerful men, one a powerful clown, another a big game. We're going to be going into a Protoss versus Terran that is going to be setting up the stage for Europe versus North America. My name is Fear Dragon. I'm joined here by Wardy. Wardy, how you feeling about this match?
Super exciting matchup. We've got two players here who are just very fun to watch in their own regions, can absolutely get to the top. Astrea has been at the top this season, and Gabe always is challenging at the top, right? So two players who, yeah, different level of results in their region, but still towards the top end, but then they play against each other, and I think this is a really good matchup. They match up so well. HeroMarine is very strong in TVP. This was the matchup he was extremely well known for, which means that, you know, typically you expect him to do great here, but Astrea is the player that can mix it up to such a hefty degree. And I think there's definitely something to be said about that as well, and that might just be what you need to throw Big Gabe off some of those big timings.
No, I absolutely agree, and I think Gabe is one of those players who has sometimes been a little bit more critical of, say, like the North American players and stuff, but Astrea is a player that he has been very respectful about and saying, yeah, Astrea is quite good as a player, and he's quite a strong Protoss player, so it's something that I think is going to be very fun to see how they face off against each other. The last time they did play was a while ago. It was like way back in 2022 or something, but Astrea actually got the better of him back then.
That's very true. Yeah, honestly, I do think this is such a cool matchup because it's a clash of styles. HeroMarine wants to do timings. Astrea kind of wants to do timings as well, but then he's also kind of a good macro toss, right? He plays, like you said at the start, he's a bit of a clown, but that makes it so fun in this matchup. There's so much potential in this matchup to be kind of different and dangerous like that.
I think you're absolutely onto something with that, because when I think of Astrea and the ways that sometimes he falters, it is when someone gets up in his face at like the wrong time, when Astrea's trying to do something a little bit trickier, a little bit outside the norm of standard. And I feel like Gabe is so good at that kind of stuff. But if Astrea can get away with whatever his game plan is and he heads into that mid-game or that late-game stage, I feel like he can really, really do a good job contending with Big Gabe.
Going to be a lot of fun. Excited to see what styles they bring out going into the first game here in a few moments. And such an important opportunity because both these guys, you think, you know, this is winner's stage, round 1. You win this and you're a match away from playoffs, right? I mean, okay, yes, it's Shin or Maru, very likely Maru. Never say never, though, right? I mean, there's been so many a time where HeroMarine has been in good positions against Maru, and okay, Maru's brought it back because he's a TVT god, but it's a best of 3 to get to the playoffs. I mean, to me, that is a huge opportunity, so the winner of this has something amazing on their hands.
Yeah, there really is a golden opportunity. I mean, even just winning this series, you're going to also still set yourself up well for even lower bracket, even if that ends up happening. But I think both these players are absolutely going to be giving it their all. And I think one of the cool things also about this is that these first matches that we're seeing in the early stages of today. These are all the matches that the players came into this event saying, I don't know who I'm going to play throughout the weekend, but I know one player I'm going to play for sure. I have a few days to prepare for them. What can I come up with to just guarantee myself the best chance of that first match?
You know what? HeroMarine is such a good preparation-based player as well, though. The thing about HeroMarine is he's almost so good at preparing on short-term notice. You know, you talk to HeroMarine at some of these events where he's been to playoffs before. He's like, oh yes, I prepped this morning a couple of hours and I came up with 5 different builds to use in this best of 5. And you're like, what? He's like, yeah, you know, well, I know he does this on this map, so I figured I'd do that. And it, you know, when you talk to him about that, it always impresses me because it shows how well he can prepare. So you give him even longer. You know you're going up against Astrea, you know, a week or so before, a little bit longer, whatever. It really does give you that preparation time. HeroMarine may very well just make use of that. I'm not sure if I necessarily feel the same way about Astrea, who is a very kind of well-prepared player in terms of the builds he likes to use himself, the things he likes to put on the table. But I wouldn't say he necessarily prepares for his opponent so much as he just prepares his own style to come out with.
Yeah, I feel like actually a lot of the time, and this is something that sometimes in the past kind of caused problems for Astrea, but Astrea does really well at preparing for what the standard meta is. And he comes up with really, really clever, cool things he can do against the standard meta. And that's where sometimes when someone is going for some sort of timing attack that throws him off his game, that's where Astrea sometimes falters. Because when someone moves outside of just whatever the standard meta is, Astrea sometimes will struggle a little bit more there. So I'm actually really, really interested to see what both these players are going to do build order-wise. I feel like this is going to be such a fun strategic series.
Absolutely with you. Apparently the players have a little white noise issue that they're going to resolve, so we'll be in-game very shortly. Who else are you feeling just kind of throughout today for your Dragon? Who are you cheering on? I know you want to see Astrea do well, so I'm asking, who else do you want to see do well?
Ooh, I mean, I'm a big NA fanboy, so my boy Astrea is a massive, massive person that I am cheering for. Trigger is another player who I'm cheering for. He's playing versus Dark later on today. And, you know, I think I'm also just I'm a Protoss fan, and I like seeing Hero do well. But I also like Hero and Raynor facing off against each other, so I think my heart's going to be very torn about that one. I'm just going to be both, like, smiling and also, like, frowning for every single thing that happens.
It's such a brutal first-round matchup, and especially when you consider you drop to the lower bracket of, okay, it's still the winner's stage, so it's not like elimination, but, like, you're not going to have an easy lower bracket section at all, so... Anyways, back to this TVP. Apparently, we are moving ahead. The game is loading. HeroMarine versus Astrea is just a few moments away. A step away from our second best-of-3 TVP on the main stage of DreamHack Dallas today. Excited for it.
Oh, absolutely. These two players are going to be playing for quite a bit, and I believe that Astrea is also he's doing pretty well for his Esports World Cup qualification and everything. Is like pretty much top in the North American EPT point standings. But Big Gabe, he's absolutely going to be trying to gobble up all those points that he can.
Points are very important, and like you said, he's going to be trying to gobble them up. As in the top right corner of the map, it is time to begin. We're on Crimson Court for map number 1, and our red Terran player from Maru Sports is HeroMarine.
And at the bottom left-hand side of the map, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Virtus Pro. He is Astrea. Got that Virtus Pro jersey on. Actually, 2 layers of Virtus Pro gear on right now. Looking good in it.
All these guys, they're kitted out in their new team stuff, man. They're looking good, looking fine as we get ourselves into Crimson Court. Kind of an interesting map to start out with here because talk about HeroMarine being a fairly aggressive Terran and, you know, timing based, and this is such a good map for that because there's only really one avenue of attack straight down the middle. The edges of this map don't open up until much later in the game, so I think that's something that HeroMarine can really utilize to help himself push forward, get into better positions, and just put himself in a great spot. It's going to be interesting to see what Astrea does to work around that, because a lot of the tools you might typically use to work around Terran pushes are taken away because the breadth of the map is just non-existent.
No, absolutely. I think that's a really good call-out, because when I think of Big Gabe, especially playing versus Protoss players in that era of domination that he had versus Protoss, a lot of it is those kind of big 2-base pushes where he just puts the pressure on. Sometimes it's not even necessarily super committed. He has a third base or something behind it, but it's those I'm in your face, your third base is getting tank siege push or something, and you're just losing everything. It's these kinds of maps that Gabe really hit a stride on.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised it almost comes into the series because there is 9 maps in the map pool, and don't get me wrong, this might be one of your typical, like, I'm happy to play this PvT maps from Astrea's point of view, but against HeroMarine, I'm like, I actually feel like this might have been one to get rid of, so we'll see what Astrea does. You said he's obviously someone who comes in with his own style a lot of the time. We wonder what that will be, because this map allows you to innovate a little bit as well. You can expand upwards through the gold base, or you can expand out to the triangle and keep the map narrow for longer, eventually open up rocks with different access points. You can even be super crazy and move forward to the rich Vespene gas, which is way further forward, but it allows you to control the middle of the very narrow area, so there's just so many cool options as this Reaper needs to find a getaway right now. It's going to jump down, but the Adept is good to get the kill, and Gabe losing the Reaper early. Good Adept catch there from Astrea. Nice to get rid of that straight away.
Yeah, our North American hero is doing pretty well so far in this first game. You can see Twilight Council was not quite scouted, so technically there could be a Stargate or something opening, but Twilight Council I think is going to be something that Gabe is at least going to be considering as a very, very viable option here, as I think it's a fairly standard thing to do these days. Ooh, Adept taking a lot of damage over here for the Marines, but finds a kill on one of them. Might actually try and go after the SCV now. Does not manage to get it, though. Ends up shading on out to safety, and that first Cyclone's also going to be popping on out, so Adept is not going to be long for this world.
Nope, just going to be able to grab that as the Cyclone will take a few shots and does continue its trek across the map. So going to make its way out down to the bottom left-hand side as Blink is the option from Astrea, bringing that through, getting an additional gate right now. And this is where we question, how many gateways do we build? How aggressive do you want to be? Super aggressive? Or are we just going to take that third base nice and quickly off of the 2 gates? The Cyclone Scout sees no battery, but there's not much one Cyclone can do, but it does open the doors to where you might attack now that the Medevac joins up. With no battery here, this natural is a very, pleasant point of attack for the Terran.
No, absolutely. I mean, imagine that the medevac comes on into the main base.
Probe, by the way, it's long distance mining this gas around the top. That's painful.
That's going to slow down some gas mining for sure. But yeah, imagine like if the medevac drop draws the units from the natural over to the main base, then there's no battery over at the natural, or you could just go for the full-on push with all of your units. There's 3 stalkers over here with no shield battery. This is such a dangerous moment here for Astrea.
Gonna use the, this is the medevac, but we will try and use the Widow Mine to zone out some of these stalkers. It will survive, and that's really huge. The pylon actually being used for a warp, and if we'd been able to target that down, that would have been nice. The Widow Mine gonna get a couple of the probes. Astrea is gonna pull off a defense. It was a little bit dangerous. I feel like HeroMarine, if that fight replayed a second time and he approaches a bit different, he might have been able to even get more done. But now Astrea is on the hunt, and with those Blink Stalkers, you can, of course, go hunting. Blink is just now finished, and that means you can get out a Cyclone lock on range very easily, and that enables you to just keep on chasing super aggressively. You Blink forward as well. Both Cyclones will fall line as Sight Blockers to help, and HeroMarine is losing out big time in the early stages.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think at the end of the day, there were 3 probes that did go down, but I think Astrea really only ended up losing, what, 1 Stalker in exchange for pretty much all of those units. He even got the medevac at the very beginning of that fight. Those were some phenomenal exchanges there for Astrea overall.
Yeah, no, you love this as a Protoss because now you've got freedom, because you're actually in the natural of the Terran play as well, so you're actually dealing damage, and you're going to be able to blink back across these minerals. You've got an easy escape path, and that's just beautiful, right? A bunch of SCV damage. You're going to be able to keep a lot of these Stalkers alive. You're tacking up safely behind it, and there's just no concern because you know you've depowered the Terran in such a big way so quickly in this game. That is absolutely huge for you.
Oh, absolutely. Templar Archives now finishing up over here for Astrea. 5 gateways, or a couple of 8 gateways being added on. A Psystorm being added on. Astrea really is getting into that next stage of the game, and once he has Charge, Storm, and all these other things, he is truly going to hit a different level of power that the Protoss players are always looking for in those later stages. And like you were saying, Gabe doesn't have any windows to do anything before that point. So if Astrea really does feel comfortable and confident, he's getting to the next stage without taking big damage.
Storm has been such a huge factor as well as of late. And if you guys are watching the regionals, Astrea had some of the most disgusting storms of this generation of StarCraft players, I want to say.
Yeah.
There were some ridiculous games. I think he played against Killer Zone. There was some absolutely disgusting storms. So seeing him go Storm here, this has kind of become the new thing, right? To kind of go, Blink Stalkers into Charge, then get Storm as your tech. This used to be a thing a while ago. It can be a bit flimsy, right? Because if you're initially defending with your splash damage of a Storm or 2, and they miss, you can be dead. But people have gotten so good at figuring out just how to manipulate this build order to keep yourself safe enough to get that Storm up in a safe way. And just having Storm this early can be so good. It's so tough for the Terran to deal with it because they're so far away from Ghost still. So I love it from Astrea, and we'll see. I think this is the perfect time to do it as well, of course, because he defended so well early.
No, absolutely. There's just simply less firepower for Gabe because of all the units that went down earlier on. So if there was a game that you feel like you could safely get away with this kind of Storm play, this would definitely be it. Raven is going to be able to come in, get a couple of probe kills here or there. We got a High Templar warping in maybe for feedback. Not quite close enough, so it doesn't quite manage to land it. Maybe eventually. Okay, does eventually get it, but still, a couple of probe kills. That's really what Gabe was really just looking for.
Well, the Ghost Academy is on its way up. It has to be. That's the tech choice. It's teching time now as you're about to move towards the third base. So you have 2 medevacs. It's going to fly straight, kind of down the left side, so we're going to hit that left-hand side of the map. Astrea is taking the rich Vespene gas in the center as well and just opening up rocks, so he has a good access point between all of his bases. And a few Stalkers here keeping track of the main army, but let's see what this drop on the left side can do. Astrea has to run on over here. He loses a few probes straight away. Nothing to really shut down those medevacs just yet. The couple Stalkers that are showing up are just not enough, so we just get in, get some damage, and get out, and that's a big win for HeroMarine. Just little things that add up, right? But I think it's a big win mentally because it's like, hey, I'm not just being kept back at home. This is a big storm drop, though, and actually HeroMarine could not find the way out. 12 SCVs dead. That was actually a beautiful drop from Astrea.
Yeah, bringing HeroMarine down to just 42 workers. It's a pretty low count overall. And HeroMarine, I feel like he's going to be struggling economically quite a bit soon because His third base, I mean, it's now starting to move on over, but if you're moving to your third base and you only have 44 workers at this stage in the game, it's kind of an awkward spot. Your opponent is actually looking to grab their fourth base and everything.
Oh. Stormtroopers are back, just getting even more of those SDVs. HeroMarine's on 40 workers, by the way. After those losses, that's a pretty huge deal. Just as he was ready to more or less saturate his third, now he's resaturating his natural. So big damage done from Astrea, taking big control in this game so far. And look at this, now he's going around a couple different directions. This area is still blocked off by minerals. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do too much there. Otherwise, I would have kind of loved the pincer movement. Maybe he's even just hunting for the drops, still being there, and like looking for a chance to run back in. Not finding anything. His main army is on the right side center, which means he can make a dive if he wants, but a couple tanks set up defensively. I'm not sure if this is really the go time for Astrea for a big engagement.
Yeah, he is going to try to commit over here regardless, though. He has a lot of storms available. Big storm on the right-hand side, big storm on the left-hand side. Feedbacks on those ghosts, but is there enough of a buffer? It doesn't seem like it matters because the storms reign supreme through so much of HeroMarine's army, but at the end of the day, it really does come down to the fact that there's not enough of those zealots, those stalkers. It looks like some of the ones that ran around that you're talking about, they weren't there for the fight.
It wasn't the time to take a big fight because he'd split up his army and he hadn't regathered it all together. And it was only really somewhat okay because the storms were that good, but that's also because HeroMarine realized the opportunity that he could just dive in. He saw that this was a weak army. That kind of gave Astrea a bit of a better fight. Now HeroMarine takes position. He's going to siege up this rich Vespene base, so takes that gas out immediately. Auto turret down in the mineral lines as well. So we're losing probes as we go. Probes are still mining here, so even more probes going down, and HeroMarine is suddenly just taking complete control of this game one.
It really does feel that way, as there's only one High Templar that was out on the map when we looked at the unit counting station. And now Astrea has to find a way to break through this. Can he circumvent some zealots around? The Widow Mines are going to make things so awkward, but the surround does come on in from both sides. Astrea does look like he will eventually clean this up, but it is already looking a lot more costly than he wanted.
These couple of Widow Mines trying to burrow back up top, and there's no observer here. The Zealots are going to get blown up by those mines. Couple more shots coming through as HeroMarine is forced to retreat, but it wasn't cheap from Astrea. He had to give up a lot of units to be able to make this happen. He gets there in the end. Auto turret dropping down again. A couple of Zealots will just clean that up, which is nice. Rather than the probes taking shots, it looks as though that will be the end of the Raven as it gets brought back through the center. A feedback on one of these goes, but an EMP available, so the Archon will just disappear. And now we continue to chase through. The Prism sits there with a couple High Templar inside, but they do not have energy. One of them dies in trying to storm, and HeroMarine just has too much. What Astrea doesn't have is those tankier kind of zealot numbers in the front. He just doesn't have the buffer or the storm energy right now to really make this a useful army. Finally, a few more zealots. That's what he's needing, and that is going to buy him once again just a little bit more time.
Yeah, and I mean, Astrea does have a small little upgrade advantage. He has 2-1 versus just the 1-1 right now, but you can see the resources lost, that Astrea is absolutely bleeding out so many additional resources. And Gabe has actually been able to resaturate that work account we were talking about earlier on. He's had his third base that's gone uncontested this entire time. Astrea hasn't been able to put any kind of pressure there. It really is just Astrea taking a lot of hits right now, and he's able to stabilize his base for a little bit, but HeroMarine is not done.
Pushes down to the bottom base where we just see Zeld stalk away. Nice storm. That's going to weaken everything up, and now Astrea says, okay, it's chase time. All those ghosts in the front. A few Widow Mines at least going to be the saving grace. Buy you a couple of seconds. A couple of the ghosts are now able to get away. And with Widow Mines burrowing, HeroMarine is going to make a getaway, creating that distance. Gives him the chance to clear this out.
A really beautiful small micro move there, by the way, at the very end from HeroMarine, where you were talking about those ghosts being on the very, very back where they were getting chased around by the Zealots. Gabe actually sent a couple of his Marauders forward so that they weren't actually the furthest back units, that the Ghosts were surrounded by a handful of Marauders, just kind of trying to keep them a little bit more protected if Astrea continued to commit. Love to see those little things, because that Ghost retention is going to be so big.
Yeah, absolutely huge plays. We do have this Bioforce, going to again deny this rich Vespene gas. It's a lot of gas income you're denying by denying the rich Vespene. That's essentially 2 gases in one. So that's a really, really cute little position to keep on taking. We'll see Terrans on Crimson Court really push that position. TVP, TVZ, TVT if we get it every matchup, because that rich Vespene is so easy to deny, and yet it's so good if it isn't denied. So that's definitely going to be a point of contention as once more HeroMarine still playing through the center, and you know, seen a great example of this map, which is even though we've started to open up different areas of the map, it's still all around the middle. It's still all about pushing up this one avenue, and that's all we're seeing from these two, because there's not really anything on the left or right. Like, yeah, there's a base there or here or there from Astrea, but HeroMarine would much rather focus down the center where it's just so easy to push and it's so difficult to get flanked.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. And I am kind of curious how the defense is going to be going for HeroMarine now that he's trying to establish that forward center base, because Colossus and a couple of these other units may be able to put on a little bit of counter pressure here. Astrea may finally be able to actually put on some kind of pressure onto HeroMarine's economy. And that's actually not just through that attack in the center, it's the Warp Prism in the main base.
Yep, just nice just to get a few little bits of damage done. Finally see Astrea kind of dealing some damage himself for the first time in a little while since those storm drops earlier. Prism comes through. It's more of a distraction than anything. We are going to be seeing this main army now pushing forwards. No tanks here to hold the position as much, so we might be able to actually get in with the Colossus. Here are the Vikings, though, to take that fight up from the top side. Wouldn't actually splashes the Vikings, gives the Stalkers an easier time. Colossus still going huge onto the bio, but is it enough? One Colossus left now. The bio took a dive forward. There's a lot more of it down the south, but there's also Zealots over there that are causing issues. One more storm comes in, misses the mark. And we do have HeroMarine's numbers still looking fantastic bio-wise. He has so many units.
And so many Marauders that can tank through a lot of those storms as well. This is definitely looking like it's going to start being quite problematic for Astrea if he's not able to get up that kind of critical mass of those splash damage units to actually push back HeroMarine. That center base location is so hard for him to defend. He keeps bleeding out so many units in the process, and HeroMarine, he's coming back in for another round, and those Vikings, they're eye on the prize for that Colossus.
Yeah, get rid of that Colossus so much the splash disappears. That one high temple, I do not believe that has energy, and if it did, it doesn't anymore. There's one more to the top that got EMP'd a second after the storm came in. The Vikings get rid of one Colossus, but two more just showed up, so Astrea is still hanging on by a thread. And that thread of these little bits of splash damage, which are keeping on being cut away at by HeroMarine. So each one of those he snips down, he gets closer to just pushing through and overwhelming, honestly, because without that splash, at this stage of the game, the Protoss is going to be in a lot of trouble. A couple of Marines down south, find a couple of probes. So we'll just see those Marines clearing up there. And just nice to see HeroMarine just looking elsewhere on the map, just like, oh, this could have been a free, huge bunch of mining denied if I'd, had a few more units or you had more probes there.
Potential flank coming on in over here from Astrea. He actually pulls back one of his armies just to try and time this out properly, and he does manage to get a pretty decent cleanup. Killed off a vast majority of the Vikings as well in a big storm on the high ground.
Yeah, just going to be seeing HeroMarine pulling back towards the upper right-hand side there. What happened initially is HeroMarine went north, and I think that's a mistake because that keeps the surround going. You kind of walk more into it. Whereas if he went up right back to his ramp, like there's no way the Protoss units can come from two sides there. So he almost took a step too far northwards, and that's what enabled Astrea to get such a good surround, and hence a really good fight. He did not dip below 190 supply during that, whereas HeroMarine hit down to 170 or so, which is a big difference. It means that Astrea is going to preserve a little bit of a bank now, and that means that future trades, Astrea is instantly reinforcing, whereas HeroMarine is still trying to build up that money.
No, you're absolutely right. We're starting to see those resources lost still kind of favoring HeroMarine right now, but it is definitely evening up a bit more. The one thing I will say is that HeroMarine is about to catch up with 3-3 on the way, close to finishing. Not quite there just yet as the armies do tease engaging against each other, but Astrea's had that 3-2 upgrade advantage, that one weapon upgrade advantage for quite a bit of this game, and that's going to be evened up in a moment.
Yeah, that's very true. In fact, it's going to be... I guess HeroMarine will have armor upgrade for a little bit longer. Obviously,
oh my God!
More storms come down. Astrea again to this point where he's getting Prism Speed and DT Blink and all these tools which are just so annoying for a Terran. Like, this is really the dream scenario for a Protoss. You get all of these later game tools to just be an absolute frustration, as this planetary does just about fall. That is big, because if it hadn't gone down, that would have been a bit of a waste of investment from Astrea. Now pushing into the center again. This army not so good once it gets EMP'd though, and so he has to go retreat, and once again, the pendulum is going to swing in favor of HeroMarine.
Really does. A big EMP is also coming out on top of these cannons, on top of any shield batteries that might be over there. But shield battery overcharge is going to keep these units alive for a little bit longer. Simply not long enough, though, as the Bioforce does finally shut down and kill off all of the buildings over at this location.
Kind of wild. HeroMarine's been pushing towards this position for a long time. He's wanted to break up that ramp a couple of times. He's been punished by surrounds. This time, he looked at the army and was just like, oh, if the Disruptor doesn't hit, you kind of just die here. And he was not wrong. The EMPs came across, the Zealots melt, the Archons were non-existent, and the Disruptor that was there got shut down early. So, yeah, he just created an opportunity for himself, and he grabbed it with both hands, as now we see Vikings landed, Bio fighting, Ghost EMPing, nothing stopping. HeroMarine on top of this base. That's 2 Nexus killed in 2 minutes. There's now another Disruptor shot, but HeroMarine can focus on dodging these. That one does go off, though. Second one misses. Does HeroMarine want to keep fighting? No. He'll back away for the moment, but guess what? As he backs away, he'll find more bases to kill, and he's just chipping away at the control Astrea has on this map.
Yeah, Astrea cannot afford to lose the space, but look at that choke point he has to go through. He didn't mine out all the gold minerals, so it's a very awkward choke. Base goes down. There's one more base further to the right. I don't even know if HeroMarine knows about that one, but this is yeah, he's gonna see it.
You know, one of the huge things here as well is as HeroMarine runs away, Astrea's army is not currently made for chasing. Disruptors are such good defensive units. They're terrible at chasing down armies. So that's a big impact, and again, it's really sad to see Astrea suddenly struggling so much because it felt like he just got to the point where Shadow Stride was done, all of these cool late game things are ready, and it just didn't feel like his army was good enough any longer to actually stand the test of one true fight. If he survives that fight and actually gets all of this harassment in motion, this game becomes way more difficult again from HeroMarine. But now, with an almost 100 supply lead, HeroMarine is back to chasing. Disruptors are caught in this gold mineral line choke again. More damage done, and HeroMarine is continuing to look golden in game 1.
Yeah, just economically, it doesn't seem like Astrea has any kind of legs left to stand on. You can see 187 supply for HeroMarine. Astrea just in the double-digit supply, down nearly 100 at this point. So he is truly grasping at straws as the Doom drop comes in the main base, forces a recall. I'm not even sure if the recalled units are going to be enough to clean this up.
Yeah, I mean, basically relying on the Disruptor to be able to scare this off, but one Ghost ain't good enough right now. Second Disruptor shot does nothing at all. We lift, we leave, we can just go elsewhere. Guess what? There's a base in this low ground. Again, we've been chipping through locations. That's a good storm, but you're going to need more than one good storm right now as Astrea does not have enough, and HeroMarine will take game number 1 after quite the duel between the two of them. There's a lot of moments where this game felt as though it turned into one player's favor or the other. In the end, HeroMarine just found that one deadly moment through the center, and once that one fight in the middle was won, it just never ended.
Yeah, and I feel like that one fight you were talking about, especially when he was able to catch all those Disruptors, to catch a lot of the army of Astrea, it really was just that awkward moment where a Protoss player says, I don't have a lot of Colossus. I don't actually have that many storms. I think he maybe had like 1 or 2 storms in the mix, but it wasn't that significant, overwhelming number where you really have to respect it a ton. It was just 3-ish Disruptors. There weren't that many at that moment. That is the most vulnerable point in time for a Protoss player to really be at. You need to have some of those supporting splash damage units.
There's a lot of good storms. Like, this fight was really not the moment to go from Astrea, but those storms saved him. And like I said, it's kind of funny because it felt like that was purely because HeroMarine knew how good of a fight it was. He was so eager to take it. This is what I meant about him moving too far north when he could have gone up or right, and it just would have reduced the surround. He kind of got baited into what he thought was going to be a good fight. The one time he didn't have a flank Astrea on this position was this fight, and immediately you see the power of HeroMarine. I think that's in part just the army that was here as well. There was no like long-reaching splash damage. There was no storms really available. There's no Colossus anymore. And so he was a little bit more like, I kind of need everything to be together. And then it just allowed HeroMarine to take a really good fight. And again, without the Disruptor count being up there, that kind of army wasn't going to work. Now, if you have 5 or 6 Disruptors, HeroMarine can't make that move. But he wasn't ready with that Disruptor transition on time to really enable that. So, yeah, and from there, it really just snowballed into an avalanche.
Yeah, really nicely done there by HeroMarine to kind of turn things around from what looked like a kind of rough start for the early game, because Astrea had a beautiful defense in the very, very beginning of the game against the drop harassment for HeroMarine. He secured himself so much map control. He was able to put on his own little bits of pressure with the counter stalker pressure, but it just seemed like you were saying that mid-game stage, HeroMarine really hit his stride and found the opportunity where Astrea was the weakest.
Took a lot of attempts, but we got there. HeroMarine really stuck by what he knew was going to work for him eventually on the map, which was pushing that middle section. And again, if at first you don't succeed, try again. That was his motto in that first game. Let's see how it goes. In game number 2, we head to Site Delta. This map's very different because actually you do get spread out a lot on this map, so this is already going to look very different. Our red terror in the bottom right from Mouse, it is HeroMarine.
And up here on the top left-hand side of the map, our blue Protoss player, our American player from Virtus Pro, he is Astrea. Go Astrea, hometown hero. Loving the American crowds. Always representing for our North American heroes. Got quite a few of them also in the open bracket.
So I'm super excited about the American crowd, man. I've been hearing, about the American crowd and people getting to come to American events, and I've not been able to beat one. I think that was my first time at an American event since like BlizzCon 2019 or like Austin 2018.
Yeah.
So it's been a while. Excited, man.
It's beautiful here, man. There's we got some Texas barbecue yesterday.
When you say we, that was like
I
a very
say we,
loose
but you know,
statement.
yeah. as someone with heavy dietary restrictions, I really enjoyed my Texas barbecue bread.
It was free though.
It was. Actually, I did eat a free meal.
Complimentary for coming in with us.
Yeah, I even got some pickles and onions for you guys.
Yeah,
you guys actually look
you
like
make
you had a good
it sound
meal.
so bad. I hate bread. How do you know if your dragon actually ate pickles, onions, and bread?
Yeah. But you guys had a good meal.
It was good. Can't deny. I've been thinking about it for a long time.
Yeah, a lot of good food out here. Looking forward to getting some Mexican food as well. Hearing a lot of good suggestions about that as well.
I forgot about the Mexican food. That's a great point. Astrea is coming across the map, though, from HeroMarine. So, remember the last game already started a bit shaky for him. He lost that Reaper pretty early on, earlier than he would have liked to. So, something to think about as you see the early sentry from Astrea. I already feel like there's such an Astrea thing, because while we have gone early sentry in PvP a lot more, it's still not much of a thing in PvT, just because, yeah, the hallucination is nice for scouting, but it's such an early gas investment that is it really worth it versus just a Stalker into slightly faster tech? That sentry is definitely a bit of a cost. And, okay, it can deal with the Reaper, but it's not the best thing ever at dealing with the Reaper. And if you see this as the Terran, you're just like, okay, cool. I'm not going to do anything overly aggressive that requires pushing in, because I know you've got a force field. But I'm also not scared at all, because you're not pushing me with a sentry. So he can skip the bunker, and he can accelerate his build from there, and he can really choose, now that he knows as well, what he does off that factory a lot better, based around the fact that it's a sentry. So I think that's why the sentry is not as popular in this matchup, because in essence it's still good. It's a free scout all the time with that hallucination. It's just the way the Terran can play around it, I think, makes them way more comfortable in the game now that they know it's sentry play.
Oh, you're absolutely right. It is the ultimate form of a Protoss player saying, I'm going to be passive, you don't have to worry about anything. You just get to do your early game build order and put on your form of pressure before I have to worry, or before you put anything on me. So we do see that Sentry and the Stalker are going to be enough to push back the annoying little Reaper, but the same Phoenix sets off the Widow Mine. That actually is going to be a nice little, not only scout, but it also does set it on a cooldown for a little bit.
Yeah, probably off cooldown before the medevac drop comes, though, but
yeah.
Still nice to know there is definitely a mine in production, you know, but it's something which you maybe don't have as a guarantee, although I guess this hallucination would have seen anything else. Stalker now pushing back this Reaper down the left side again, keeping this Reaper alive. Just because, more than anything, it might be a chance to A scout again, but may even pull something out of position here or there, right? So that could also be a factor.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Will be fun to see what comes of that. We do have Blink more than halfway done, so Astrea's going to have his own kind of power units out on the map that are able to get a little bit of control, but the Sentry, wow, so far forward, is not going to get the scout out on that, it looks like, from the Sentry, but the Stalker,
Okay.
Stalker catches a glimpse, catches a second glimpse, he sees it.
He saw it twice, and now he's going to start running it back. Sentry coming back from the middle of the map too. Nice to have that Sentry forward, because obviously the hallucination gets to start further on the map as well. The thing is, now this medevac, he doesn't have to do anything. Just sit here, you know, and just chill a little bit. Yeah, he's going to turn around in time, though, so just sit here and chill, because it's going to keep those units in position to deal with it, and that's really powerful for you now as HeroMarine, because again, it just means you're safe. You're not dealing with Stalkers poking up the ramp. You don't necessarily need to rush a bunker. In theory, if anything does come your way, it's because there's a gaping hole you can punish on the other side of the map, or it's not going to be as strong as it usually would be because it's only some of the Stalkers, and even then it might just be delayed. So you see them coming now. We'll see what we can do, but first Marauders are popping. We're getting our add-ons onto the factory and starport. We're looking comfortable across the board here as HeroMarine. Let's see if Astrea can find anything with this blink pressure as he sets it up. In the next moment or so, he's going to be approaching this front door.
Yeah, Jose Phoenix did have the opportunity to maybe provide high ground vision if he wanted to blink up to the main base or something, but since he did end up losing that, and I'm sure he also doesn't want to just very obviously idle it right at the blink spot, so that would be a big reveal that the Stalkers are coming. So it's not going to go for anything like that. It's just going to wait for that first observer to come on forward, and I assume just rely on any kind of defensive weapons if that medevac decides to go back in.
Yeah, I would imagine so. I mean, at some point, you can't just sit there forever.
Yeah.
So as long as you're aware of it, and he still has 2 Stalkers here, Widow Mine's 3 of them, though. It's going to be a little bit more complicated, and that Widow Mine there does go for 1 probe. It's going to unburrow, reburrow. We can save one of these mines, absolutely. I'm just going to let this other one fire off as well, because it was taking a lot of damage with the detection nearby. Now we pull this one just at it near the natural. And again, now you've got this choice. You can actually hit the natural or the main base. It really is a decent combination of options. It's just going to keep Astrea scared in terms of, oh, which position do I actually need to be in? Right now, that medevac's not actually safe, so we're just going to come through, drop the mine. But it's going to have a moment or so where it recharges, and it will fire here.
Yeah, gets 2 probes. I mean, not bad considering you know you're already going to lose it. Also did get a lot of the other stalkers to pull all the way back home because Astrea was both busy dealing with it and I think maybe also looking to try and cut off the medevac's retreat path. Let's HeroMarine move out onto the map.
Yeah, this is the scary part as well. The Terrans starting to split their units up, and you are just reaching your tech, so you don't have too much just yet. Would have been amazing to shut down a medevac early. Now you're going to have to probably bring even more units to come deal with this. Love that. Wouldn't mind just going to zone some of these stalkers. They have to blink backwards, and that gives you time to hit the mineral line. We are pushing forwards with the left side army at the same time, so make sure we'll check in on that in a second. The Colossus is over here, and that means there can't be possibly that much defensively on the third phase. The super battery does not keep the sentry alive, but it does buy a few seconds. However, now we're going to be able to dive onto the tech. The Immortal will not last too long. We recall over. Super Battery will now die. No Colossus here still. Widowmine's Burrow and a Marauder in the main base. And Astrea is in trouble as HeroMarine does what he does best, which is just find openings and timings early in the game. And he is so good with them. And this is just beautiful. 7 probes killed. I think there's still a Marauder in the main base going huge. And this is just adding up to be a wonderful start from HeroMarine on a 40 supply lead already. And he is going to be loving this because the follow-up attacks are going to be so tough to hold.
Absolutely brutal damage for Astrea to be taken here in game number 2 of this best of 3, as now HeroMarine's going to be truly in a great spot. 18 probes killed so far this game, and Astrea is really going to be struggling because Colossus are also those kind of units where you're really happy when you have them in a nice, evenish game, but when you start playing from behind, if you feel like you don't have enough of a buffer, those aren't the big playmaker units. They're not a big storm or a big disruptor hit that can really turn the tide of a big fight. It's hard to make a really big comeback if you just are on Colossus.
That's very true. No, it's they're definitely kind of like, hey, we're in a good position unit, rather than like a, you know, maybe if like the Terran's like ahead but somehow manages to run into the, like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, where do those Colossus make the comeback? It's a great point. As our medevac coming around to the bottom side, Probe might have just seen that. As now the Zell definitely should see that. So Astrea at least has some heads up as to what's going on. Stalker's on the way to intercept. HeroMarine, if he's sensible, should just leave it atop a high ground and just kind of let it chill there for a second. And that's exactly what he's doing. So the correct play here from HeroMarine, just being patient, knowing he's being spotted, not over eager to force the issue, basically.
Yeah, it's just a pressure option that's going to keep Astrea a little bit mentally occupied. And medevac pokes in, sees, all right, Stalkers are still there. Cool. You have to continue paying attention to that. You have to continue leaving units over there. I have more units available to move around on the map because of how much damage I've done to you. So I can continue just pressuring other fronts. And you still have to leave a bunch of units back at home. It's just going to decrease the size of your army wherever else I attack.
Let's push from HeroMarine up the left-hand side, looking pretty powerful. There's just a lot of units in this force. 40 army supply leads. He's got an armor upgrade advantage too.
Where are the Zealots?
Yeah, he needs a lot of Zealots, but there's only like 6 or 7. The Viking count, I was going to say it was only 2, but now it's actually like 6 or 7 as well, so that's actually amazing. Colossus will not last long here. HeroMarine is very comfortable fighting this, and you can see it. He's just standing, fighting, trading, doesn't even feel the need to sort of step backwards. The Super Battery's too busy healing one Colossus, so the second one goes down. The Widowmine drop looks as though it's just going to come over to the main force. Yeah, it's just overhead with that now. It's just going to bring some Widowmines out and use those to zone as we go down this ramp. Look to deny a 4th base. Something you don't typically want to be losing as the Protoss player. Widowmines into the Stalkers, and again, just delaying, buying time, dealing damage. All these things are just beneficial for the Terran player who knocks down Colossus number 3, a 4th base as well. We are losing SCVs on the other side, so there's some damage being done by Astrea, but it's just not enough. STT is actually, doing very well with those. I can't imagine that that's enough to completely turn this around, but maybe it's the beginning of something, because if Astrea does excel at one thing, it's excelling in chaos, right?
Oh, absolutely.
So maybe that's his way to just start slowing it down and just not dying right now. If he cannot die right now, maybe there's a chance, but that's a big ask.
Yeah, DT in the mix is going to be annoying and start to chip away at some of these units. The DT does get scanned. Another scan even used up front because looks like HeroMarine just doesn't want to waste any time. A lot of these units are getting into the red, into the orange, into the yellow, so the Colossus is going to find some extra value with those Vikings landed, but at the end of the day, HeroMarine doesn't have to kill the army, he just needs to kill the base, and everything else is going to kind of fall into place for him. He's continuing to push on forward, he's continuing to find the army, he kills off the Colossus, and it seems like he is eventually going to get pushed back thanks to the DTs and Zealots warping on in. Surprisingly enough, it looks like the supplies are closer than I thought. HeroMarine's still very much so ahead, but Astrea not as far behind in supply as I thought he would be after all of that damage.
I think HeroMarine losing a lot of workers first definitely helps with that idea. The big thing, though, I think is also that HeroMarine took down the important units and not necessarily the easy to make that units that there was a lot of. Like, he
Yeah.
could have just sat there and traded the Zard Stalker, and now there would be 2 Colossus on the map. But he dove for the Colossus, and now there's only 1, which means that the value of the army that Astrea is left with is really not as much, right? Like, you know, it's much more breakable. We see the DT is doing a good job of just waiting for, you know, the scans to fade before coming through again, and this was a successful little defense from Astrea. HeroMarine's lead definitely not what it was, and this is what I was saying about if you just survive as Astrea, you can kind of, you know, really do very well in Chaos, and that's kind of what he's getting right now. It's still a long way to go, but the fact he's alive gives him a go at it. It gives him a shot, and sometimes that's all Astrea needs, one shot to give himself a way back into a game.
No, Astrea can absolutely be a comeback king. Sometimes it's a delight to see when he is able to mount those kind of comebacks, but DT harassment has been so annoying for HeroMarine, not only just to the workers, but to the army itself. He forced HeroMarine to expend quite a few of those scans. And remember that this has been a fairly aggressive game for the most part. HeroMarine isn't exactly on a ton of command centers, right? He's finally now got his 4th command center, not even orbital command finished up. So he is actually expending quite a few of his very few scans available, just finding the DTs repeatedly, constantly.
Well, this is obviously HeroMarine taking the chance to also just move towards his own 4th base, so gets himself up into that position. He's up 9 workers, double army supply. I don't mind that he slows it down just a second to just get that economy buffered up once again, because it can just go straight back to just, I'm going to trade, and I'm going to trade, and I'm going to trade, and just never stop, right? So, yeah, I kind of like where this is headed to.
Yeah, HeroMarine looking to be in a good spot. Astrea adding on additional Immortals. How do you feel about that one?
Kind of like it, honestly. Immortals have been a very valuable unit lately, like much more than you think, and against the right army they can do so well. Like if it's just very Marauder heavy and the Immortals get to fight those, it actually is really amazing. It's like you don't think it's good in TVP because it's like, well, you need splash damage, but actually they're just so chunky and they survive a long time. So I don't hate it, especially because I feel like there's a point where your Colossus just have done enough. What I would love to see instead is just Disruptors.
Yeah.
I think at the end of the day that might be kind of the better choice, but maybe Astrea feels it just needs bulkiness rather than the hero shot at the moment. Problem is these Colossus keep dropping, and if it's just like Stalker Immortal, then I don't like the Immortals, right? I like the Immortals as an addition, but right now they're kind of the bulk of the army, and that's becoming more and more of a problem.
I'm 100% with you on that, and it is giving me a few concerns here for Astrea's army, but I think Astrea's definitely been in a little bit of a gutter for a handful of minutes in this game at this point, so he's still looking for opportunities, and he is going to add on a couple of disruptors now, which I do like as a decision. 2-2, by the way, did finish up fairly recently, and Astrea had like +3 weapons finished up for a while, but now finally HeroMarine is actually going to be taking fights where he has an upgraded advantage.
Yeah, that's actually very true. Just getting that +2/+2. As now we kind of chase up here. I'm still looking for what part of this army is going to kind of keep Astrea alive. Like, I kind of think in the Disruptors, right? But then it's just the same as what happened in that previous game where we don't quite have enough Disruptors yet. So this first push is going to be so hard to stop. The first Disruptor shot was actually okay, but there's so much bio bulking behind it that this base goes down. You can't afford to just keep giving up 4th bases. That's a massive counterattack, but I actually think HeroMarine's going to have enough to turn those elves around in the picture-in-picture, so I'm not really too concerned about that for Astrea. This Disruptor does go down. The one that was firing does get the shot off, but every single time we're seeing Disruptors die, that's not sustainable for Astrea, and also is this fight not sustainable as Super Battery will not save the day. Vikings will begin to land, army is melting, and HeroMarine is cruising through to a victory.
Hands off the keyboard there for Astrea as he holds his head, he scratches it, rubs his face, and taps on out. HeroMarine, big game, 2-0. The Terran god who smashes Protoss left and right does it again.
Really, really solid stuff from HeroMarine. It was a very cool first game where it was back and forth a lot, but that second game, HeroMarine got an advantage, and you can just see how good he is at keeping that advantage.
Yeah.
He will not let go once he's got Unit Stranglehold. Big Gabe has a fantastic start here. It's going to be very fun to see him take on potentially a Maru or so in that winners stage round 2, of course. Maru playing against Shin right now is, I think Maru is 1-0 up at the moment, so looking likely HeroMarine might get a TVT there. Obviously, that's very cool because he's had a go at Maru a few times, and if he's feeling good and feeling confident like this series allows him to, I wouldn't say never.
No, absolutely not. And of course, Astrea is still going to be in the event. He's going to be going down to that lower bracket match where he's going to be facing off against some undecided Korean player up between Shin and Maru. So, should be another fun one.
All right. We are going to head straight over to the desk to talk more about that series.
That's right, thank you very much. A confident HeroMarine with a 2-0 victory here, but it was not as clean-cut as that 2-0 would suggest, as Astrea did put up a good fight. Joining me at the desk, it's Pig and Rotterdam to talk about this one. Roddy, I'm obviously in a situation where Astrea looked pretty good in that first game.
He really did. Typical Astrea, where he's like on the verge of dying. You're 5 base against 3 bases. I was like, man, if you hang on a little bit longer, it's yours. And he pulls off great hold after great hold. I was like, holy smokes, Max actually doing it. And then right when he's starting to win the game and he's killing a planetary, all the spellcast is exposed in the center of the map. And you really got to give it to Gabe, man. He's so clutch, is so decisive. He will never be like, okay, I'll pick up some units and then I return because I just lost my planetary. No, Gabe just keeps on going. Entire army, 10, 20 HP, does not matter. Kills 4 bases, takes an 80 supply lead and wins the game. Absolutely love Crimson Court.
Yeah, that was such a good comeback. I mean, it's one of those things where Astrea is so good at fighting back from behind in the brink, but Gabe, as you said, seems to have his number, and this is historically the way it's gone between the two as well, where Gabe has that ability to just fight back no matter where things have gone. I do think in Game 1, a few High Templar being scattered around that map, having those reserve High Templar, the insurance is so important, especially on Crimson Court, right? Because the middle of that map, you win a fight there, bam, you're in the Protoss economy. You're in between the bases, and if you don't have any High Templar coming in from those flanking angles, we see what, Stalkers do when they're EMP'd and just blasted by Marauders.
And Game 2 comes along, and Astrea, I felt like he was just constantly getting battered and valiant effort to try and stay in it, but I feel like by the time you end up in a situation where you're at 112 supply as the Protoss against a 150 supply Terran who's just constantly bearing down on you, there's not much you can do.
I mean, we're obviously discussing the games here while we weren't on there, and I think Pig nailed it down very well, where Gabe is incredibly smart, and he realized that certain players are just not that likely to go 3-gate Blink Stalker in your face with a Prism, or try to kill your 4-gate Blink, and because of that, you can cut a couple corners, and you let Gabe get away with some greed, he's going to be in your face immediately with just a few more Marines, a few more Marauders than you're used to, and obviously Gabe took a commanding lead early on. Astrea hung in there like a trooper, he did get +3, but he was kind of dead, and he kind of knew he was dead. He needed Gabe to really fumble to find his way back into the game, but Gabriel doesn't fumble a whole lot. Maybe lost 15 kilograms, but still our big Gabe. It's really impressive, man, because he's once more just showing up here, taking out the champ of the America region. We know how good Astrea is, but Gabe, a great Katowice, strong start here. It's very impressive.
Well, now he's going to have quite the tall order on his hands, but he has done it before. Let's check in with that bracket now and see exactly how things are going down in Bracket A, Group A even, I should say.
No way.
Stats versus Oliveira will be the fixture up towards the top. He was able to take out Classic 2-1. That's a big result for Oliveira. And then HeroMarine versus Maru. What? Wow, Shin was unable to defeat Maru there. Shocker.
Yeah, I mean, Maru, he's pretty good at StarCraft. I feel like he's kind of hard to beat in that matchup, especially when you're so good at defending and so good at early timing attacks. But I think the big surprise there is that Oliveira Classic. I think that's a really good result. Classics looked like a rock in that matchup. He's so hard to break. And Oliveira is traditionally like a timing attack, aggressive TVP player. So I actually thought it was a really bad matchup for him stylistically. Getting that win's a really nice start there for the previous world champ,
And also because Oliveira has been very vocal about how much he hates TVP at the moment. Recently we had Stars War over in China. He's playing in front of his own audience. Mega passionate crowd. He lost 0-3 against Skillers. And of course Skillers is great, but the Oliveira that won Katowice would have never lost 0-3 in front of his own crowd.
For sure.
And he was vocal about it. Apparently Patty Mac said that he even felt clueless, and I was like, there's no way that the world champ of StarCraft feels clueless about everything, but yeah, he just really hates the matchup. So awesome to see that Oliveira is starting to put the pieces in the right place and actually get a strong win. And yeah, Maru beating Ragnarok Shin once more. Pretty sure that when Shin goes to bed, like he lifts his pillow, man. He's like, is Maru there? is he trying to get another one over me?
Mommy, Daddy, Maru's under the bed.
I am sure that Shin would have literally loved to play anybody else in this tournament. Give him Clem for all he cares. Give him Stats, Classic, Reina. It doesn't matter. I feel like the one guy that Shin really does not like playing is Maru, who just always beats him.
It's cursed. Every single turn. Anyway, it's regardless. Of course, thank you very much, gentlemen. We have interviews ready at the pit, as we've got the captain as well, ready to go.
What is up, everybody? I'm State down here in the pit of the open bracket with Harstum, the man, the myth, the legend, the captain. How you feeling, man?
I'm all right.
Feeling good? Hey, have an easy trip over. You feeling ready for your match?
Yeah, I stayed in Toronto for 2 weeks, so I'm not jet lagged at all for the first time ever, so that's nice. We boot camped there with at the Shopify office, and yeah, I think I'm good.
How are you feeling about your form overall? Because your bracket, it's pretty tough. First opponent's Patty Mac, and then after that, later on in the bracket, you got a couple GSL caliber players you got to fight through if you want to make it through.
Yeah, it's rough. It's easier if you just win everything. It starts becoming really hard once you lose, because then you need to play way more matches against better players. So ideally, I just win 3 matches and I'm done, but we'll see how it goes.
How confident are you feeling that you will be able to make it out of this group alive?
I'm fairly confident that I have a chance.
Is there anyone in particular here in the group that you're, especially afraid of going against head-to-head?
I don't think I ever beat Beyond in a series before. I'm not even sure if I ever took a map in a tournament versus him. So, yeah, I guess he would be a rough one.
Is it just Beyond in particular, or is it PVT right now that feels pretty tough for you in the current map pool?
Not Beyond in particular, yeah.
Beyond in particular, yeah. Well, maybe there's a good chance you get to dodge him, so we'll have to see. Do you have any words for your fans?
It might be rough, but I always appreciate the support.
Well, I mean, you're one of the best players around, one of my favorite streams to watch. Thank you so much for this, Harstem. And guys, we're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the action will continue. Make sure that you check out Harstem on the BNC streams, and we'll see you in a minute.
Hello everyone, I'm from DKZ Oliveira.
Hello everyone, I'm Nice, I'm Portos player.
So we're gonna play this game, this name is Jenga. So let's see who will win. Yeah, 那你先吧。不能抽上3张。
不要慌。
我不会上来就没了吧？我没有这种预感。
你不要慌，李超。
OK。
李超，我们刺激一点好不好？我们加个速度好不好？
没事，你随便，我稳健一点。
对啊，为什么这边每个都这么硬啊？这为什么？他怎么每个都这么……哦，找到一个。哎。
我已经看到好几个松的了。有点东西啊。哎，我上次玩过的呀。
果然是有经验，不是你要放这个吧？
其实无所谓吧。
哪没无所谓？谢谢你啊，我等他很久。
没事没事。
小心点哦。
这现在可以拿了吧？因为这不算。
对啊，就是最上面3层不能拿。
哎，
说啥？
啊！
挖到宝了好吗？
看那个宝。哇，这么激烈！两个高手啊！你抽出来真倒了。
不会
啊！
来！
啊！我靠，这我拿哪个啊？
小心点啊，他会倒。哦。
牛吧？
可以，但他看起来快倒了。
哎呦，手心都是汗。
小心哦，不要抖。哎，好了，你可以下一个了。
啊！这你从哪抽出来的？啊，
你不用管我从哪里抽出来的。
我没了呀，这抽哪个？感觉抽哪个都没了，只能抽中间那个。
我看到一个。
我是不是可以拿这个呀？
哦。
哎，被我发现了。
竟然被你找到我想要拿的。
没了呀，这拿哪都没了。
你说的没有错，我确实是有点。
哇！
换你了。
这拿哪个都没了呀。哎，
找到了。
等一下，我是不是先得放上去啊？
对，你需要先放上去。好了，换你。
啊！你这牛哪找出来的？
我觉得你要垮了。
哦？
不会吧？有一点点说法，李少。我觉得你没了。
对。
我开始紧张了。
啊，我怎么每次都没找这种轻的呀？
应该多玩几场神主。
哎，
找到了。你拿得出来吗？哦，
这么激烈啊！我感觉那帮人应该没我们两个玩的好。
我不知道。
我们这应该是玩的最好的。
我就怕我们两个是卧龙凤雏，你知道吗？
倒了！
不会。真的好难拿，你知道吗？
哇！
好，换你。哦！我操！
等一下！我的天哪，怎么卡住了？啊！
倒了！
哇，差一点儿。
I win.
Close game. Very close.
Need smart.
Down by the river bends where we'll meet again. I hope I will see you there at the end. Will I remember ways of question?
We got more TVP goodness on the way here for the StarCraft II Masters, as we now have our two players staring down a potential position in the playoffs in the quarterfinals. It will be Stats going up against Oliveira to figure that out. Joining me, Wardy, as well as Rotterdam, all the way over there. God, it feels like you guys are so far away. But obviously, a big matchup. We start with Stats. He's just come off the back of winning against bloody Clem. That's an impressive result in itself.
It's got to fill you with confidence, right? Just, you know, coming through, taking down Clem, and now you get to kind of go forwards and, you know, have a real shot at just making top 8. It's always crazy to me. We come into these events, it's like 2 hours in, and it's like, hey, someone's about to be in the quarterfinals, man. And this is a really interesting matchup because, yes, Stats should be confident, but Oliveira can be so dangerous.
And just to kind of talk about these numbers for a moment as well, these numbers are come from both pro player and community sentiment, right, Roddy? So very important to know exactly where these have all come from. Most of the time we just get it from pro players. So it kind of weighs up what both parties feel about the players, and Stats just ekes out Oliveira here for this one.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of fair because, yes, Oliveira had that one absolutely magical day, the craziest day in my eyes in StarCraft II history.
Agreed.
But that's not the level that he normally has. These are two, obviously, world-class players, and they should be pretty evenly matched. I just want to say, by the way, I think the main reason why we're so far away from you is because it used to be the three of us opening Pokemon cards, but you abandoned us, so now it's just Wardy and me. We're still opening some packies. James, come back. We miss you.
What?
Yeah.
I said I would open a box.
Okay.
Dearie.
All right, back to TVP. I actually think it's a very fun one. Stats, of course, played really well, because even Ghost River, that he lost against Clem, I think he was awfully close to straight up winning that game if he didn't start losing those Colossus.
Yeah.
So yes, the Koreans were hyping him up. He felt confident in the matchup, rightfully so. Clearly very good, but I still think he's exploitable. I do feel that A, he can be a tad predictable, and B, he slows the game down a lot, up to the point where if one thing goes wrong, he can start falling apart immediately. And Oliveira on a big stage like this, I believe he's always in your face looking for that one tiny opening to close out the game immediately.
Yeah, that is the question, right? Because for someone to come back like Stats, when he comes back and is now then gaining traction and time and throughout him playing, he's slowly becoming more and more that defensive god that comes along. But as Roddy says, Oliveira, he wants to press your buttons early. He wants to be in your face as much as possible, trying to pressure you down. Maybe there's a spot to be vulnerable there.
And that's exactly what Oliveira was doing against Classic in the other stream as well. He was in his face. He was just throwing units straight at him. He was not letting Classic play the video game. You know, he was hogging all the attention. It was all about him. So, yeah, I really think given this Oliveira's... he got sent down a little bit, huh? I think Oliveira can always win a matchup in TVP. Like, I wouldn't say there's anyone that's not beatable for him. But yeah, Stats is playing great. He's great defensively.
Sure.
I don't know if Oliveira should be that sad for being just a couple marks down, guys.
82 is pretty good still. Now, Roddy, you were saying, though, but yeah, Oliveira, not exactly the biggest fan of the matchup, even though he seems to be able to beat Classic.
Yeah, and maybe that's just that one key victory he needed to all of a sudden be like, actually, maybe I was kind of close in some of those big games. And even if a lot of the series didn't go my way, perhaps one or two little changes and these kinds of TVPs are actually able for me to close them out early, and I can get the W on the board. So maybe that win gives him wings, and it would be amazing to see him in the quarterfinals of this event. But yeah, he's been very vocal about it. Hates it, hates everything that has been changed with this patch. And it's not like the one thing, it's not like, oh, the Widowmine ruined it all, or this thing ruined it all. It's just a combination of a few things that all of a sudden makes it hard. Apparently, he lives with Coffee, and they actually meme together a lot, saying that the matchup is literally unplayable, up to the point where Coffee started playing Protoss against Oliveira, and they are roommates and friends, and Oliveira's like, yeah, if you play Protoss, I'll play PvP. Actually end up playing TVP, and Coffee's like, man, you damn liar, but then in the end they did play some PvP. Just a couple Terrans vibing, playing PvP, you know?
just a couple of guys having fun. I mean, I was watching that in the regionals, and I was like, what is happening? Because it looked... Well, as much as they're saying, oh, it's unplayable, I can't beat Protoss and things like that, Coffee looked like he could not touch Oliveira.
No, that was not the right choice at all. I am sure that he has a much bigger shot in TVT than PvT.
Yeah.
Maybe he just wanted to give it a shot. I don't know. I mean, they're good buddies. They both had a great run. Yeah. But yeah, this one victory earlier really could be the difference maker right now. You do have that confidence. And StarCraft 2, of course, is about skill, build orders, knowing all your timings. But confidence is so freaking important coming into these weekends.
And hey, whoever wins this effectively not only gets through to the quarterfinals, but that quarterfinals becomes a qualifying match for the Esports World Cup. So that's huge in itself as well. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It is now time to go to the stage here to bring our next match on the way. Who qualifies to the playoffs?
Thank you very much, Desk. We bring you a battle from the East here in Dallas this weekend for the ESL StarCraft II Masters Spring 2024 Finals. Both players coming off of a big win in their opening matches. We have Oliveira trying to recreate some of that magic from last year as he took down Classic. But on the other side, it is Stats. Took down one of the strong favorites in Clem. Who will win it? Who will be the first player to make it to the playoffs? Gamers, get ready for Oliveira versus Stats.
Welcome, everyone. We got our first playoff match right here, a best-of-3 TVP. Get familiar with that matchup. We have a lot of them today. Fortunately, it's been pretty fun, and we're seeing a lot of emerging styles. We're seeing the differences right off the bat. Stats coming out swinging versus Clem. Oliveira able to take down Classic. And now it is the question of who will win, advance to those playoffs, and get a nice, easy Friday and most of Saturday, too.
Indeed. It's such an exciting thing to see Oliveira kick off so well because, as I was saying on the desk just before, Classic was a tough match for him. Such a defensive Protoss player, someone that normally does quite well against Oliveira's very aggressive, timing attack-oriented style. But, I mean, that's important. You need to be a defensive player because now you're playing the king of defense. You're literally playing the Shield of Ire Stats. This guy has some of the best defense in the entire world, highly rated by players and fans alike. And, I mean, we saw what he did against Clem. Just a brick wall. Is so hard to get in underneath Stats defense.
Yeah, we did have Oliveira try and get aggressive versus Classic, and that worked out 2 times out of 3 anyway. So it is going to be a clash of styles. We got ourselves the aggressive Oliveira and the defensive Stats. Feels nice to say that again in a very competitive spirit, you know. For 2 years, we were referring back to Stats. Remember Stats, remember how good he was in defense? You know, we really need to come back, need to save the Protoss race. Well, he's finally here. He's doing it. Saving the race.
He's such an important counterbalance to the heroes of this world, the crazy aggressive Protoss players, right? He really is the inspiration for the defensive Protosses, and when it comes to detail-oriented play, Stats is second to none. I mean, the tiny little edges, he will always have a Guardian Shield in every fight. He'll always have a few sentries with Force Field to back up. He'll add the Storm in the late game, spread those High Templar out, flank with them. He'll add the carriers. He really has the whole gamut of range, and he's just going to be looking to play a very stable, solid style. Historically, if you can catch him off guard with something like a very sneaky, all-in build that is just incredibly committed, looking to take advantage of the fact that Stats is kind of habitual in his play, you can often predict what his first 5 or 6 minutes is going to look like before the game starts. Oliveira may be able to come in here with a sniper build.
Maybe. Stats have a very limited time to check out how Oliveira took down Classic.
Yeah.
But if you had any chance, it's actually kind of quick. You kind of go through and be like, oh, that's the first 7 minutes of the build order. All right. I kind of get what you're going to be throwing down here. It would be great if you could talk to Classic about it, too. I wonder if that happened. Whereas Oliveira obviously doesn't have the same benefit of going over to Clem and be like, how'd you win? Because, well, he didn't. Maybe you could ask him, hey, what did you struggle with? How would you do it differently now? But I don't think they're that close of friends. They're all in competition, after all, trying to make it to the playoffs. We finally have the game ready to go here on Oceanborn. In the top left, Twisted Minds, he is Stats.
And his opponent in the bottom right side of the map, representing Dragon Kaisi Gaming, it's Oliveira. He's got his work cut out for him. Definitely Stats with a very big scalp to start the series, and taking care of him is going to be tough for the Terran. But Oceanborn, a very straight-up map to start things off. It's about as much of a balanced start as you could hope for. And interestingly, when I look at this matchup, I always think about what does Oliveira do to surprise his opponent. We can already tell he wants to play very sneaky. That second supply depot, looking to block scouting, but no gas behind it until a bit later. So Oliveira wants to go for a quick command center. Very well could be a quick 3 command center build order as well. And it's kind of nice to mix this in because Oliveira is very well known for playing the quick 2nd and 3rd barracks before starport, which hits a good 2-base timing attack, but he's done it so much over the last few months, it's become predictable. And I think that's part of where his frustration stemmed from, is the fact that the Protoss players are anticipating and countering his strategies.
It does feel like we're re-entering a past meta of complaints, discussion around the meta. But yeah, seriously, like I feel like it was a couple of years ago, more than a couple nowadays, where there was just a lot of Terrans that were trying to basically just cheese out the Protoss, right? I mean, we could go way back to like a BlizzCon in which Maru was only proxying all of his buildings. That was a time.
Yeah.
But now it feels like a lot of Terrans are expressing frustration. They're trying to get in the game, earlier rather than later. We're seeing a return of a lot of tank pushes, even at 3 racks every now and again. Felt like it fell out for a long time. It's gonna come back. And I think that's Oliveira's, his comfort point. He's always been an aggressive guy, and that's fantastic. But then how many builds do you have to throw out with so many Protoss in a row? And so this map is where he did that tank push versus Classic. He brought the SPs multiple times. So we do have that really extreme changeup that you guessed he would do. 3 CC, all hidden as well. Not that Stats has any scouting going on as of yet.
But Sentry first going to allow him to hallucinate. And that's really important for Stats. I always feel like the worst build against these 3 command center openings for Protoss is something like a 2-gate Blink Robo or 3-gate Blink Robo, where it just takes you to like 5.5 minutes until the Observer finally gets in the base and you go, oh, it's 3 command centers. It's too late for me to match your economy. I kind of just am playing from behind. But in this sort of build order, yeah, Stats is playing very safe. But he's also, he skipped on things like scouting. He's played a very efficient build with the battery for safety. The hallucination, if that somehow gets blocked by the Marines, amazing for Oliveira. But most likely we're going to see Stats lean into chrono boosting probes, chrono boosting out his tech units. He'll aim for Colossus usually after Blink. That's his favorite way of playing. And as long as he sees that 3rd command center, he'll have all the information to adapt.
Yeah. Nice fast hallucination isn't the most common build, but it's seeming to be added on a little more with the sentry change, and just in general is going to be a good idea against, well, someone that you're just really not sure is going to throw out your builds. In this case, it could have seen that it was 3 racks, for instance, completely different, very aggressive, and that would give Stats enough time to prepare, hopefully. In this case, 3 CC. So, got to be on that macro front. Not going to be reducing many units potentially once he sees this, and there you have it. And of course, Oliveira knows he's been scouted as well. He's not going to be doing anything aggressive. It's the knowledge game is here. Now it's about who's going to execute what.
Immediately moving out to take a third base, as expected. I mean, there's certain players, when they see greed, they always go aggressive. Stats is the opposite. He sees greed, he just tries to match it. And adding in more probes non-stop, an extra pylon to make sure he doesn't get supply blocked. Rather crisp, clean play for the Protoss. Now, for Oliveira, I really wonder which direction he goes, because opening up with 3 racks after this, your factory and starport is massively delayed.
Yeah.
Actually getting to medevacs or siege tanks for a big 3-base push like you'd mentioned before, it takes a while to get there, and I think you definitely can have a lot of success, but there's also a scary thing where if you give Protoss a bit too much room, they do get to those powerful points where they've got the splash damage, the Guardian Shield's up, and you can't leave it too long as Oliveira. If you leave it too long, you need to fast forward command center, you need to rush to the range liberators. But if he's looking to do the 3-base aggression, he's going to need to get out on the map and start pressuring sometime in the next 2 minutes.
Right, and we've always had some hesitation about that extreme late game from the Terrans versus Protoss, right? But both people had quite problems with it. And now it just feels like a lot of Terran players are saying, like, that super late game, that's scary, you know, actually trying to get to the Liberators. They've also been nerfed as well. It can be very scary, but Oliveira Steve's up for the challenge later on. Now we're just seeing this pre-medevac push. A little poke, little scare on the side of Stats, but his observer sees it, so he's not really scared. And he did get a decent amount of units, including an Immortal, as long as that shield battery's there to help him out. A little too far forward. 2 force fields happen to be used already. Stim is going to dissipate very soon, but Guardian Shield is up. Shield battery overcharge is up, and that should all together be an easy hold. And a little scary when those force fields maybe didn't stop their army, and then you went a lot of sentries, but hey, okay.
Yeah, you got to be very careful with overextensions like that as Oliveira. He bled out a few more Marines and Marauders than he would like, and that is, of course, a fantastic trade for Stats. And every time you do that, you lose a little bit of this oomph, this power of mass bio. And as the Colossus come out, they also counter your army. You're going to be way behind on the Vikings with this style.
Yeah.
Unless you get a really quick second starport, you're doing this with raw numbers. It's like, I want to catch the Protoss in the open, flank with Marauders from 2 sides and overwhelm. And if you lose 11 Marines for 1 Stalker, I mean, that's a really rough trade.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It did not go exactly according to plan there for Oliveira, but yeah, I really want to focus on that starport discussion. Something I was talking earlier with the other guys, it feels like the last month I've been forced to point out medevac healing and injured Terran armies entering into battle is actually, it feels like it's been more prevalent. We're kind of hypothesizing as to exactly why that would be, but I did say, like, well, it does seem we're getting some later starport builds. So either a 2-base 3 racks can be a little tricky, or in this case, the 3CC into barracks first and foremost. So yeah, and then you have to pick and choose between medevacs and Vikings, as Colossus are a staple of the matchup.
One thing is, because Stats is a bit more defensive than the other players, he won't quite have that like Hero or Max Pax pace where he's in their face, baiting stims, running away, kind of skirmishing with Blink Stalkers in 2 or 3 places. He's going to be looking more for the direct engagement, and it's going to be like one big decisive one. Famous for his mass gateway explosions in the late game as well. Stats will go up to like 24 gateways, sometimes off a single robo. He loves to remax so quickly on Zealots as the fights are happening. And for now, though, pressure comes forward. 4th base coming up. It is Thystorm coming in already. And the 4th Nexus does seem to be secure. Stats is down about 20 army supply, but he's got massive quality. I mean, you got batteries, force fields, Colossus there. Split army push coming in for Oliveira. Observer sees it.
Yeah, it's all about how he actually split the army right now for Stats. Doesn't have a lot of units quite yet, but he is getting there. Especially as charge finishes. His own +1 will finish soon too. Oliveira's already on that, and then only now adding a second forge. So their upgrades will probably actually even out to a certain degree. Not as of yet, but it also looks like Oliveira not finding any moments quite maybe on the right side, the left side. Maybe looking for more pylons, observers. Could go for a drop in there.
Is Oliveira making drilling claws?
He is, yeah, I was going to point that out. So a lot of Terrans have given up and pretty much on the Widowmine. They don't get that free invisibility from the armory anymore, so they can't just plant them around and be like, aha, gotcha. They do have to invest a little, and apparently Oliveira thinks that investment's worth it.
That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're not planning to mass Widowmine, squeezing it in, it's a pretty cheap upgrade. It's just normally you don't have a tech lab on the factory, which is why it gets ignored.
Right.
So not a bad little idea. The bio in the north is denying Stats from moving out. Stats starts to Stargate and +1 air weapons.
Oh,
so many Protoss players in this situation would go, okay, I've been defending for 9 minutes. Let's get on the map. Let's go attack.
Yeah.
Stats is like, no, why would I do that? Let's just go carry as me. I'm fantastic at Storm Carrier.
That scan could not have been more perfectly timed, I feel like. Stargate Stargate right then and there building. You know that is their plan. Now, of course, Stats could not invest a lot into it. Second Stargate Fleet Beacon, that could still be missing. But some resources are going to be gone, even into that +1 air weapons. So Oliveira, if he could get maxed out, I mean, a push would be very, very scary. He is taking a 4th base, building a 5th as I am speaking. Both of them now working on that second upgrade. So Oliveira has a lead, but he's not maxed out. He doesn't seem like he wants to go for a big old push. A couple Woodamine just to harass, and well, those are cloaked. Might be a little surprising for Stats.
Indeed, the Widowmine does not reveal itself after firing. Drilling Claws has, of course, been completed, but the cannon comes up and shoots that down for now. Oliveira does not have a huge amount of tech production up. He's got lots of command centers coming in, so he's preparing for a long game. But I do wonder where it goes. Do we see second and third starport go down? Do we see a fusion core as well? Yeah, because we haven't seen it yet. So it could just be heavy Viking to deal with the Colossus and then the carriers eventually. But of course, you're vulnerable to Psystorm. We saw Stats dropping some big storms earlier on Clem's Vikings, and in other games we've seen that. So definitely something you got to be just wary of, the fact that you also can't use those starports to make libs. Like, if you don't have lib range, they're really not a great unit in the late game.
Yeah. And it's really weird, I think, as well, to go into Liberators when the Stargates were already up. There's usually a bit more of a this, then that, then this, then that. And they've kind of skipped everything and just been like, amazing late game, go for it. But you do usually want to include some Liberators, basically trying to make both army compositions also complicated. No just like single A move, target around. And that Liberators do that. Oliveira got personal cloaking for his Ghost, but we also had Nuke for half a second. I think we actually will get to nukes. This is apparently going to be a very late game TVP.
Fusion Core does go down as well. I absolutely agree. I think nukes have such a good zoning ability. It's creating threat on the map. And with those slow-moving Skytoss armies, they can be quite effective. It's going to be interesting to see, because I just did not expect Oliveira to play late game. I mean, I even think in late mid-game, over the last few months, Oliveira has looked a little bit weak in that area, but it seems like he's really kind of worked on those weaknesses, and he's saying, I'm happy to play the late game against you, Stats. I know it's hard to beat you with an all-in, so let's take this to the long game. And we've got two players with incredible respect for each other, where I think to the untrained eye, this is a rather almost boring game. You're like, well, why aren't they just trying to kill each other? It's like, well, they're both wary. There's a certain amount of respect. You get different players who will just throw the kitchen sink at each other and try to take the other one out. Both of them are saying, no, I'm waiting for you to make a mistake, and I'm trying to tech one step ahead of you. And even this, like, Stats' first real aggression is just a couple of Zealots poking in, looking for weakness. Observers getting scanned and sniped down here.
Eventually. He's got extra command centers, so that wasn't too costly there, and plenty of workers as well, both of them around 77. It is interesting to see Oliveira do this style of play, but now the question really for me would be who is more comfortable around this time. I think Oliveira is a little less uncomfortable, but he's obviously saying, I think I can try and change things up as far as what you're used to, Stats, versus a Terran at this stage. I am also going to play super late game, and that alone might be enough to throw Stats off. He is kind of looking for an engagement. Widowmines with the cloak, like that's annoying. That was annoying before you had to get Drilling Claws for it. That is what Terrans did. And once again, we have that in play thanks to that Drilling Claws upgrade. You got to make sure you have an observer. Oliveira with triple medevac drops heading into the natural as the Protoss army breathes down his neck.
Here we go. Triple drop comes in. RoboBay's looking exposed. Not going for it just yet, just stimming and kind of fighting in. But actually, Stats goes for the push. Mothership activates the cloaking field there. He's going to go in and try to take advantage of the fact that Oliveira's units aren't all at home.
Oh.
Massive storm on the Vikings.
Yeah, they do. Oh, the Ghost Cloak up and get all of the High Templars. They're all gone. They turn into Argons, which might be able to help. It is actually looking quite bloody and bruised here for the Protoss supply. Ghost still cloaked up, getting so much free damage. That is not a Terran army left over right there. It's a couple of medevacs, and now the production is going to be camped. Oliveira, his army is now just mostly this over here, killing the Stargates, killing his opponent's production. Typically, we say Terran is weaker in this moment when production is camped, but really they're both going to lose access to all their main base components here. This is a full-on base trade.
The damage output is insane. The Ghosts aren't getting a chance to cloak. The Widowmines are not getting a chance to burrow. And the Stalker Zealot Probe is going to jump forwards and overwhelm this. That's looking very good because he's got the carriers, rebuilding interceptors on top of the production. He reclaims his own production, and Oliveira just can't get anything out.
Yeah, it is brutal. You know, Oliveira, he wasn't quite ready for the defense, and he had a significant chunk of his army that was apart from you, right? So you really have to have the best defense possible. And ideally, you don't get a Protoss who gets that moment where they're like, no, I have to go. You know, they choose incorrectly, or worse, they're indecisive. That's usually how you get them. But Stats knew that he had to go, and then get on top of that production as well, which really is still more killer for the Terran, because, you know, our barracks, they pop right there. Warp Gate, you have a little more choice and flexibility to warp in, which is exactly how those Stalkers defeated the drop.
It's such a wild thing, because usually you're not worried about that Protoss pushing in. You're worried about breaking the Protoss before the game goes too long, but Stats showed a decisive ability to press forward. And Oliveira, of course, wasn't ready for it. In hindsight, more missile turrets, maybe a planetary fortress out front, your natural, something you don't normally think about unless you're playing a Zerg. But hey, Stats gets such a strong army, and he took advantage of this counter drop so well.
Yeah, and you can see actually Oliveira, he basically stopped paying attention as it dropped because he was defending, so he didn't kill the pylon that actually powered a bunch of buildings. I'm not saying that would have changed anything. I do think what would have been a big change, he knew that Stats didn't have an observer because those Widow mines didn't get cleared up. If he had Ghost cloaked from the get-go, he would have EMP'd everything. From the get-go, before those Vikings took that damage.
That's absolutely true. The Storm on the Vikings was massive. And of course, having the EMPs out earlier, taking out the High Templar, it could have been a difference maker. But Stats there with a supercharged army. And we know that carriers excel in that position because they are the one unit that can build more combat units inside your opponent's base. I mean, other than getting a warp prism there, I guess. Yeah. It's just hard to stop, you know? The Terran units are high damage, fragile units that you need to build up together. Whereas Protoss can just warp in the units wherever they want. They can warp them in at their third or fourth base. So definitely a nice way to clutch victory. And Stats, I think, showing that he is a massive favorite in this tournament for PVT. In the top right side now of map 2 on Ghost River, it is, of course, Stats.
And in the top left for DKZ Gaming, he is Oliveira. I like this music.
Yeah, very atmospheric.
Orchestral.
Yeah, kind of like a bit of that kind of magical energy to it. There's a lot on the line right now. Are the men with the guns going to take down the dirty Xenos, or are the Protoss indeed going to once again make those lasers and their magic conquer the silly lesser races? Those with the orifices, the Terran.
Who has a door and who doesn't?
That's true. You can't make a pylon that raises up and down.
Yeah,
are they
gotcha.
really a strong faction? Are they silly Protoss? You think they could just warp one in and then, I don't know, cloak it or something and phase through
You'd
it,
think
right?
they could do a lot of things because they're basically magic, but no, for the sake of balance. they do not get the Spear of Adun. Yeah, so Oliveira, I'd said it very quickly because we're kind of ramping up, but no one, I think, really thinks of him as a super late game player. Not that he hasn't had to play it. There's been tons of metas where it just is what you're going to do. So even though I think of him as an aggressive TDZ player, I also can remember a ton of 40-minute down to 10 supply games that he's played as well. So of course it's possible, but with a lot of the sentiment being that you are uncomfortable the later that TVP goes, you might not expect Oliveira to do it. I think the style change, the pacing change compared to maybe what Clem was showing, or obviously what Oliveira showed in his match versus Classic, that is a great idea.
Yeah.
But Stats is just proving that even if you combine your heads together and try and figure out what to do against the guy, he's just rock solid.
It's so hard to practice against him as well because he just has such a unique style, and the way he plays is really in his own way. So I think he's got this advantage coming into this tournament where he's now at a point, he's developed the style that he's playing to an incredibly high level, and no one else is really playing quite the same. So the Terrans are coming in and going, oh gosh, this works against other people who play kind of like this, but it's not working against you.
What is Stats Pro looking for, man? That is on the hunt.
Guess that's for proxy starport, right? That's like,
So,
I guess it's a Hellion drop?
Yeah, I guess it's not actually early. It's just because Oliveira went for a second barracks on a starport. Yeah, you're right. That is perfectly timed then. Very scared of the Hellion drop on Ghost River. I guess I could see that being a popular build here. In general, this is a short map, but obviously you got some terrain features helping to defend your bases that makes it not, just push and win. Twilight Council again for Stats, as Oliveira, as I noted, did not add on that starport. It is 2 barracks and a factory so far. There is the 3rd barracks. Perhaps he changes his build orders for the maps up a little bit. Oceanborn goes 3cc, maybe this time around. He does do that SCV pull with the tank push.
Depth shading forwards, does actually get inside. Slight mistake there from Oliveira. Very frustrating to have the Adepts potentially going around your base, but with Cyclone out, it's easy to hunt down. Stats doesn't chase it. Now, Oliveira is famous for this opening, right? He's so well known for it. Some of the other guys like Coffee, who unfortunately couldn't make it to this tournament this time around, have used it a lot in the Chinese scene, and they are experts at brutal 2-base tank pushes. Oliveira has done this to so many Protoss players, and it really should be something that's on Stats' radar. You know, you should be playing safe, and 3-gate blink is pretty darn safe.
Yeah, exactly. He went for 3-gate this time around, which gives you that flexibility of making units, or if you discover they are going 3CC, you could be like, okay, that was a mistake, but you know, do what you gotta do. But this time around, 3 gateways, you see an incoming attack, build, build, build. That is the next confirmation, because clearly Stats has already an idea of what's going on here. And I gotta say, Oliveira, you know, when he did this push versus Classic, it did basically win when it first pushed, true. But it was a struggle to actually cut the head off. Yeah, he had to do it again like 2 or 3 more times. So if Stats was able to watch that, I can guarantee it's going to be a better start, because he already seems to have such a great grasp on what Oliveira is doing.
Going up to 4 gas on 2-base, Stats seems to be saying, I don't need a third. We're just going to mass units on 2-base and try to be ready for this. Engineering Bay has gone down, so Oliveira is actually adding a bit of progression. It's not like I'm just going to shove right now and build bunkers at your base. But of course, the starport is miles and miles behind. So I do wonder if we're going to see Marauders start up in a second, or if we're saving money for a starport.
Observer's not going to get the exact information. I mean, basically, if they'd been able to see a starport or not, that would have been primo. Instead, it gets cut short. Sees a tech lab researching, but not quite sure what that would be researching in. Specifically, there's the attack. The Adepts see it. It's coming across. It is a short map. Reinforcements will come very quickly. Adepts actually choose to shade in, hoping to buy some time, kill some SCVs, maybe even some reinforcing Marines, as the Stalkers are focusing on the micro here. Any Marines you can cut down prior to them getting combat shields, extra nice. Now that's going to pop on in. And here we go. This is the tank push. Can Stats hold on?
First Colossus, I believe, is not out just yet. Just one Immortal and a few Stalkers. The batteries aren't ready yet.
Wow.
There's one on the right side, but it's very far away. That shield battery's not in range of the Stalkers.
This is really awkward. I mean, it's going to be generally awkward anyway. You got a tight choke going into your natural, and so much of a Sim City was put there. That's
there's
a
no
huge
pylon.
problem.
There's no pylon for the Robo.
No.
That pylon goes down!
Oh, there it is. Colossus will not pop out. Stalkers blink forward to try and do something, but this is a complete disaster. I said it was going to be better. He seemed to have a grasp on it, but it was easy peasy for Oliveira. The shield batteries weren't done, man. Like, I can't believe that was the case. The Colossus, you know, that's kind of the build order. It can be tough to get that out in time, but...
It's a small map, and the shield battery on the right side is just too far back to help against the tanks, right? You go, oh, I've got a battery ready, but it's like, well, no, your buildings are kind of blocking it. They're not really in there. And I mean, that's classic Oliveira. Like you said, you thought that would be ready for it, but that push hits so hard on Ghost River.
So much of his production was in that natural. I know that's not extremely uncommon. The Robo definitely gets put in the natural a lot of the time. A gateway, certainly a lot of the time as well.
Yeah.
But I think 2 gateways and the Robo in the line that they made, I think was like the start of a very unideal setup. Yeah, they literally made a line up to the assimilator that you couldn't back through. You had to like go either left or far right. I mean, it just makes it awkward. That is part of the appeal of this push a lot of time, honestly, is that it makes it awkward for the Protoss. So it's, you know, fair. It looked like a strong start for Stats, and then you actually looked at what he had, and it was pretty much nothing.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't have a Colossus to deal with the Marines, and you don't have Charge to deal with the tanks, you need one of those tools. If you don't have either, it's incredibly awkward. You need to have good numbers, and the fact that he did rush up to 4 gas their Stats, and even though the Stalkers, I mean, they did pretty good. The Adepts were harassing. There's just not that much room to get the work done. And Oliveira showed his trademark play. I can't wait to see what the third map is. I've forgotten what it was, but I think obviously that's going to be a big impact in terms of, you know, a bigger map, a safer map for the defense. Stats will be very happy with. But if there's another short rush distance map, then of course our Terran will be no doubt looking to follow up with more aggression here as we do go into Alcyon. The bottom left side of the map in the red, it is of course Stats, known as the Shield of Ire for his incredible defensive play.
And in the top right, we do have the blue Terran, Oliveira. So I did want to take a look at the specifics of the rush distance, because nerdy, but seriously, the 3 seconds rush distance difference from Ghost River to Oceanborn.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah, 34 to 31 seconds. I mean, that is literally all the shield batteries finishing, right?
Yeah, it makes a big difference. It sounds like so little, but you don't realize just how quickly things happen in a StarCraft 2 game. 3 seconds is a world of difference.
Yeah, and Amphion actually being the, or Alcyone, sorry. We're on Alcyone. Also being, actually the same distance. So it is bigger, it is more comfortable for stats. Yeah. Oliveira might be less likely than to do something very aggressive in the early game. But then I think it's just Oliveira making sure that he's varying up when he does the builds that he does have. Obviously that one worked especially well on Ghost River. So what is the plan here on Alcyone? Because we're kind of expecting, I guess we're in agreement, that Stats is going to do mostly the same defensive thing.
Yeah.
Don't see him changing it up into a 4-gate, especially with the last life. It would be a change, though.
Probe Scout does come in, and the SCV is going to start that command center on the natural expansion, not be able to be blocked. Marine should be spotted coming out of the barracks, I think. Yeah, he's going to show it straight away. Stats actually sitting a little bit close to that. We'll lose that probe.
That's a mistake. Yeah, it's always a little bit of a bummer.
We've got very shadowy pro gamers right now, but I did see a visible facial recognition from Stats there where he looked like a little bit like, ooh, that was silly. Shouldn't have lost that probe.
Now they're putting the lights on them. There we go. You can see how disappointed Stats is. As we get a first-person view. I love the first-person view. If you can see a little bit of that keyboard action as well. And obviously, they're just really setting up their styles of play. It does look like Oliveira's 1-Rax expand is leading into a... I'm trying to see his actual... it's a factory.
Yeah, it's a factory. Stats is really methodical, by the way. When you watch Stats play, look at his mouse cursor. It looks so casual. He looks so chilled out when he plays. There's a few guys like this. Maru kind of has this feeling as well, where you think Maru would be kind of frantic, and you watch his first-person view, and you're like, oh, he's really calm. It's so slow and methodical, but he gets a lot done, and that's the efficiency difference. Oliveira is a bit more of a spammer. I play like that as well. I like to just spam my buttons and kind of jump between screens, but it's kind of fascinating because Stats was famous years ago at his peak, before he went to the military, for being way lower on ladder than every other pro player, but showing up to tournament and just being unfazable and delivering 120%, whereas the other players, they'd say would lose 300, 400, 500 MMR at LAN, and he'd actually play better.
This is an interesting little micro battle we got here. 2 Adepts for 3 Marines and a Hellion. Stats can't really continue more, but he's trying to see what's popping out. Obviously, if he could be let into the base, that would be a free scout. That'd be nice, but as it is, denied, and now just trying to see, is it a Cyclone, is it a Widowmine? And there you go. And then, I would say most importantly, if he could get Cyclone, whether it's a Starport or not, probably won't until it actually drops into his base. As the first Widowmine did reveal itself, it's going to crawl him back. Second one is coming. It is a classic Widowmine drop coming out from Oliveira. Stats has all 3 Adepts. Only made Adepts by going into Blink. And I think that's a 3rd gateway being added on as well. Well, there's the medevac. Hey, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, this really is like Stats to a T, just doing the same build every game, basically. Oliveira's
awkward.
Yeah, good hot pickups, though. He does dodge a few projectiles, but at the end of the day, Stats gets, I think, 2 or 3 Marines and a Hellion. A fantastic trade for Stats, who doesn't care about these Adepts anymore. They're an early game scouting unit. Yeah. He's very happy to slow down Oliveira's pressure with that. That is fantastic.
Yeah, I'm actually, that went really poorly. The Marines were already a little injured, and the healing didn't affect them fast enough, and now we got some problems here. Yeah, we are in Texas, guys. I don't know if this is the problem, but I did get at least a tweet saying like, hey, 600,000 people lost their power.
Yeah, flood warning, power warning. I was like, I'm going. It's winter. It's getting kind of cold back in Australia. I'm like going to Dallas, and in summer it's going to be great. And I looked at the weather before I came in and I went, oh my, there's a lot of storms going on. But thankfully, we haven't been affected too much so far here. And this could obviously just be a server issue. You never know what's going on with a bit of lag here or there, or a slight hardware shift. But it looks like they'll obviously wait for that one to settle out. Now, yeah, just kind of chatting about that, it felt like Oliveira was a bit too eager. Like, he had too much urgency. Like, I got to get across with this drop. I can't miss my timing. And then obviously the Adept Shades threatened again. He went, oh, I got to kind of unload now on top of the Adepts. And you just don't want to be unloading damaged Marines on top of Adepts. So that puts him in a position where he's lost all the momentum. He's now going Interference Matrix Raven.
Yeah, that's interesting. We still let it added on, obviously, and Colossus have been a staple. So you will absolutely get a big money item in the Colossus with an Interference Matrix. But I was also like thinking about his Widowmine placement. You know, Oliveira, no scouting what Stats is doing. 3 Adepts can be an opener with a Stargate. a lot more of the time, I guess, whereas obviously you start building a stalker count if you actually are going into Blink. I was wondering if he was thinking it could be a Stargate play, but generally you wouldn't get a Raven. But then again, a lot of Koreans still do. I don't know. But
yeah,
it's gonna be
in the old
here.
days, it was never make a Raven versus Phoenix, right? And these days, they're like, nah, we still build the Raven no matter what.
I feel like the Koreans didn't even stop, man. That is a scout, and it is a good one because it survived. Stats reveals Blink, obviously. I mean, this is probably the guess, anywho.
Yeah, I mean, Stats hasn't shown a lot of variability. He's been doing the same build with very tiny variations all 3 games. Very similar to how he opened against Clem as well. So this is like his solid style where he's figured out like I can react to everything and just kind of spot what's coming and deal with it. Great reaction with the Observer, gets out of range before he can get taken down by those Marines.
Yeah.
And he's getting a pretty solid scout off as he skirts the edge of the base.
Yeah, little fortunate. He was kind of paying attention at that second to Adept. Still threatening, you know? It's just, the Marines aren't out. You probably wouldn't even get a lot of SCP damage when you're close to SCVs, but it would be annoying if they got in. Third Nexus is finishing up here as we got the Colossus in charge on the way. All standard here for Stats. Obviously, Stats was able to scout everything he really could, including the fact that there is a Raven. So now that's something that he really has to prioritize dealing with, is that could very well have the interference matrix. That effect should be repaired. Usually Oliveira does that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, good attention to detail. He'll repair it now. And his third command center is moving out. So he's going to move out, reveal the third command center, and say, hey, I'm happy to play a macro game once again. Yes, Stats, you may be on 62 probes, but it's okay to be a little behind in workers as Terran, because as these upgrades kick in, Stim, Combat Shields, Concussive, and +1, not to mention the Medevacs entering the fray, it's time for Oliveira to move on the map and start pressuring. Yes, this map's hard to kill the opponent with the rush distance, but it's great for dropping. You've got that whole south side of the map, you've got a big edge in there, the edge onto the side of the natural. The Robo Bay was scouted earlier by the Medevacs, so that's a target he could always go for later on. We could see Stats is prepared a little bit with some Stalkers, even though he didn't see this move out. And no doubt Oliveira going to be looking to kind of roam the map, and if he can scare Stats away from a 4th base or maybe deny it, find some damage, that will allow him to progress to the next step and really keep pace with the Protoss economy.
We are getting the setup for a 2-pronged attack. Drops off to the left, main attack down the middle. Stats is wary of one of them, and he might be like thinking the other one's coming. His Stalkers are in position and even being controlled, so he's 100% in the correct guess here. That's a drop coming in the natural. Good split of the army, I believe. Observer barely survives. Okay, the Stalkers, they got a couple shots off, but they were not focused at that time. Now blinking awkwardly into the bio, so that was not a preparation. Stats now going to lose his 4th base as well. This is actually perfect for Oliveira. Cuts in with the natural, attacks on the board, the interference matrix on the Colossus as well, and things are going into a disaster here for Stats.
Oh, that bio's heavily stimmed, but there is just nothing to fight it. Interference matrix, Colossus gets blasted, the Immortal goes down, and a perfect withdrawal timing. Oliveira says, let's not overextend, that's a big army. I gotta get these guys home. He might have to stim again to run home because there are Zealots and Stalkers chasing him. He's got to let these units heal up and utilize that massive advantage that he just built.
It does seem like Stats is actually like a super, super good tournament-winning player if he doesn't have one moment that just domino effects. All right, and it does seem to be kind of prominent for him in his current stage of improvements. And unfortunately, that just happened here in a game 3. Stats down 40 supply, at least guarding the natural now, but does he have enough to stop that main push? With the Raven still intact, the High Templar, if he has one, he hasn't worked one in yet. We have to get an interference matrix. There it is. Oh, the interference matrix already went off. No feedback happened. Now you got to give up that 4th base and hope that they don't chase you into that 3rd.
Good force fields for Stats, though. They do keep him alive. Adding Storm in here with the Colossus. Does he have the sort of comeback power that like that Astrea sort of player has, where they just like they're on the edge of defeat and they fight back? I've seen Stats make some pretty impressive comebacks recently. His PvZ comebacks have been otherworldly. Like, he's been on the brink of defeat so many times. Doing that against the Terran like Oliveira, though, easier said than done, because this man is in your face and aggressive from start to finish.
Yep. Storm is done, and maybe a couple of surprise ones will change the tide here. Did not catch if that was a cancel. The Raven still being impacting this game is so bad. Another interference matrix, but the Raven still lives. Kill it. The EMP does take some of the High Templars, but not all of them. When Storm does injure a lot of the bio army, Archon's going to tank a little bit. Shield battery still helping out, and that is going to be an extra stim if Oliveira decided to commit. He is not, but the pull away is pretty much as safe as can be. He still holds on to an almost 60 supply lead.
You know, Oliveira saying that he's lost in this matchup, doesn't know what to do just a few weeks ago. What a turnaround. I mean, he's beaten Classic already today. He's on the verge of defeating Stats. What a way to start this tournament. Two of the best defensive Protosses in the entire world.
Oh, that Raven was so useful. Oliveira takes down the Protoss to advance to the playoffs. One of the easiest roads you can possibly get. He can sit by the pool, sip some Mai Tais for today, even some of early tomorrow, and he gets his confidence versus Protoss renewed as well.
I mean, it looked fantastic, especially after last game. The first game didn't go his way, really didn't find anything there, but just super decisive, clean, crisp push game 2, and of course game 3. The multi-pronged drops coming in, hiding his third command center in the back for a long time, denying observers from start to finish, and he's looking like he's on a roll in that Terran vs Protoss matchup that's been giving him troubles recently.
All right, it was a 2-1 for Oliveira. Let's head to the desk.
Well, 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 our current reigning world champion has found himself in effectively a qualifying match into the Esports World Championship, World Cup even I should say, and actually taking out Stats in phenomenal fashion. Joining me, Wardy, as well as Roddy, to talk about this one. Roddy, this was a thing of beauty from Oliveira.
I'm very happy for him because he really has been struggling and he loves the game. You can really see it, the joy whenever he wins these big stage matches. We all remember his Katowice moments, obviously. And he's been struggling. Yes, he hates Protoss. He couldn't quite put it together, but he just played a really smart series. Like, of course, StarCraft II is a strategy game, but we always talk how it's about mechanics, micro, speed. He kind of won this series on strategy, man. There's really good build order in game 2 against the way that Stats plays. It's like, yeah, what are you going to do with like 6 Stalkers and an Immortal there? Dealing with that much bio and tanks that early on, who needs a starport? Not that guy. And I love the Raven in game 3. It's incredibly smart. One double drop. That's all you need. You find that opening to get that snowball going. You disable the Colossus, and then the rest of the Protoss army, it's just not that good anymore, man. To quote Benjamin Baker, still got it. You know, he lost a couple TVPs for a couple months straight. Was obviously sad with Stars War, but clearly the man still got it.
Yeah, he seems like ever the opportunist, does Oliveira, when it comes to this matchup, especially what we've seen here on this stage, just being able to find those pinpoint moments to be able to exploit his opponent.
And you really got to be when you're playing against Stats, who is so good defensively, and that kind of increases the longer the game goes on. So if you find a crack and you can open that up early, that's kind of how you get into Stats' armor and start to pull him down a little bit. So it was a well-played series. He did what he had to do in a matchup that was going to be pretty difficult after, you know, Stats came off of being Clem.
Looking good,
He showed how good he could be in a longer game especially, right? So, yeah, I'm really happy for Oliveira. It's so cool to see him on the verge of the Esports World Cup.
Well, let's take a look at that bracket then and confirm what we just had witnessed here on the main stage. We have got ourselves Oliveira into that position for playoff, and we now have ourselves a situation where our next matchup, HeroMarine versus Maru, more Terran goodness, Roddy, on the way.
Yep, that's going to be a fun one. We obviously all think back of that one time where Gabe took out Maru at IEM Katowice and he was smiling from ear to ear. At one point he was playing like World of Tanks because he was doing this weird double factory all in. And I feel like in this day and age of TVT, people really love that quick second starport. And it does seem that's one of these builds where if the other player doesn't see it immediately, that is incredibly hard. But I mean, you don't need me to tell you how good Maru is in late game TVT. He's the very best to ever do it. But Gabe can still be tricky. It's fun. I'm just really happy for Oliveira, man. Like, he really needed this. He's been trying so hard, and he had a couple of emotional moments where he said, like, I'm really trying, guys. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, I'm doing my absolute best. I'm trying, and for some reason, I'm just not getting the results that I'm hoping for. And I think he knows as well that Katowice was an outlier. But even without that Katowice, he's always been a great player. Lately, he hasn't always been able to show that, but this is already a big run. I'm very happy for him.
All right, well, more stuff going on here for the overall tournament as we're going to check in once again over at the open stage pit to see what's going on.
What's up again, everybody? I'm still here in the open stage pit. This time I'm here with Patty Mac, who, believe it or not, is actually Hearthstone's opponent in the first round. So same tough bracket, man. How you feeling?
Well, I'm not feeling all that confident, but, you know, it's PvP. Anything can happen. I've been cooking up some builds, so I'm ready to go.
Man, I watch your stream a lot. You cook up some pretty cool builds, but you've been living in China for quite a while now, right? So you haven't been streaming too much on Twitch. Has that been affecting your practice, your form? What do you think?
Yeah, I haven't been able to practice that much, but I've been keeping up with the scene. We just had a massive event in China, in Xi'an, the Stars Wars. Big crowd. Looks like the scene's very healthy out there, and players are very excited. So I'm just happy to be here, see all my old friends, see the talent, see the players, and have a good time.
Yeah, man, well, I'm glad to have you out here. It should be a really good run, especially if you can beat Hearthstone, man. That would be a big upset, would be a lot of fun. Guys, just want to let you know, if you're here in the audience at 1 p.m., we are going to be having the Basculus signing booth with Serral, Rainer, Trigger, and Rotterdam. Make sure you do not miss it. If you're watching online, we'll be back in just a few minutes. See you soon.
Hey, I'm Clem, and I'm going to play a friendly game of Connect 4 with Maru. Let's start. You start? Yeah. Okay, very good. I copy. Maybe this. GG. 4?
어 뭐야? 보수.
1-0. Play again. Rematch. Okay. Okay. 뭐야? GG. 1-1. Best of 3. Last game go.
Okay.
Gosu.
Lucky.
I start.
Yeah.
뭐야? GG 구경. 오케이.
Take me by my outstretched hand, lead me to cold black water. The fires that I've started are growing bright and hotter. Who's gonna be my friend now? Who's gonna be my lover? Will there be someone standing at my grave?
ESL StarCraft II Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
All right, welcome back to the ESL StarCraft Masters. It's a good job that Maru and Clem have different jobs other than Connect 4, because that might have been one of the worst games I've ever seen. However, let's move on here. We do have one of those players going to be present in this matchup, as Maru is going to go up against HeroMarine. Joining me to my left, I have Pig, as well as State, who have both color coordinated. I'm very glad that that's occurred. Yeah. Very nice. And well, let's talk about this matchup, because it is important, of course, here. These two are staring down for a quarterfinal playoff spot. Pig, to get things going. Hero and Maru actually have a bit of a storied past against one another, where HeroMarine has actually been able to, you know, be able to do something against the god that is Maru.
Yeah, I mean, do something against him, yes. He has managed to take him down, obviously, you know, once before in a big tournament. There's a lot of other tournaments they've played, and HeroMarine's had moments where he gets ahead and gets momentum, and Maru does what Maru does in TVT and says, yeah, no. I'm just going to ignore whatever advantage you have in the game and always make the most disgusting comebacks anyone's ever seen. I mean, Maru's ability to make comebacks in this matchup, just refuse to die, is second to none.
Definitely so. Stay on the other side of things. Maru in TVT, you're covering him a lot over in the GSL as well. I'm watching those TVTs where you see a lot of kind of not forced, but very rapidly into going for those starport styles.
Yeah,
Maru's gotten those as well.
Maru's TVT is arguably the scariest TVT in the world right now, in my opinion, honestly. He's always been top tier, one of the best players in the world that you got to look out for in this matchup. But recently, especially in the GSL, he's been busting out not necessarily a brand new style, but kind of a newly fleshed out, even scarier approach to SkyMech, because he will go so quickly into heavy Vikings, into Ravens, into battle cruisers. And it is so hard to keep pace with, even for some of the best Terran players in the world, such as Kira, who it feels like every single season is getting stopped by Maru.
Here is the numbers, the breakdown from the community and by the pros. Now, it's interesting, this pick, because 89 on attack for Maru by the community. I think it's just based on the fact of the disparity, the sheer disparity of what the community believes Maru's strength is, which I think a lot of people would argue is his defense, but the pros value Maru very, very highly.
Yeah, I think he is very powerful on his attack, and I don't think it's like a crazy thing for the community to have given him 89. I mean, that's a very, very damned good aggressive rating, but it just goes to show that the pro gamers who experience these, you know, these weird Maru openings we see where he's got such a range in the opening stages, he will hit a crisp Marine tank timing attack like nobody else. He will commit to the two-port Viking tank push and just absolutely destroy you. So he's got that range. I would say if there was ever like a point where his aggression isn't as powerful, it's somewhere in the mid-game. In like those middle army stages, you put him in the late game, super technical. You put him in the early game, very fast and good with his micro. Maybe he has a slight weakness in the mid side. So I'm actually kind of in between the two ratings myself there, where I'd say it's actually quite fair what the community gave him there. Yeah.
Okay, fair. HeroMarine on the other side of things here, State. I mean, obviously, yes, I mentioned that technically he has been able to beat Maru in the past, but as Pig has mentioned, it is still a tall order because the Maru invincibility of, okay, yeah, I'm down 30 or 40 supply, but I'm going to survive for 30 minutes, grind it out, and he somehow always comes out on top. So HeroMarine, he's got a tall order on his hands, and seems like the numbers haven't really shifted too much for HeroMarine.
Yeah, that's actually pretty interesting. Usually the community and the pros tend to have quite a bit of a disparity on the cards from what I've seen so far, but HeroMarine, of course, one of the most popular streamers, and he is really solid overall, but I think for him to take down Maru in a series like this one, he's going to need to try and find some kind of advantage, get some kind of good engagement, or maybe come in with something completely out of the box and then go for the killing move. Because I feel like anybody in the world, you go into the late game against Maru and you're not having a good time. It doesn't matter what the matchup is. He just knows how to survive, and he is nigh impossible to kill.
I like agree with everything you're saying, and on the other hand, I'm like trying to finish Maru off as a death sentence because his defense is so good as well. Like this is the impossible problem of beating Maru in TVT, right? You're like, this one doesn't really usually work, and neither does this one. But you can't. You've got to, like you said, get an advantage, and you have to try to finish it. How many times have we seen Kua try to do that? And then Maru just like somehow turns it into a base trade and pulls this like rabbit out of a hat. You're like, how did he do it again? How does he always manage to win these close TVTs?
Well, let's figure it out here then, as we have quite the varying styles from these two in a Terran versus Terran. The winner moves on to the playoffs. Let's get it going.
Thank you, Killers. We just had our first player move on to the round of 8 to the playoffs here this weekend in Dallas. That was Oliveira in that previous matchup. But now 2 more players will enter for a chance to get to that playoffs, get one step closer towards the World Cup, towards that bigger prize pool this weekend here at the StarCraft II Masters. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you this TVT. It's going to be HeroMarine versus Maru.
A Terran versus Terran to determine who else makes it into the playoffs. This is a wonderful chance for Maru, but then what bracket wouldn't have been a wonderful chance for him? HeroMarine did win their most recent match, but then otherwise was on a 7-series losing streak. So.
And that's like all time as well, pretty much,
yes.
Right? So it's definitely not, the odds aren't really there for HeroMarine, but there's been a lot of times he's lost. And it really feels as though it's like, oh, you know what? Like, he could have won.
Yeah,
but then Maru did the Maru thing. But like, that's the problem, right? Maru's still Maru, and in TVT especially, he is just so good at surviving. It really does get a little bit wild and crazy. So I'm extremely intrigued to see what happens between the two of them here, because I think HeroMarine can make this a match. I'm just not sure if he can close out.
It's difficult to do so against Maru. That's it, Maru.
One hoodie on, one hoodie.
Yo, Maru and me are kindred spirits. I always got made fun of because I take like one sock off if I was hot.
Yeah.
But not both. Both is absurd wording. Anyways, but yeah, Maru, he's the favorite to win. No doubt about it. HeroMarine, though, not only did he actually take on him in Katowice and win, he also just generally had a good Katowice run when we were also still kind of like, well, where exactly is HeroMarine? Because I feel like it is a very similar setup once again. It's like, does he actually put in, you know, not that he doesn't put in practice, but is he winning enough leading up to an event that we think he's going to win the event itself? That's in question. And it was in question in Katowice, and he did one of the best of the non-Koreans, actually. So can he do it again here in Dallas when his opponent is Maru? Maybe not, but that's when you got that bottom side of the bracket to help out. I believe if he were to lose here, whoever loses here actually faces Clem. So TVTs, man, TVTs.
Gotta love them TVTs. Well, they practice it a fair amount in Europe and in Korea as well, so we'll see what we get. Again, one Terran already in the playoffs. Terran domination. They've been complaining, Zombie Grove. They've been complaining, but look at them go.
That's what we do, man. I don't tell you. Yeah, Zerg actually underrepresented in this tournament, but it's okay because they'll be top 4, right?
We'll find out soon.
Anyways, I guess we're still getting started. You know, and I do just going to kind of get into it. You know, TVT, it starts off with a bang a lot of the time. We can really get a good grasp on what people are trying to accomplish and how sharp they are, particularly with the micro of the early game. I am ready to get into this.
Me too. I'm very excited to see what kind of builds HeroMarine goes for, because we all expect him to have to try and get some kind of edge early. I feel like he probably feels like that too, so let's see, as we are going to go to the top left-hand side of Oceanborn. Our red Terran player from Mouse is HeroMarine.
And in the bottom right, Team Vitality, he is Maru. Got the big teams representing HeroMarine, one of the top 5 longest careers on the same team. Maru having been on onside before they, I don't know how you would say it, got adopted, got
brought into Vitality.
Yeah, the organization. I'm gonna say adopted.
Like the team got picked up by. The problem is they never really said it very clearly either, right? They were like, we're now Team Vitality, but we're also onside, but we're not being called onside. And it's like, okay, so you're Vitality.
Yeah. They do have a little like non-pro aspect to it, right?
Yeah.
Pro onside. But anyway, yeah, Vitality picking everyone up was really awesome. And so that's a big reason, I guess. We got new people coming in to watch StarCraft and cheer. Interesting. Win rate versus Terran, and Serral's on the top. Oh, he just literally has the... Oh, okay, across anyone. Oh.
You trying to...
I was really confused, man. I was like, there's one that doesn't look like the other.
Yeah, just anyone's win rate versus Terran. Lots of the Terran players got good win rates against Terran players. Funny that, isn't it?
That is interesting. I would have thought that was a little more varied. I thought Hero would maybe make it there. Well, no, not lately. Yeah. Well, there you have it. Serral's still the best. Everyone else battling it out for second place. And in particular for these guys battling out to get to the playoffs. We do have identical builds so far. We'll see a deviation probably very, very soon. HeroMarine was able to take down Maru with a couple of really nice builds in Katowice and actually able to take him down. That is pretty much the thing you got to do. And really, it usually comes down to taking him down before 3CC is available, is saturated, then that's the time where you can really kill a Terran. You get 3-base saturation, and that's when they hang on indefinitely. We do finally have a slight change up. Cyclone versus Hellion.
Yeah, something a little bit different here is it's going to be that Hellion from Maru that allows him to have a little bit more gas just stored away. And we'll see what he builds in a moment. He's going to go Cyclone as well. So now just a faster Cyclone out of HeroMarine. Overall, then, that Hellion just provides a little bit of additional scouting potential, maybe a little bit stronger alongside the Reapers early, but in the grand scheme of things, it's one of those kind of big nothings, isn't it?
Kind of, yeah. I was expecting one of them to go... Yeah, okay, there we go. We got the starport finishing up. Medevac is on the way. Medevac drop still very popular. Despite the Cyclone change, we do still have it as a solid harassment option, and then it can fold in a couple other things. We'll wait for that. First, we're going to have the classic 2 ships sailing in the night across the map. Who micros better? Who gets the attack better? Who gets the defense better? Does anyone see that this is actually going to be happening? Those are the questions we need answered.
Medevacs will be very fun if they do both get across the map and you get that kind of battle of multitasking. Who can control it better? It's going to be the Cyclone, Hellion, and Reapers in the Medevac of Maru, whereas it's going to be double Cyclone from HeroMarine, and whoa,
okay.
Maybe not 2 ships in the night because they're going to clash.
Yeah, give that to 2 Cyclones if HeroMarine pays attention. Of course, Maru could pay attention very quickly as well. They both boost. And, it was Maru's fault first. Okay. HeroMarine does get the drop, however, and we see that this little micro battle initially goes HeroMarine's way, and then we're playing a little bit of fire. And I have to play a little bit on that high ground and actually choosing to skedaddle. I was going to say, you can definitely get that Medevac. There it is. It goes over to the Cyclone, but could drop out, could drop out. Doesn't drop out. Success quickly into failure there.
It was like really good for HeroMarine. And he could have just fought and killed another Cyclone and been looking really good, and instead he loses it, and that's obviously just a big mistake, as now Maru will take that edge right on away from him. So Maru catches a break after not going so well for him initially. Some Reapers now will be annoying, and they will go after some SCVs here to try and make up for the losses that HeroMarine has just faced. And units coming back. We'll clean this up, of course, and that is going to be an okay cleanup. It just took a couple of seconds, as Maru will be up a worker and going to go Interference Matrix with the Raven.
Yeah, but HeroMarine's going right into Vikings. He has swapped on over into Reactor. This means aggression, guys. This Raven from Maru, very typical. 2-3 Ravens, still very typical. But then if you go into Vikings immediately, You're generally looking for a push. Liberator's immediately being added on as well. It's a very quick and snappy punch. It's not that Maru couldn't be able to defend it, it's that you don't necessarily expect it to happen so quickly, and then once they are in position, that is exactly what this kind of composition needs to be. It could actually be playing very defensive, I suppose. Third C is coming down. Liberators could go for 2 attacks, left and right, and then very, very safe back at home, because the Vikings could also be used to ward away the Ravens, but Maru doesn't know what is going on as of yet. He has no scouting, and he is going to be pushing into a HeroMarine who did just unsiege.
Yeah, we're both going to start moving. Maru will get a little heads up of this movement, obviously. HeroMarine doesn't know about this Maru army, which is now sieged up. The Marines take the splattering, and that means that they are all low, and that means you don't really want to fight anymore. Auto turrets going down to absorb some tank shots while the tank is unsieging. It's going to be chased. The other tank is locked onto by Cyclones. The 2 tanks dead, and HeroMarine is unraveling here as Maru comes pushing on forwards. A Viking will land. That won't last very long. The tanks will be sieging from Maru, and so many SCVs already pulled in. This one is getting written down as a result very quickly.
Yeah, HeroMarine unfortunately losing out here. I don't know, obviously scouting ahead, knowing that was coming would have been a big difference maker. We finally got those Liberators actually they are sieging up, and they would have been a great distraction if HeroMarine had not been beaten back in the middle of the map. There's also a second where I guess he figured he'd be matrixed, right? So he unsieged a tank that probably would have gotten at least the Cyclones down to half health. Actually, that would have been tremendous difference, but considering that these Liberators are actually getting 11 SCVs, perhaps that would have made a tremendous difference. Otherwise, maybe it's more like a 7-worker deficit instead of the 12 that it is now. Even if that was the case, though, Maru already on 3-base saturation and getting ready to defend what is HeroMarine's last chance to get some damage done.
Yeah, pushing forwards right now, going to try and get these tanks in position. Cyclones get a lock on, though, and HeroMarine just realizes there is not enough right here. Maru wasting no time at all. He had one blip that looked bad. Instantly it turned around, and it never stopped being in his favor since.
Yeah, that just turned around for him, and then kept on going. Maru, seeing the time to strike, does not hesitate. But HeroMarine, I think that was just call it an awkward game. That was bumpy. That was, it didn't feel the best. You can see it in his face, it didn't feel the best. He was supposed to save that medevac, have a little bit more map control with 2 Cyclones and the possibility of harassment. Scouting also on the map. If you have that map control, you can get that knowledge of where they are and have sieged better. Or played purely defensive and let those Liberators do the damage while you just turtle that home. There's just so many options, right? It really did all start with that opener not going so well. And Maru was able to pick up a fairly easy game 1. I don't believe all these games will be easy, but this is just so unfortunate for HeroMarine. Such a bumpy start. Yeah, you got a 2-0 versus Astrea too, so it was like, this is failing, right? Let's go, let's go. Oh, all right, this was ugly.
Yeah, he had a great start again, obviously against Astrea, and I said it then, I was like, this is a really confident series from him that should fill him with confidence moving forward as well. But obviously, Maru is very quick to unravel that. Maru also had a pretty easy opening series. He took down Shin 2-0. I say easy, I didn't see the games, but 2-0 scoreline, so the result was there in Maru's favor. As we are loaded into game number 2, we're going to be playing Post-Youth, which is obviously a little bit interesting with that in-base expansion. Bottom left-hand corner, though, the red Terran player from Mouse is HeroMarine.
And in the top right for Vitality, he is Maru. Still 1/2 of the hoodieing it.
I'm going to try that at home.
Perfect temperature.
Perfect temperature.
You don't have to be locked in society's expectations, Woody.
Good to know. I wasn't aware.
Put on half of a sock pairing. Put on 1 leg of jeans.
Actually, you put on the full pair of jeans, you just cut 1 leg off afterwards.
Oh yeah, that's the sexy. It's like half booty shorts.
Half booty shorts, half jeans, yeah. Well, the left side of my butt just looks so much better.
That's the sexy look that Wardy's looking for, guys. Oh yeah, yeah. Anyways, for themselves down any further, we do have some scouting going on. We're going to go ahead and SCV scout. It did look like HeroMarine is going to send out an SCV. Maybe it was just a little SimCity perfection. Maru's going to see that everything is actually above board. This is an interesting map because of a kind of safe in-base natural. It is safe. It's blocked by minerals, and it has the half gold, half mineral setup. But then, okay, you get that. Actually getting to that third base can be a little more problematic. We do have some gold in the middle as well. Obviously, contention over the Xel'Nagas is a big deal too. It can get... Actually, this map could get even weirder, I think, as far as, them doing very similar attacks. Yeah, that would be even weirder than the last game. And they are starting off in very similar fashion. Maru just added in the SCV Scout.
Yeah. I mean, it'll be fun to see where we start to diverge, if we diverge at all. Maybe they are just happy to go Cyclones, Medivac. Obviously, on this map, we can drop that CC right on location, no problems at all as well. It's in base, but that also means you're quite... It's kind of weird because it's like, it feels safe, but then I feel like when you get dropped, it's like, because you're going to drop the main, it's like you kind of drop the natural, which is in the main, and sometimes that works really well for the dropper. It's kind of hard to explain because you still feel like it should just be more defendable, but in TVT, it's almost not. It's so weird. It's wild, honestly.
It's kind of like a hanging natural is what I always called it on the old maps, like Ultrazine Stronghold. Where it's like, yes, it's
a map from like 2000, something grew.
But it's my go-to because it had the worst one, right? It was in the middle of nowhere and it was leading to like the opposite side of the map, so it wasn't like stuck in a corner. It was actually so droppable, and that was also when mutas were a bigger deal in the versus Terran. So you would have mutas come in. So it was technically in base, and it was supposed to be safe from a direct ground attack, but it got complicated when air came into effect. There's been other examples, just like that's always the one I went to. So yes, like this actually has an opening to enter into the natural that would lead into the main base as well. It can be very scary. We also have a couple of tricky builds in the other matchups, I would say, on this map, like ZVZ. TVT not so much going to be able to take advantage of like, I guess like a 2-base setup that doesn't get scouted, I suppose. Like 2-base all-in on this map, 2-base all-ins in TVT, very old-fashioned, not done very much. Whereas we saw like Rogue, for instance, go 2-base Muta versus Darks. But anywho, we finally got the medevacs on the way, guys. We have been waiting for this one once again. HeroMarine sends his out in a path that would intercept a slightly faster drop with the Hellion. And once again, well, I kind of give it, that was harder to spot in the minimap than the last time.
Might just choose to kind of go across as well to some extent. He's got a Cyclone and a couple Marines back at home. Does Maru is... HeroMarine's going to drop in with his 2 Cyclones. In we go. Maru immediately in position. The Widowmine, Reapers, Hellion all dropping off. Yes, EVs have to pull away from Maru. He has defended back at home. Now HeroMarine has to come and obviously try and fight this off, and he does, but he's the one that's taking damage, and there's a lot of low HP SDVs here, so we finish those off. That would be a big deal. Widowmine does get targeted down. That's actually massive as the Cyclone war will continue on the other side. We do save both of those at the last second.
Yeah, and Reapers were killing SCVs this entire time. We're even looking for a little bit more. Gonna beat it. No, it's gonna find one. Oh, you poor unfortunate soul.
Wow, that's actually very good for HeroMarine. I was gonna say, this felt very good for Maru, but those Reapers actually went huge in the natural during all of that.
Yeah, he did have a very limited number of units, with some of them going for the drop and then them preparing for the Cyclone. So, what he could have thrown over there would have been either an auto turret, maybe from the Raven, and then that's kind of all else he had. The Cyclone had to stay back to help against HeroMarine's drop. So HeroMarine getting, I would say, a really solid great start. There is not going to be that immediate reversal that we had in the last game. And so he should be getting that confidence back. 3CC going to be safe in that base. Maru, having yet to add his on, is going into the Ravens and Interference Matrix. HeroMarine not adding on the upgrade. I was going to say, generally 2 in TVT. There it is. So similar compositions. It's that 3rd CC timing. Because Maru's going double starport.
Very push-heavy kind of style. Very committed because obviously you just go and build straight into air. Because of that air advantage, you want to push, you want to keep on kind of keeping that advantage essentially. And you just push with it because your opponent can really struggle if air control is in your opponent's favor. So that's going to be the plan for Maru.
Yeah, and this is the other awkward aspect of a map like this too, right? Where your shared... I don't know how to put it. When your third base is the choke, that can then snowball to kill you.
Yeah.
Right? In other maps, your third base is on the outlier. They go to that first, and then it's a little more awkward to get to the natural. Like, if they break through the third on this one, it's right to the main and the natural. So that's kind of concerning part, and it is going to be a bit of a shorter distance, too, if that 3rd CC is where Maru goes to target. Maru absolutely 100% going for an attack that needs to do damage. He scans and sees basically that typical TVT setup, very well defended. Why not, as long as you're waiting for that 3rd CC to finish. This is, again, about that control of the space. The tanks get sieged, the Vikings bully away all the other units, and suddenly HeroMarine is locked up in his original 2 bases, where Maru has a little more of that freedom that he can kind of choose to expand off of, but we're also still reeling from the early game harassment.
Ooh, Medevac getting caught there from HeroMarine, and that gets pushed away. We'll see, obviously, those units advancing as he will look to get a cancel on that 3rd base, potentially. See what Maru's defense looks like as he is just edging into position. Cyclones are there, and he actually just a drop one. I have no idea. That got dropped off the edge of the map, and it parachuted to the edge just about.
That didn't make any sense. But not important either. So here we go, right? I mean, this is even it. Like, the 3rd CC going down here, this is the shared choke I was talking about, but he's even abusing the high ground a little bit first. Then he might move over into that choke. HeroMarine is trying to actually nip this in the bud. Probably a good idea. Auto turrets get slapped down, and the tanks get sieged up in a really forward location. This really takes away so much of the awkwardness of dealing with the set tank Viking Raven push. HeroMarine, excellent job so far. Got to keep controlling this. Can't let Maru get into a great place. Like tanks on the high ground.
That's actually pretty funky. We're going to drop auto turrets down here to protect. More Vikings are added as well as we are trading out. And the auto turrets help to put in some work, but that was a heavy investment here from Maru. And now what? We're going to keep leaving these tanks here. We're going to try and get them out. We are going to try and get them away. The Medevac still not the one taking damage there. And we now go to rally and attack at the front where this tank was left behind, and we might just be able to take position in a better place. So maybe this was Maru's plan, just to pull HeroMarine around and to give himself a choice. There's no tank siege from HeroMarine, so he loses one, gets pushed back from that 3rd base. Now obviously in trouble as Maru takes more and more control of this space. Tanks for siege, auto turrets coming down, SCVs are pulling into their deaths, and that is just going to be it. GG, and Maru sweeps the floor to advance through to the playoffs.
I don't mean to be a little sad as Maru advances. Obviously, that's great news. We're going to see him further down the line in the tournament. It's just that HeroMarine felt like he had a solid start, but not like overwhelmingly solid in the first game because it quickly reversed. The second game was beautiful. Like, it was actually setting up so freaking well for him, but I really think that map creates more problems when it comes to handling the tank positioning just with that natural. That's weird. Maru really taking advantage of that. HeroMarine did get out of position. That's really what killed him, and sad to see that end like that, but Maru is Maru, 2-0ing a Terran opponent. Not a big surprise. He will advance to the playoffs.
He will indeed, and that means HeroMarine is obviously not out or anything. This is the winner's stage. He'll drop to the lower bracket where we believe he's going to be playing against Clem, so that's a chance to get just an extra kind of seed further into the knockout bracket. If you lose there, you're still in the knockout bracket, but that is when it becomes do or die, as we're going to head on over and have an interview for this series.
Thank you very much. We do have our recent winner here on the stage. It is Maru. Please give another big round of applause to Maru. Let's hear his first thoughts after that win.
네, 조현 선수 먼저 승리 축하드리는데 지금 소감 한번 듣고 싶습니다.
오늘 조금 1대0으로 지출해서 너무 좋고 경기력도 좀 마음에 들어가지고 더 잘할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
So I'm pretty happy with the results. I'm actually pretty happy with the plays as well today. So I'm feeling very confident, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the matches this weekend. Well, we're talking about the rest of the weekend already, obviously moving on to the playoffs here for Maru. Are there any players that Maru specifically is maybe looking forward to, maybe looking to avoid, anything like that potentially this weekend?
그러면 이제 점점 앞으로 다가올 경기들도 좀 기대가 된다고 말씀을 해주셨는데 혹시 그러면 이번 대회에서 특별히 만나고 싶거나 피하고 싶은 선수는 혹시 있을까요?
일단 저그전을 별로 하기 싫어가지고 저그전 빼고는 다 괜찮은 것 같습니다.
The only thing is I don't want to play against Zerg, so other than that, don't really mind. That's the only matchup I want to avoid. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see if that happens as Maru moves on to the playoffs in the round of 8 here this weekend at Dallas. Thank you very much.
Quite apt that our 2 finalists from our most recent World Championship have now found themselves into that round of 8. Maru alongside Oliveira will be moving on, and quite honestly, we've had a few matches already here on the mainstream, joined by Pig as well as State here to talk about this one, and they've been a little bit back and forth. This one wasn't really back and forth. Maru looks great here, Pig. Uh-oh.
Sorry.
We got you.
Maru's approach when he comes to land really is to try and speedrun it, I feel, these days. He always rocks up and he says, let's not hesitate. Let's get in there, play aggressive, play fast. And you can see with this push, he just gave no room for HeroMarine to get going. And HeroMarine's defenses are actually looking really good at the start of game 2.
Yeah.
You could just see he's relentless with the movement. You see just the natural rotates back to the front 3rd base. And if you get caught out of position even a little, once those Viking tanks have that position, it's brutal.
Yeah, we were giving compliments, I mean, even earlier in the segments about how Maru is very good about, getting those star pots up, being able to move that into some of the later game situations, maybe even battle cruisers, as well as a lot of Vikings and stuff like that. But the Raven play in those earlier moments is so pivotal important, and Maru plays that situation out fantastically as well.
Yeah, we didn't even need to see Maru go into the late game, the Sky Mech that we were kind of expecting that we might see from him, that we've seen from him in the past in the GSL. Instead, Pig, you kind of called it right from the get-go before the series even began that Maru, his early game is so technically strong that he was just able to build a lot of momentum there in game number 1, close it out with a win, and then game number 2, HeroMarine was, doing a little bit of back and forth there to start things out. He didn't have as bad of a start, but that killer push in game number 2 was just so devastating, and that's an easy 2-0 for Maru.
Yeah, he's so damn powerful. There's just something about his ability to try and throw the kitchen sink at you, but as we said, there's no point where you can sit back because his late game is just indomitable. It's insane.
All right, well, State, I believe you do have something to show us from this series.
Yeah, we got some stuff on this illustrator here. So I was looking at this specifically in game number 1. I was hoping to see HeroMarine get a little bit of momentum here in the very beginning because those 2 Cyclones in the medevac. And this is pretty good here for HeroMarine. He gets the trade. Maru eventually is able to clean this one up, though, and I feel like this is the kind of moment where you really need to gain that momentum here from HeroMarine, because later on in this map, there was a lot of trouble. Maru, he lost basically no momentum coming forward. He catches HeroMarine right here in the center of the map, and he's able to effectively just push him all the way back into his natural expansion, gets so much damage done. I'm not sure if this one goes all the way into the push there in the natural, but I mean, the push from here on just keeps on going.
Yeah.
He breaks into the natural expansion, and it's just a game-ending blow.
I think something that's interesting about this is how confident Maru is about moving so close to those Marines with his Ravens, knowing that it's very unlikely HeroMarine's even going to try and kind of turn around for an engagement like that.
Yeah, and then here in game number 2, up until this point, it was relatively close between Maru and HeroMarine. And even in this engagement, I saw HeroMarine, he gets the siege off. Maru has to back off. The auto turrets drop, but this is so much energy being spent by the Ravens of HeroMarine that it kind of hamstrings him a little bit later on in the defense. And Maru, he's a smart player. He recognizes this piece of territory right in front of HeroMarine's base. It's nigh unimpenetrable, but he's able to just lift up everything. And this is part of the way that he plays with this really air-focused style. He has so many Vikings, he has so many Ravens that he's basically able to ferry these units up into the next base and get so much done.
Yeah. Baiting out so much energy usage there with the auto turrets. And it's like,
it always feels so bad when you do that. You're like, yes, 5 auto turrets. Oh gosh, he's just pulled back.
Okay,
oh no.
Yeah, bit of a tough scenario. All right, well, are we ready for break? I couldn't even remember, actually, now that I think about it. All right, well, yeah, we are ready for break, I do believe, here for this. We're going to be going on and moving into actually one of the open bracket matches to find out who moves on into that knockout bracket. So join us right after this for more StarCraft.
Hello guys, I'm from DKC Oliveira.
Hello everyone, I'm Nice. I'm Portos player.
So we're gonna play this fishing game. So let's see who is better. 你看钓鱼王，鱼王。你看鱼王。
我操，你怎么钓的？
鱼王。哎，哎，哎，哎，
哎，
哎，哎，
哎，哦，
哎，哎啊，有点急了。 它咬啊，它都不咬，这鱼卡住了。哦，哎哎，哎， 哎，怎么我这鱼起不来了？大家勾了问题。哎，怎么还动别人？哎，
不要抢我鱼啊，李少！
我鱼竿都被你打坏了，
关我毛事啊！
好了好了好。完了，钓鱼网要陨落了，渔网竿坏了，怎么越来越快了？哎，怎么鱼竿进不去了？
李少，我现在后来居上了，李少。
完了，有点急了，我有点急了。
哎，哦。抢鱼，就只有2只。我鱼竿深深一打，好，你等紫的，我等绿的，好吧？公平一点。好。好，你去等绿的。你等紫的。我先来，我钓不到，然后给你。钓不到给我。好，给你，你再试。哎，你我来。李少，有时候暴力是解决不了事情的。Okay, so I'm fish king. 1, 2, 不用说，应该我赢。4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11个。90。啊，比他少一个。Yeah, I'm 10. He has 11, so he wins the game. Thank you, everyone. I'm fish king.
Been digging your own grave up to your neck in shame and gravel. If you've been paving your own way, trying to be the one who holds the gavel. If you've been sleeping your own bed, trying to get up, but your wings ain't able. Been locking your own chains, throw away the key with your mind unstable. Have you been to the cliffs of death? Have you? Whoa. Have you tried the forbidden fruit? Pull the trigger, but it wouldn't shoot.
All right, welcome back. We got more StarCraft coming, and we are changing gears just a little bit, figuring out not only who's on the road to the Esports World Cup, but also figuring out who's going to be able to move through into the knockout bracket from our open stage. Now, do bear in mind, whilst we're covering this next match, the winners stage Group A will be continuing here on the B stream as well. So you can be having multiple streams open at the same time to get all of that StarCraft goodness fed straight into your veins, which is good stuff. But for now, we have got another matchup on the way. We are moving down to that knockout bracket scenario where we have Gumiho versus... Why can't I remember who it is?
Creator.
Creator! Thank you. Oh, CG, you're such a savior. All right, let's take a look at that bracket and see how everything has gone on down there as well. Lots more TVP to come, apparently, as we do have ourselves Gumiho being able to go through Mars Bar. No! Ryung, and now he finds himself up against Creator here, who took down Epic as well as Kelazur Fear Dragon.
Yeah, two North American heroes of Epic and Kelazur, but I think this is going to be a different kind of caliber of player. Gumiho is, of course, I think a notoriously good Terran player, especially when it comes to throwing out the right build orders and everything. Yeah. I think this is going to be a very, very fun TVP.
Grueling battles, really, considering down towards the bottom you unfortunately go up against Gumiho from Mars Bar, and then you have to go up against Future down there. But that's how Bracket A has worked out so far. Let's take a look at Bracket B as well and get a little bit of a jog of a memory as to the results that are going on there. Rogue and Elaser are playing for a spot in the knockout bracket.
Yeah, Solar not having a great time, but we said that that was going to be really the match, you know, and then it wasn't easy versus Shadone, but now it's another ZVZ, and you can kind of put a laser in the Korean Zerg category. He's aggressive. Yeah. He's going to throw out a lot of builds. It's a difficult matchup in general. That can go either way, and obviously they still have a second chance, so we'd be cheering for both of them. But you know, like a rematch for Solar, I would be very scared of that happening for Rogue.
Yeah, that would be... we always usually see the salty run back where the player that lost the first time is able to do well later on. But yeah, we'll see how this all goes on. Zerg versus Zerg can be a little bit cheeky, a little bit scary. But Creator versus Gumiho, hey, down in this position to qualify to the knockout bracket is quite the fixture, all things considered, because considering that Protoss right now, not doing too bad, doing all right. Creator's one of those guys that's kind of flying that flag high, and then Gumiho on the other side is always just a stalwart, strong Terran to be able to get into those playoffs and the knockout bracket first, maybe.
No, I think you're totally right, James. I feel like both of these players have something to prove here. Gumiho is, of course, a really strong player. We've talked about him a lot in the past, but I feel like recently when you talk about like those top players, Gumiho isn't necessarily one of the names that comes to your mind first or second or third or something. And I would say the same thing for Creator. We have those Protoss hopes that are kind of coming around, even Trap coming back and getting some more attention because Gemini is just talking about him all the time.
Oh, of course,
but
yeah.
Creator is a really good Protoss player who has something to prove. He has the potential to kind of make a deeper run and to showcase that Protoss is still actually doing pretty well, but he isn't that name that comes to mind first.
Definitely not. ZG, your thoughts coming in?
Yeah, I was trying to get some stats on how they're both performing right now, because they are both question marks in my opinion. I think you're absolutely right. You don't necessarily think of them first if you're thinking about either Terran or Protoss, unless you're a Gumigod fan, but that's neither here nor there. Because they're not the standouts. You know, they're not Maru, they're not Hero or Trap, I guess, back in the day.
Yeah.
But that means where do they lie right now? And that is, I think, a quite general question mark for them. They've been a little back and forth, little favoritism towards Creator, I suppose, but then Gumiho has taken plenty of maps off of him. Could be a lot about the build order choices, right? Versus Creator being a little more solid. Gumiho very much well known for that. It's a very difficult one to call, but I'm actually been leaning towards Creator based off their history.
All right, well, let's hear from both of them as we now get over to the stage to get a few words from them before they go into this match to find out who moves on into the knockout bracket.
As I explained on the desk, we have two players currently fighting through that open stage, trying to get out to the knockout stage so far. Of course, Gumi on my left, Creator on my right. And first up, I just want to hear how these players are feeling so far about their matches today. We'll first hear from Creator. 네, 장윤호 선수, 오늘 일단 지금까지 경기력은 좀 어떠셨는지, 만족스러우셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 사실 경기력적으로는 만족을 전혀 하지 못하고 있고 그래도 결과가 좋아서 너무 다행이라고 생각하고 있습니다.
Yeah, so to be honest, I cannot say at all that I'm satisfied with my play so far, but of course the results are satisfactory, so that's where I rest my case. Well, let's hear from Gumio. We just heard that Creator not feeling too great about his play so far. How does that make you feel? 네, 그러면 구민재 선수, 지금 장윤호 선수가 뭐 결과는 좋았지만 오늘 경기력이 그렇게 만족스럽진 않다. 이런 말씀 해주셨는데 본인은 좀 어떻게 생각하고 계신가요?
저도 아직 적응을 하는 단계고 경기력은 조금씩 나아지고 있는 것 같아요.
Yeah, so, I mean, same for me. I'm actually just trying to adapt right now to the stage, so we'll just keep on trying to progress, improving throughout the weekend. Well, let's hear their expectations for the weekend before we jump into the match. 그러면 고민재 선수는 이번 주말에 본인의 약간 목표가 어디까지 올라가시는 게 목표인지 궁금합니다.
목표는 항상 우승이고 잘해서 꼭 우승하고 싶습니다.
Of course, always my goal is to win the whole darn thing, and I want to win it in a great way. Well, Creator, anything you have to say to that? I want to know, are you also gunning for the same result? 네, 그러면 장현우 선수는 이번 주에 목표가 좀 어떻게 되시나요?
저는 사실 일단 첫 번째 목표는 노가웃 스테이지 2라운드까지 가는 게 1차 목표고 2차 목표는 비밀이에요.
알겠습니다. So my goal, the first one is to get out to the round 2 of the knockout stage, but I do have a second goal, but that's the secret. Well, I guess we'll have to wait a little bit longer to find out, ladies and gentlemen. It is a matchup here in the open stage. It is going to be Creator versus Gumio.
What a matchup we've got for us here. A Terran vs Protoss match that will be very important for the next stages. A creative, aggressive Terran player against a rock-solid defensive Protoss. Who do you think's coming out on top of this one, State?
I don't know, man. This is a hard match to call. Creator versus Gumio. Both these players are legends in their own right in the Korean scene. Now here in the upper bracket final of Bracket A, looking to get that spot into knockout round 1. No, I'm leaning towards Gumio a little bit. I feel like he's the kind of guy that just has the depth of build to really thrive in this kind of weekend environment where someone doesn't know they're going to be in a group against him weeks in advance, right? You can't necessarily prepare for Gumio quite as well as you would in a tournament like the GSL. So I'm thinking, you know, maybe Gumio has some tricks up his sleeves that are going to be really hard for Creator to hold on to in this game.
It's always something, you know he's going to do something weird, but there's such range, it's impossible to prepare for. I feel like every single time a Protoss goes up against Gumio, they say, I gotta scout really well, and I have to be prepared for the odd timings. You know, normally like, okay, they might push with 1 tank at 5 minutes or 3 tanks at 7 minutes. Gumio will hit at 6 minutes with 2 tanks, and he'll not have combat shields on his Marines, but he'll still stim in and commit 100%. And you're like, no other Terran does that, but Gumio, he'll do it. He'll proxy outside your base, he'll float a barracks inside your base and try to build marauders there. He is a man who will look to throw his opponent off guard. On the other hand, Creator is like nice edge defensive macro, turtling your batteries. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him mix in some Phoenix Colossus, things that can really just contain, get you 100% scouting and lock things down.
Yeah, Phoenix Colossus, you know, typically it's a bit of a fickle style to play against because it is so fragile in the early game. You lose a couple of units and things can spiral out of control, but you know, against a player like Gumio who loves those technical units, it could be the way to go. Let's see if that's what Creator is going to do here as we get ready to start game number 1 on Site Delta. Creator spawning as the red Protoss in the bottom right corner.
And his opponent in the top left, representing Cloud9, one of the most creative Terran players out there. You gotta have your eyes glued to the screen because you never know what he's gonna do next. It's Gumio.
So excited to get into the action on this one, Pig, and already Gumio kind of a creative barracks placement right here in the beginning to start things off.
I want my add-ons to be really safe, I guess, as well as potentially hide whatever ends up on these add-ons later on, right? Like, I assume this leads into either the factory or a triple depot wall off. And then basically saying the adepts will not be able to see what I'm doing. Am I swapping the factory on the reactor? Am I doing this or doing that? Gumio always looking for those little adjustments in the early game. I think the other thing to really keep your eye on as this game goes on is Gumio doesn't like ghosts as much as normal Terran players. He'll build them sometimes, but he's very often playing like a mass Marine Marauder style, where he just has so many basic infantry units and medevacs, and he looks to swarm over, and he'll aim for faster upgrades than Terran normally does, way more bio, way more like, I'm just going to drop half my army in your main, the other half is going to attack your third. But he will very happily delay things like Ghost, delay Viking tech, if he thinks that's going to give him an advantage.
Absolutely, and I love this early scout coming in from Creator too, just being a little bit annoying there for Gumio, forcing the command center to be placed a little bit away from where Gumio would love for it to be. Gonna cost his mining just a little bit, and you're absolutely right, Pig. Factory going down right there in the wall, and so I wonder exactly what Gumio is trying to hide, what mind game he's going for here, because you know, one of the main things that you kind of do want to scout should you move an adept cross map with a shade
is what add-on does the factory have? What units are being added to the factory? But that's kind of the structure that Gumiho has right in the main gate. So bit of an interesting setup here. Of course, Creator not going for that Adept opening, instead actually Stalker into Sentry, which I quite like here. And against somebody with as peculiar a building placement as Gumiho is going for in game number 1, getting the Sentry and getting a Hallucination Scout maybe, what, 15, 20 seconds after that Sentry's popped? Very nice start.
It's the ultimate of conservative approaches, isn't it, Ryan? It's actually just like, I will be safe, I will be very, very careful, and against Marauder Hellion, that makes sense. This is what Gumiho was trying to hide. He loves doing this sort of stuff. He is known for actually a 4 Marauder drop. So this is an old school build he used to do where he would drop 4 Marauders. He can snipe down tech, kill Stalkers really quickly once they get tagged by Concussive. And the Hellions can run in the natural at the same time and just start roasting probes. And the thing is, if you're like, oh, I've got 4 Stalkers in a Sentry, I'm really safe. Yeah, against 8 Marines in a medevac, maybe. But 4 Marauders come out of a medevac, it's a different story.
Yeah, 4 Marauders kill a Stalker in basically a heartbeat. Even with a shield battery, it can be tough to hold on unless you have battery overcharge available. So we'll see. As for Creator back at home, he's going for double gateway, a little bit delayed. Okay, the Phoenix did spot the Marauder. Gumiho at the last second tried to pull that one away so as not to reveal the game plan. But Creator, should he be paying attention, should have a very good idea of what's coming. But it's scary because the shield batteries, they're only just now starting, Pig. And those 2 gateways, they're coming in later than if Creator had kind of staggered it and gone for a second gateway early and then a later third, but he's going to go for the full wall.
Wow, that's so safe. That is just so smart here, saying, look, I know you're going to try to run in anything to buy me a few seconds of extra time. That battery, this buys it time to finish. Now, he could focus the pylon down potentially, but look at that. The Sentry tanks a little bit, the battery kicks in, and Gumiho is wise to back off. Yeah, he committed a lot, but he hasn't thrown his units away, and that's the important thing. Gumiho can chill for a little bit, still look for value, deny a third base for a while. The thing Gumiho has to be wary of is when that blink kicks in, you warp in 2 more rounds of Stalkers, there's 10 Blink Stalkers out. Suddenly, Gumiho needs to be home. He cannot be caught on the wrong side of the map once Blink finishes.
He's only got maybe 30 seconds to play with, and he's going to go for a drop here in the main base. And as the observer's pointing out, there's a little bit of a shadow over here on the left side. Creator. Oh, that pylon just finished. Just the +1 vision range is in effect. Creator now coming in. Blink nearly done, but this might be enough Stalkers just to hold on. Hellions going for the mineral line, going to try and kill as many probes as possible. Already 5 going down. The Stalkers actually vying to go for the medevac, but that might be a mistake. Look at the Marauders just shelling them down.
Wow, he's actually killing so many Stalkers with those Marauders. Clicking on the medevac was definitely an overextension there. The Hellions got 8 probes during all this. Dude, he gets another Stalker. Medevac goes in, does try to get out. Can the Marauder and the Reaper take out that Stalker? Looks like that Stalker should just barely survive. Creator holds on, but Gumiho, even though his push was scouted, delayed, he just ferries the entire army into the main base, and Creator's going to be kicking himself for leaving that little gap in his vision.
Yeah, and I think he's going to be kicking himself a little bit for the micromanagement there, too, because had he not gone for the medevac and just focused down the Marauders, and suddenly the DPS of that army drops way more rapidly than it did otherwise. You can see Creator, as soon as he defends this push, immediately throwing down the Dark Shrine. Like, all right, I need to find some way to get some counter damage in. These Stalkers coming in, picking off 1 or 2 SCVs could be a good start, but with the Siege Tank in position, too, I'm liking Gumiho's beginning here. Now, he doesn't know about the Dark Shrine just yet. It's halfway done. Warp Prism just completed.
3 command center
will be able to get some damage done?
Yeah, having that 3rd command center is always like a good bit of semi-insurance, right? Because even if you don't know what's happening, you've just got a 3rd potential mule coming into play. Obviously, if you drop mules and those DTs walk in at the same moment, it is always sad. And especially with the DT drop, he'll be able to hit both mineral lines at once, but the medevac's gonna see it.
Oh no! This is a nightmare situation for Creator, and he didn't even notice the Warp Prism got spotted. So the stim comes through. If Creator was fast enough, either with a recall or with, unsieging the Warp Prism and putting it back into movement mode, he might have been able to save it. But for Gumiho, considering his opponent went for Blink Stalker into a DT drop, that is such a big win. Creator tries, he might try and scout that medevac down and get the finishing kill. Not going to happen. And now the standing army here for Gumiho with nothing to hold it back, nothing to slow him down, is so scary, Pig.
No splash damage. I mean, you spent your gas on Dark Templar. That delays your Robo Bay. It delays your Storm massively. And now Creator finds himself with a few Stalkers spotting this push out. Dark Templar do walk in. Missile Turret does spot them. And the popping Siege Tank and SCVs will be able to deflect here. Nice raise on the depots. Not really losing anything just yet. Creator getting hit by a Liberator in his main base at the same time. Stalker's getting jumped on by the Stim Bio, and this is looking really rough for our Protoss player. He's only up a few workers, and there's a scary Terran army starting to make its way across this map.
I don't know how Creator is going to possibly hold on against the army that Gumiho has assembled. Charge is only about halfway done, not even. So it's mostly just going to be the Stalkers, the Immortals, the Sentries trying to, stop the push from breaching this third base. But just look at the army that Gumiho has mustered. He's up only 15 army supply, but it is 15 army supply of very high value units. He has +1 bio against the unupgraded army here of Creator, and Creator is really lacking any of the high impact units that can actually make a dent into this one. Now the engagement coming through.
Oh, another Prism goes down there. Hallucinated Void Ray tanks a little bit of damage, but there's just nothing for Creator. He does not have the damage output to contest an army like that. Dark Templar actually gets a good few hits in there. The scan's a little late, but of course the third base is down, and Gumiho, with a lovely Hellion Marauder ferry into the main base, takes a sneaky Game 1 victory.
Yeah, that was a pretty devastating game from Creator's perspective, as Gumiho just comes in. The initial defense, spectacular. I love him throwing down the gateway to block the wall in, but just the fact that he was caught a little bit off guard from the drop, reaching the main base so quickly, and then a couple of, I don't want to say indecision, but a couple of not necessarily correct choices made in terms of defense.
Just a few straight up micro mistakes.
Yeah, just getting greedy.
Yeah. You called it really well. I think he thought the medevac would just get killed, and he kind of looked elsewhere and microed his probes. You can see on the left side, that medevac's getting focus fight, and the Stalkers are just moving slowly past, and that's supposed to be the icing on top of the cake to finish off there. Really well done by Gumiho, but, surprising. It's not what you really expect. A guy like Creator is going to be feeling very upset after scouting exactly what was happening, and is still happening. You're not meant to take that much damage when you scout the build. You are meant to be ready for it. He will be kicking himself, and it's going to be a test to see how well he can handle the emotional strain. We know that both of these players are rather emotional when it comes to their highs and lows. So seeing exactly how that's dealt with going into Game 2, it's going to be a test.
Yeah, for Creator especially. I mean, he's one of these players that when he's playing on, when he's feeling confident, is one of the best Protoss players in the world, bar none. Yeah, I would almost always put him in my top 5. This guy is an absolute killer, especially in matchups like PvZ. But some games like that, especially when a player like Creator is going to be kind of kicking himself because he knows he should have done better. He didn't get blindsided. Those are the ones that really get under a gamer's skin. So let's see if Creator can come back and tie things up here in this best of 3. Is Creator, the Red Protoss, spawning in the top left side of Oceanborn.
And in the bottom right side, representing Cloud9, let's see what tricks he has up his sleeve for Game 2. It's Gumiho.
All right. I wonder if we're going to see another really crazy early game build coming in from Gumiho, because honestly, yeah, we probably are with the double gas getting thrown down so early.
I wouldn't be surprised to see some sort of harassment into like the a 2-base like tank push, maybe with bunkers as well. Definitely SDV pulls always on the table. But I think with this opening, it's just something about the range of things you can do off a double gas that Protoss has to worry about, where it feels like they're not as prepared for those quick pushes that follow it up, right? Like they're still busy dealing with that Widow Mine drop that's stuck in the back that hit them really early, or the Banshee, or the Liberator. There's always like a few little pieces. So we'll see exactly what Gumiho's got in store for us, as he usually does have his own twist on the double gas.
He has a lot of very interesting builds that can spawn off of this double gas opening, and already he's actually pulling a couple of guys off that Vespene Geyser. I wonder if he is playing Creator a little bit, knowing that Creator going up against an opponent like Gumiho is going to scout so early, but Creator actually never even made the run into the main base. He did not want to lose the probe. He had the chance because the supply depot was not planted, but he didn't get to confirm double gas until very late, until he actually spotted the second depot on the ramp. Doesn't know the factory is coming in, but I guess the player like Gumiho, I think you kind of expect the unexpected. The thing is, even that can still catch you off guard.
Indeed. And he is scouting for proxies, so he's just making sure he's not surprised by anything. And does right now have a Reaper entering the natural. First Adept is out. Second one on the way as well. Of course, those Adepts are very cheap, efficient units, but it is indeed going to be Twilight once more. Stargate has not gone down. And Blink openings are quite solid. They give you, obviously, the maneuverability with the Stalkers, the ability to bounce around and deal with everything that comes your way. Gumiho has gone for Command Center on the expansion, and that's a little vulnerable. Like, if the Adepts had gone across the map, they almost certainly could have killed this SCV and delayed his build order.
Yeah, but Gumiho getting away with it for now. Probe does got the Widowmine. I'm assuming the Creator did spot that. He was a little bit slow with the attack move right there on the Probe, so it's possible he just barely missed it in his vision, but Gumiho going back to ye old classic TVP build with the Widowmine drop coming in. Third one now in production. As for Creator, back on his side of the map. Getting Blink set up, adding in a shield battery, and I wonder how many gates he's going to get up to with these Blink because, you know, again, typically the European style, a lot of players like MaxPax kind of setting the stage in terms of going for 4-gate Blink aggression above all else, especially on a map like Oceanborn where you can typically get a little bit more done than some of these other maps like Site Delta. And it's going to be 2 more gateways again here for Creator, kind of playing the more Korean style where you don't quite commit so hard into the gateways. Instead, faster third base or faster tech. We'll have to see what that's going to be.
Yeah, and I mean, Creator, he can do a pretty good 4-gate Blink as well when he feels like it, but this is a delayed Robo build as well. So you don't get your Observers out anywhere near as fast, but you can make a lot of Stalkers. Robo now starting just before the 4-minute mark. So you can imagine the Observer scouting is incredibly late off this opening.
Gumiho now moving across the map. Stalker is going to spot all 3 Widowmines and the Reaper and the Marine, so should have a good read on exactly what's coming his way.
Ooh.
And it will just be the 4 Widowmines, and he's just barely skirting the vision of this Stalker, threading the needle.
That's really well done. And 4 Widowmines is a lot. Obviously, you don't want to borrow them all on one base. Often you want to try and get one in the main as well, but just the quantity. Even if you've got a bunch of units, you can focus down 1, maybe 2 of the Widowmines before they borrow. But there's always going to be a bit of a disruption. Here we go. Widowmine drop coming in as the Marines at that third base. That's a lot of Stalkers and Adepts. Already one of the Widowmines does go down. Oh, the burrows are pretty good, but the spreads on the probes are nice too. Only 4 probes going down. 1 Widowmine falls. A couple of them do start to escape. He's got to save that third Nexus though.
Yeah, Stalker's coming in to try and focus down these Marines. Gumiho really wants this Nexus. Is he going to be able to force it down? I don't think so, Pig. There's enough DPS here for Creator. They can actually take out all these Marines. Do you trade it out here as Gumiho? I guess you do, man. I thought for sure he was going to try and escape, but instead Gumiho sacrificing these Marines to the cause. So focused on canceling that third. I guess he's confident in the defense back at home, but losing effectively 10 supply worth of army with a bio and the medevac in the front line, and then another 10 supply with the Widowmines and medevacs going for the drop. Now is Creator's window to try and get something done. You see Gumiho, he's already preparing for it, setting up a Sim City right here. Creator blinking forward to be able to get the first siege tank, but the other one on the high ground is getting so much damage done.
3 Stalkers for a tank is not a good trade there, but the SCVs, this is what getting rid of that tank does open up some opportunities. Adepts do need to cancel that shade though, and he does at the very last second. You know, even if you just probe up, you're fine. You don't actually need to do counter damage because Gumiho traded so inefficiently, cost for cost. He lost so many Marines and Widowmines early on. But look at that, his harassment does not stop. Auto turret comes in, luckily for Creator. Shield battery was hidden on the backside of the mineral line, and that's a wasted auto turret. Achieves absolutely nothing.
War Prism now coming in. I wonder if Creator is just going to go for the throw right now here in the main base. Stalker's reaching forward. Yeah, he blinks up again, but once again taking so much damage from the siege tanks. Auto turret drops. Now it is enough Stalkers to actually focus down these Marines quite well as we have a bit of lag right there. Stalker's now blinking down. War Prism is able to survive as Creator calls for a pause.
Yep. There was definitely, as we could see there, a little bit of lag. I don't think it affected too much. But yeah, what a wild move for Creator. That was like so many Stalkers going down, but it's kind of like when a Zerg breaks a defensive Terran position where it's like the first engagement looks so bad. Then once you get rid of the tank or 2, you open up room and it's like, oh, it's unupgraded Marines against Stalkers that are just getting picked up into the Warp Prism. That's actually very effective. The tail end of the trade is, and if you can keep that tank count low, I'm still not sure if it's overall going to be worth it in this game, but what an intense moment for the players to now suddenly have to deal with a big sort of obstruction, a distraction, a moment where you have to center yourself and try to remember exactly where you were in the game, what your priorities are. You can't let yourself get frazzled in this moment.
Yeah, admin's checking just to make sure everything's okay as we get ready to jump back into this game. I think Creator was hoping to get a little bit more done with that harassment, but at the end of the day, you know, the Warp Prism surviving, siege tanks going down, as well as, what was that, 5 or 6 Marines in total, is a pretty significant amount of Gumiho's defense that has just been taken off of the board here. So for Creator, I think he's going to be asking himself a couple of questions as we get ready to resume this game. Are you going to go for another big round warp in of Stalkers, try and get even more damage done, blink forward yet again, try and get another siege tank, perhaps the one at the natural expansion, and then breach the position from there? Or exactly what is going to go on here for Creator? Because I don't think the tech at home is really coming online just yet. He is kind of staying in the caveman era as Protoss, as he's trying to get this damage done, right?
Sub 50 probe doesn't even have a charge, no sentries at home gathering energy, no immortals. Yeah, it's the low tier era. It's that part we know Artosis really loves playing against in StarCraft 1, the gateway man stage. Just, oh wow, there's some stalkers running around, you know, having a good time. It's honestly a very fun moment in the game, because you can choose to lean into the blink aggression, like you said, pick up and start doing a 4 stalker drop around the back, poking in and out. But you do want to be probing up, adding charge, the sentries and the immortals, adding the Colossus. All that stuff needs to come in the next step. And for Gumiho, it's a matter of either squeeze that third command center down in the midst of this, or explode across the map with the big stim push once your first few medevacs and your stim are finished.
Yeah, but on the flip side here for Creator, I mean, there is a little bit of an advantage in just continuing to warp in Stalkers and trying to whittle down the Terran army before they get the critical mass, where you really don't have an opportunity to trade effectively at all. Because as the Blink Stalker player, if you can kind of keep the siege tank count and the Marine count both under control, then suddenly the threat of a push coming into your third base that sieges up and is basically unbreakable is off the table. It frees you up a lot more in the mid game, but it is a balancing act in terms of how many resources do you try to invest in this army, which potentially could finesse the defense for you before it even begins.
Yeah.
And how many resources do you want to commit to actually being able to absorb the impact of that attack should the Blink Stalker aggression fail? So
it's such a fine line to walk. Stalkers are an incredibly expensive unit, and when they're doing that thing, they're getting in and they're getting out and they're surviving, it's like, oh, absolutely mint. And when they're all going down, it's almost 200 resources per Stalker, and we see how quickly they fall apart. So a lot of choices to be made for creators to get back into it. Now, obviously, for players, when you do have tech issues like this, you've always got, as a StarCraft player, a sort of shopping list going on in your head of your priorities, the things you want to be achieving next in the game. You're constantly shuffling that priority, and you're going, okay, no, I got to focus on getting the blink damage. That's at the top of the list. We're going to put probing a little bit lower. It's okay if I have a few gaps in my probe. I got to be non-stop warping in Stalkers. Or there's times you're like, okay, we're rushing the Robo Bay. We're going for the tech. And trying to keep that ordered in your head is always difficult. Lots of fans down here this week, and it's been really cool as well. We don't get that many American events in the last few years, and it's really been good to get down to Atlanta, get down to Dallas as well now this year. It's leading to a good meetup for the community, and I can't wait to go say hello to everyone later on.
Yeah.
Everyone's excited to see all the players down here. And a nice break as well. Being in a convention center when it's raining outside, always a good way to spend the sort of weather playing video games.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I was having a good time down in the open bracket earlier, just getting to meet all these players, a lot of them that I would see when I competed years and years and years ago, as well as fans who have come out even to Korea to see the GSL that me and Nick have met time and time again in the past.
Yes.
It's so great. The StarCraft community, in my opinion, the best in the world. We love you guys. It's so great seeing you, whether it be here in the United States, out in Europe, around the world. It's just such a pleasure. So I just get butterflies, thinking about it. It makes me so happy.
It's cool, yeah. I mean, I always never really got to either commentate or cast that many events in America outside of BlizzCon. So getting down here is always just a treat because it's such a rare thing. It was like Austin, Montreal every now and then, but there was like only a few of those I got to go to. And now getting down out here to Dallas has been a very good way to change things up. Obviously, we are going to be having the admin sorting things out as quickly as possible, making sure if there was any sort of effect on the players, there's always the potential to resume from replay, but often you're just making sure you're double checking, is the lag completely stable on both sides? Is the issue sorted? And you don't want to be going back in half-cocked. Thankfully, it's not 2010, 2011 anymore when you'd have issues and you'd be like, oh, we can't resume from replay. We can't recover the game, like we're just going to restart from scratch. And one player's like, I was up 20 supply, and it would be like, you were pretty ahead, but you weren't definitely going to win, and we have no other way of like getting back into it, so we're just going to restart the match. And that was honestly very sad every time that happened back in the early days.
I remember in the very dark ages in 2010, 2011, going to local LANs, and occasionally, back in California, I grew up in Northern California. I played a lot of local LANs alongside players like Suppy, like Spanishua, like Pain User, all the folks from Northern California. It's actually very big. Patty Mac even is from Northern California. I was having a fun time talking to him, but I remember sometimes you go to these local LANs that are very local where the admin team doesn't exactly know what's going on. They're not completely with it. It's more of a passion project, you know?
Yeah.
And back then, before we resumed from replay, sometimes you get situations like that where, you know, you have the game, it's pretty close, someone does have an advantage, and then the admin's like, whose score was higher in the score screen? It's like, wait a second, that's not how we can let this go. You can't choose the score in the score screen, but...
Oh, it's so amazing, isn't it? I mean,
it's a better era of StarCraft these days.
That's so fun. I like to just run for fun little Swiss bracket tournaments in my community sometimes, and because it's like Swiss bracket, you need each round to finish. So I actually do we put the in-game setting on. It's like, this is going to finish at 25 minutes, and if no one's won, it will automatically decide the game based on score.
Based on score?
You know that setting's built into StarCraft, right? You can set a time limit on your games, but no one ever uses it.
Oh, that's right. I even forgot that existed.
Yeah, and it never gets to it, but there's always a few people who are like, that's ridiculous, and I'm like, guys, it's a casual tournament with no prize money. Like, we can't have one guy play mech versus Sky Toss for an hour and make everyone wait. Like, it just is what it is, but it is nice to have the actual pro scene always much more organized these days and lots of precedents to follow. Did that just say 9,316 APM?
I think it did.
Wow. Gumiho. I always knew he was strong. I didn't know he was that strong. They did say...
I don't even know if you can set a repeat rate on your keyboard high enough to be able to make that work.
You've heard about the new European Zerg keyboards, right?
Oh, I know. Sort of helped me set up my keyboard like this. It's not I still use I use more of an old school keyboard. Of course, still mechanical, but it's not one of the ones where the hardware specifically is repeat rate. I watched one of Ricky's guides on YouTube about how to go into, I can't remember what the Windows settings are called.
Like the registry?
The registry, yeah. You go into the registry and you change the repeat rate of your keyboard to make it a little bit lower.
The flags and the repeat delay and stuff like that. Yep.
It's complicated,
it's
man.
So
StarCraft has come a long way.
Well, everyone's like, that's cheating, right? And we're like, no, that's actually all tournament legal. Obviously, you can't set up macros or anything like that. You can change the repeat rate. Now, obviously, for the people who don't know, the repeat rate is essentially when you hold the key down, how often that spams out button presses, right? Yeah. So if you're holding down the Z for Zergling, look at me being so American friendly saying Z. I'm adjusting to where we are. And yeah, you can make 1,000 Zerglings in a second, basically, if you turn that up enough, right? You can make sure it also toggles so the delay is so short. After 1/100th of a second, bam, turns on, and you just got it automatically activating. And you don't want that on some abilities, you do on others. So the Zergs in Europe, and it's starting to spread to some of the other players, they've got hardware keyboards, like you said, where individual keys all have their own separate repeat rates.
Oh, that is what you're talking about. Yeah. I actually haven't heard of that yet.
It's there's a guy who's actually making custom keyboards and stuff, and it's been really interesting. I'm like, you guys have taken this too far.
I wonder,
you're optimizing the repeat rate on the keyboard too much, guys.
Is this the keyboard that Rainer was using in GSL a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, yeah, that is cool.
Yeah. I've been wanting to try it out, but I haven't made the leap just yet. It's funny because I know some people in the past are like, rapid fire should just be removed from tournaments.
I still see threads. I see them every couple of months. There's something. I mean, that argument's. It's done and done. We're not going to be removing rapid fire anytime soon, but yeah, it is fun seeing players just try to get the most out of their hardware in every possible way. As I think we're finally getting ready to go back into this game.
Yep, we're going to be resuming from replay right now. So the way it does that is obviously the players load in. They don't get to see any of the vision while it's loading in. They just have a load screen. But it has to essentially replay the whole replay up to that point, the way replays work. And then it will just sub the players in. There'll be a little countdown, and they will be able to resume from where they were. Now, the reason you do this is because it lagged while the micro is happening. You try to reset to before that lag affected it. Let's see where we go.
Oh, okay. It's actually afterwards.
Okay, maybe they were just sorting the tech issue. Maybe they didn't resume from replay because this is right after. So Stalkers have blinked out. There are 2 tanks, Raven, few Marines. I think Gumiho's quite stable. Arguably, you could take out that tank on the natural. It's a little exposed, but it's a bit of a YOLO blink.
He's not going for it, though. You can see the creator during that kind of intermission decided, I am no longer going to hard commit into Stalkers. I'm going to throw down 5 more gateways. I'm going to start Immortal production, and we are going to prepare to absorb the impact of Gumiho's push as opposed to trying to stop it before it even begins. And honestly, I think given the position, how bruised his Stalkers are, how tight Gumiho's defense is back at home right now, this is the right call. 5 additional gateways with charge, with multiple Immortals, and suddenly Gumiho on 2 bases, unless he's able to find his way to right outside of the natural expansion on 3rd base of Creator, I think he's going to have a little bit of difficulty moving across the map, but we have to see
exactly how much army Gumiho, Creator is able to muster before this push occurs.
No Forge and only 3 gases for Creator. So he's incredibly committed to this, where if Gumiho shoves on 2 base, it's going to be a great defense for Creator. His Observer sees him moving out as well. Luckily, there's no Stalkers nearby. And it's kind of a sneaky drop on the Logan. I don't think he sees the Observer. He did actually spot that. Okay, very good eyeballs. Patch change. The Observer does move more, basically, when it's sieged up. It's easier to see. So really good spotting by Gumiho to catch that, and he just loads back up and goes back. Because he's adding +1 armor, he's got a 3rd command center, he's not skipping SCVs. I do think as Gumiho, you can afford to take your time. You don't want to overcommit into a mass Zealot Immortal Sentry push. Creator, he is adding gas. He's adding a few probes here or there, but he's still unsure if Gumiho is going to push or not.
Yeah, and as Creator right now, you almost kind of want Gumiho to push because he's delayed his forges, he's delayed his robotics phase so much up until this point that it really is just a pure gateway army. And so for Creator right now, the clock is ticking. He wants Gumiho to attack into him because this is the stage in the game where the army that he has assembled, at least to this point, is going to be able to trade out the most efficiently. It's if he can get the big surround with a Zealot, if he can swarm everything with Stalkers blinking forward, picking off Medivacs, picking off the Raven, picking off the Siege Tanks. That is the fight Creator wants, and Gumiho is being so smart and so patient right now to sit back at home. He's getting his armory, he's getting his 2nd engineering bay. He is, you know, hunkering down right in front of the 3rd base with, what, 5 Siege Tanks? And this is a position which is not only hard for Creator to attack into, but it's also difficult for Creator because a minute or 2 from now, once this 3rd base for Gumiho starts to pay off, once these upgrades fully kick in, Creator might not have the time to really get all of the high DPS AoE damage units that you need as Protoss to win those large-scale army engagements. The gateway units, they do fine in small numbers. They do fine if you can absolutely swarm the opponent, but with Gumiho now soon to crest 100 army supply, you really need those high-impact units as Creator, and he's lacking them. So you can see he's almost itching for a fight right now in the center of the map.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there on the analysis. I like the 2nd Robo choice for Creator. He can go into Disruptors pretty hard to try and like buy himself time. We know Disruptors are so good for stalling out a Terran, but he's not there in time. Gumiho's army moving forward. His 2-2 started behind it, so he does have a follow-up. The Warp Prism's going to go down to the Marines. My gosh, this Terran army is big. Similar army supply on both sides. It's a lot of Zealots. Here we go.
Archons getting hallucinated in as the armor shredding missile is able to pop at a lot of those frontline Zealots, and this army that Gumiho has is so powerful. Thermal Lance isn't even done yet, and Creator's saying it's go time, but then no, he hesitates a little bit. I think he knows that if he takes this fight, the force fields are so clutch, and then peeling back the Zealots. He's able to retain almost all the Zealot count after killing, what, a dozen supply of bio. That's the kind of win that Creator needs, as he's still waiting for the Colossus to come in. He's still waiting for Thermal Lance to compete, but Pig, he's sustaining so much damage, and look at the missile!
Anti-armor missile goes down. The tanks, though, are not getting big shots off. Beautiful flank from Creator. Northern side, though, the Colossus go down to the Marauders.
Man, so much damage getting dished out by Gumiho's army right now as his key units basically reset. One more Colossus finishes, but that was a very difficult fight for Creator. You can tell he's almost scrambling right now in terms of defense because he needs kind of a plan B. The opening engagement, although it was good, wasn't good enough for him to really be able to lock down this position on defense. So he's warping in a couple more sentries. I think he's looking to get at least one more engagement with clutch force fields like previously, but Gumiho's already pivoting to the main base.
Oh, nice rotation from Gumiho. He's up in the main. Recall is there. Colossus is landing hits from the low ground, though, and a good choice to pull back. I think that would have been a big overcommitment if he stayed there, but Gumiho, look at this, unloads on the low ground. The Vikings bullying him back. Creator is stuck between a siege tank and a hard place. It's not a fun spot to be as a Protoss player. Zealot's getting ready to flank on the right side. He's going to go for the break right now, and he should be able to overwhelm this position.
Yeah, this is a great engagement right now from Creator. The one weak point in Gumiho's attack is this position. The siege tank goes down, the bio goes down, the Vikings even attack the medevac as they are not happy. They're like, guys, you got to do your job. Get in the main base.
Get in there,
Gumiho
boys.
is dropping. There isn't any recall available, but I think with these gateways and with reinforcements coming in between the natural and the third, Creator should be able to fight this back.
Yeah, the bio dancing around the main, trading so well. So very well, and he picks up and saves most of the units at the last second. Gumiho doing very well on the trading. He's keeping Creator small, but if you look at the overall supply, Creator has an impressive ability to hold on. He's this player who, yeah, it looks like things are going bad, but look at the army supply. He's up 20 army supply. It's kind of a scary moment in the game for Gumiho where he's actually got to lick his wounds, wait for his 4th command center to come up. Are his upgrades better? By miles, yes. Is his tech better? Well, keep in mind, he doesn't actually have ghosts, so he can't EMP the sentries. Oh, he's got a few there. Sorry, he does actually have three ghosts in that army. Not a massive amount of EMPs, but enough. If he gets the barriers off the Immortals, knocks the energy off the sentries, that's massive.
Gumiho, you got to be careful these 4 medevac drops, man, because if those stalkers catch them with 1 blink, and then suddenly at least 2 of those medevacs are going to go down, and Gumiho needs all the army supply he can muster in this stage. As cheeky little Zealot drop coming here into the natural expansion. Should be able to get at least a couple SCVs, I hope.
Yeah.
With micro, it would have been better, but instead, Creator setting his eyes here on the main base as the Warp Prism will go down to the Vikings. 3 SCVs in total going down. Honestly, not a good trade here for Creator, and the fact that he isn't even maxed yet with very little bank, this is expensive.
Massive overcommitment state. You're absolutely right. Like if you're stopping a push at the same time, it's a different story. But warping in Zealots when you're actually, you've got your side of the map to yourself, when Gumiho's pulled so much home, it's about 1,000 resources down for just 6 SCVs, and that's an expensive trade. Probably more than 1,000 resources. It was like 12 Zealots and a Prism, which is a massive amount of money. Your upgrades are so far behind. You're trying to make Disruptors 2 at a time. What's the play here as Creator? Honestly, I think it's you're hoping Gumiho makes a misstep and you land big Disruptors. That's not something you can really force. You just have to hang in there and wait for Gumiho to make a mistake.
And still no second for Jad. It is Gumiho ready to siege down the 3rd base. Disruptor shot coming in, able to connect with a couple of Marauders right there. 2 more shots popping off. Find good connections, but they overlap a little bit, so it's not the best. And oh my goodness, the Stalkers on the flank getting dismantled by the Bio on the front line. A little bit of a tricky engagement here. I feel bad for Creator losing the Colossus, especially with the entire mineral line getting taken out here at the 3rd. And I think Gumiho might have just severed his head.
Double upgrade advantage means a lot when you're in these sort of messy fights, and you saw it. As you pointed out, the Stalkers, they blinked in to kind of focus on the tank, and the Marauders destroyed them. They went down. Dark Shrine falls as well. The Bio in the main still being a nuisance. The Immortal on the low ground unable to get in range. The Stalkers and Zealots are getting picked off 1 by 1. Disruptors are really good at holding off a frontal push, but if the Terran has enough units they can just pick up and drop everywhere, they don't care about those Disruptors.
Yeah, I mean, the army that Gumiho has right now with 3-3 student complete against just the +2 weapons here for Creator. I think the writing is on the wall. Gumiho is about to move on to knockout round 1. Creator trying as he might. It's so many Disruptors. He is getting some good shots off. Can Gumiho actually defuse these bombs before they capture? I don't know, man. This is looking crazy right now, this engagement. Those shots have been so clutch for Creator, but the 3rd base goes down. The army has to retreat as the Disruptors slowly reload. Yeah, I think, although the game isn't over just yet, Gumiho is so close to closing it out.
Yeah, Disruptors are so good if they've got enough support, but when you're just like, these Disruptors have to land or I'm dead, there's just nothing standing in your way. The Liberator's sieging up, and his Disruptors and Immortals are getting blasted. Does get a few decent Disruptor shots once again. Creator hanging in there like a champ, but Gumiho is too far ahead, and he closes out the series with a decisive 2-0.
Really well played there by Gumiho. I love how he was able to bounce back in game number 2 after maybe some of the sloppy engagements there outside the 3rd, and just really leverage his upgrade advantage, leverage the mobility of all of those drops. Creator, he put up a good fight, but he's going to have to move on into the lower bracket if he wants to survive.
Yeah, sitting on cloud 9 right now. He's looking fantastic. I think that's just the way he wanted the games to go, more or less. Very clean and decisive for Gumiho, and it's good that he showed as well. He could play multiple stages of the game. It wasn't just kind of crazy all-ins or anything like that, especially game 1. I think that's so confidence boosting when your build gets scouted by hallucination. You're like, you're shaking your head going, this is the worst thing for me to run into. You back off, you wait, you identify this little opening in the main, you ferry your army, and you somehow find massive damage in a position where it never should actually happen. That feels great for Gumiho to get through a bit of adversity right from the start. Let's head over to the desk and talk about that series some more.
Thank you very much. That's right. The never-ending blast from Gumiho is able to demolish Creator here towards the very end, really not letting up and not letting him breathe as Gumiho now moves through into the knockout bracket for Dragon.
Yeah, that's going to be actually a really, really sick performance there for Gumiho. Creator going to be knocked down, I think, to play versus Ri Young in the lower bracket. but I really got to hand it to Gumio. He did a great job with a lot of these pushes and stuff. I felt like Creator also had some good moments, but there was just a few times I felt like he ended up overcommitting. Game number 1, the Blink Stalker aggression comes to mind. Even game number 2, I think just a little bit before what we're seeing on screen, he had that Warp Prism warp into the main base. He did like a big 10, 12 Zealot warp in to kill like 3 SCVs in the main base, and ends up bleeding out a ton of supply, takes a bad fight after that. Things really just kind of snowballed from there.
So you...
It's going to be very frustrating for Creator as he goes on to face yet another Terran. Different Terran, yes, but I think a Terran that's actually equally as scary, believe it or not. Ryung, his 2 matchups that always stand out to me are TVT, for 14 years, been very good.
Yep.
TVP, generally good with a mass Marauder, finding that correct concave and surround, which actually ended up kind of tripping up Creator in that game too that we were just witnessing. It was surrounds, but then that turned into another surround for your opponent.
Yeah.
Always awkward engagements in that game too, and I think if he's now down 0-2, right, from a Terran, and the last game was awkward, and he's facing Ryung, that's actually really dangerous for Creator.
Yeah, potentially. I think that the fact that you go up against someone like Gumiho here, and especially in the second game where he's always eventually taking these small engagements, shutting down you being able to get to like that almost critical mass of AoE damage, I think it's so strong from Gumiho to see him. So it's nice to see him go through to the knockout bracket.
No, it absolutely is. And I'm really hoping that we're going to get to see like kind of, we were talking about this in the pre-show, or the pre-game show, just Gumiho being able to perform and showcase that it's not just Maru up there. It's not just like, some of the other Terran players who have been doing well, like a Bunny or something. It's not just Cure. It's actually Gumiho. Gumiho is still one of those top performing potential Terran players.
Yeah. Could go far. Might even qualify down the line for EWC. We'll see. But let's take a look at that bracket overall here from the open stage as we have ourselves Gumiho moving through into the knockout, and Creator has moved on down here to play it against Ryung. Ryung here, his road. Seems pretty simple overall, being able to take out Future 2-0 after taking out...
Gonna do my NA boys like that?
Sorry, buddy. It's not because they're NA. I looked at this and I was like, this is the best bracket Ryung could have, because it's Terrans and Protoss, and it's mostly Terrans. So even if those were a bunch of, Korean Terrans, I would still be like, yeah, that was Ryung's chance. And he's so far showing it, 2-0s, that's great, but TVP is going to be different for him. He might not get the setup that I keep on describing that can be epic for him, but then sometimes we watch Ryung just kind of get bopped by a 4-gate or something. So not saying it's exactly Ryung favored, we know that Creator is more of an emotional guy. We always talk about that. And so having the defeat back-to-back, it's going to be a real testament to his mentality if he actually comes back and wins here.
No, definitely. Let's take a look at bracket B as well, as we have results coming in from there. And we've got ourselves Eliza 2-0 versus Rogue. He does find himself down towards the bottom, so he has another opportunity to get to that knockout bracket. And we don't yet know, Fear Dragon, who he's going to be playing.
No, and it's going to be a tough match for the potential GOAT of StarCraft II to be facing off against a player in that kind of elimination. Some people have
Did you get a response yet?
I did not get a response.
That's weird.
Dan, I'm waiting.
That's so
I'm
weird.
waiting.
That's weird.
But Rogue being in that lower bracket is actually going to be a really, really brutal qualification match, or for anyone else that goes there.
I think Solar is the predicted winner to get to that point, and I think the rematch goes Solar's way.
Maybe.
Big call.
There you go. There we go. I was about to say, why are we talking about this Fear Dragon? But it doesn't really matter. All right, we're going to go to a break, guys, and when we return, we have actually another TVP on the way, as we're going to go over to Ryung versus Creator and see if he can vanquish the Terran or if Ryung can go all the way. See you soon.
네, 안녕하세요. DKG 소속 프로토스 유저 김준호라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. 탈론 e스포츠 박영호입니다.
저희가 이제 선수 카드로 하는 카드 게임을 진행할 건데요. 한번 해보도록 하겠습니다.
저요? 근데 이게 솔직히 말해서 이게 제 실력보다는 카드의 선수들의 실력이 중요한 것 같아요.
맞아. 일단 싸워보자 한번. 하나, 둘, 셋. 너가 이겼다. 일단은 좋아요. 전략 먹혔어.
근데 어차피 한 번 쓰면 끝 아닌가? 이거 높은 사람? 그죠?
한 번 쓰면 끝이야. 그래서
저는 이거 질 수가 없어요.
질 수가 없어?
네, 질 수가 없어요.
이거 뻥카다.
저는 그냥 공개하고 할게요.
오만데?
97점 넘겨주세요, 빨리.
잠깐만.
왜 골라요?
일단 들어오 가자.
뭐야?
들어오.
똑같네?
일단 들어오
마루가
가시고요.
있었구나. 의외로 높아서.
나도 이거 여기서 써야 될 것 같은데?
누군데요?
한 까보던가. 하나, 둘, 셋. 와, 뭐야?
88점이에요, 아스테아.
왜 이렇게 높아?
좀 의외라는 톤인데요?
아니. 너가 그랬잖아. 의외로 높다면 너는. 일단 그 다음 스피드? 이 선수
스피드인
여기서
선수가
써야겠네.
없다, 그냥.
오케이.
다들 왜 이렇게 느리지?
일단 나 지금부터 이길게.
저 끝났어요. 저 힘을 다 썼어.
그러니까 처음에 몰빵하냐고. 하나, 둘, 셋.
레이나 못 이기지. 잠깐만, 몇 점인데?
레이나 안진마지. 뭐야, 너
아니 96점이라고?
잘 먹었는데? 2대1. 어쩔 수 없다. 나는 선택지가 없다.
마지막에 내 어택 망했다.
마지막에 어택이야 그럼?
다시 돌아서
잠깐만.
무릎이 없어요.
알았어. 무릎이 없어? 하나, 둘, 셋. 1점 차로 졌어.
다행이다.
아니 카드가
아니,
나
좀
이거 잘못됐는데?
점수를 누가 그렇게 잘 준 거지? 형, 내 카드 좋다면서.
너 이번에 세냐?
저요? 그냥 어쩔 수 없어요.
이번에 세? 어쩔 수 없다.
좀센 거 같아요. 센 편인 거 같아요.
센 편이야?
네, 센 편.
뻥 안 치고?
네.
굴한데?
센 편이에요 좀. 준호 형 스타일이 나오시네.
하나, 둘, 셋. 졌어.
마지막 카드 뭔데요?
클렘. 아끼고 있었어.
그러면은 무승부 가능성도 없었구나 어차피.
어쩔 수 없네. 나 그래서 쇼부 쳤어야 되는데.
잠깐만, 무승부 가능성이 있었는데요? 어택이잖아요.
둘 다 이길 수 있었긴 했네.
그죠?
오,
형 되게 높으시네.
어택 높은 거 보소.
STR이
우리 일단은 똑같네.
뭐랬죠?
전략이 높네 내가. 너는 그냥 그거네 육각형이네.
그러게. 형 이게
나는-
별이 그거 아닌가?
나 디펜스 봐 씨. 너무하네 진짜. 와.
78점 뭐예요?
와.
공격이 근데 99점인데요?
난 그래도 공격 나 예전에 100이었는데 그래도 공격 별 2개인 거에서 일단 만족. 너는 어떤데?
저는 뭐 괜찮은데 그 형의 99점이 마음에 안 들어서 10점 안 준 사람을 찾아야 될 것 같아.
아 맞아? 난 이것도 만족이긴 해. 근데 령우도 공격 어마어마한데 99 나올만 한데.
뭐 전체적으로 잘 나왔다고. 근데 스피드가 88이네.
일단 이렇게 카드 게임을 해봤고 서로의 카드를 평가를 해봤는데 그냥 저희 카드는 좀 잘 나온 편인 것 같고 제가 일단 너무 게임에서 발려가지고 할 말이 없네요.
재밌네요.
네, 이렇게 재밌게 게임을 해봤습니다.
ESL StarCraft II Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
All right, let's get this bracket wrapped up here in bracket A in the group stage, as we open stage, I should say, as we have got ourselves Ryung going up against Creator to figure out who gets another knockout spot. Pig and ZG joining me to talk about this one. Pig, we just came off the back, of course, of watching Creator have a bit of a hard time against Gumiho, but I guess Ryung is a technically different beast to try and vanquish down to the bottom.
Yeah, Gumiho makes you nervous. If you play Protoss against Gumiho, it's really fun. You know, you're like, oh, cool, I'm solid, I scouted this build. Oh my gosh, there's 4 Marauders and 3 Hellions in my base, and I'm losing a game I really should have won. It's really about the emotional recovery here for Creator. Can you just bounce back, say, okay, we made a bit of a slip up in that game 1. Game 2 was a bit more of like a, you know, okay, Gumiho just kind of caught us out and outplayed us and that sort of thing. So as Creator, you got to kind of restabilize, say this is a very different player. Ryung's still very technical. He'll hit me with timing attacks. He'll pull the boys when required. But I do think if Creator can kind of just pass that mental test, he comes in as a massive favorite. He's on a 5-0 win streak against him. It's been over a year since Ryung beat him in a best-of series. It's a big advantage on paper for Creator.
Fair. ZG, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, the last time they played was quite a while ago at this point, I guess. But I don't think Ryung is much of a player that... I want to say that that doesn't improve. Obviously, everyone improves and the meta changes, and it could be good for you, it could be bad for you, but it's nothing that we're looking at in like stats, for instance. We were like, well, 6 months ago, it was completely different.
Yeah.
Ryung's been kind of a same-ish as far as like play styles and expectations go for a few tournaments at this point. So, yeah, I'd say that history still tracks. Creator is favored, but I said it before, I'll agree with Pig now. It's all about the mental fortitude of Creator after being defeated in that fashion with that chaos of a last game into whatever Ryung could think up, which, you know, is probably with the help of Maru, right? Like, Maru's like, hey, 2x the guy now. It's gonna be great. And that would be good, probably. It really tells him.
Yeah, maybe. It's weird for Ryung because I feel like he sits on the edge of the zeitgeist of what everybody's talking about when it comes to, you know, the top Terrans in Korea and things like that. Because Ryung, unfortunately for Ryung, you've got Kyo, you've got Maru, you've got even Gumiho, all sitting at the very top, being able to put on these performances, whereas Ryung doesn't quite get that extra step further than a lot of these
he's clever, James. He's got very good build orders. He's very technical in late game, but like he's not quite as clutch at like surviving cheese as say Maru, right? So he doesn't always get to the later game stages where he gets caught out early on and gets that out multitasked, especially against Zerg is a big weak matchup for him. Arguably, this is a great bracket for him. It's Terrans, it's Protoss players, it's players that he is better in these matchups because it's a slower pace. And he has room to use those clever builds. So if he can bring the right builds, the right mind games, that's going to be fantastic. I just feel that Creator's scouting is really good, utilizing sentries, utilizing early observers. It's going to be very hard to slip one by him.
All right, well, let's head over to the stage now and hit a word with Creator before he goes into his second series for his stage presence.
Thank you very much. Obviously, a tough loss coming out from that previous match, but one more chance to try to get into the knockout stage here from Creator. We just heard the Des talk about, you know, how obviously there were some tough points, but you just have to get over that mental hump. I want to hear directly from Creator what his thoughts are coming out of that loss. 네, 먼저 전 경기가 좀 많이 어려워 보였지만 그래도 끝까지 싸우시는 모습을 보였는데 좀 어떤 부분을 지금 보완해야 된다고 생각을 하시는 중인가요?
지금 일단 계속 상대 선수가 테란들이기 때문에 저한테는 좀 불리하다고 생각하거든요. 제 플레이를 계속 보여주니까. 그래서 좀 생각을 많이 해봐야 될 것 같아요. 네.
Honestly, you know, I've only been playing these PVTs today so far, and I think that works a little bit against me since I keep showing my play. So it's up to me to try to evolve, and I think I'm going to have to spend a little bit more thought going into this next matchup. I mean, we heard the Des say technically should be favored in this matchup, even despite the matchup so far today. Creator, does he feel the same? 그러면 저희 분석 데스크에서는 그래도 이번 경기에서는 만약 전 경기를 떨쳐내신다면 그래도 조금 더 쉽게 승리를 할 수 있지 않아야 되나 이렇게 생각을 하신다고 하시는데 그런 부분도 그러면 오늘은 그냥 다 리셋하고 다시 생각해야 된다 이런 부분이신가요?
사실 전 경기도 자신이 있었는데 졌기 때문에 잘 모르겠지만 최선을 다해 보겠습니다. 네.
To be honest, I was actually feeling pretty confident going into that matchup against Gumiho as well. So not sure what to tell you, but I think what I can say is I'll just have to do my best going into this match. Ladies and gentlemen, we have this next match coming up once again for a spot in the knockout stage. It is Creator versus Ryung.
Two Korean players going to be duking it out here in the lower bracket of Bracket A for the open stage. I'm Fear Dragon, joined here by State once again, and we are going to be going into another fantastic PvT. State, I feel blessed as a lover of Protoss versus Terran, and I feel like all these different players have been playing different kind of play styles as well for us.
Yeah, man, just got to see Creator versus Gumiho. Now get to watch Creator versus Ryung. And I kind of agree with the desk segment because Gumiho, he is one of the hardest players in the world to prepare for, but Ryung, I feel like he might not have quite as much variance in terms of what he can throw at you in the early game. He's a very good player. He's very technical. He almost reminds me of, this is an old school name, but he almost reminds me of Bomber to some degree, in that Ryung sometimes will just be able to macro up a huge storm of army that is so hard to stop. Like, if he goes for a 3-axe opener, if he goes for anything super bio heavy, he can just completely pummel you. But I think Creator, looking at the game from his perspective, that plays into his advantage, because Creator, as long as the blow is straight up, as long as he knows exactly what's coming and it is not off script, he is very good at rolling with the punches. He's a fantastic defensive Protoss. I think he has a very good shot of advancing in this game.
I'm totally with you on that. And I feel like a lot of the stats that the desk was talking about really just speak for themselves. The fact that Creator has won quite a few of the last few times that they played in 2023 or even in this year. So it's going to be a really, really tough match here for Ryung in that sense. But I think you're absolutely right that is something that I really think of when I think of Ryung, is when he wins, it sometimes actually looks almost a little bit dominant in the way that he wins. But when he loses, also kind of sometimes can look a little dominant.
All right. So the game is loading up. Already have a little bit of a PP pause right there. We'll have to wait and see as this one gets started.
It happens, you know. Sometimes you got to make sure your hotkeys are all in place and everything.
It's a sound issue, perhaps.
Yeah, might very well be, as it does look like a little bit of that white noise, keep that crowd out and everything.
This is so funny to me because it's the same in GSL. Anytime we have a technical issue, it's almost always some kind of sound issue.
Yeah.
And more often than not, it's because somebody pressed Control-S at the start of the game and they just disabled the game sound. So I'm sure we'll get this sorted very quickly here. But yeah, Ryung versus Creator should be a really fun game. I'm excited to get into this one. Ryung, one of my favorite players of all time, even though he's never achieved quite the same success as some of these top dogs like Creator, like Maru, like the legends of the Korean scene. He is so much fun to watch, and I think we're finally ready to get into this thing, Rami.
Yeah.
Ryung spotting in the top left as the Red Terran, fighting for a chance to go to the knockout bracket. Can he do it here against Creator?
And down here at the bottom right-hand side of the map, our blue Protoss player coming in hot off of his last match. Can he turn this one into a better victory for himself? He is Creator.
Not quite Creator, but doing our best here.
We're getting there. We got two players. They're loaded into the game. We're gonna jump into the game, and now we know that everything is gonna be exactly where we expect it to be. But you know, you were kind of talking about this, but I as also a big Ryung fan myself, especially from way back in the Slayers day and everything. But you're absolutely right that I feel like, especially if you look at like the last 2 years, Ryung is one of those players who does well sometimes in individual matches, but when it comes to his overall tournament performance, especially at these kind of international events, he really is one of those players that is getting like a top 32, a top 16, maybe here or there, but he's been one of those players that I feel like has the potential to go far, but really seems to struggle at these big events.
It does seem to be that way. I feel like Ryung is one of these Terrans that absolutely has the potential to almost always punch above his weight class, but the consistency just isn't there, and it's kind of hard to say why, because this is the guy that, you know, I've lived with and I've trained with back in my pro gaming days. It's the guy that I've casted in the GSL for season after season, or watched in the GSL as a fan since, you know, what feels like the beginning of StarCraft II. He is an OG, and it just always feels like there's something missing, but it is so hard to place. And the more that I'm thinking about it, it does feel like it might be a little bit about his range. He never really had kind of the builds up his sleeves like a guy like Gumiho, for instance, would, or Byun would, or even Maru would to the same kind of degree, although usually Maru isn't quite as zany as some of those other fellas. And that's one of the reasons why coming into this game, I'm actually quite excited to see Ryung open with a double gas opening and a really fast starport, because, again, I think about Ryung, I think about him as the kind of guy that just loves to build a massive ball of bio. He is really good. He could split with the best of them. His stutter step micro is fantastic. His dropship micro can be really good, can pull you apart in all these different ways. But this game going with what looks to be a Widowmine drop, and I would love to see more technical builds like him, or like this from him in TVP.
And I think it's a great way, especially in the context of a best of 3, to open up with one of these things where if you are going to do something that's not necessarily your strongest suit of what you were talking about, going for that big bio style, then doing it in game number 1, keeping your opponent on guard about it for the rest of the series is a great way to start things off. And we'll see how effective this Widowmine drop is going to end up being. Reaper's going to pop in over here, and I believe it should have vision there of the Twilight Council, so you confirm Blink is going to be on the way. This is a standard-ish looking Protoss player, although he doesn't quite get the gateway count or anything that you maybe will find a little bit more information from.
Yeah, but I think Ryung can just kind of assume, you see that Twilight Council, it's 2-gate or it's 3-gate.
Yeah.
It's pretty much one or the other when it comes to these Korean Protoss players. I think even Hero doesn't really lean that heavily into the 4-gate blink. Very rarely, and especially in online tournaments, you will see him bring it out. But for a guy like Creator, no, he's going to play a little bit slower, a little bit more stats-esque in terms of just building up slowly, getting those 2 gateways. This time, a little bit of a faster robotic facility for Creator as now the Widowmine drop coming across the map. And look at this spotting here from Creator. Just really good game sense to have these Adepts right in the middle. He spots this coming through. Let's see how much damage Ryung can get done, if any. Those Stalkers already getting some good damage levied on that medevac. It is going to burrow. Might be able to take down one of these Adepts, but that's a reasonable trade here.
Yeah, I love
Creator.
the eye on the prize there with the Stalkers saying, I want that medevac. I know that I'll eventually get the Widowmine. The Widowmine is eventually going to die somehow. But the medevac, that's what you're really looking for. And mentioned to only really end up losing one worker there.
Yeah, that was really cute micro there by Creator, by the way. I think maybe on pre-patch with the AoE, he might have lost 2.
Yeah.
It's possible, but man, I was almost certain Ryung with the retarget was going to get at least 2 probes with that shot. But yeah, nice control there by Creator as he actually is adding in a 4th gateway, believe it or not. I'm pretty sure he's adding in a 4th one right now.
Where is his observer? Okay, he's making the observer right now. And of course, the Cloak is about to finish up 4 of those Banshees. And there is a shield battery being built in the main base. That's actually going to be really big to try and prevent the Banshee from being able to just immediately kill any of those pros. This really has to work hard to kill anything through the shield battery.
Yeah, and this is so creative from Creator. He's basically going 4-gate blink, but he delayed the 4th gateway until after the pressure from Ryung had passed. So this is going to catch Ryung almost completely off guard. Look at the Stalker count just ballooning here for Creator. Ryung moving out to the middle, but Creator's already ready for him. Blinks forward, trades out not even 1 Stalker to get a siege tank. And this is the kind of aggression that can spiral out of control so quickly from the Terran perspective. You need your siege tanks to anchor the defense back at home. Even losing 1 for free like that is huge.
That was the dream, being able to find one of those siege tanks over there. The shield battery also, while it does get picked off, it kind of did its job to an extent in the sense that it bought enough time for him to eventually recall. Now he's going to go for a potential blink up to the main base. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There is not a whole lot siege up over here. In fact, it's going to be a Tech Lab already getting picked off.
That Tech Lab gets picked off already. Barracks is going to try and rebuild that right now as the starport lifts. But look at these trades right now for Creator. He is fighting outside of siege tank range. Imagine Ryung with his defense with 1 more siege tank right above the barracks, covered by the siege tank right up by the main base CC. It would be so much easier for him to hold on, but instead Creator coming in, now blinking forward, can almost 2-shot this bunker, and he is effectively trading shields with this Warp Prism for siege tanks, for Marines, for add-ons, for bunkers, and this is the kind of aggression that very quickly could come to a head, Robbie, where Creator, 1 more round of Warp in, should he decide to completely send it, could be game ending, but instead, 3 more gateways in production, charges starting out, 3rd base is underway. We're not going to see that crazy aggression Creator yet, but he has already gotten so much done.
And I want to commend him on the fact that there was all of that going on, and Creator was still ready and immediately on point for dealing with the Cloak Banshees coming into the 3rd base without having the detection there or anything, just noticing that blur, making sure he had the warp in of the Stalkers, had the Stalkers blinking forward, damaged one of the Banshees to half hit points. I mean, he is not letting the defenses either kind of slip as he's putting on all of that aggression. He's finally backed off for now, but like you said, the kind of flurry of all of the other power things coming out with charge, the additional gateways being added on, getting up in more pylons to try and flood out zealots, all of that is getting into gear now.
Here on Golden Aura, it's a little bit easier to take your 3rd base than some other maps, especially if you go for, as Ryung, that 9 o'clock position, right? I guess 10 o'clock if you want to be really technical, but
Creator, I'm wondering if the game plan here, oh my god, gets a medevac too. This is just money in the bank right now for Creator. He's getting so much value, even gets the Banshee on the defense back at home. And I wouldn't be surprised if Creator, with what's about to be 10 gateways or so coming online, just absolutely sends it into that third base, because Ryung has lost so many add-ons. He's lost critical units. He's lost medevac, siege takes, Banshees. He's lost Marines. He's lost bunkers. He has gotten whittled down so much, and now the siege takes with almost no support. Ryung caught out of position, and the backbone of his defense just obliterated to start off this fight. Even the Zealots charging in, bringing the Widowmine shots on top of the bio, and Creator, the supplies might be very even, but is doing such a good job reaching this position.
Yeah, the War Prism reinforcing with some more Stalkers is going to put an end to the potential of Ryung being able to hold that location. The supplies may look somewhat even, but right now we can tell Creator is absolutely in the driver's seat. He's going for the bunker bus. He is going to be able to find the bunker. It doesn't look like he wants to continue committing over there, but even just denying the third base for this long is going to be so annoying. Creator can continue to reinforce. It looks like he's going to recall a few units. How much is he recalling there?
It might be a bit just to take down. Nope, just 2 Stalkers and an Obs. But even in this situation, I wouldn't be surprised if Creator recalled a little bit more, just trying to go for a 2-shot on the Banshee, because from this stage, Ryung is going to have such a hard time taking a third base, and this almost feels like, oh, I love this Blink Micro by Creator, but this almost feels like, you know those super late game TVZs where the Zerg has amassed this huge bank, and Terran is trying to take a 4th base to get those last geysers so they can hunker down and play the Maru style. And then Zerg just never lets them expand. They attack and attack and attack. Creators basically can play the same style, almost a Zergy style of Protoss in this situation, because he has grown too big to fail in this game. All he has to do is prevent Ryung from securing a third base, and this game is done. And look at the Zealots streaming in. There is so much army here for Creator, almost pure gateway man. The first forge is only just now about to finish because he doesn't need upgrades. Look at this army.
It's just way too big. He's taking out the SCVs, he's taking out the Marines, he's going after the medevacs with the Stalkers, and these Widowmine drags from the Zealots have been so on point, continuously damaging the Bioforces. Again, even if Ryung holds here, even if he pushes Creator back, he doesn't actually secure a location for the third base. The third base, I think, is there, but is it really mining right now?
No, maybe a mule or two have been dropped, but basically no SCVs. No, it's even just getting lifted back into the main base. Oh my god, what a storm! And the follow-up is good as well. And Creator, I think, is about to take a Game 1 win here against Ryung. GG! And what a commanding start to this series from the Korean Protoss.
Impressive play is the only way I can really put it there from Creator. He really was just in the driver's seat for pretty much the entirety of that game. The only other times was when it was basically even. I want to actually credit Creator also. He was doing small little things as well with his Charge Zealots, where he was doing the Widowmine drags. One of the engagements, he literally deliberately targets the Zealots on the back end of the bio so that the Widowmines drag into the center of the Biowars. It is just a small little thing that you can do that I can have such a massive impact. Just phenomenal job there from Creator of that game.
That was a very impressive and very promising game number 1 from Creator, because remember him talking to William on stage before the series began. William's like, well, what do you think is going wrong in these series? And Creator said, I have just been playing against too many Terrans. I'm showing all of my tricks. Yeah, the Widowmine drag, phenomenal, but I'm showing too many of my tricks. It's too predictable for my opponent. And then in this game, Ryung goes for the Widowmine aggression. Creator, he stops it very well. And most players, they would do that. They would go back to their original game plan. What does Creator do? He goes completely out of the box. He adds a 4th gateway way off the typical timing. It is not the most ideal timing to add a gateway, and then he does it because it's unexpected. He does it because Ryung was scouting with his aggression, and then after the scout finished, he has no idea what's coming on. You're not going to drop a scan as Terran in that situation. You're expecting the third. You're expecting the Robo Bay. And Creator was just able to ride this momentum with this unexpected attack of Blink Stalkers to pick off the first siege tank, and it was like the first domino. From there, everything else just cascaded in destruction on Ryung's side of the map, and it culminated in a brilliant timing attack. And those are the kind of moves that Creator needs to make in this open bracket format when he gets predictable, to just throw a wrench into the game plan of his opponent, because now you're Ryung. You're down 1 map in this series. You want to try and fight and stay alive here in the lower bracket.
What is Creator going to do next? Is he going to go crazy again? Is he going to 4-gate again? Is he going to do something completely different? How do you prepare? It's such a tough problem, and let's see if Creator can send it home now with a win in game number 2 as he is spawning as the red Protoss in the bottom right. It is Creator.
And up here at the top left-hand side of the map, certainly not out of it just yet, but he has to win the next 2 games in a row. Our blue Terran player from Team Vitality, he is Ryung. He put it so well there, State. I mean, Creator just did a phenomenal job of throwing Ryung off his kilter, and I feel like Ryung has, in the past, sometimes been a player that when he gets thrown off, it's hard for him to bounce back in the series and everything. So I feel like this is a really, really tough spot for Ryung. He's really got to be able to rally because this is not the winner's stage stuff. This is the lower bracket of the open stage. This is elimination.
He's fighting for his tournament life against one of the best Protoss players in the world who has shown that he is not afraid of reaching into his bag of tricks after playing. I mean, this is, I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is his 4th PBT series in a row, which is insane in an open bracket format. Just have that kind of, I don't even know if I want to call it luck just
or
have
unluck,
the fate go this way, where you have to keep going back and back and back into all of your different builds. And so I love Creator coming in with something new. My eyes in this game are going to be on Ryung. What is he going to try and do to stabilize here? Because, as you said, Ravi, he is fighting for his life. This is do or die. It is elimination or you moving on to the knockout round, and he did not fly all the way from South Korea to go to the knockout round, man. He's going to try his best to fight back in this one.
No, he wants, both of these players really want to make the deep run in this event. So as we head on to Oceanborn, a map that is very familiar for both of these players and has been around for a while, we're going to get to see what these 2 players are going to be up to. I feel like we've been seeing a lot of those kind of very standard Blink Stalker openings and everything, but you were talking about before, number of gateways can matter, whether it's 2 or 3 gateways or the secret 4th big gateway. Like, what is Creator going to be up to this game?
Twilight Council going down again, and I love this from Ryung. Coming in with the medevac proxy all the way at the 3 o'clock position. We'll see if Creator can actually scout this, and it's going to be paired with Hellions. I think this is going to be one of the most classically annoying TVP builds of all time, the Hellion drop, should he be carrying those into the main base. And I wonder if Creator's actually going to spot this because he's playing a little bit aggressively here with his first Adept. I'm surprised he's not moving up the ramp, especially with that Shade, and he actually cancels.
He wants that SCV. Hellions are going to be kind of revealed here, so that is actually helpful. You can try to start preparing a little bit with where you position your units and everything.
Whoa! I thought for sure that was dead. That was some nice finesse micro behind the minerals.
I actually stopped looking because I wrote it off as dead. I was just looking directly into your eyes, State, as I was like, I think that he's going to have a chance to prepare for these Hellions. But yeah, the Hellions are going to move across the map. Creator is going to have an extra Adept, which is extremely helpful to have against Hellions.
Yeah, it's going to be very helpful. And actually, oh my goodness, is this probe going to spot the Stargate?
Wow.
Unbelievable from Creator. He spots it as soon as the medevac comes out. That probe even almost chasing the medevac for a moment. Like, no, you don't, buddy. As Creator already moving into position, the shield battery is set up. Adept focus firing the Hellion to the front. I think maybe not even 1 probe going down there as the Hellions all the way down to 3. And now Creator setting his eyes on the medevac for a moment there. This is the last chance really for Ryung to try and get economic damage done with these Hellions. He will get 5 probes in total, but this is not worth it for the Terran. You're hoping to get a little bit more done than that because the medevac goes down, the Hellion goes down. There are no survivors, and in total, 5 probes? That is not enough because on the backswing from this, with a Warp Prism, with Blink, with 2 more gateways in production, this could very well be the same story as game number 1 because Ryung lost so much production time in the factory that it wasn't going to siege tanks, it was going into Hellions. The Starport now, after building this Liberator, has to lift all the way back into the main base. And I don't really know, should Creator decide to fully send it with the aggression if Ryung can really hold on without siege tanks? He's building Cyclones right now.
I think it's going to be so scary for Ryung because, like, as you said, there's not going to be any medevacs. The one Liberator is going to have to try and buy some additional time for a while as the probe continues to scout out that Starport location. But Liberator comes on in and it's already seen.
And I think Ryung might even be going mech here, Robbie. He's building a second factory back at home. This is not what I expected.
There's a third.
I guess we're going to be seeing Battle Mech, but, you know, Cyclones, as you see right there, they are not very tanky, and this is the kind of situation with no siege tanks where should Creator get one favorable engagement, should he sever the head of Ryung by killing numerous Cyclones here, this is just going to spiral out of control. As you see on the bottom right of your screen, Liberator gets taken out with Blink Micro. These Cyclones are taking a ton of damage, and just shields going down for Creator. He can even go for the starport if he wants, but no, Robbie's going for the jugular.
Aggressive blink forward, snipes out one after another of these Cyclones. Only a single Cyclone remains. The SCV's trying to buffer. A warp in brazenly inside the natural is not going to go punished. The Cyclones are getting picked up, and Creator has knocked Ryung out. 2-0 for our Protoss player.
Wow, 2 games with back-to-back blink aggression, just parrying the early attacks from his opponent Ryung and riding the momentum so quickly into the knockout round. That is the Creator that we came to see, and he absolutely delivered in game 1, in game 2, and you can see how much it means to him on stage. He is so happy to move on.
It's gotta feel good, especially after that last series versus Gumio, showcasing that he in fact does still have some pretty killer TVP when he really wants to be able to bust it on out. And like you said, it's going to move him on to the knockout round. Ryung, unfortunately, is going to be eliminated from the event. What a series, but we're going to hear a bit more from the Des to break down that series for us.
That's right, Creator looking lethal as he's able to take out Ryung in pretty swift fashion actually here, as I'm joined by Pig as well as ZG. Pig, that was pretty clinical coming out from Creator.
Yeah, Creator's normally a good defensive late game player, but when he senses that he can just get you, he'll just jump in there and overwhelm. And it kind of felt like, you know, the Zealots, the Stalkers were swarming. They were just finding the damage and shutting down everything Ryung was trying to do. So nice to see that Creator, when he senses kind of that little bit of weakness, he can just be so decisive.
Yeah, very scary with those gateway units, and it didn't really feel ZG like Ryung had much of an answer to what he was throwing his way.
No, it didn't seem to. I do think Ryung is most powerful in this matchup when he gets to a solid mid game.
Right.
I mean, you know, 5 barracks, pumping out as many Mirages as possible, and he was kind of denied that really. Like he got to stim, he got to combat shields, but not really to the point where he was in control because of the way that Creator played.
Yeah.
You know, he took something that took control of the mid game to kind of subvert that. So very well played by Creator. You know, I'm happy for him, right? I think we all can cheer for Creator, especially after he was a bit down himself on that stage, being like, oh, I thought I was going to do well then, and I don't know now. But a 2-0 against, I think, someone who can be very strong in TVP, I think you take that, and hopefully that sends you for the rest of the way of the tournament, but it's still a grueling one. Even if you make it through here, you're on the first round of the knockout bracket.
Yeah. So, as you say, it really doesn't get much easier at all. And even if you do prevail in your first round, then you have to play against somebody that's come from the winners, and then there's another, and only then you're at the playoffs. It's very difficult for those players coming in from the open.
It's a proper slog. It creates those stories where when someone does make one of those heroic runs, just getting through, you know, to the playoffs is so impressive because you've actually, especially if you're in, you know, like we said, knockout round 1 and stuff, it's playing through qualifiers and things like that. It's just a massive amount of work. And you really get to see the players why the regionals are such an important part for everything now. Because if you get that good leg up, you get through there and you get kickstarted, it's just a massive, massive advantage.
Yeah, I think we all remember Nightmare doing that. I think not last Atlanta, but the Atlanta before, and just all of a sudden like going so far from it. But let's take a look at the bracket here and see what was going on, as we do now have our 2 players from bracket A who are able to advance into that knockout stage, and it will be Gumiho and Creator. So Creator, as much as he did fall to Gumiho in the prior, was able to make it happen against Ryung down towards the bottom. Let's move on to Group B as well here, just to kind of skim through everything that was going on so far. A Laser up towards the top is the one to be able to defeat Rogue in that Zerg versus Zerg, and now Solar versus Showdown is the match to find out who's going to go up against Rogue. And ZG, you were saying that if Solar's able to eventually come back, maybe he's got a shot against Rogue.
And I think he will. I think there'll be a rematch versus Rogue, and so far, you know, in GSL, I think all the rematches have actually gone the other guy's way. So I'm a big believer. We do have some things to look at, though. I mean, it was a bit of a short one, but I was actually looking at Game 1 primarily. Game 2 is a bit of a unfortunate game. Playing mech into that type of early aggression is probably the worst thing you can do. I already broke it, so that's...
Nice.
There we go. I got it. And there's not too much like to really highlight, but I did want to highlight one thing as a very salty Terran. The Wood of Mines were useless.
That was the whole clip?
that was really it. No, seriously, I was going to show how often they were useless, but it was actually insane because he had like 6 Widow Mines.
Right.
At pretty pivotal moments. If they had ever shot a clumped up Zealot ball, they would have drastically changed that game, except towards maybe the final few, then it was already over. But there was half luck and half creator microing.
Yeah.
And I'm salty about that luck.
That's fair. I mean, it does. Usually, when it comes to this matchup, you'd expect, oh, a few Widow Mines in front of me. I'm going to think twice about sending all of these Zealots forwards to do something. But yeah, I guess if they don't connect, they don't connect.
My favorite is when like the Zealot charges and the Widow Mine's shooting it, and then the person retargets the Zealot on the Marine in the back, and it just kind of goes, woo! And the Widow Mine just goes into the middle of the turret, and you're like, that seems fair.
Yeah, it's a rough one. It's a rough one. All right, well, thanks very much, guys. All right, we are going to effectively reset because now we're moving on into our next winners stage as well as all the other brackets that are going on in the Open. So we're going to go to a break. When we return, we have some excellent matches coming up. Of course, Hero versus Reina is on the cards for like a 3rd time in as many months. So stay tuned. We'll be right back after more.
We are here again with me and him, and we are playing the Summon StarCraft II player game. And let's see who's the better player, I guess.
Alright, so I guess we start with attack.
Yeah.
Let me double check here what I want to do. Okay, you ready?
No, not quite. I'm still thinking of what's a smart move here.
Okay, do we turn them around?
No, we go 3, 2,
okay.
1.
3, 2, 1. What do you see? Let me check.
I would.
Oh my god, you outplayed me.
I would see.
Because I put trigger because I was expecting you to have the highest attack guy.
Yeah, well, that's pretty basic mind game, so I did outplay you, but it's a bit of an overkill still, so it's like a 50-50 there.
It's like a 50-50. So now it's defense.
Correct.
I do as well.
I don't want to waste.
My card is settled here.
I don't think you have this strong of a defensive player.
Oh, we'll see about that. 3, 2, 1. How much?
Piotr has 84.
Dark has 88.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he has 88.
So he's better defensive
yeah,
than Piotr?
of course he is. He's a dad now, man.
That's unfortunate.
He's built like that.
Yeah, it might have been a mistake from my side, actually, now that I'm counting my cards.
What is the strategy?
Yeah, I think so.
Oof, I have a big brain player right here. On my right hand. Settled in for me.
This is not too good.
Now stop yapping and make up your mind. What is this? I tell you, you cannot beat this guy.
Is he that good?
Yeah, you cannot. Cannot beat him.
3, 2, 1. Oops.
Oh, that's a fail. What is this?
It's Astrea.
88?
How much do you have?
I have 87.
Oh my
no
God.
way, Astrea. What the hell?
Astrea was my backup card.
NA's coming in clutch. What the hell?
That's what I like to see.
Speed.
Unfortunately, my players aren't that fast.
Really?
Yeah, maybe.
I have a very fast guy right here.
Might have to use my fastest player just to try to get the 3-1 lead. Or whatever the score is.
I'll have to throw it out.
Okay, let's go.
You tried to bait me.
71.
It's my boy, Oliveira. He's 83 speed.
Yeah.
I got you. Easy money.
Had to play it a bit.
You misplayed here for sure.
Well, I'm not so sure.
My boys here. These 3, they're my boys.
Yeah, you have some good ones left for sure.
You cannot beat them, I swear.
So what do we have next? Macro. I'll just have to go with this player.
I'm telling you, there's no way you win this one. He's a macro monster.
We'll see. Oh, I don't know.
I don't know. How much do you have? I have 96. Nice try. My boy Maru has my back. And this is the easiest game of my life.
But are you winning 3-2 or what's the score? I already forgot.
3-2.
That's okay. You have a Clem of me there. That's a bit scary.
I don't have Clem. I thought you did. What? I don't have him.
He's out of the table or what?
I don't have him.
No. Okay, let's go for the micro then. I might have misplayed this.
You have this guy. He's untouchable.
I think I got the worst cards. Oh, I'll have to go with this one.
He's balance finding. What is this?
Yeah.
Cannot beat this guy. 97, baby. Fastest fingers in the West. And the most precise as well. That's 4-2.
But this is micro. How much did he have?
97, bro.
Micro.
Yeah, he's clean with this micro. Fastest fingers and the most precise.
It's already over, but let's get the attack again.
Yeah, I know you have Hero right there.
I won the last one. 4-3.
I knew it. Nice game. Destroyed as always.
Here we go. 95.
95. Oof.
Bit low on the attack.
How much?
92.
Bit low.
You wanna see? Well, I'll go through them. 92 attack, 97 defense, 92 strategy, 94 speed.
94 speed?
About right. Maybe a bit low.
Where?
97
Maybe
macro,
5 years ago.
96 micro.
I'm worried about mine because my last results weren't too hot. I'll be honest. My guess is like
but
85.
90 the least. 90 is the lowest. It's
90. I have 90.
Yeah,
That's fine. That's fine. I have 91 attack, 85 defense, 83 strategy, dumb as a rock, 96 speed, macro 93, micro 92. I think that's fair. Maybe a little bit low on strategy.
You think so?
Yeah.
You are a bit of a Nike designer, but so it's a bit low.
I'm cooking so hard lately. I'll show you this tournament.
Well, we're going to get an opportunity to see if Reina has indeed been cooking, to see if he's going to be able to survive all the onslaught that is about to come his way. Welcome back to the desk. Welcome back to all of the StarCraft festivities that's about to go down. I got Fear Dragon, we got Wardy. We're having a good time here to get things rocking, and we now have quite the fixture on the way. We've moved on to our next bracket in the winners, and in our winner stage, and we're going to find out between Hero and Reina in their first round who's going to prevail. Let's take a look at Group B and see what's going on. Of course, we do have Serral versus Nice going on elsewhere in this bracket. Cure versus Spirit and Trigger versus Dark, which we'll take a look at a little bit later. But suffice to say, Fear Dragon, Hero and Reina in round one, that's going to sting.
I'm like excited, but also upset because this could have been a semifinals match. And now one of them is going to get knocked down to the lower bracket already. And I'm thankful that there's a lot of chances of these people in the winner stage. But this is going to be a heck of a best of three.
Yeah, you'd think so. You'd think so. Of course, big thank you to our sponsors joining us here. Firstly, Blizzard, who was able to create the game and keep everything nicely ticking over here as we get through now what is effectively 15 years of everything that has been going down. We have ourselves Monster, because you can unleash the beast if you're able to grab a cheeky monster and keep fueled and good to go throughout the day, throughout the tournament. It's a nice accompaniment for when you're going to be watching these tournaments as a whole. We also have US Air Force, so you can head over to www.airforce.com to be able to check out everything that's going on over there. And finally, we have ESL, which I do believe has new merch, new collabs, new things going on. Shop.esl.com as well to check that out. Again, I mentioned it prior, but cool to see the Basement Dweller collab going on with good old Machine from over in CS. I haven't even seen Machine during this tournament so far. It feels weird, this tournament. It feels like old esports Wardy, where all of a sudden all the tournaments are together again, and it's nice. It's a community feel.
There's so many people here.
There's so many people here.
I have watched you talk to at least 3 people this event, and that's way more than you usually talk to. So that's how you know there's some old school esporters going around.
I mean, yeah, I guess so. Hey, it's been nice to catch up with people. There's genuinely people here I haven't seen in 8 years. Wow.
Yeah. You're old.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not wrong, I guess. All right, let's talk about the matchup quickly here as I am aging as the segment goes on. We've got ourselves Hero versus Reina. Honestly, a big fight feel really between these two. They have battled out against one another multiple times in the last couple of high-profile tournaments, Wardy, and now once again, we're back here again.
We're back again. Hero has been looking so good. I feel like he's going to have something super prepared here, ready to go into a very fun match where he probably feels pretty good because in the bigger tournaments that they've played against each other in, he has looked good against him. That's where Reina has to kind of show up and say like, hey, look, you know I've not had the best couple of months, but this is what I can do. This is how I can power up. This is what I can do now. So it's going to be really exciting. I mean, I cast a series between them the other day, and Reina came out like all fists are swinging, and he got the 2-0. He just like made Hero look like he couldn't play. But you know that Hero's going to come out with something so cool in this series. That's what gets me really, really excited. Is apparently Hero got even more aggressive in attack stats since last event.
He maxed out at 99.
Yeah, he looks deadly. And I mean, when you looked at Heroes versus Reina's match in the GSL as well, Hero looked scary. Suffice to say. Let's move on to Reina as well on the other side of this. Previous pro gamer, now full-time commentator. He's going to be trying to do something, make a dent here in the tournament. Can a commentator do it, Fear Dragon?
Well, Pig's performance actually seemed to go up after he retired like 15 years ago or something, 12 years ago.
Pig played? Wow.
Yeah, he used to be. I actually have an email from him or an email I sent to him where I said he was one of my favorite players. But I've never sent it to this young man because he's still an active pro player. He is looking a little bit sad on that right-hand side with all of those numbers going down. But here's the thing. I do feel like a lot of people filled this out a few weeks ago, and I know that Reina has not necessarily been in like the best of shape lately, but I'm kind of with what Wardy was saying. We're in that Wardy Invitational tournament, actually, where Reina was able to do that really, really sick match versus Hero. I feel like Reina the last week or two has been giving me a little bit more hope for him, that he's kind of bouncing back, that he is in fact cooking.
Yeah, he might be. He might be. I mean, so it's interesting, right? Because I feel like, and I actually, of all places, I found this sentiment, and I agree with it, was on Reddit, of all places. The amount of grit that Reina has, he doesn't have to go over and play GSL. In a certain scenario, there's only like, it's like almost like a lose-lose situation, right? Because either you bomb out and everyone's suddenly like, once again with the GOAT conversation, oh, yeah, you see, it's the hardest tournament. Or he wins, and then it's like, well, yeah, it's Reina, you know what I mean? So, but he might have a shot here against Hero. We'll see.
We will see.
I don't know where I was going with that one.
I know you were just like, you really made a statement, then you looked at me like, we'll see. And I was like, okay,
we'll see.
We will see. Sure, okay. No, I mean, I don't even remember what you said at this point.
It was something very important and very intelligent. Yeah. Anyway, thank you very much, guys. Let's move on and head to the stage and do the thing.
Thank you. Very happy to do the thing, as Kalera says, because it's only day one here at the ESL StarCraft II Masters Spring 2024 Finals. But boy, does this matchup feel like it should be a little ways down the weekend. The desk already broke it down. Obviously, these players, both of them, they need no introduction. StarCraft fans, are you ready for this opening matchup of Group B in the winner's stage? I present to you Reina versus Hero.
A matchup for the ages. They have had some of the most chaotic, exciting games over their careers. Whenever these two clash, you're in for fireworks. And today is going to be no different. Starting off their game of days against each other, it's a very difficult match. It's Zerg versus Protoss, and Rotterdam's joining me to cast it.
I love it. We're going to play the exact two maps that these two guys played not too long ago in the GSL Contest. And of course, that went Hero's way. Oceanborn, Game 1, Gulls River, Game 2. And Wardy, I think, said it as well on the desk. In some of the bigger events, things have gone Hero's way when these two took it out with each other. Masters Coliseum was an online event, but it was a monstrous online event. Deep into the tournament, top 3. Hero back then getting a nail-biting victory over Reina, 4-3. Of course, I am Katowice in the group stage. Hero actually getting a 2-0 victory over Reina. And then most recently, the GSL Contest. However, why are they not talking about the biggest of them all, Piggy?
What? Which event was that?
You know which one I'm talking about.
Wait, are you talking about the Wardy TV Korean Royale main event?
Yeah, I mean, in that group stage, Rainer definitely put Hero in his place. So who's to say that he can't do it again at an offline event?
That's true, man. That is true. Honestly, I think it's a very exciting match every time they played, and it's kind of cool looking at their stats and realizing, because I feel like they've been playing for such a long time. The first time they ever played competitively was back in BlizzCon 2019 over in Korea as well. If you remember, we did the group stages that year in Korea in the GSL studios before heading out over to LA for the rest of that, and it was a nail-biting 3-2, which honestly I thought Hero was going to win, and then it turned into one of those classic Hero Rainer games. There's like carriers on 50 supply for some reason. There's like 2 lurkers and 3 hydras, and this is the sort of games you get when these two get down to it.
I think on Oceanborn, there's a chance we get to see that, but Hero is just so freaking deadly in this matchup, and I'm kind of surprised that Rainer wants to play Ghost River once more. I can only imagine that he clearly has a plan, but that is a map that he's been unhappy with. Then again, there are quite a few Zergs out there unhappy with multiple ZVP maps, so maybe it's one of these pick your poison kind of scenarios, and he's like, all right, I'll play the Ghost Hero, or I play Ghost River against Hero. But Hero on that map, man, is Adapt, Oracle, and then Blink Stalkers with a pylon and a gateway in the center of the map. He keeps on doing it.
Yeah.
He can literally write it out to the Zerg opponents in the beginning of the game. Hey man, Adapts, Oracles, Blink Stalker with a pylon and a gate in the center of the map. Good luck, have fun. And it's so incredibly difficult to hold against that, stabilize, and somehow get the best of this man.
And that's assuming you don't get pylon blocked and have your entire opening ruined like happened in the GSL. That's something both of these maps, Oceanborn and Ghost River that we're starting with, you've got to watch out for, because are you happy to get your third pylon blocked? You need to have 4 Zerglings to make sure they can't do the pylon, delay for the Adept to shade in and block your third. Is Hero going to send a probe across at the very start to try and stop you taking your natural? And is Rainer willing to do something like a 14 or 15 hatchery to get it down very fast? There's a lot of questions in the early game decision making that leads into a position where if Hero goes for that straight up Blink Oracle attack you talked about, if he's a bit ahead from the early game, it's nearly
over.
unstoppable. It's done.
Rainer will be the first to tell you, if he loses 5 drones against an Adept and an Oracle, the first one, then it's game over. It's actually kind of pointless to play it out, as that is a Spanish goat. You guys may know him from terrorizing the NA ladder. 4,900 MMR, going strong. He's enjoying some of the video games. You know, to get the nerds a little excited here as well, you mentioned the 2019 series that these two guys played back then, opening round of BlizzCon. I remember many games, Piggy, but I'd be straight up lying if I tell you like, oh yeah, Hero Rainer group stage 2019. I don't exactly remember any details of those games, but what is very cool is that they've played 18 series against each other historically. And of course, some bigger than others. 9-9 historically. How cool is that? And in maps, it's 30 versus 29 in favor of this man. Really goes to show that throughout their careers, they've been incredibly evenly matched.
Neck and neck, and we're going to see if one horse can start to pull ahead of the other here. Down in the bottom right side of the map, in the red, the Protoss player, it's Dragon Kaiser Gaming's Hero.
Hero's been in very good spirits throughout the week, but he does know that this is going to be a difficult one. Even if he had a couple of victories over this man, he always rates him very highly, and he knows it's going to be difficult. In the top left side, representing Basilisk, it's Rainer. And I gotta say, Big, when I look at Rainer on that stage, I don't miss the Jack Frost era. He looks better, no?
Yeah, I actually do. I do like the return to the natural hair color there. It was good. You know, there's different phases. We can kind of go pre-blonde, pre-icy haired Rainer and post.
You had colored hair once, no, when you were a pro gamer? I feel like you had a tiny face. You did some purple or red, didn't you?
I mean, a few years ago, I did dye it pink and then shaved my head off right afterwards for like a very short while. But
I'm thinking about the days where we all took you seriously.
When I was playing, I don't think so. Yeah, no. I think it was just varying levels of unkempt based on, you know, whether I'd had a haircut or not recently.
All right.
It was like your proper trash man pro gamer who just plays StarCraft.
Oh, you're doing yourself dirty there. You're a good-looking dude back in the days. I mean, you had a few more kilograms than you currently do, but other than that, you were not bad, Piggy.
I definitely didn't take too much care of myself, but I definitely enjoyed playing StarCraft, and I was, you know, we had some very cool team jackets back in the day. They helped make you look a bit classier. You'd have some nice sponsor logos on them. You'd look like you'd have a bit of class behind you, but of course,
some of those Piggy celebrations are still famous to the day, so it's all good. All right, Adept first for Hero, no surprise there. We are, of course, expecting him to play Stargate. Anything else would be a bit of a shocker. Yes, there are some Protestants that like opening up with the Twilight Council, Resonating Glaive Adepts and whatnot, but Hero on a map like Oceanborn is 9 out of 10 times going to open up with a Stargate, if not more than 9 out of 10, might even be 10 out of 10 times. It just makes sense. I do think back of that game they had here on Oceanborn GSL. It was a short map, right? A lot of people look at it as like a 9-10 minute game. Hero just kind of bopped him.
Yeah.
But Reina was starting to find really good damage with those drop lords that he's very fond of in this matchup. And sometimes you have games that are over quickly. Think back of Clem against Stats earlier today, Ghost River. It's like, Clem bopped him. No, actually, Stats was incredibly close to stabilizing and potentially winning the game. And I think Reina also had 2 incredibly close calls against Hero in the GSL Codes where they look like short one-sided Hero wins, but they were actually kind of on a knife's edge.
Absolutely. And this matchup especially, when you're playing against Hero, he will lean into his aggression. If he gets an edge, he's going to push it hard. So you get into these situations where, you know, a slight disadvantage can spiral very quickly. But this has been the no scout opening for Hero. He's gone for the very quick, you know, just Nexus, Gas. He's able to go Warp Gate and Stargate into Oracle at the same time. But it's given Reina a more chilled out opening. Reina hasn't had the pressure of 2 Adepts in his face from the start, but he's going to have the scouting denied with the Overlord. And we're going to see how well he can just keep up with Hero's pace. As Hero, whenever he does this greedy opening, it's only for a certain amount of time. At some moment, he will explode into aggression, whether that's 5 Adepts, 3 Oracles arriving at your base, maybe a bunch of Stalkers trying to cancel your 4th base. Reina has to keep pace with him, and you can see he's still behind in Workers. This is usually the moment where Zerg starts to catch up, but Hero's being chrono boosting like mad.
Yeah, but we're getting there, right? I think so far it's a very standard, normal game. Don't think Reina has anything to be unhappy with. Hero is just making sure that his units are at home in the correct position. And Reina fires up a pretty damn quick lair, Piggy. 4 minutes, 15 seconds, first lair on the way.
That's odd timing. It could be doing like, you know, the classic Dark build, like the Nidus Queen Zergling. He could be trying to rush out like Hydras or something like that. We'll see how it goes. Oracles come in.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. That might be a dead Oracle. So close. 10 HP though. That's, I mean, losing 3 drones against a man like Hero is not nice, but Oceanborn ain't Ghost River.
Yeah.
That's a lot of damage on the Oracle. And you mentioned it, if Reina does want to do something aggressive, it does actually really help that one of these Oracles is now already so close to going down.
I think it's worth losing 3 drones, because that's not like super early damage. You're still up at 50 drones, you've got a 5 worker lead. Each time, if you're getting these Oracles in the red, you can see now there's, okay, red hit point Oracle has to go home. The other more healthy Oracles can still dive in and do a bit more damage. Adepts are now coming forward. Forge is on the way, as well as 3rd and 4th gateway.
I love it. 3 Adepts through the right side of the center, 3 Adepts through the left. In the end, they sync up here, but Hero can obviously still shade in different bases. Reina's Roach Warren is almost done, but not quite. Drops a very quick infestation pit too, as it does seem that Hero is willing to commit. So Hero is looking for a decent amount of workers. 2 is absolutely not enough to sacrifice all of these units. But if it's not the Adepts, it should be the Oracles, right? That's fine what they are looking for.
Nice defense so far with the positioning for Reina. He does lose a few more drones as those Adepts well positioned behind the mineral line. He's trying to focus down the drones, and he does bring it up to about 7 kills before those Adepts do go down. Overall, that's fantastic because Reina has got a super fast infestation pit. What is that for? Do you think he's squeezing out quick hive? I mean, that's a crazy quick hive though, Roddy.
He's done this a couple of times. I forgot the most recent game he did this against the Protoss, but it was a mega quick hive on Golden Aura, and he ended up actually against Stats in the WTL Codes. He went for an ultra quick hive as well, had lurkers with seismic spines and adaptive talents at like minute 8.
Wow.
And then he's actually willing to be kind of aggressive with it, maybe a little bit past 8 minutes. But yeah, they are incredibly quick. However, Hero, his blink is pretty much done. +1, 80% done. If Hero starts moving out right now, I do feel that Reina is going to have an incredibly tough time, because yes, he has a Roach Warren, but I don't think he has produced a single Roach. The Lynx don't have +1 melee or something. He's having a hard time getting a 4th base on the line, by the way. Did he just straight up cancel the Roach Warren? Did we just like not even let it finish?
Yeah, I think he needs that Lurkadin. Okay, Lurkadin does go down, 2nd Hydra upgrade. Both 4th base attempts are being cancelled. Hero's been playing a bit more passive, and then he's gone 8 gates. Yeah. He's going 2nd Forge, Robo, no 4th base. He's going to commit pretty hard to this pressure. He will move across, and you've only got a few Zerglings to deal with this.
It's really bad for Reina. I think Reina is going to have an incredibly tough time ever getting a 4th base up. A few Lynx, it should not be enough. And there's a couple of Queens as well. They can maybe keep the Oracles at bay. Hero's going to link back defensively. He's got 3 Oracle here. A decent amount of energy on these Oracles as well. Reina's got 10 Hydras on the way. Hive is done. Lurkadin almost done. But I do think that Hero should be able to get another cancel here and a 3-base Zerg. I mean, whoever enjoys being a 3-base Zerg in this matchup, Biggie?
Normally not, but I do think it's acceptable because you've got the lurkers. It's just the cost is really racking up here. Every time you cancel a hatchery and lose a drone, that's 125 minerals down the drain, and that is going to stack up. I mean, lurkers counter stalkers really well. The problem is, the lurker spines has only just started. He doesn't actually have any lurkers morphed just yet. And as the 4th base keeps getting denied, yes, we're going to get to quick lurkers, but double Robo base already up. And it feels like Hero's not even very committed. It's just a handful of stalkers.
It's also 67 drones only for Reynor, right? So it's not like, yeah, okay, 3 bases, my 4th is a bit later, at least I can saturate it immediately. I think Reynor is in a bit of trouble. Should be able to grab a few stalkers here, grabs 2 right before the recall kicks in. Man, Hero is double Robo, even fires up a Colossus. Not totally certain about the Colossus here. I think Archons and Immortals should be fine, but hey, Colossus might be nice against the Lynx, against the Hydras. It's of course not really about the Hydras, Hero. It's a lot more about Lurkers. And against Lurkers, I feel like you would much rather even have Disruptors than Colossus.
Of course, the one argument here is that because there's no Roach Tech, there's nothing to tank for the Lurkers. Having good splash damage like Colossus in there is going to be great for clearing out these units. Right now, Hero getting pushed all the way back to his base, but Reynor is not building any workers.
Run by.
Yeah, run by gets inside the main base. I don't know if this is going to get much damage though. Remember that Hero likes to leave his door open. It's a feature, not a bug. Colossus are coming out. They will be popping into the fight. Lurkers on the front line, but there's no support for them. I think this should be pretty easy for Hero to clean up.
As long as we have detection, right? And we have all the oracles so you can drop a revelation. Hero's gonna have a field day with his army of Reynor, who has just been stuck on 3 bases for way too long as a Zerg. Queens show up as well, but that's a day late and $1 short. All 4 Queens will get picked up. And Hero takes the commanding lead in game 1. And honestly, I think at this point can grab everything he has, run to the other side of the map, and close it out.
It's an odd build, this one, from Reynor, because I feel like if you're going to push with just like 6 or 7 lurkers, you almost would rather have a few more and push pre-hive and not bother with the upgrades.
All right.
Ooh, bit of a mistake there. But yeah, I definitely feel like if you're only pushing with 6 lurkers and no real supporting units, it gets kind of messy. And it's something where I think if Reynor droned his 4th, he could have played a longer game, but he's got a ton of gas income and not much else. The Zerglings have no upgrades, so the Zerglings are annoying, but they really are not the same power as a +2 melee Adrenal Zergling run by. Those are the ones that get big damage. These ones, on the other hand, not finding too much at all. That being said, Hero's only on 3 bases, so there's part of me that wonders, hey, if you make enough lurkers here, can you drone back up and catch up in the long game?
Maybe if we snipe that final Oracle and a couple of the observers, because you can always leave it up to Hero to play a fantastic 9 minutes, get yourself incredibly far ahead, be ready to end it, and then do something silly with the Oracles, deal with the run-by. He needs to be a tiny bit cautious. He's going to have to respect the Lurkers to some degree, because he is very Zealot heavy, and sometimes Zealots are amazing, sometimes they can be a little bit derpy. Hero just goes for it. He believes that there really is not enough Zerg here to tank for those Lurkers, and as long as the Immortals can just get in range, get on top, these Zerg units will melt, and Hero once more takes the 1-0 lead. After a game where I don't even think this was really Reynor's plan. I just kind of felt Reynor lost a few too many drones, and the biggest problem was the 4th hatchery getting cancelled over and over again. Reynor probably felt desperate times, called for desperate matches. I'm gonna send it, and I hope I can surprise him with a couple of quick lurkers, and it just didn't work out.
Indeed. It is very frustrating when that 4th base keeps going down to the Oracles. Your creep spread isn't quite out there. Your anti-air mobility in the Queens is just not ready just yet. And of course, taking a fair bit of damage. I think the early game was actually quite good for Reynor, especially considering just how ridiculously fast this lair and infestation pit were. I do believe he could have maybe focused a little bit more on the droning up rather than being so dogged on just rushing towards the hive tech lurkers, because it felt a little bit forced when we got to this point. We just see such a bare army of lurkers, so little support, and if the Oracle Revelation's there, as you pointed out, the Zealot Stalker's just going to swarm that.
Yep, Immortal's really helping out as well, and even that 1 shield battery on the right side of the Robos, right? Maybe if that battery's in there, there is a will where Reynor can get on top of the Robos, you at least take out the Robos, and it can become a rather awkward game for Hero. Well, that was just a pretty convincing hold by Hero. Really did not feel that he was on his last legs and he needed that extra warp in. Like, nah, he looked at it and he said, like, hey, man, I've got way more and there is so little to tank for those lurkers. Gets on top of it. And obviously did a little hero there when he donates 2 oracles and puts a probe. I love this, by the way, Piggy, because this is the ultimate anti-F2 trick, where instead of a Zealot or a Stalker, you put a probe on hold position in your wall off. Can be a bit annoying if units are being rallied outside of your main, but hey, he's got warp gates, and he built the robos at the 3rd.
Exactly.
The only thing he didn't do, Piggy, is get a shield battery behind the probe. You do need something to heal up that probe, otherwise the probe just dies. But I really love that we can, as common Protoss men, always identify with this guy, even though he's arguably the very best to do it for the aliens. We love it because he does some of the same things as the plebs and I do on the ladder. Representing Dragon Kaisi Gaming, it's Hero.
His openings have been absolutely fearsome to watch lately, just on another level. It's such a challenge just to be on an even footing with that Protoss. Up here in the top right side, he has to play a perfect early game. Representing Basilisk in the right, it's Rainer.
Seems that the tunes are back.
Yeah.
Always good to see our boy vibing a little. A happy Rainer is the most dangerous Rainer, and even if the first game didn't go his way, he probably knows exactly where it went wrong. I think he maybe expected the adepts to shade out when they did, but I don't think he was counting on 6. Because Hero doesn't always do this with 6, right? Like sometimes he'll do it with a lot less, maybe just 2 of the early game adepts. It's like 2 adepts here, oracles there. I think 6 adepts was just a tiny bit more than Rainer expected, and he handled that all right, and he handled the oracles all right. Of course, it wasn't for nothing, but it wasn't that he was so far behind. The biggest problem is that because of that move that I think surprised him a little.
You think it like got him a bit excited maybe? He felt like he needed to do something special, or?
I think then you kind of just forget about what's normally incredibly important of a CVP, and that's getting your 4th base online. Where it's like, oh, you're managing drones, I'll cancel. I'll just take it there. It's like, wait a minute, I just have to double cancel it, and then when the stalkers show up and you have to triple cancel it, it just feels that whatever you had in mind is ruined, because no Zerg ever plans for that.
Indeed. A nasty position he found himself in, and tried to fight back from there, but as we saw, those lurker rushes, you still need that 4th base up. And he did get the gases, but when you're on 65 drones on 8 gas, you actually got so little mineral income that you just don't have a lot of money to work with. And what a cute Stargate positioning here for Hero. Wants to get that Oracle potentially or Void Ray across the map as fast as possible. And you can, of course, see Rainer on the right side, Hero on the left, their first-person view. And Rainer, one of the fastest players, had an incredibly high speed and micro rating. Hero, on the other hand, had one of the highest attack ratings. His ability to just attack, get in people's face, cause upsets, and throw them off their game is super high.
We have to give a little shout out to the Hero wall-off as well. For the longest time, we were wondering, Hero, does he even know what he's doing? But at one point, you know, they kept on trying to bailing bust him, and Hero just always scouts it. And I was like, is it just bait? And Rainer's like, yeah, the wall-off is bait. Like, he knows it's not good, but it's pure bait. He wants you to think that, oh, he gets to surround immediately. Rainer, that is, 1 drone does fall.
Ooh.
2nd drone does not fall, as the adept was not able to get his shot off.
Very good for Rainer.
But yeah, basically TLDR, Hero knows that this is not really the correct way to wall off, but he also knows that he's always going to scout whatever Zerg all in they may throw at him. And if he can actually force him to all in and he scouts it, he gets ready for it, gets the Oracle, Shield Battery, Void Ray, he's fine, he straight up wins the game. I mean, every top tier Zerg out there at this point has tried to bailing bust Hero, and he just always sees it coming.
And he reinforces the wall. Like, it looks so janky, but then he puts a gateway, like, to reinforce the weak point. Nice harassment coming in here for Hero. Gets himself 2 drones and a sport trick. He goes for the 3rd. So greedy. And that's a good defense by Rainer once again.
Yep, you can see Hero shaking his head there a little bit as well. Like, tiny bit too much. And these oracles, if Hero wants to do what he pretty much always does on Ghost River, and that is triple oracle into a Twilight Council, I don't even think he gets a forge with it. It's just pure gateway stalkers. And he gets a pylon and a gate up in the center of the map. These oracles are incredibly important. He really can't afford to lose the 2nd one either, because there is a chance that Rainer is actually going to play with +1 melee Zerglings here. Rainer knows that Hero knows, but they both believe in their execution. And then it just comes down to who executes better. But Hero's build truly relies on those oracles. The revelations, the stasis traps to keep that gate and the pylon safe, and obviously to keep your stalkers safe from the Zerglings.
Yeah, if you ever run out of Oracle energy, suddenly Zerglings are amazing hard counters to those Stalkers. It's the Oracles that make up for that weakness. Nice denial on the creep spread. Remember, creep spread very important for defending. Blink Stalker attacks later on as well. So the more he can slow that down, the better. The Adepts go very deep. A dangerous move here for Hero, but danger is his middle name. He never backs away from a threat. Gets 2 Adepts down. 1 Adept does shade into the natural. The drones are going to try and fight that, and they will take it out, but another extra drone or 2 goes down. Oracle almost dies in the back of the base at the same time. Pretty damn good positioning by Reynor. Once again, he comes out on top of the work account.
The only thing that Reynor does not know is that Hero's not doing what he's always doing, as Hero's being mega reckless with these Oracles, and I can't believe he activates Pulsar Beam just to gun down 2 more drones. Now he's got 2 ultra low HP Oracles in the top right. I actually think Hero should drop a Robo-Wave probably real soon, because Hero is doing something different, and Reynor was probably expecting Hero to do the same thing as always. There is a good chance that Hero just said after he lost that first Oracle, no, I cannot do this build, because Oracles are crucial, are vital to me making this build work, and if I lose the first Oracle, I'm just going to play different.
And indeed, it looks like Reynor's going Baneley Nest rather than Roachhorn. So setting up for a potential Hydraling Bane game against what will be a charged transition. Immortals +1. Usually you go charge Immortal into this and a second Robo.
This is, but you can see that Reynor is misreading the game a little bit.
Yeah.
Hero's also losing track of what's happening in this game as he's getting a second Twilight Council. He's probably not used to having a Robo and a Forge before a Twilight Council. So, I mean, these 2 guys are just so deep into each other's mind that they're confusing the hell out of each other. Hero's wondering what's happening. Reynor is wondering what's happening. Now Hero does fire up Blink, by the way, so he's not going for charge. And I'm lost Piggy. I don't even know why he's getting Immortals quickly, but maybe worried about some sort of a roach attack early on, but that's not what's happening.
Hero is one of the most intuitive players in the world. I think he's figuring it out as he goes, Kevin. You can see, you know, cancels a second Twilight, starts Blink. He's kind of going for a little bit of everything, and perhaps he is thinking, oh, there's going to be an all-in, maybe a Queen Walk. I'll get some Immortals ready for that. But as we see, it's just mass Zerglings into a quick infestation. Reynor's playing a very standard style, but Hero has taken a small worker advantage.
Yep, Reynor did manage to sneak out a few more drones as 3 Adepts shade into the 3rd base of Reynor. Reynor once more ends up losing 3 drones. There's no shield battery. I don't know if the Lynx, by the way, caught a glimpse of the double Immortal, but that would have been awesome to check in the future, because if you see 2 Immortals there at that point, Reynor should know. Hydras, at this moment, you kind of think Hydra Lynx, sure, Bane Lynx, maybe yes, no, but pure Hydra Lynx should be fantastic. However, Reynor is going to fire up the Hive. That may not be bad, but it's also important that he starts getting units.
12 drones, Roddy! So greedy!
Yep, at this point, Reynor needs units, because Hero's moving out. Blink is not totally done yet. He's getting a cannon and a battery at home as well, but we'll ignore that. That's used for against run-bys. Reynor needs to sneak out as many Hydras as possible ASAP.
And Groove Spines. He needs Groove Spines and Hydra production en masse. As you pointed that out, I mean, we've got a 20 worker advantage for Reynor. He's just been way too greedy, and he did this late. Remember, he built a good 40-50 Zerglings. Hasn't found any damage with them. He bled a few out trying to harass, and now this army arrives at his base on this short map, and he has got no safety precautions, an incredibly greedy position. If Reynor can defend this, it's going to take every single bit of oomph that he has. He needs to micro like a beast. He's trying to build Hydras, but they have no upgrades, Kevin.
Nope, they have no +1 missile attacks. Lynx, however, do have +1 melee, and that is a lot of Zerglings, and the Queens are helping out as well. The Queens are going to step into a stasis trap, though. At least a lot of Lynx are stuck. One of the Queens is stuck as well. Oracles are ending up dying. 1 Oracle remains with very little HP, but this is not actually that bad, because this is turning into a force build, and a force build is going to buy Reynor time to get those Hydras out.
And that's what he needs. He's actually up in army supply. Can you believe it? It's still not very high quality, though. He's got to be careful. You don't want to chase here as Reynor. If you lose this hatchery, it's not the end of the world. The Zerglings got the Immortals. Great catching of that in the picture-in-picture from our observing team. We've got the Queens and the Hydras trying to hang on. Reynor's still on 84 workers. If he can defend this economic advantage, he should be able to win this game. The Stalkers are getting pushed back.
I don't think Reynor really needs to chase too far off Dream, as Hero blinks forward immediately, realizing that Reynor is retreating for a split second. Truly great micro by both players there for a bit. Hero realizing that that's probably just a few too many Hydras, and the longer he sticks around, the more Zerglings will show up once more. So he needs some splash damage. Does not go for a Robo-Way this time around. Decides to fire up Storm. And Reynor does, I think, for the longest time, had a couple Zerglings on the left side. So he knows about the 4th Nexus of Hero, and he knows how late it is.
Storm's on the way, +3 Immortal production. Hero trying to transition into the next stage of the game, but he's very slow to get there. On the other hand, there's so much pressure that the Lurker Den has been delayed, but double Evo starting 2-2 for Reynor. That's melee and range upgrades. So he's really well set up for a long game. It feels like Reynor doesn't really have a rush here. Yeah, if he can get some creep out, that would be nice. If he can take gases on his 5th at some point, probably doesn't need that for a while. But he's just got a good work account. He's stabilized, his upgrades are coming in. He's got a few minutes here where he can chill out. As long as he gets over there before Hero gets to, like, you know, mass Immortal Storm, I think Reyna's in a big advantage.
Yeah, we don't have any Archons yet, and it's very unlikely Hero wants to move out without Archons. Reyna does need to be a tiny bit cautious because he really doesn't have that big of a bank. He's looking for some freebies. Finds the High Templars here. That's minus an High Templar, minus 2 more High Templars. And the Immortal goes down as well. So 3 High Templars and an Immortal, as now more Zerglings show up from the bottom side as well. Reyna says, yeah, Lurkers are great, but what if I can just get the job done with Hydras and Zerglings? And Pig, if it wasn't for the shield battery overcharge, all of these Stalkers would have been dead by now.
Yeah, and that was a great push for Reyna. He's got to try to get these valuable Hydras out, though, as they are very expensive and fragile units. Still, I think overall a very positive trade for Reyna, and hats off to him for catching Hero with his pants down. Hero will be kicking himself for not spotting the army coming across, nor landing the storms on those first 2 High Templar before they got taken out. Hero's supply is not so bad, though. He's on 78 workers, he's on 4 base. You're making High Templar Immortal Archon. I mean, that's an army that technically can beat anything Zerg has on the ground if you take the correct engagements.
No overcharge there, and that's a completely different fight, and we'll be talking about game 3 at this point, but Hero very quick to drop that overcharge, and I love some of the blinks he made there as well, because he's protecting that overcharge, and it was impossible for Reyna, his ranged units, to really get in range and gun that battery down. So Hero lives to fight another day. He's getting more cannons, more batteries, and the Immortal count is going up slowly but steady. And yes, Lurkers are terrifying, but Immortals in high numbers also pretty freaking good, especially since +3 is already done on the side of Hero.
9 Lurkers being morphed for Reyna. They're not ready just yet. Hero's trying to push forwards, but it seems more like a poking army. The Mass Zergling comes in from behind and does actually engage, but the Zealots and the Storms clean up a lot of Zerglings on that bottom left side. Luckily for Reyna, Zerglings are very cheap units.
16 Lurkers at the moment, Piggy. That's a lot. We're not talking about a couple Lurkers anymore, a couple spiky boys. No, 16. A forward blink by Hero, as Reyna is forced to cancel a couple of these morphing Lurkers, so it won't quite be 16 Lurkers.
This is so greedy for Reyna. He should not have got caught out here. Morphing Lurkers on the front line is a big mistake, and he gets punished.
Yep, he's in a bit of trouble. Do we have enough detection here, though? I don't really see it. I see 1 Oracle. Is it just that 1 Oracle? As the Oracle flies in, did it even drop a Revelation? Yes, it did. A couple of the Lurkers, but the Lynx and Queens, I think, are doing a really good job for Reyna, keeping this Protoss army at bay. Reyna's going to cancel the Lurkers on the right side just to get some extra firepower of these Hydras, and that is an absolutely brilliant call by the Italian.
Nice defense by Reyna. He gets a little bit cocky with his forward Lurker morph, but that kind of baits Hero into overextending. And you could tell the way he set that line of Lurkers up, the Queens with their transfuses, the Lings and Hydras coming in across the wide front. And look at that, he's loading a Dropper Lord with Lurkers in the top, morphing more Lurkers in the middle. He wants to force his hand now. He wants to push onto Hero, and Hero's only got a few units left. He's got next to nothing to defend.
Yep, War Prism and Immortal, fantastic against Roaches, but won't really get a whole lot done here. That's just so much Zerg. Reyna does not have any Vipers, but what he does have is Zerglings with Adrenal Glands, Lurkers with all the upgrades. High Templars are incredibly exposed, and all of them are going to get surrounded and picked off. It seems that we are going to Game 3 once more here at the opening day of the ESL Masters Spring Championship. And what a best of 3 this is turning out to be between Hero and Reyna. Fun stuff. Hero's still going to do his best. As a tiny Zealot run by, he will never say die, but it just feels that at this point he's mostly lacking detection. And that is a really big problem when there are this many Lurkers in your front door.
Wow, great angle with this fight, though. Once he got the Revelation down, he actually takes so many Lurkers out. A heroic defense for Hero, but he's doing it from such an inferior position that it truly is just fighting from behind. Even after that, he's got the mining denied in his main, in his third. He's only natural on 4th base and mining. And of course, more units are rallying in behind it. Cool, calm, and collected are things you would never call a Hero and Reyna match. It's always vicious aggression on both sides from start to finish. And I'm so excited and happy that we're getting a Game 3.
Yep, very fun game between these two. I did feel they both had a tiny misread at one point. Reyna went for a spine when there really was no need for him to get a spine. And yeah, Hero not doing what he normally does, going for a quicker robo. And it almost felt that he confused himself a little bit. He's like, wait, where's my Twilight? Like, I'll get a double Twilight, did cancel it in the end. Still went for Blink. We had a couple fun battles. And I think it's the first Oracle that really kind of threw a spanner in the works for Hero, where he's like, I can't really do what I normally do because I'm not supposed to lose that Oracle. It's just such a big deal.
No, going back in here is so unnecessary. And one more turn for losing an Oracle, and then the next 2 getting deep in the red. This push, I do wonder if he'd gone charge and went Zealot Archon instead with this, would it have just wiped Reyna off? I think it might have taken him out.
maybe, but he did have a Bailing Nest, remember?
That's true.
And Bailings was so good against these Zealot charge openings. It's funny because that Stasis Trap looks absolutely fantastic. You're like, wow, that's so many units stuck. But I think he bought Rain at the time that he needed to get all these Hydras out. I think Rain was okay with that Stasis Trap. Like, yeah, that's a proper force field. Zerg players normally don't have force fields, but we'll take it.
And this counterattack, what a bit of decisiveness there for Rain. 3 High Templar go down. Yeah, he cops a bit of storm damage, but that was the first bit of splash damage that Hero had built up. And I mean, he was definitely a bit overeager. This was a big mistake for Rainer initially, but his setup, once he pulled back, was really nice.
And I really loved how he had all the morphing lurkers on the right side, and he's realizing, I'm winning the fight. I don't have to wait for these lurkers. I don't need these lurkers. And he's canceling all the healthy lurkers on the right side because he's like, I need a bit of extra firepower on the Hydras. I love that, man. Those are the world-class calls in the heat of the moment. We see Hero make them all the time from the Protoss side, and it's cool to see Rainer making those correct calls as well.
He's showed that he has what it takes to get through the early game against Hero, and I think that's one of the biggest tests. I mean, recent Hero PvZ matches are often, are you impossibly behind by the 5 or 6 minute mark? And a lot of the top Zergs are finding themselves in that position, but Rainer is showing why, there was a time a few years ago where I remember he was beating Hero series after series in quite a few big tournaments. And I was
different patch as well, different map pool.
Different patch, different map pool. But I remember it was the same thing in that he was kind of impervious to the Protoss openings and getting to a good position. A little bit too much special sauce on his oracles in that last game. Time to reel it back just a little bit in the top right side of the map. Let's see if he can close this series out. Representing Dragon Kaisi Gaming in the red, it is Hero.
A lot of love for Hero, but of course a lot of love for this guy as well on the bottom left side. Representing Basilisk, hailing from Italy. Dallas, make a bit of noise for Rainer. Dallas is waking up over here.
Hey! Yeah, we're getting into the heat of the action now, The gamer hours have started. Up to this point, it was the crack of dawn, essentially, for gamers. Now we're getting into the middle of the gaming heat. The big players coming out on stage as well. We're starting to see more and more action. This was a no-scout opening once again, right, for Hero? I don't think he sent a probe across the map.
Nope.
Very efficient, very defensive, just like game 1.
Very greedy.
Yeah, that too.
I love it. Like, that's so efficient. It's like, come on, Pig, what would you say on your own screen? you would not call it as very efficient. There was a time, by the way, that Rainer would often just fall off. I know it's bait, but come on.
Even when you wall off behind that with the gateway, it's still got a diagonal choke. It's really awkward.
There was a time that Rainer would actually try to take the gold first on Elsa against Protoss players. You mine out that mineral wall, send the drone over, and you can see that Hero's checking for it. Maybe he's done his homework, maybe he's seen some of those games that I am referring to. But Rainer is no longer doing that. And I'll be honest, I'm kind of happy to see Rainer not doing that. I feel like that's something you can get away with against Protoss players when you're just way better, way quicker as the Zerg, and you can see what they do coming. But if you play against the likes of Hero or MaxPax or any of these guys that are so quick, so in your face, I think spreading yourself so thin early on, gold base and main base, I don't really like it from the Zerg point.
It's an impossible balancing act because the Protoss can do non-committal Adept Oracle pressure, and you kind of need to react almost as if you're getting all in, right? You end up with like 30 Zerglings, like Spores and Queens, and you're like, oh, I have a gold base, but I'm on 30 drones. Protoss is on like 43 workers. The gold base doesn't make up for you being that far behind.
What do you make of Hero's opening? Hero is saying goodbye to the Stargate.
Oh.
It's not Oceanborn, it's not Ghost River, no Stargate. It's a Twilight Council and a Robo.
Dark Templar, baby.
Yeah, it seems like we're going to open up with a couple of DTs. I haven't really seen how many probes we have on the gas.
It's a 3 on each, he didn't pull off. So it's definitely the Archons lately, because he always pulls off for the Glaives, right? No, he's pulled off now. Oh, okay. Hello.
Yeah, but with Hero, you never know, right?
Yeah,
he might be doing this, and he might let it finish, but still go for a Dark Shrine, or just go cancel it right underneath the Overlord. Really sick fake out there. I mean, at this point, if you're Rainer, you're also really confused, right?
Wait. He canceled Glaives, but he hasn't started a Dark Shrine, Kev.
And now he's going to start Glaives again.
Okay.
He's Hero.
Okay. So he just wants to get the 4 gates, then Glaives, then Prism, right? Is the build order?
I really feel like that gave him incredibly little. I think it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But maybe he also feels that the Prism is not going to be that quickly to the other side of the map, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, Rainer's doing the old school response. No link speed, right? Did he cancel link speed this game? I think he did, if we can see the upgrade tab. Yeah. So he's going to go quick oversteer to deal with the Dark Templar, get out a bunch of roaches, and
might wall off.
Yeah, absolutely, wall off the front. Last time he did this, it actually backfired because he didn't cover the prism going into the main base. And if you don't cover the prism warping in the main, then you don't have link speed, you just can't keep up, you know, you're gonna lose money. But you just protect your 2 bases. As long as you save your 3rd hatchery from going down, this is a super efficient way of shutting this.
Sometimes the adepts, they do pack a decent points though on a hatchery, and before you know that hatchery can start running low on HP, and if you then move too many units forward to keep that 3rd alive, and then the prism is in the main, like you don't need 12 adepts with Resonating Glaive to kill drones.
Yeah.
If you can just sneak 2 drones into the natural or 2 drones into the main base, drones can still fall very quickly. I almost have the feeling that if you do this as Raynor, aren't you also like forced to just get Overlord speed and follow this up with Queen Roach Ravager aggression?
I don't think you have to. I think you can actually usually do this off a higher drone count, but last time I saw him do this, he did it off 44 drones. This time he stopped at 39, 38, and he's got to be careful of this rotation. This is the scariest bit. If your queens aren't ready there to greet that prism when it goes into your main, and he starts like warping in, that's a problem. What's he got in position? The queens are almost there. He's got a few roaches as well. Good defense so far.
Yep, Hero has to be careful there. Does find a tiny opening now with his adapts. Grabs 2 workers immediately, saves all 4. So far he's lost a single adept. 1 adept at home is also making it easier for Hero to go up to 3 bases. The links were being annoying. Even without Zergling speed, the links can be annoying if there's nothing to save your probe there.
I think you can absolutely go back into link speed if you want to soon as well. But I think for Raynor, it's just like, what do you want to do next? You can, like you said, go for a big roach attack. But I think right now he's just balancing a mixture of roaches, roach speed, drones. And of course, we see Immortals building for Hero. Hero's making Blink as well, but Hero's worker count is way behind. He needs this damage, and he is finding it. Those adepts actually taking out quite a few workers.
Yeah, does lose 2 of them, kills 7 drones, but you mentioned this in Oceanborn, and it's so important. Losing 7 drones when you have 38 workers and you get dropped back to 31, that is going to hurt the Zerg for a long time. Raynor was at 58. Yeah, losing 7 is not pleasant, but he's also killing a couple of units, and he bounces right back to 58. This is not the same kind of damage as the first Oracle or the first 2 adepts can normally do.
It's not, but it is still a surprising amount for just a few adepts that aren't going to scale that well. So I got to say, Hero's doing okay damage, but it's just like, look at the fact that he's been supply blocked on 78 for a while. He doesn't have that much supply behind it, but he's got a Forge. His Immortal count is growing. We do see an Infestation Pit for Raynor as well. So it looks like he wants to go for that Hive style. I feel like there's going to be a very similar push to the last game with like a set of Immortal and Blink Stalkers.
Yep, could very well be. I like that that Raynor's already getting a couple of Ravages. As Hero with his War Prism is busy on the other side of the map. First entry dies, does drop a Force Field as he's going to recall these 3 Immortals. I do think that Hero should always be fine here.
Yeah.
Raynor doesn't really have to stick around forever. I like the idea of poking, gunning down a battery, killing a couple of sentries, but there's no need to fight 3 Immortals off 3.
He transfused his Queen to save it against the Adepts at the same time, but he misclicks the Roach Ravager. He thought they would have continued left, but they turned right, and that's a massive loss. Remember, Raynor's being very greedy, rushing Hive behind this. This could open up a counterattack opportunity. Oh, this would be an absolute disaster. If Hero just dives in and commits, he's got a lot of gateways finished right now.
And this is Hero, right? The Warp Prism is here. What is going to stop him from warping in a whole lot of Stalkers? A supply block. That is actually going to stop him. Imagine if he warps in 4 more right now. But Hero will still just go for it immediately. Raynor needs time, and he obviously would really need a couple of Ravages here as well. There is a Spore Crawler that could come out. Maybe put some pressure on the Warp Prism. Raynor forced to pull the drones.
He's got to pull back. He's got no damage. Raynor cannot be fighting with his workers with only 3 roaches. He's got to back out of this fight because he's losing way too much of his meat shield. This is a very bad fight for Raynor. Now the roaches are out, but he's already used up his drones that were there to sync up their damage. They were there to soak that up and defend. Raynor's now down 20 supply. The Immortals and the Stalkers are letting their presence be known. Raynor did such a cute counterattack, but he misclicked it home, looked away, did not realize that he pathed in the wrong direction.
The Roaches and Rav just turned around where they were supposed to just peek a little bit and then run towards the top left. Instead, they retreated through the center. And of course, if you make a mistake like that against Hero, Hero will punish you for it. He's going to blink forward. He's going to chase you down all the way to your side of the map. So far, a single Immortal has gone down, but I don't think it really matters anymore. Hero's up 20 workers. He has taken out the 3rd base of Raynor completely. And Raynor was shaking his head. He knows it. This game was actually going alrighty. And even that little poke with Roaches and Ravages, it wasn't all that bad of a plan, Piggy.
No.
It is just a misclick around the rocks. GG gets called. And Hero will move on to the next round of the winner's stage, where there is a very good chance that he's going to duke it out with Serral.
Wow. Great Adept harass in the follow-up, and it just felt like Hero managed to find that little spot of weakness when he came home to defend. It didn't feel like a great spot to be in as a Protoss, but then those Roaches, they zigged when they should have zagged, and he pounced. You give him an opportunity, and of course, Hero's always going to dive on top.
Yep. Hero incredibly decisive there, immediately realizes that this is an opportunity, and Hero not the kind of guy to settle for like, oh, I got a Ravager and 3 Roaches for free, this is awesome. No, he's going to chase you down all the way to your side of the map, and if there's nothing stopping him, he's never turning around. It's a brutal one for Reina, because he actually played pretty good throughout the best of 3, had his moments, fantastic game 2 on Ghost River, but in the end, it is Hero who will move on, and I just double-checked, we didn't have both streams open, guys. We wanted to focus on the main game, but Hero will move on to duke it out with Serral in the next round. That will be happening later today. Can't wait for it, but first, let's hear from Hero himself as he's on stage with Chobra.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Of course, it is going to be Hero moving on in the upper bracket. Once again, a big round of applause, please, for our most recent winner, Hero. Let's hear straight from him how he felt about this matchup going up against Reiner once again. 네, 일단 승리 축하드립니다. 오늘 또다시 한번 레이너 선수와 만나게 되었는데 오늘 경기를 준비하면서 좀 어떤 생각이 드셨었나요?
일단 레이너 선수와 요새 굉장히 많이 하는 것 같은데 최근에 박빙이었는데 최근에 온라인 대회에서 제가 전멸 추적자를 많이 활용하는 모습을 일부러 좀 많이 보여줌으로써 좀 수비적인 빌드와 그리고 강제적인 빌드 선택을 하게끔 하고 이렇게 게임을 이어나갔는데 그게 좀 잘 풀렸던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, so obviously I've been facing Reiner quite a few times recently, but I think something that really worked out for me is I've been showing a lot of Blink Stalker usage on my online matches recently. I think that forced him to have to play a little bit more carefully, have to play a little bit more defensively. I think the big picture worked out a little bit better for me today in this match. Now, of course, moving on forward, it's going to be Serral waiting for him next. How does he feel about that matchup? 네, 그러면 이제 다음 경기에서는 세랄 선수와 이제 경기를 치러야 하는데 그 경기에 대해서는 좀 어떻게 생각이 드시나요?
일단은 세랄 선수는 게이머로서 이런 큰 무대에서 언젠가 한 번쯤은 이겨보고 싶다는 생각을 가졌던 선수이기 때문에 이번에도 최선을 다해서 이겨볼 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
Yeah, Serral is one of those players that as a pro gamer, you want to be able to beat on a stage like this at least once. So I'm going to be giving it my all in that upcoming match. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a big round of applause here for Hero in his recent win.
Great stuff by Hero here to be able to put himself in a good spot. Again, though, as mentioned, going up against Serral next, it doesn't get much easier, as it will be a 2-1 in his favor going up against Reina. Unfortunately, Hero noticed across the way what Reina was cooking, and he wasn't impressed. He wasn't impressed by the culinary dish that he was serving up here, Fear Dragon.
No, he looked really, really solid, and there was definitely, I think, as Roddy was saying, some great moments there from Reiner, but there was also just some really, really strong movements there from Hero. I feel like a lot of those push-outs, a lot of it's just his Blink Stalker aggression and everything, the positioning of all of his Immortals, his defenses against the kind of counterattacks and everything. I felt like, especially game number 3, Hero did a great job with that kind of recovery from the Adepts, not necessarily looking like they were going to get as much damage done as they should have.
Very typical Hero, right? Like aggression, oh no, it's not going right, and then he has good micro and a good response to kind of bring himself back into it. Yeah, okay, we didn't see like the crazy, like super mass everywhere kind of Hero as much, but we saw kind of the other kind of Hero that I think you expect to see in these PvZs, and that's really cool. I can't wait to see how he looks against Serral, who is more typically going to be forcing later games and stuff, but can also kind of slip in that kind of deadly kind of attire in his builds as well. So it's going to be a really good match later.
It was an interesting series in general, especially game 1 and 2 for me, because it felt like Reina had the same kind of goal in mind in both games, each having varying degrees of success, and it really does depend on how you deal with this extreme power that like an Immortal composition has, because they can make lurkers look ridiculous sometimes. Or you get the flip side of that side, which is like, okay, yeah, I've taken out enough of what's in front of the Immortals. I'm going to be able to push this back. So it's just a razor-thin line, surely, between this comp and how it actually functions.
No, and you're right. Game number 1 and game number 2 were perfect examples of that. We had game number 1 where Hero had that kind of frontline buffer. He was able to get in past the Hydralisk and everything. He did the aggressive blink forward onto the lurkers, which looks a little bit scary for a moment. And then you just see the Immortals clean house of all the lurkers.
Yes.
versus game number 2, you see the little small things that are going better for Raynor, where he has a bunch of those Hydras as that frontline buffer. He even does small little moves that I think Zombie was pointing out when we were in the green room, where he's canceling lurkers from morphing so that the Hydras can continue to chase and get additional damage done. Really just Raynor in game number 2 looked like he was in a much better position to defend his lurkers.
All right, well, let's take a look at the bracket then, and see that, unfortunately for Raynor, he now does fall down into that lower position, and he will be going up against Nice, which Serral was able to dispatch of and move him down to the lower. That means we now have Serral versus Hero. Going to be interesting, Wardy, to see Serral here on the stage. Of course, we are very aware of the fact that he is currently serving his military service over in Finland, but is in the athletes program, so he is able to travel and continue, to a degree, practicing.
He's got a little cabin to practice in, man.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, Serral's the kind of guy who strikes me because he's just like so good that maybe it just doesn't matter that much.
Maybe.
You know? Like, he might just actually be able to just keep on playing at the level he usually plays at. Maybe it's not like the best. Like, at Katowice, Serral looked unstoppable, right? Like, he was like probably even the best version of himself. That run was incredible. So maybe he's not quite that good because he put a lot of practice in for that, but like, Serral's baseline level is so high anyways.
For sure.
It's hard to imagine he's going to drop off too much.
I mean, even if you just compare him to a lot of the players who have been dominant in the past, like just think about a lot of those old school Korean players. They were known for getting that good because they just grinded. They played 12, 14 hours a day, ridiculousness. Serral is almost like infamously good at just having a balanced lifestyle and playing. So I actually feel like he's one of those players that I look at him and I say, if he has reduced hours, do I expect his skill level to go down that much? No, I feel like he already had a pretty balanced life.
My favorite, okay, well, we're going to go to a break in a second, but my favorite thing, just to kind of finish this up, is that I was at breakfast with him, and he's like, I got promoted from rookie recently. And I'm like, I don't think I've ever heard the word Serral and rookie in a sentence. And anyway, it doesn't matter. All right, we're going to go to that break. When we return here, we have got another match on the way, of course, as we're moving down, I believe, to figure out who's going to be in the other qualifier match to go into the playoffs. We'll see you soon.
Hi, I'm Trigger, and I will be playing a quiz about Texas.
I'm Astrea, playing for Virtus Pro, even though I don't have my uniform yet. And I'm a native Texan, so I should do great in this quiz.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw.
I'll spin first?
Do you want to do stakes for the loser?
No.
Why not? Are you scared?
No.
Okay, then spin. Go ahead.
That was the worst spin ever. People. A herder. A rancher.
You gave a ranchero? A cowboy? Oh, it's a cowboy?
What? I didn't know that. That's why you're a native.
That's, yeah. 1 point to Astrea.
Well done. I'm spinning. Oh. Okay, I'm ready. Horse racing.
Horseback riding. Rodeo? I knew that.
I did not know
it's
that.
a rodeo.
The nickname? Not the short form?
TX.
The nickname of Texas. No, I don't know. You go first.
Okay, it's the Lone Star State.
Was it on Google?
Yeah.
I forgot. Oh wait, no, I'm spinning again. I'm not doing sports again. No, we landed on general knowledge. Oh, this one was on Google.
This was in the Google. I forgot
though. Blue Moon or something? No, am I stupid?
The Blue Lily.
I think the word blue was in it. Or am I stupid?
The blue...
No,
blue
it's not.
Lily. The blue...
Blue tulip.
The blue...
Blue lily of the valley. Blue barnacle. I don't know.
I wouldn't have gotten that. The blue
I
bar.
didn't even know bonnet was a flower.
Uh-oh. History. I have a 50-50 chance. Well,
This is not fair.
ideally, it would be better than that.
You want me to go first?
If you want. It is called
I
the
don't
Lone
feel
Star
like-
State. I feel like that sounds...
okay. It's true.
I would think it was false, but
I would think
since
it's
you
false
asked
as
the
well.
question, I would say true.
I can't even win, but bring back my honor.
Geography.
It's so Joe over. I'm trying to think with my mental imagery.
I feel like it must border a lot
I don't know.
because of the chimney part of the state.
5.
1, 2, 3. I don't know, I guess like 8. Oh, really?
I was closer, so I get the point. Dude.
Sports. There's a U.S. Clay Court Championship?
Well, I only know 2 cities. No, I know 3. I know 3.
Well, you pick one and I'll pick one of the other 2.
No, that's not fair. Is it fair? I don't know. I can't do the math.
What do you mean? What math?
I don't know. Is this like the door thing? You know the game show door
I'll
thing?
just guess Austin.
Well, I'm gonna guess Houston then. It better not be Dallas. I knew that,
Did
obviously.
you come back? Who won? I think like you won actually with those last 2.
Did I?
Is it,
Very well,
is it
tiebreaker. Why do you get the spin?
Because I'm older than you.
Austin. I'm so done with this. The Dallas Mavericks. Yep. I win.
I think Trigger won. You're a better Texan.
I am actually from Texas.
ESL StarCraft II Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
All right, you lucky rascals, you. We've got more StarCraft on the way. We've also got Wardy, we've got State to talk about what's on the way, which is actually we get to move into a bracket where Zergs exist, which is nice because for the first 7 best of 3s we had, we didn't have any Zerg, which is actually kind of weird for a StarCraft tournament, but here we are. And now we're going to have Dark going up against Trigger to figure out who's going to be moving on. So let's take a look at the tail of the tape as Dark kind of dwarfing the numbers from Trigger to start things off, Wardy.
Yeah, I mean, you go into this, you say Dark, you say Trigger. Trigger's up and coming, he nearly won the America region.
Yep.
Dark is a titan of the Korean scene. Those numbers don't lie. Dark is a very well-rounded player. He's unique in his strategies. He can do it all. He can be aggressive, he can defend. Trigger is kind of, you know, he can do it all at his level. It's just he hasn't got the experience of Dark. He hasn't done what Dark has done.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's a very tough uphill battle.
Well, here's Dark, of course, already qualified for the Esports World Cup and is currently on Talon. And Also, I mean, he's a man that can do everything, apparently. He also has a kid now, which is crazy.
He's got dad strength.
Yeah, he's just, but apparently he's disappointed. With
Minus 4 points for having a kid. And that's why you never have children. Your StarCraft still
All right.
Family responsibility, dwarfs all.
Look, in Korea, they have to have children. They've got a demographic problem, okay? It's very important. But
he's macroing very well.
Yeah, apparently. He's doing all right for himself. So that was our analysis of Dark. Let's look at Trigger now. We can talk about them a little bit more here, but Trigger on the other side of things, of course, here, it does feel like he's been able to go from strength to strength, but being able to go up against Dark is a very tall order.
Yeah, this is kind of a David versus Goliath situation right now for Trigger. When I think of Trigger, I think of some kind of flashy plays. He reminds me a little bit of like a young Huck in the very early days of StarCraft II, because his micro can be on point when he focuses on micro. But in terms of PvZ, I'm not really sure he's at the level where he can hold a candle to one of the greatest Zergs of all time. And I want to say, here at DreamHack, or really in any event, I feel like Trigger is one of those players that has perhaps the most untapped potential. This guy is so good for where he's at. I feel like give him time to grow, and he has a chance to be a player, you know, among the greats of Protoss in a couple of years down the line. But right now, it's still a little bit green going up against Dark.
Yeah, it is tough going up against Dark. We've mentioned it many times in terms of like Dark on these weekend tournaments and stuff like that. Sometimes he can look unbelievably, unfathomably strong, but sometimes it looks kind of a bit ridiculous and it's a little bit scrappy, but he still gets the job done anyway. I feel like we're leading up to EWC, seeing a Dark that, as much as, yes, okay, he's got a little bit of preoccupied scenarios at home or whatever, but he's going to be hungry to be showing good performances coming up to EWC as well.
Dark's not the sort of player that takes things lightly, right?
For sure.
And he's been grinding, you know, like he still plays all the online tournaments. He still wants to be part of absolutely everything that he can be. So no doubt that he is going to, I honestly feel like he's going to show up to this event, and he's looked a bit shaky online recently. Like, he's maybe not looked 100%, which is understandable. I feel like you get away to an event like this, and I feel like Dark might kind of find that in a previous Dark again. So almost unfortunately for Trigger, expect him to level up a bit from the Dark that we've seen online, because he put Trigger up against Dark online the last couple of weeks. I wouldn't have been the most surprised if Trigger took a series, right? Like, because Dark has been a bit shaky, but offline in Dallas, Dark, man, it's just going to be too tough.
Yeah, he's scary. He's scary. Of course, stay over in Korea, you get to cover him in the prolific GSL. And how what's your kind of opinion? What's your kind of thoughts on how he's been able to perform over there so far?
Well, specifically for this matchup, I'm a little bit worried about where Dark is sitting at in ZVP, because, you know, he played a couple of matches against stats that really didn't go very well, both in Season 1 and Season 2. He looked quite shaky against the kind of, I almost want to say, new era of defensive Protoss play. I don't really know if that is necessarily Trigger's forte. I think of him as much more of an aggressive Protoss that likes to be up in your face and engage and get the scouting information that way and kind of play with the pressure. So it's tough to say whether Trigger's going to be able to bring that same level of uncanny defense, which Dark has struggled with in the past. And maybe if he's able to adapt that into part of his play, he can potentially get an upset here against Dark, but it is a tall order.
Yeah, you're going to have to throw some spanners in the works here against Dark, right? I mean, of course, technically speaking, if you're looking at Trigger in terms of just region alone, okay, yeah, sometimes you might get a chance to go up against Scarlet and things like that in big tournaments. Maybe you get some practice games against the likes of Serral and Rainer if Basile's suddenly doing a boot camp and stuff like that. But beyond that, going up against someone like Dark is very much a tall order.
I mean, it's that experience that Dark has, right? And then Trigger, he's getting there. Like, the progress is there, the process is there, because he's been improving. He nearly won the America Regionals, right? He got to the finals, he took Astrea all the way. It's just, again, this offline performance is, I guess, something that we've not seen from Trigger yet. Like, he's not stepped it up at an offline event. If he takes down Dark or has a close series against Dark, has a good run through the rest of the event and so on, next time we come around to one of these tournaments, I might be hyping up Trigger a little bit more, right? But that's why I'm more tentative to kind of be like, oh yeah, Trigger, let's go, because he just hasn't shown it to us at an event like this. So kind of weighing on that, and hey, maybe this is the series. Maybe this is where he opens up and says, hey, look, actually, I really am a competitor right now at this level.
Maybe. I mean, there's a bit of pressure on Trigger to be able to perform here, whereas for Dark, as I mentioned, you know, already qualified for EWC thanks to the fact that he got top 4 over in Katowice, so doesn't quite technically need to finish top 4 here to be able to move on to what is the biggest tournament of all time in StarCraft II.
Yeah, I mean, Dark is just kind of in a class of his own. When I think of the greatest players of all time, Dark is certainly very high upon that list. I don't think he has much to prove, but at the same time, a player with his level of skill, with his level of experience, he's a big match player. He's not going to be phased at all. And I think any kind of player that's new and upcoming, same as Trigger has. I mean, Trigger, I know he's kind of a forte in the American scene. He's one of the best players that America's produced in a very long time, or North America's produced in a very long time. But still, I feel like nerves might be a factor going up against top dog like Dark.
Yep.
So I'm a little concerned about this matchup. I think it's going to take a lot for Trigger to emerge victorious.
We'll see. Of course, maybe the EWC might be a little bit of a reach for Trigger. Well, as time goes on, we will see. There are still a lot of opportunities for him to be able to actually advance on, technically speaking. So actually, let's take a look at the club championships for EWC and see how it all breaks down.
$60 million! You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in. The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice, so we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man, there's your incentive. More clubs, across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.
And that's how it all boils down. Of course, teams like Talons, teams like Falcons, Virtus Pro, all of these teams looking to try and gain the club championship and find themselves a lot of money in the process and crown themselves the esports world champions, I suppose. But thank you very much, gentlemen. We are now ready to head on over to the stage to get this game going. It's going to be Trigger going up against Dark.
Thank you very much, gamers, for hanging on. Now we take a look at the other side of Group B here on the winner's stage. 2 more players vying for a chance to try to make it directly into the playoffs for the rest of the weekend. The Des talked extensively about this matchup. Could an upset happen here in Dallas in the very next moments? We're about to find out. We have, representing Basilisk, Trigger, going up against Talon Esports' very own Dark.
New versus old, Korea versus America, Protoss versus Zerg. We're moving into this next match, and it is going to be an interesting one. Des talked a lot about this, but these 2 players are coming in at a very different point in their careers. I am Fear Dragon, joined here by Zombie Grub, and this PvZ is going to be fascinating to watch.
It might be. It is difficult to tell. Dark, I actually will remind people, as I have a stat, because I was upset, that he used to be known as the non-Korean killer. No non-Korean could touch him. That was broken kind of majorly by a laser back in 2017 in a ZVZ. Since then, Dark has lost a few more matches, but when it comes to non-Korean Protosses and Dark's entire history of being a StarCraft II player, he has lost 3 matches to Protoss, who are non-Korean, in an offline event. He's pretty good. He's got a lot of stats on his side, and so Dark is absolutely the favorite. Where Trigger, you basically look at their histories, and Trigger's history is about a 1/4 of Dark's history.
Yeah, it's a little bit ridiculous, and I have to say that Trigger's going to be the one that really has a lot more to prove coming into this series. He is the player that I feel like
has shown a lot of promise in North America. He has been that next stage, that next generation of player that has finally come up and started the game playing StarCraft 2 at a professional level very recently for the most part, in the last couple of years really. But at these offline events, this is where he still seems to be struggling. It still seems like he's had a hard time getting his grasp on actually doing his best performance, and you need your best performance to play versus Dark.
There were so many more tournaments basically before the pandemic, right, where you could go and get some experience, and it's hard to bring them back. And so Trigger came up, obviously, when 2020 hit. So he has been nonstop online. His first offline tournament was about as expected, which is that nerves probably got to him quite a bit. But I think every single time he goes to a tournament, that gets a little bit better, and he is also getting every little bit better with every single day. Let's actually get into the match on Society in the top right. He is Dark. Yeah, you're awesome. That was great.
I love it. Down here in the bottom left-hand side of the map, representing Basilisk, it is Trigger, our blue Protoss.
There's that energy.
Love to see it.
Trigger.
Yeah, go.
Sorry. No, you're joking. No, you're pretty.
I was just going to say that Dark really is just one of those players that you don't expect him to run into a roadblock this early on in the tournament, especially versus Trigger. If you look at this on paper, Dark is supposed to, in essence, run over Trigger, and this is supposed to be your Trigger going to the lower bracket and then having to fight it out over there or something. But Trigger, I do feel like, is able to pull out some really, really nice kind of upsets here and there. And I feel like individual series versus really top-notch players, that is where sometimes Trigger can find his stride.
I do think Trigger shows spikes of brilliance, you know? It's untapped potential that every so often gets to really show off. And I do think he's done it a few times, even versus Dark. Their history is actually rather extensive for Trigger being a newbie in comparison, because they play in so many open cups. And Dark does win every time. But I said it when looking at the bracket, I'll say it here. I think even though it's mostly one-sided as far as 2-0s go, the games can appear like this. Trigger actually does some pretty neat micro. He does a really solid first 5 minutes of the game. You think he's feeling good. You think he's performing at his absolute best, which I think could actually defeat Dark. And then Dark punches him in the face. And nothing that happened at the 5-minute mark really mattered. It was a 7-minute Nidus Worm that really took him down. So I'm predicting that'll happen again. It's up to Trigger to get whatever he can in the early game, because Dark is looking a little shaky in this matchup in general in GSL, and then to actually carry through against Dark's inevitable aggression.
And I think that is not just versus Trigger, right? That is something that we just see from Dark. A classic tale for Dark where you say, what is Dark doing? Oh my God, he's falling behind. Okay, never mind, it didn't matter. You won anyways with this really wonky timed aggression. And I think even I talked to Trigger a little bit earlier on today. He came in nice and early on, was talking with Astrea and a bunch of the other like North American Terran players. And he was saying, you know, it's Dark. I have to be ready for basically any kind of weirdness that Dark is going to throw at me, because it's Dark. That's just what he does. He throws weirdness and weird timing attacks at you, and you just have to be ready for it at any given moment.
Yeah, I do want to speak a little more about Dark's GSL performance, because he did have two Protoss matches, same Protoss, but he was really insistent on doing this Nidus Worm all in, and it didn't work, and then, well, arguably it kind of worked, but then the game wasn't won. Then he did it again once he kind of reset the momentum, but he did it 3 times out of like 4 games versus stats. And that was really odd to me, especially the first time when he didn't actually win. So I don't know if that actually is indicative of perhaps a slightly less practiced Dark. You know, we were joking, but he's a father. He has more responsibilities. It is tough, even though he still eyes the grand prize of actually winning a world championship. Again, he won BlizzCon 2019. It is going to get even more difficult. So maybe that was a fluke. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe that was a very anti-stat strategy that finally worked. But, oh, well, you know what works as well? Fear Dragon Kindlings right onto that net.
Oh, that is painful. This is just certainly not supposed to happen right now. The Oracle pops on out, but 7 workers, 8 workers is already far too many for Trigger to lose at this stage in the game.
Yeah. That's a real offset there. You know, you think you got the 5 minutes basically to be normal, and then Dark is abnormal. So running right into that natural without any type of pit stop at the 3rd to give some type of alerts, obviously very appropriately timed with the Oracles. No.
Zombie Grub. This is not the start that Trigger was looking for.
Look away, Fear Dragon. Your NA boys are going down.
My Protoss heart right now is having a hard time, and he's going to lose a pylon as well. The third base will be safe. The Oracle is still here to defend against any remaining links, but there's not even that many links left over because they've already done the damage. They've sacrificed themselves for the greater good, and Dark is already in a phenomenal position in this game.
It's a good start, but I am exaggerating, guys. There's a chance that Trigger, of course, stabilizes. The worst thing about a start like that is letting it continue to happen. Being like, oh, I lost that, and then I lost that. Oh, of course, I was thinking about that, so I lost that as well. He can get back up on the horse. You know, it's not dramatic to say that, because Dark, of course, made lings, not drones. So the difference was kind of like he had to do damage with that, right? He's just gonna do the same thing again. This is what happens when you have a baby. You just do the same build over and over again.
You know, I have seen many parents, and when they get sleep deprived, they do seem to do the same thing over and over again.
I feel like there's a lot of people out there in the crowd that are like, yeah, I just have one build, man. It's way too hard to learn a new one. Oh, boy.
Well, we're going to see how Trigger handles this, because right now he's still just dealing with the lings running around. Where is the Overlord vision? There is an Overlord positioned inside of Trigger's main base, and it's not actually spotted right now. Oh boy.
Dark has won more games versus Protoss than Trigger has played versus Dark.
That is certainly a stat representative of their careers right now.
Yeah. Again, old versus new, man, and Dark is not letting the newbie get any room to breathe, just hammering him with lings, and of course more lings from this Nidus Worm. The gateways aren't quite done. Charge has only just begun. Trigger hears that very ominous sound right in the main base there. Most ideal position ever. And there's a couple of pylons I see that could definitely be targeted.
Yeah, 2 of these pylons are going to be powering at least a couple of gateways and the Stargate, and potentially even the Forge. So Trigger is going to have to try and hold his ground over here. Trying to also hold his ground at the third base, but not in range of the shield battery over there. The Queens are in such overwhelming numbers. What can Trigger do to stop this? There's spine crawlers going up in his main base, Zombie Grub.
Yeah, Dark actually did this outside of a third, which is even funnier, but bringing the drones, adding that little bit in, it does add a lot. The Queen's not really great at killing something, especially if there's overcharge. You're not going to kill anything. Yeah, back away from that. But, you know, it's consistent. And then the spines add in. It is a good mixture, even as we get to more of a mid-game state. 7 minutes here, Queen Spine Crawler Rush. Oracle's trying to help to their best of the ability. You go, Oracle. It's like they're being supported by that shield battery. Yeah. There's a chance that Trigger can clean this up, but it's a matter of how ugly it's going to be after.
It's worth mentioning, Dark is on 44 workers right now, so if Trigger just got to clean up from here, he doesn't lose too much of his important tech. If he manages to finish +1 weapons, find some ability to counterattack or just keep Dark in check, there is a chance for him, but Stargate is going to end up falling. The Spine Crawlers are burrowing in a more aggressive spot. These charge lots have nowhere to go.
Oh my gosh.
And this is looking so tough to break through.
Yeah.
But can he do it?
Speaking of things like killing things, those Zealots go up against a brick wall of Queens. And he's even, occasionally pulling back the lings to make sure they don't take unnecessary fights, because these Queens aren't dying. There's so many of them with transfuse energy. It's actually insane how many Queens he has. 17 of them, guys. Another backup Nidus Worm in case he needs it as well. And it's been a long battle because Queens, but I think it is absolutely going Dark's way at this point.
Yeah.
It's too much. It's just too much. Initially, there was a chance if he could gather enough Zealots and then get a really good surround, but he was stopped at every turn.
The unit counting station really does tell the tale. 3 Adepts, 3 Zealots, and 3 Sentries. That is not going to be able to hold against that many Queens right now as gateways continue to fall. It does look like Dark's going to pull back ever so slightly. Shield battery overcharge will keep Trigger alive for a little bit longer, but the aggressive Nidus Worm blocking off the pathway for the Adepts, because at this point, Dark is just ready to use Nidus Worms as force fields.
That's crazy. He's like, these force field things are great. Give me this.
Yeah. And I don't know if there's any Sentry force field energy right now, but those Baileys are going to be going in on top of that army. Sentries, a handful of them do manage to survive, but the probes most certainly do not. Dark now doubling the supply of Trigger, almost tripling at this point, and he's going to take game number 1.
You can see why Trigger was in that till the very end, though. Every time they were like, this is dramatic. This looks like it's really bad. The Nidus Worm screams on the main base, and everyone's like, well, that's just a GG, isn't it? It really wasn't, actually, even as potent as that looked. If you can get enough charge lots, charge a fairly fast upgrade, I guess, you get 20 charge lots saved somewhere, because he is still mining. It was the gateways that were the problem. You come in with more of a surround of any type rather than that horrific choke they went through, and it's, they're actually going to kill some Queens. But it was just, everything went together so well, and I do appreciate how both of them really tried to focus in on how they could abuse the SimCity, you know, offensively and defensively. But at the end of the day, Nidus would remain unexpected right before the gateways are done. It's always going to be tough to hold, and he could not consolidate enough of his army.
Yeah, I think it's worth mentioning, like you were saying, how close that was, given not only did the Nidus Swarm go completely unscouted, but also just 8 probes that went down that didn't necessarily even need to go down. Those are not expected or necessary probes for Dark to get to do this kind of attack. But despite that, Trigger made this look so close as it was.
Yeah.
So I have to commend Trigger in the sense that he managed to do a really impressive defense there for quite a bit of time. But Dark still just got way too many little victories that added up to a big one.
Yeah, and obviously the Baneling edition kind of cemented it. So he was already pretty much dead by that point, but the Banelings are the real nail in the coffin. Very unfortunate too, because if you stop that Nidus Swarm, there's a bit of a gamble, right, from Zerg players. They can try to Nidus Swarm in the main base, and if they're found, the jig is up. And then any other Nidus Swarm relatively close to the Protoss is hard to get up. So you maybe sometimes you see Dark not even bother. He's like, I can't do it. I think he's going to see it. Let me just go on the front, and that can work as well. But then if you only kill like the 3rd base, for instance, that's not enough damage. So he kind of has to go for the throat. So if Trigger had just seen the Nidus Swarm and gotten a cancel, easier said than done, obviously, that would have actually ruined Dark, I'm pretty sure. That's just like the weirdest game after. But it is what it is. Nidus Swarm got up. Trigger, unfortunately, getting the good old Dark versus Foreigner treatment. You know, get him out of there quick.
That he did. We're going to be starting the next game on Site Delta down here in the bottom right-hand side of the map on top of the red Zerg player from Talon Esports. He is Dark, sitting up 1-0.
Heck yeah. In the top left for Basilisk, he is Trigger.
I'm a little worried for Trigger coming into game number 2 just because this is one of those situations where experience plays a big effect as well. When you're down 0-1 and you're playing on that main stage in the situation, Trigger's been getting more and more of this experience over the past year or so, but has he accumulated enough that he's going to be able to move into game number 2 and still play his best after that last game, after honestly probably a very frustrating game for him?
Yeah, but I feel like I've said that a lot for Trigger, so I think he's getting better every time with it. Yeah, because I think that was his absolutely major first problem back when he first came in, right?
Yeah.
Understandably so. Not in the competitive field like for the 8 years extra that Dark has over him. But he's been working on it. Then there was offline, and that is a different environment. That is a different challenge. So you got to get used to that as well. And then there is, I think, just the acceptable fear that is facing one of the world's best players, best Zergs. So you do have to talk about his mentality after a game like that. But he has really proven to be a well-rounded professional gamer. So not just good macro, good micro, good strategy, but good fortitude, like mental fortitude, right? Doesn't get exhausted over long days at a MLG bracket or whatever back in the day. So I'm not the most worried, I guess.
Yeah, that's fair. And I think you're absolutely right. He has actually made huge strides in that regard over every single event that he's attended, whether it be the DreamHacks or the ESL Opens, or whether it just even be the Home Story Cups and whatnot.
Yeah, which are also, they can actually be kind of kind, man. Yeah. So Trigger certainly has built up the experience. We are talking about a 4-year career versus a 12-year career.
Yeah.
Math. Yeah, Dark was actually there from the very beginning, but for all intents and purposes now we'll call 2012 the beginning.
Yeah, that's very fair. I see that 2012 he played in the GSL Season 5, looks like.
Heck yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah. Just
way back on Slayers.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Long time ago.
Yeah, exactly. So, when I kind of laughed at Trigger's stat of like not having as many games played as Dark has won, it obviously wasn't to belittle the newcomer who's now 4 years in, and we still call him a newcomer. It's just a rare length of time and discrepancy between players that a lot of esports would not be able to have. They haven't been around long enough.
Yeah. Adept's going to be microed over here on this side of the map. He does let the Shadefish, attacks the Queen first, but misses an opportunity to hit some of those drones. Manages to find a second drone, but an Adept getting surrounded, picked off the second Shade. No chance of that fishing. 2 drones for 2 pros, but it was 2 Lings that got 2 pros.
Yeah, exactly. The Adepts were obviously way more of a cost.
Yeah.
So not an ideal start for Trigger. I think as long as he can get a solid macro foundation for the first
Okay, that could have been very annoying.
I didn't want to jinx it.
Yeah.
For the first 5 minutes. It'll already be a little bit tighter. You know, I think you could tell that he was ready to get back up after the disaster of losing the Oracle. He was like, okay, just focus up, 3 bases, get my gateways, I'm good, right? And it was just because of an Ice Storm build that he was cut so dramatically short. So, you know, you give it a little bit of a start here. So worried he was going to cancel it. And check out for more Night Swarms. Don't think that can happen again in that fashion. Trigger's actually going to be able to finally show what he can do, because that last game was hardly a showcase for him.
No, it really was just mostly reacting to what Dark was throwing at him. And, well, this time he has that wall fully completed. He has enough units to try and defend that 3rd base against this very, very small number of Lings, and Dark is not going for some kind of massive all-in in that regard just yet.
Yeah, just yet.
Just yet. I always have to say that with Dark, just yet.
Yeah, you know, this is very deja vu. I'm like, well, you know, it kind of looks like he's setting up for the same thing, right? There's no safety Roach more, and there's no fast evolution chamber for like a fast +1 build. It is just droning and then a lair and maybe a lot of Lings. The drones, I think, have already gone past the point of the Night Storm, though. So evolution chamber is going to be added on. It's not going to be... You know what? I'm not going to say it's not. Because Dark is the type of guy who is, I think, a feelings player.
I'll do it again!
Yeah, and that. He's like, you know what? I think you are weak. I wasn't planning on it, but I think I'll just kill you.
Yeah, I absolutely could see him throw something like that out. So we'll wait and see. But Trigger is definitely, most certainly, going to be able to get further into his game plan than he was able to last game. We already see that Twilight Council finishing on up. Looks like a Roach Warrior and +1 weapons going up for Dark here, and Trigger's going to be able to use those Oracles that he's been able to keep alive this game and add on Blink.
I would love to get Trigger basically actually being able to perform some Blink action, you know, actually get to that point.
Move across the map for once, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Dark little supply blocked. A lot of supply blocked, but it doesn't matter. We're going to point that out, and he's going to punch him in the face anyway. But he is setting up for a lot of roaches. That also is why we see an Overlord surplus rather than just him being supply blocked.
Calculated supply block.
Yeah, exactly.
For the family man. He knows how to manage a large group.
I don't know the equivalent of the family man supply block is, but
yeah.
Having too many kids in the minivan?
Yeah, exactly. You know how to situate them all around.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously Trigger added on a Forge. He's also adding a Templar Archive, so they're going to have a whole lot of aggression early game coming out from him. Not really a huge temp of map control, just those Oracles running around, getting ideas to what Dark is doing. And he's like, you know, he was probably apprehensively waiting. He's like, okay, check. Add a Night Storm. But now it is going to be Roach Hydra. And of course, Dark can still get maxed or close to maxed on it and go for a big old attack. You should see Trigger able to show off some defensive moves. Finally getting some offense too. Little miss micro. But 4 drones and an Oracle saves. 5th. Oh, it's out of Pulsar Beam.
Yeah, out of energy, but still going to be happy with a little bit of that damage and keeping that Oracle alive. As long as he's able to keep that alive, it's going to be extremely helpful in dealing with some of these Lings, even throwing a Revelation off on some of those Lings. We can find them with the Stalkers, get a couple of extra pickoffs there. So I really feel like this is where Trigger can hit a little bit more of his stride. Not in that super early game defense. What I think of Trigger kind of hitting his stride is sort of more in that mid-game where he's got that nice setup of a little bit of his tech. He's able to start putting on the pressure and doing his own aggression.
Well, it does look like he's going to be I mean, it's a very typical Protoss situation, right?
Yeah.
Blink might be available for a little more of like a moving forward, blinking backward situation, but other than that, it's going to be defending the Roach Hydra in multiple locations. But this is how you're tested as a Protoss. A lot of your first and third games, Trigger just needs to actually know how he's going to be able to split. I don't believe he saw the incoming attack. The Oracles were elsewhere. The Stalkers moved as well. This is all the static defense, not going to be set up yet. And really, very obnoxious delay, I would say, on that 4th phase. Everything being killed, not canceled as well.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be very annoying. I mean, that's almost the equivalent of a Nexus in terms of resources lost there. But big storm on a lot of the Roaches and the Hydras is going to push them back for now.
Yeah, Dark is not quite ready for the big swing of the hammer. That was a little taste of it. So Trigger, I would say fortunately he didn't lose the Nexus. I mean, you're right to point out how many minerals that was for sure, but at least it's not a complete restart, because if you can get like an overcharge there, then that would be good enough. But I do question if he'll get that shield battery up in time. Dark is preparing his 2-pronged attack. He is maxed out. Hydra speed about to finish as well, and Trigger is going to be feeling the pressure.
Yeah, a lot of his army is situated on that south side, not so much on the north side over by that 3rd base location. We're seeing the damage starting to come on forward. Shield battery overcharge is buying some time with that Zealot, just taking
so much damage. The cannon taking so much damage. The Stalker's blinking in from behind, but the Stalkers are actually going to get caught by a lot of these links, and it feels like Trigger, where's the rest of his army? It's not coming in time.
No, he just doesn't have it. It's just, obviously we see a lot of those situations where ZDP is almost even the 80 supply difference, and the Protoss can hold, but it has to be so prepared. The storms have to be split and ready to slap on those chokes. Force field to buy some time, because you notice there's no Ravagers here. Obviously, shield batteries up against any fight you do take, and that didn't exist at all. So unfortunately, this is going to be a quick and easy 2-0 for Dark. Trigger's going to have to play a little more.
He will likely be going down to the lower bracket. Despite the incredible storms here, there's certainly just not enough Protoss units here for Trigger to really hold on. Even with the stasis trap coming on out, the Immortal is going to end up falling. The warping in units are going to end up falling, and Trigger is going to end up falling to Dark.
Yeah, Dark making the statement that we know he can. As the desk said, it was David versus Goliath, so of course we focused a little more on what David could do, and he just assumed the big giant Goliath would win, and well, that is what happened here today.
Absolutely is. Dark looking to be in good shape and good form. Throwing out some of those shenanigans that we know him to be able to do, and throwing out some later shenanigans in that second game as well.
Yeah. Back to typical Dark, man. Just taking out these non-Koreans, lickety splits, and he will be advancing on. Actually, some really important news, I feel like, coming out from the Zerg side since we delayed seeing them for a little bit. But we even have Rogue advancing over Solar. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is a pretty sick advancement as well. And we are going to head over to the desk to break down a little bit more of that series.
You ever have a reoccurring nightmare where you're in the Protoss base and there's more queens in the base than there are probes? Well, yeah, that's what Trigger's going to be experiencing for a few days now. And for the most part, Dark barely even broke a sweat in this one. Looking fantastic whilst doing it here, Wardy.
Well, we said it in the pre-show. It happened in the games. This is unfortunately one of those series where Dark just did exactly what we expected, which is kind of sad because you want Trigger to do well, right? You want him to upset a little bit. You know, that's the spectacle, that's the showing. In this case, the spectacle is Dark just being an absolute beast, and he just didn't really give Trigger a chance. Like, Trigger got to cast a couple storms. Like, that's about as fun as his day got. What I am excited for Trigger, though, is kind of getting into the next rounds, because I feel like Dark is a very tough opponent. Dropping down from here, I think he plays a PVT. I honestly think that that's something he can look a little bit more comfortable in, get his footing going, and just actually maybe have a good go of it. I'm excited for that for him, because Dark is a rough first-round opponent.
Yeah, definitely so. Stay looking at how this all played out as well. I mean, obviously Dark brings the Nidus in the first game. That kind of sets the tone for everything, right? The fact that he can get away with it looks so insane in that base. Trigger really doesn't have too much of a response to it.
No, and I feel like basically every series Dark plays, especially against a Protoss player that he maybe doesn't respect quite as highly as the top dogs in Korea, he's going to come in with a Queen Ling Nidus. I feel like we see this almost every single time, and somehow it still manages to surprise everybody. And it found just the corner in Trigger's base where there was no vision, and that's the kind of moment where the Nidus pops and like, well, the game's basically already over. It doesn't matter how hard you try to defend. It hits at such a critical timing that you're basically just get your legs swept out from under you and it's game over.
Well, that's the scary thing about it, actually, is the fact that it can even be more versatile than you just needing to be in the main. We've also seen it at the front of expansions between even seconds and thirds with spine crawlers being able to just dismantle that and cause Protoss problems. So there's still options to it, even if it doesn't necessarily work going into the main for him.
It's the magic of Dark, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, he's got these builds where, that's the thing, it's like, he's all in, but is he? Because he's probably one of the best low eco players of all time. Like, you give this man less drones than he has any right to, and he makes like a 25-minute game happen where he's got suddenly like a late game army.
Yeah.
Never past the 50 drone mark. Yeah, he's always got options. I think that's what's so smart about his builds. Like, yeah, they're aggressive and a lot of people do things similar, but Dark has already figured out the way that down the line he would do this or that to get away from it. And that's the difference between Dark and a lot of the other Zergs that try to copy what Dark does, and that's why his builds are a lot of the time seen as like, hey, these builds don't really make sense, but Dark just thinks about them different.
All right, well, let's look at the bracket then here for the winner's stage. Group B, as we now have ourselves a guaranteed fixture of Cure versus Dark, as he was 2-0 against Spirit, representing Navi on over there, and now we have Serral versus Hero. So those are two qualifying matches to the playoffs. They're kind of banging.
Yeah, those are some matches that I am really, really, really excited to watch. Serral versus Hero, Cure versus Dark are, I mean, that's headliners of any tournament in StarCraft history ever. So that's going to be really exciting. Also, shout out to Nice, who got 2-0'd by Serral, and then his consolation prize is facing Raynor in round 1 of the lower bracket. That hurts, man. That feels really bad.
And Trigger versus Spirit, our last fixture down there. I think you briefly mentioned it before.
Yeah, I genuinely think that this is a good opportunity for Trigger to have a good go of it, right? Spirit is a difficult opponent who's playing some of his best StarCraft 2 of all time lately, but I think this is a much more approachable matchup for Trigger, and I wouldn't be surprised if Trigger potentially even put a little bit more prep towards playing against someone like Spirit than he did against Dark, right? Because that seems like such a more attainable victory for you to kind of get through the next round and kind of, you know, get set in the group.
Yeah, I mean, the matches that we just had, like this one, for example, it's almost difficult to navigate a death segment for it because we're like, all of us are thinking to ourselves, okay, Trigger's going to have a hard time here. How do we kind of give him an opportunity to talk about what he could do against Dark, and it is difficult. So maybe against Spirit, as you say, maybe it's a bit more manageable here on this stage. Right, thank you very much, boys. It's time to go to a break. When we return, we have those qualification matches onto the playoffs, which are going to be exciting. We'll see you in a moment.
Hello guys, this is me, Raynor, professional commentator. I'm joined by Serral, professional golf player today. We will be answering some questions.
Let's get this here. What's the funniest thing that has happened to you during a match?
Wait, so I have to answer it for you? How the fuck am I supposed to do that?
I think I'll have to answer it. I think the funniest thing that has happened to you during a match is probably someone wrote you something dumb. I don't know. There's not much funny stuff happening.
I remember one moment where we were playing against each other. It was like Widow Gaming, and they kept my mic on and I was singing. You remember this?
Yeah, I do remember.
You had to pause the game because I was singing in your ear.
But I don't think that was a funny moment for me. That was more funny for me.
It was kind of funny. I liked it. Do you like my singing?
I don't remember anymore.
Unbelievable. So it's my turn, I guess. Describe your perfect day as a player. So Jonas' perfect day, I know it very well. Wake up around 8 a.m., grab a coffee, walk the dog, just eat a little bit for lunch, stare outside for a bit, then play 2-3 hours of gaming. Off to bed we go.
Sounds about right. Just missed the breakfast.
Oh yeah, the breakfast. What do you eat for breakfast usually?
Well, porridge nowadays. Porridge.
Porridge?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Every day you learn something. Do you have any pre-game rituals or superstitions that authors might find quirky or unusual? I think you have some, probably. Some Italian rap right during a game. You're singing yourself, not necessarily listening, and maybe some dance moves. I would imagine.
A little bit of dancing maybe, but mostly listening to music. I don't know, I'm obsessed with washing my hands before I play. So sometimes I wash my hands like 3 times. So that's maybe an issue, but other than that, I don't really have much.
Yeah, I can see that being an issue if the toilet's far away, but if not, then it's okay.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. All right. Let me check here. What was your favorite StarCraft tournament that you attended? I think Serral's favorite StarCraft tournament was the Assembly tournament in Helsinki.
No, not quite.
No?
I mean, it's up there for sure. It's up there for sure.
We had a blast there. I met your parents as well.
In the 2015 one?
Yeah, my mom was there as well.
Yeah, I remember. You were very tiny.
You too.
No,
you were not very big yet.
No. Well, yeah, anyways, not quite correct. I think BlizzCon has been my favorite events always.
Yeah, that's a good pick. I like it.
Let's see what's here. Tell us more about the weirdest gift you have ever received from a fan.
But you cannot know this.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you about the weirdest gift you have got, but I would imagine it's like a mini you. like a Rainer teddy bear. Then you had to sign it or something, I don't know.
I didn't get too many weird gifts. So one time though, one of my fans asked me for my hoodie. And I was like, I've been playing it the whole day and it's really hot here, so I was sweating a lot and I told him. It was like even better. And I was like, nah, I'm good, I'll keep it, thank you. But yeah, no, not too many weird gifts. What about you? Do you get any weird gifts?
I don't think so. It's
Yeah.
pretty standard stuff for the most part.
I think StarCraft fans are pretty chill.
Yeah.
There's a lot of questions in there. Have you ever had any embarrassing moments during tournaments that you can laugh about now? I don't know, did you?
Well, is that your answer?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
It's disappointing. Just a poor play. Impressively poor play.
Of course, it's poor play.
Yeah,
Man, that's not considered embarrassing. It happens to all of us. Happens less to you than most people, but
I don't know, man.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
If you could play against any player from the Brood War era, who would it be and why? You'd probably want to play like against Jaedong. Oh no, you'd want to play against Flash for sure.
Yeah, that's spot on. Yeah, I would like to play against Flash for sure. I've never played him. Good answer.
So that's pretty easy.
Was it?
Yeah.
Come on, man. What has been the biggest challenge you faced in your career? How did you overcome it?
I don't know. I didn't have any biggest challenges, but I guess there's a lot of matches that I had to overcome.
How did you overcome them?
Just
sipping some coffee.
Don't have to do anything.
Going home.
Time fixes everything, doesn't it?
It does, I guess. Going home, walking the dogs.
Yeah, that's a good solution.
Oh, yeah, it was fun. It was fun. Me and Jona were almost best friends, so we know each other very well, I would say.
Yeah.
We enjoyed it. Thank you for watching, guys.
See you next time.
Ah, yes, of course. Serral hasn't had to face any big challenges at all because he's Serral, apparently. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have got ourselves a great fixture on the way here as we have now Hero going up against Serral. The winner will move on into the playoffs and find themselves effectively in a qualification match for the Esports World Cup, even though Serral's kind of there. Anyway, it's by the by. Joining me, we've got ZG and we've got Roddy to talk about this one. Roddy, this is an exciting one because it will give us, I suppose, a glimpse into what we're expecting maybe of Serral here in the tournament as a whole.
Very excited for this one overall. Also because Zerg, in the past, sure, they had a pretty good time against Protoss for a very long time even, and especially Serral just felt that he never lost against Protoss. Now things have changed a little bit. Protoss got a bit of help here, a bit of help there. A lot of people say that the maps are pretty damn good for Protoss, and a lot of people like to suggest that the way that Serral was winning all those games, where it was just about perfect defensive play, drag it out, and eventually going to be fine, that you can't really get away with that anymore.
Yeah.
I want to see it, because I feel like if someone can still get away with it, it's probably Serral. And on top of that, these two, they just don't play against each other very often, which makes it incredibly fun. The last time was Masters Coliseum. That was a big one. They played the best of 9, but it was very one-sided. Serral won 5-1 back then. I'm really curious to see how these two shape up against one another on this map pool in this match.
Both these players dominating the headlines when it comes to the numbers for our cards. And as we take a look at Hero just a little bit closer, ZG, obviously he comes off the back of looking really good against what Rainer was trying to kind of go up against him with. And we'll see if Serral can kind of weather the storm as to what may come his way.
Yeah, there's a funny moment we were eating and Rainer was just saying that, like, he asked Serral, for some tips.
Yeah.
And it was just too general, I guess, which kind of makes sense. I feel like Serral might not be a very good teacher just because that draw the rest of the owl thing goes on. It's like, just win, I don't understand.
Yeah.
But, they've always been different players anyway, so, like, directly copying each other's styles would be difficult, even if you had them in your ear the entire time. So even though I feel like we get a glimpse of ZVP with Rainer versus Hero, I do believe Hero versus Serral is going to be the next big thing in the real true test. Yeah, for both players, Hero being as consistent as he can be, because that is one of his problems, and then Serral, whether or not he's affected by the military.
Do you trust the community or do you trust the pros here, buddy?
I trust both of them.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I understand that the community is a little wishy-washy and not necessarily giving Serral 10 and everything because they just haven't seen him play a whole lot.
Sure.
But coming into this event, as I said earlier on the broadcast, I had the best start ever to the weekend. I went to the pool with the Koreans like Stats, Ragnarok, Cure, Hero. Time of my life. It was a really fun time. But they all were unanimous. Top 4, they mentioned Serral. Like some of them first, some of them after Maru. But they all said like Serral's still top 4. I was like, you guys haven't seen him in a while. They're like, oh, Serral, very good. Like in their mind, Serral is still Serral, and they're expecting a very strong Yona to show up. And to go back to what you just said with Serral and Reina when they were very different. Earlier they were in the playing room, and Reina was like playing a little bit. Yona sitting next to me. He's like, so Yona, like, why do you think I've been losing? And Yona's like, what do you mean? He's like, yeah, lately, why do you think I lose some of the PVCs? And Serral's like, that's a very difficult question, but the early game is a bit sloppy. So I assume that Yona is going to be very tight in the early game and is going to limit those drone losses. And from there on out, like I do wonder, we haven't even seen Broodlords today yet at all, right?
No.
And I feel that Serral has always still been a believer of the Broodlord. And there's a good chance that we actually get to see one of these games with Serral. Just defense, 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 and we get to see the Broodlord shine.
Maybe. All right, well, it's basically a main event fixture for this one. Let's get to it as we head over to the stage. Chobra, take it away.
Thank you very much, Kilaris. Now this is going to be a matchup to see who will be the first player to move on to the round of 8 into the playoffs for the rest of the weekend here from Group B in the winner's stage. It's going to be one man trying to battle through the Basilisk Gauntlet. Can he make it happen again? Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you Hero versus Serral.
Here we go. We've got the big boys on stage and another big Zerg vs Protoss match. Is he going to continue his streak against the Basilisk Zergs, or is Serral going to put it to an end?
It's the greatest player of all time, the strongest Zerg in Europe, going up against the greatest Protoss player alive right now. And I could not be more excited to be casting this game with you, Pig. This is like living in a dream. Serral versus Hero here to decide who is going to be going to the playoffs at the ESL SC2 Masters. I don't know who I favor here. I mean, Serral on paper, this guy is the best we've ever seen in StarCraft 2. His peak is above the peak of any other player in StarCraft 2's history, but he's in military service. He might not be in the best shape. He's literally renting an office to practice what he can, right? Against Hero, who for a little while towards the end of last year was kind of struggling in offline. He would succeed in online tournaments. He would face Dark, and it felt like basically every single online cup and mostly win. But recently in GSL, made it to the finals against Maru in last season, looking even stronger in Season 2 of GSL in 2024. It seems like that slump has passed, and now we have a Hero who is once again rising to the occasion. A Hero that is getting ready to potentially make a championship run here in Dallas against a Serral who might not be in the best condition he's ever been, but is still one of the best there has ever been.
Absolutely. Hero is over that slump. He's looking fantastic. Hero has just been finding his groove recently. But of course, Serral has absolutely ridiculous Zerg vs Protoss. For years, it's just been rare to see Serral drop maps, let alone series, to Protoss players. But is he going to be able to bring that level of control? Because Hero at the moment has something special going for him, and that is a perfect blending of his chaotic aggression, where you never know what he's going to do, and he could pounce at any moment, but he combines that with perfect early game macro. His openings are crisp and very hard to keep up with. He puts pressure on his opponents from the start. In the right side of Ghost River, a Protoss player who's been on a tear lately. Representing Dragon Kaizi Gaming, it is Hero.
And in the top left side of the map on Ghost River, looking to book his ticket into the playoffs, the greatest Zerg of all time, arguably the greatest player of all time, it is Serral. And what a treat this match is going to be. You can tell the audience absolutely pumped for it. I cannot wait to get started. And already we have a very early probe coming out from Hero, blocking the natural expansion. Serral, not batting an eye, immediately takes the third.
Yeah, his Overlord, the moment he saw that probe, he powered up a 17th drone, went to the third base, and he's happy to just get that Ling speed and protect it. It's a hard to defend third base, right? It's pretty far out there, but I think not panicking and just sticking with this method will be fine for now. Hero harassing the workers there, of course, trying to bounce them off that mineral patch. Only one worker can mine at a time, but if he just stops mining quickly before actually harvesting the 5 minerals, you can see they're denying a good bit of Serral's mining and just making that early game difficult.
Yeah, PVZ, when you send an early probe scout like this, I believe it was the 13 pylon scout coming in from Hero, you lose a little bit of money back at home because this probe obviously isn't working, and it's micro like this that Hero's doing on screen right now that kind of makes it pay for itself because they're also costing your opponent a little bit. And I can't wait to see what kind of aggressive builds Hero is going to bring to the table in this one, because beyond any doubt in this matchup, I feel like Hero is going to be the aggressor from game 1 to game 3. I would be surprised if the roles were reversed, but Serral is one of the best defensive players of all time, and it's just tough to think about exactly how these two are going to line up. I mean, Hero, 217 Stargate coming in, not missing a single beat despite the early probe scout. Asking for a pause very briefly. But as you were saying, Pig, in a matchup that I believe more than potentially any matchup in StarCraft 2 is dependent on the early game.
Yeah.
Hero has perhaps the best early game in PvZ of anyone in the world.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like the only person I can see coming close to him recently is MaxPax, where they both have this fluidity with their Oracle Adept where you don't know where they're going to hit. And like, it looks like you're defending well when you move out with your queens to intercept, but it's almost always a bait, and they like loop around the back and go, nope, you left your mineral line exposed for just 2 seconds. That's 3 drones. I'll get in, I'll get out. And, you know, I feel like Hero is so very good at doing that. But of course, Serral, as you said, very controlled and contained. Now, if Serral gets a good read on his opponent, he does a lot of reactive timing attacks in this matchup, but it's only if he can scout what you're doing and identify a weakness, right? He mixes in a lot of like cheesy ZVZ builds, Zerg vs Terran builds. That's part of being Serral's evolution over the last few years, is where he went from, you know, a very consistent player who always defended every game. Now he mixes in so many kind of off-color weird openings, catches his opponents off guard. This is, I would say, his most standard matchup, where he does like still just adopt that defensive stance. But if Hero gets a little bit overly fancy, you got to be wary. You know, Mass Roach Ravager, Queens getting taxied to the other side of the map. These things are all in the arsenal of Serral.
Absolutely agree with you. Is Stargate finishing up, and it's actually going to be a Void Array opening here from Hero. Not necessarily what I had expected to begin, and of course, here on Ghost River, this Adept can be so annoying. Trying to get 1 drone kill. Serral morphing a Spore Crawler, able to dodge that last shot. The Adept will survive.
Very nicely played. The Void Ray, of course, denies vision, sets you up. A lot of the time, Void Ray goes into the 4-gate Glaive Adept, right? That's one of the most common follow-ups, but often it could be 2 Stargate as well. Sometimes you just take a third and play Blink, but the Void Ray denies information, and it makes it harder for the Zerg to figure out, like, is there something tricky? Should I be building Roaches blind? Should I be trying to get up a Spire, you know, to counter air units? And that's what just adds that little bit of guessing game where Serral is going to need to show his scouting prowess and his skill as the first Overlord goes down. The 3rd Nexus is placed. That's going to put Serral in a little bit of a supply block.
And it seems like Hero is just going to play this with a little bit of greed, immediately throwing down the 3rd Nexus. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him follow up after perhaps the 2nd Oracle, a Twilight Council and a Forge, and go into Blink play, because here on Ghost River, as you were pointing out, that 3rd base can be a little bit difficult to defend. And hold on for a second, because this is one of the weaknesses of going for that Void Array first, because you don't have too much defense back at home. These Adepts getting surrounded, and the 3rd base is going to force the Adept from the wall and to come back in. And this is a pretty favorable trade here for Serral. Picking up 2 of these early Adepts. Usually in a matchup like this one, especially if you're a player like Hero, you would love to continuously warp in Adepts to a count of about 6. Then send them across the map, try to pair them up with the Oracle, as Pig was mentioning before, to find damage as you transition to something like Blink, like Cluster Run ground weapons, as you continue to scale on your side of the map. So Serral kind of taking a little bit of that momentum away, actually pulling a drone with this.
Yeah, the accidental drone gets control group, wants to be one of the boys. I want to fight, I want to get revenge. They killed my drone friends and I want to get them back. But no, does get sent home to go back and mine. That's going to be the best way you can contribute to the war effort, mate. Oracles are going to come forwards towards the natural right now. Let's see how good Serral's defense is. 2 Queens and a Spore. Well placed. Serral really on point with his defense, and Hero not trying to force the issue just yet. He tries to skirt through the main, but good focus fire. You can see the Queen focus firing the low hit point Oracle, and that's Stasis Trap. All it's going to do is deny a tiny bit of mining. He's so smooth with that defense. This is the Serral difference. The early game ZVP of Serral is disgustingly good. You just can't find openings.
Hero's struggling to get really anything done. Now, with the Void Ray coming in, it could charge up on that fourth base and potentially force the Queens out of position to make room for the Oracles, but no, instead, Hero actually just going to activate both of them. He wasn't able to use that energy earlier. That is going to force a cancel and a drone kill here for Hero, so you can't win everything. Just take the fights that you can, and that hatchery kill, Hero's going to be happy with that at the very least. I mean, not getting drone kills is very painful, but a matchup that is so dependent on early game in PvZ. Oh my goodness, Hero, what are we doing?
Yeah, he was distracted. The Adept got jumped on by the Zerglings in the middle of the map, and he does lose a Void Ray and an Adept or two there. That starts to shut things down. Serral, 6 workers ahead, already into Roach production. Roach speed's on the way, +1 range, and a Hydra Den. Now, a lot of people still think of Serral as that guy who's going to play safe hive every game, but no. Says, no, I've got an advantage. I can swarm you with Roach Hydra. If I just get a ton of Roach Hydra out, that same style we just saw Dark do against Trigger, it's really difficult to stop if the Zerg has a good early game.
Yeah, especially against somebody that's playing pure Stalker the way that Hero is back at home. He is building a cannon, but primarily this is just going to be pure gateways. Stalkers with +1 ground weapons and a lot of blink as Hero is hoping to get some damage done, but once these Hydras come out and they add the DPS on the back line of the Zerg army and they pair with the Roaches and the Ravagers and the Queen on defense, I don't think Hero is really going to have any room to start getting damage done unless he gets some insane trades.
I mean, yeah, it's more about surviving, right, than getting damage once the movement comes across the map in maybe a minute's time. Serral will move out. It's going to be like, okay, I'm building a gateway at the front. Hero does this every game. Roddy was talking about that earlier. You know, you can expect the forward gate blink pressure, but, I mean, you're going to get swarmed, and having your production on the other side of the map can get a little bit dangerous. On the other hand, Stasis Traps, Blink Stalkers, both being microed pretty well so far. The Zerglings not finding any actual damage. Technically, you can defend anything with Blink Stalkers, right? It doesn't scale that well, but if you're blinking back, you're using battery overcharge, if you get enough Stalkers, you can defend anything.
In theory, yeah, but it's hard to pull off against a player of Serral's caliber, especially with this kind of unit composition that he's running Roaches and Hydras. But at least to this point, Hero has been taking very favorable trades, but now Serral's hand is getting revealed. The Roaches and the Hydras still not yet in critical mass. And these small numbers, Hero still can slowly creep forward, find some damage, blink back, just shave off a couple of Roaches, a couple of Hydras, get some damage done. Because really, without the Roach buffer that Serral has, these Hydras, they would go down fairly quickly to these Stalkers.
Yeah, I mean, this is really good micro, but I don't think Hero should be committing in, should he? I don't think he can actually overwhelm Serral, but it looks like Hero is stuck in an aggressive mindset when he needs to be flexible and he needs to be defensive right now. I think picking off units is good, but he's going to commit! That is a crazy attack from Hero, trying to bust through Serral's defenses. Quite a few Hydras go down pretty quickly. Bile does land on the Stalkers. The Stalker micro blinking back, but there's plenty of Roach Hydra left over. Only 2 drones falling, and all of the Oracles and Zealots just get flushed down the toilet.
Yeah, that was an ambitious blink forward there by Hero as he continues to warp in Stalkers on the back line, but the Hydra count's basically dissipated here for Serral. It's only 3 standing in the front line, and this is where the Stalkers can start to get even more value. Watch us see Hero try and shave away as many Roaches, as many Lings as possible. And while that was an ambitious blink pig, it did a very good job of isolating those Hydras on the left side with the Oracles, getting damage done. But the question is Serral's Remax a little bit too much here as more Roaches and more Hydras are streaming in? Now, on the other side of the map, Hero, he's starting +2 ground weapons. He's building a 4th base, which Serral now is scouting. There is a fallback plan, but he is stuck in this unit composition where he constantly needs to fight, because if Serral just builds Roaches and Hydras with no chip damage and moves across the map, Hero is dead. He needs to bring this fight, and he knows it. 2 more Robos in production.
Yeah, as you said, you need to be able to picking off units as they come across the map using the blink micro to maximum effect. If you sit at home, you don't get enough room to micro. But even here, you can see a couple of Stalkers go down for a few Roaches. Roaches, much cheaper units, much more cost efficient if you're trading even numbers. The Zealots getting surrounded by the Zerglings. 4th Nexus did get cancelled before. It's now being rebuilt, but he should be able to get that up with just a few more warp-ins on that side of the map.
And now the Hydralisk count is getting to a point where Blink Stalker Micro becomes nigh impossible with the amount of damage being dished out. Even without this front line of Roaches, I mean, there's only a handful of them on the map right now with more in production. These Hydras,
Oh,
they
the
might
flank,
seem
the
like
flank.
glass cannons, but they are not, as the Serral comes in from Serral, attacking both on the bottom left and the bottom right side. Hero going to blink up to the north, trying to escape the situation, but you can see the firepower of this Zerg army levying so much damage on the Hero. You need to retreat from this position, Hero.
Oh gosh, oh gosh. I don't think he can squeeze them all up that high ground with the blink. He doesn't have vision.
He barely has vision on the right side. Blinks 3 Stalkers just to get enough to retreat, but the damage has already been done. Look at the army supplies, Pig. 54 to 108.
Yeah, I think Hero, he could have transitioned off this build, but the moment he committed with the Zealots and the Oracles, he gave up so many units. And remember, Serral is doing a giant attack. He was always planning to do a big attack. Hero got overly aggressive into it, and he's kind of handed beautiful engagements. I mean, the force field is nice. This is Clutch holding on. He is evening it out a little bit, but just there is an endless swarm reinforcing across the map.
And look at the focus fire by Serral. Takes down every individual sentry, knowing that really the only way he loses these engagements is his force field sections off his armies. Even battery overcharge is not enough to save that Immortal as it falls almost immediately, but Serral, not having the concave that he had hoped for, is going to retreat from this position and set his eyes on the 4th base.
Battery overcharge is going to wear out there, which means he's now going to go for this 4th base that's a little more exposed. The battery in the cannon will fall. Stalkers come in from behind, but that means they've got Lings and Hydras rallying on top of them. An intelligent pullback on the right side for Serral as he chases these Stalkers down.
Yeah, those Stalkers are in a world of hurt. He'd be lucky to have even a couple of them survive here as Serral is on the hunt. Those 5 Stalkers cornered here by the Hydras and the Roaches. He's going to trade him out, try and shave off as many Roaches and Hydras as he possibly can. I mean, he does get his money's worth. At least 3 or 4 units do go down, but the problem is the army Serral is amassing. More Ravagers, more Lings streaming in. Hydras and Roaches coming together. This 4th base, I think it is not long for this world, Pig.
And not overcomplicating it at all. Serral stopped at 65 workers. He made Hydras, he made Roaches, Ravagers, and Zerglings. He defended, and then he went and attacked. He knew that Hero was putting himself in a corner, and Serral adapted to the opponent and countered it, what he is known for doing over the years, and he does it once again so fantastically. Hero just cannot keep up with the endless reinforcement of Zerg across the map.
Just the early aggression from Hero was not enough, and GG is called, and Serral shows he is still the man to beat here at DreamHack. I mean, what an incredible match there to start things off against Hero, the best Protoss player in the world, and he's looking a little frustrated, Pig.
Serral's early game is disgusting, mate. It is so good. That defense, his ability to block things on every different side. The Oracles cannot find a way in, and Depth can't find a way in. I mean, this cancel on the 4th was the first significant damage in the game, but it didn't really matter because Serral was always planning to stop at 3 bases of workers and to defend with mass Roach Hydra. And even though a lot of Hydras got shot down at the start of this fight, the drone pool was really well timed. Serral used those drones to tank just a little bit, but he'd already crushed the Zealots, moved in, started to flank these armies. And the moment the Hydras were able to split into multiple packs and section off the Stalkers, that's where things got out of control.
And just watch the focus fire here on the Hydras. They take down basically every sentry right there. Those ones are in the front, but you can notice here, there's one force field left for Hero, and those Hydras, they barely take it down, knowing that force field basically the only path for victory here for Hero, as he basically locked himself in on this gateway-based composition with only Immortals to support. And when it comes to Roach Hydra, I mean, Roach Hydra, not the best composition, but against gateway units, it sure is.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, the big things that counter that are Disruptors, Colossus, right? It's like consistent long-range splash damage units that just do massive, massive damage over time. But in that case, Stalkers and Zealots, a composition where you know Hero just wants to keep attacking into you and trying to get the momentum, especially on that map, where Hero has shown that he is so successful with that forward gateway blink aggression. And he's like, you know what? I am not going to take any chances. Play it safe. Shut it down. So going to map 2, back to the drawing board for our Protoss player. He's going into Oceanborn in the bottom right spawn, representing Dragon Kaisi Gaming. It's Hero.
And just one map win away from the playoffs, representing Basilisk, it is Serral. And even backstage here, we can hear the fans cheering for the greatest foreign player of all time. I mean, really, what a tremendous game number 1, just absorbing the impact of Hero, rolling with the punches, and really kind of playing the opponent as well as the map.
he did not overcomplicate things, just as you said. Going for the Roach Hydra composition, on paper, not the best in a standard PvZ matchup, but against Hero, you kind of know he's going to be the aggressor. You know he's going to attack into you, and Serral was basically pumping Roaches and Hydras on a low drone count, only on 4 bases. And Hero is still effectively all in with his 3-base aggression, and you can see how close that game was. Hero is no slouch when it comes to these aggressive plays, but if they don't work in a moment like that one against the composition that Serral is running, the writing is on the wall. You're on a timer.
Yeah, it felt to me like Hero was a little bit on autopilot. I don't think he scouted that the 4th base was empty of drones. I think he kind of went, yeah, okay, there's some Hydras, but you're probably trying to go Hive, you're trying to go Lurkers and Vipers. Because normally he's so used to playing against these Zergs who do that. They're like, let's get a second Evolution Chamber, Hive, we're going to take 8 gases, 75, 80 drones, and yeah, your Blink Stalkers can overwhelm them. But if he had the full context of that and knew that Serral was on 65 workers, no mining on his 4th, I mean, it just makes sense to chill. To kind of pick away with the Stalkers, but don't commit with the Zealots, transition into Storm or some sort of robo splash damage deck. And I think if Hero made that transition, we would have been forced to see a longer game. But as it is, first-person views of both players. Hero on the left side of the map, our Protoss player, and of course Serral on the right side. Both players have been known to give viewers on their streams, a little bit of dizziness, a little bit of, oh God, I suddenly feel sick if you get the motion sickness and that sort of thing, as they do spam around a lot. Serral is very methodical, but as all the young generation is, you'll notice, like, if you study his control groups, they're very fluid. Like, his army groups change around based on the situation, and if you ask him to explain it, sometimes he gets stumped a bit because it's so fluid, he doesn't even put it into language. He's not like, this is always my main army, that's always my secondary army. There's so many minute variations within there that he adjusts to based on the situation.
Hero does basically the same thing, the Protoss version of it, which is not use control group and then F2 your army.
Heroes is actually crazy. His whole system where he's like, I just control group the thing I looked at last. I'm like, and I've asked him about it so many times, and every time he's like, oh no, I don't think it's good. It's just this weird thing I somehow started doing. It's super weird, I know. And I'm like, no explanation at all, really? And he's like, nah. It's just like a weird thing. It seems to work for me. And I'm like, okay, Hero, you're actually just one of the most unique players when it comes to your mindset. He's just got his own strange way of playing the game. I love it.
And the funny thing is, he is arguably the best control of Protoss players in the world. I mean, it's either him or MaxPax, right?
So good.
It's insane.
I mean, obviously, yes, like, he does handicap himself by using F2 a little bit too much and then having to, like, fix up orders where he, like, pulls units out of his wall off and stuff. But there's just something about his fluid ability to handle chaotic situations like 5 or 6 unit groups that no one else can match Hero in that regard.
All right, well, Hero building up back at home, going for his second Oracle. These 2 Adepts paired with the first Oracle going to try and find some damage. Serral's early game defense was effectively impenetrable in game number 1. We'll see if Hero can do better, but, I think actually Hero is showing a lot of respect with this move out because basically every PvZ in GSL, if you watch him in some of the crowdfunded tournaments such as the KSL, these weekly events that happen or bi-weekly events, he's always going something like 5 or 6 Adepts, 1 or 2 Oracles, trying to get something done. But the fact that he is investing so little and trying to get the damage, just 2 Adepts, the first Oracle, second Oracle also coming in quite late. Okay, here's the other ones, but generally speaking, Hero a little bit more aggressive with these early game units than he is here against Serral. I think partly knowing that it's harder to get something done against this guy compared to everybody else. There's a reason on the cards his defense is like, what, 99?
And he's seeing it as well. This isn't blind reacting. He's seeing the Queens and Lings, and he's going to shade out here, I believe. Oh, he's going deeper. Actually, Oracle's going to dive back around to the 3rd base, potentially. Adepts going in towards the main. The Lings are tracking it. Nice cancel into recall. If he can preserve all of these Adepts, what's he spent? A bit of shields. He's wasted mining time, and it's good to not overreact. The problem is, Serral's still up 10 workers. Serral has still done an incredibly smooth early game and is finding leads for himself based off of this.
And the really funny thing is you see how much Hero is trying to finesse any damage he could possibly do.
Wow, even more
a recall with Shades coming to the natural into the main. Not able to get anything done, and Serral just barely missed the wall. He's going to have to cancel that to allow these Lings to flood in. But the Adepts actually working their way into a corner is going to allow those Lings to have to move into another position, and now Hero actually not the worst spot. Listen to a lot of potential damage that can come in the main base pick. They're talking about that drone count. Look at it, already 4 going down.
They don't have glaives, but they still do good damage against these drones and zerglings. And look at that, 9 drones going down, forced the Evo chamber cancels to happen as the Warlock didn't get up and finds himself a decent trade out after what it looked like an early game that didn't really find the damage. So far now, the worker count is dead even. Blink and +1 are both almost finished, whereas +1 range and roach speeds just started for Serral. Serral's also getting a little bit close to supply blocked right now as he adds more workers. Hero's going straight for a 4th base. We're going to see Gateway Man up against Roaches to start in Game 2. It's going to be a big kind of mass expanding, mass economy, but lots of low-tier units will be clashing for map control.
Yeah, it seems like Serral is going to be playing a very different game from game number 1, already throwing down that infestation pit pig. And do you think this is going to be him trying to go and do relatively fast hive here? Do you expect to see a couple of infestors who try and get fungals on these stalkers and prevent them from blinking away from the roachling?
I'd love infestors. If it was my man Dark, I think there's actually a chance of that. Serral, almost 0% chance of infestors coming out, even though a couple of them is not a bad idea. I expect what you said at the start, like fast hive lurkers. I think this is going to be really generic Zerg play. Serral's up 5 workers. He doesn't have casters on his 4th base just yet, and we are going to find out in a moment which way he will be committing. Stalkers on the front, grab an Overlord, blinking away. Real finesse there for Hero as he adds a 2nd Forge, extra gateways, cannon and batteries on the 4th, and there we go. The Hydra Den and the Hive. It is indeed that lurker transition for Serral, but it's been slowed down a little bit. I like the way Hero's both being greedy and applying pressure. It's a mixed bag. This is not easy for Serral to handle at all.
Yeah, I think Hero's having one of the best early games that he could possibly hope for against a player of Serral's caliber coming in here, adding in 3 additional gateways. More stalkers going to be reinforcing as he tries to really control the creep spread, and he's been doing a great job of it. Now, actually, Serral coming in for what looks like a bit of an engagement, maybe not anticipating quite this many stalkers, but he's able to defuse with just 3 lings.
It felt like
trap, so
yeah, the stasis trap was a little bit so. Oracles though, 5 oracles do take down 4 queens, but at what cost? He's going to kill 4 queens for 3 oracles, and that's like, it seems like an okay trade if it allows you to then get more damage done, but it doesn't in this case, right? Because you're not really able to clear creep that much here. There's 11 Hydras about to come out. Hero takes a very early 5th base. Wow.
I think he knows that Serral's going to be on his side of the map for the foreseeable future right now as he's trying to get this lair tech, or not the lair tech, the hive tech with lurkers online. And I actually don't mind him trading out 2 oracles for all those queens because he is really just trying to play the map control game right now. I wouldn't be surprised if Hero's game plan moving forward was just trying to delay the 5th base of Serral for as long as humanly possible. And one good avenue of making that easier later on the road is just controlling the creep spread here as Hero. And once more, another revelation dropped. Queen energy a little bit more sparse, and even with these stalkers, he's trying to find more damage.
Yeah, I mean, a couple stalkers going down each time, but the Zealots starting to come in now as well. Zealots have +2, so those Zerglings ain't going to do well versus them. But a bunch of them did get surrounded. Stalkers pushing in the right side. The Roach Hydra's ready for it. Zealots are being dealt with in the picture-in-picture. You can see they are taking out a few Hydras before they go down, but good micro by Serral. His attention to detail in the midst of that. He pulled 2 Hydras away from the Zealots, kept them alive. Lurkers are now morphing. 2nd Evo's coming in with the melee upgrades. And we've got a triple Robo transition for Hero. He doesn't want to stay Gateway Man for long.
Triple Robo transition here against Hive Tech Lurkers, and it's going to be Serral Hive Tech Lurkers. Concerns me a little bit because, you know, in theory, on the ground, Zerg wins out with Lurkers against a pure ground-based army unless they're absolutely able to pull them out of position somehow as the Protoss player. And I'm not sure Hero's actually going to be able to make that happen in this situation. And the fact that you're committing the resources to 3 Robos means Hero's only path to victory here, it's basically going to be on the ground unless this game goes super late.
I think, you know, Immortal Storm does really well, but when you're this far behind the curve, like you said, like there's going to be like 15 Lurkers and you're going to be getting your first like 5 Immortals out. There's no Storm, there's no Disruptors. A few Disruptors I think would be so good when you're this far behind against Lurkers because you just need something to hold them back.
And the Zealots getting caught by the Lurkers. They're going for the 5th base. They will be cleaned up. And man, Serral, he's able to siege down the triangle third here of Hero.
Oh God.
With these Lurkers, this could be devastating. Wait, is this where the Robos are? There's one right there by the 3rd. Could be a lot of damage. Another Zealot run by going into the 4th base here of Serral is getting tons of damage done.
Wow, okay, the army's rotating south for Serral right now. He's going to look for that 5th base. A couple of lurkers do get caught out, but look at how quickly the Stalkers die when the lurkers start landing their shots. I actually feel like Serral probably could have pushed on the Robos on the 3rd. It would have been a risky move, so of course, not Serral's main way to play, risky. He's still going to take out the 5th base in the south, putting Hero back to 4 base. Hero does cancel a base up north with Zealot. Immortal Stalker running in. I don't think there's enough numbers here for Hero, though. The Immortals are going to get taken out. Zealot's trying to warp in on the left side, but the Immortals are already gone.
Immortals are gone. Most of the lurkers were being able to get cleaned up right there, and look at the worker counts, 71 to 84, so losing the 5th base here for Hero. He still does have the fallback plan of the 4th, but I'm concerned about the army that Serral has back at home because while it may look like Hero is stabilized here on the front lines, Serral has 114 army supply, only 70 drones and nearly maxed, and that's where it is, right there on screen. 5 Zealots, 4 Mortals, 3 Archons. I don't think you stop these lurkers.
That is just so many lurkers, and you need like, got 8 Immortals and some Psystorm and a good flank to deal with this. These are things that Hero does not have right now. Serral's preparation in the early game, the details allowing him to navigate all of that chaos, all of that harassment that Hero normally gets ahead of. It just puts him at best in an even position against Serral. That is the power of Serral. Now with mass lurker sieging this base, 1 lurker goes down, but those Immortals are already almost gone.
Yeah, the SimCity even working against Hero a little bit as he was trying to get an arc on those lurkers, and with these 4 Archons coming on the top right side, he might just try and find the angle to attack in. Serral retreating.
Serral's so good at pulling out when he thinks he's about to get flanked. He's so good about those unburrows on the lurkers. Roach Hydra there pushing in a little bit. Ling starting to come in on the Archon flank and get taken out. The lurkers moving forward in sections. It's like a giant tank push. Very hard to deal with for Protoss. Hero's just going to go across the map to counterattack. He says, you know what, I can't fight that front on. Let's go across the map. A sure sign of desperation for the Protoss.
I'm not sure this is going to be the winning play. It's just so many lurkers. Even with these more Immortals reinforcing here on the 3rd base, I don't know if he can actually hold on back at home. And look, there's even lurkers at home. Here for Serral, they will get cleaned up as there's 5 Immortals and a ton of Archons taking down this 3rd base. But really, Hero very soon will be reset down to basically no economy, to basically no production. He's losing Robos, he's losing gateways here on the front line. And I'm not sure this is going to be enough here for Hero. He is getting a lot of damage done on Serral's side of the map, but is there a world where this is going to be enough, Pig?
We just need a mothership to flight in from the edge of the map, from a different map, recall 10 carriers, and then I think Serral's in trouble. But right now, Serral just has a massive army. This is only part of his army, and yet he's engaging anyway. Serral's so confident right now. Maybe a little overconfident. He gets a few Immortals and Archons. He does lose a lot of units, but the Immortal count severely diminished. He unburrows the lurkers and pulls those back. Hero is going to recall right now. Serral still has a mining base up north and is natural up and alive. This is so many lurkers. What the heck?
Yeah, there is not a chance for Protoss to take this down. GG is called, and Serral still has got it, man. The best in the world is still the best, as he is going to move on to the playoffs after a convincing 2-0 of the best Protoss player in the world.
In an age where so many Zergs have been talking about how tough this matchup has gotten recently, Serral shows once again, you just need to come in with perfect early game defense, perfect macro, decisive counters to your opponent's builds, and you can absolutely crush through. Beautiful play there by Serral, and I just love the choices of strategies, the organization, the way he took those engagements, and we see things like Blinkstalker, Oracle Pressure smothering so many players. It never even got a chance to get started against Serral. His specialty as a player has always been taking away his opponent's momentum, not letting them do the thing that gives them the advantage and lets them get out of control. He's already one step ahead in the planning stage, and we saw how helpless Hero felt playing against such a ridiculously well-prepared Zerg.
Immaculate defense paired with a low drone count, and Serral's army basically in every single game became so formidable, so fast that Hero's aggression basically became his own weakness. And it takes a master of the craft to execute a build, execute a strategy to that level of skill. And I cannot wait to see Serral perform in the playoffs. I mean, what a tremendous victory over Hero.
Turns out, doing some push-ups, you know, learning to load some rifles and stuff, doing some boot camp, not too bad for your StarCraft play, mate. Bit of boot camp, it just makes you play better. Easy. No problems at all.
So many fans, so happy to see the foreign GOAT take down Hero, and let's go to the interview on stage.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you your first player moving on from Group B into the playoffs for this weekend. It is Serral. Give him a big round of applause. All right, Serral. I mean, we've heard tons of people talk about playing against Hero. He's got unique ideas, unique builds. He annoys you. He tries to just make your life miserable in game, but you just look unfazed when you're playing him. I mean, what's the trick?
I don't think there's any tricks. I just try to play smooth early games, smooth mid games, get a good start going. Naturally, I don't think my start was that great in Oceanborn, but the first game at least I managed to maintain that plan.
So it just sounds like you just have to be good in the beginning, in the middle, and in the end. It's good to go against Hero. Well, let's talk about the expectations coming into this weekend. Some people had some questions. Some others said no. Serral's easily top 4, if not obviously more. What were your expectations coming into this weekend here at Dallas?
I mean, I'm always expecting to win. I haven't practiced as much as I would usually do, but I think I've been able to maintain my shape pretty well. And, well, we'll see. We'll see what happens, I guess.
All right, well, hopefully a lot more to look forward to at Serral this weekend. Once again, a big round of applause to your first player to move on to the round of 8 here in Group B.
That's right. Congratulations, Serral, moving on into the playoffs. Also, it's nice to have Chober back. He's so smooth. Damn.
I just wrote that in my Discord, Kalaris. That's
really?
absolutely freaky that you just said that. Because I was like, yeah, they were like praising Yona. Yona's the GOAT. I was like, by the way, how good is Bill? I was like, Smix is always our GOAT. Of course, we love Smix.
Yeah.
But damn, Chober is good. And it's funny that you just said that.
Yeah, secretly I'm in your Discord seeing exactly what you're writing. All right, we've got ourselves, of course, Serral here with the 2-0 victory. And quite honestly, ZG, watching how he played it out, it really didn't feel like he broke a sweat in this.
Yeah, it feels like he deflects everything.
Yeah.
It's not even that he feels it.
Yeah, it's
not countering
impervious.
it. Yeah, he deflects it.
I like it.
It's actually crazy, and I think Roddy can speak more to it, but Raynor was in the green room and was
we cannot repeat anything he said.
Yeah, well, let's just say astounded. Like, the way that people play versus Serral, I think we can say, is different than how they play versus other Zerg. So let's just say that he was frustrated. So it's interesting, but because we talked about, what they're going to be 2 different players, and I think that is, yes, true in their play style, but it's also true for how the opponents see them and perceive them and what they do versus them as well. So they always create really great dynamics, but then occasionally Hero looks very strong versus Raynor, and then he can't do anything versus Serral.
I suppose this is one of the reasons why he garnered the name the Finnish Phenom, because he creates this miasma of almost invincibility around himself, which makes it difficult for people to even approach matchup-wise.
I think that has a lot to do with it, Claris, absolutely. Even if we are playing on a different patch and it's a different map, maybe in Hero's mind, Serral is just so freaking good in the late game, and he's so damn intimidating if you give him a big bank and you give him spellcasters that he's like, no, I'm not going to go like one robo, get a couple of immortals quickly, tack up the storm, or stay on 3 bases for a while. Suddenly it's like, no, 4 bases, double forts, I need zealots and stalkers, and of course Hero's been known for that style in the past, but he's kind of shifted away from that. It's all been about the high immortal arc on storm count, and then, we're watching those games, and Raynor is looking around, he's looking at Zombie Grove, he's looking at me, he's like, why doesn't he do that against me? Like, why are you not building immortals? And then by the time he's building immortals, he's already in so much trouble, and there were zealot run-bys, and maybe a Leicester Zerg could have fallen apart, but Yona is so damn good, man. He has such high understanding of the matchup and of the game overall.
I think it also matters a lot how much they play. Serral's one of the few non-Koreans, and even nowadays it's not even true for Koreans versus non-Koreans. He's one of the few players that really does not participate in a lot of events, even less now that he doesn't do the regionals. Whereas Hero can think about a lot about, like, okay, what could Raynor expect from me? Because they played so many games, and then trying to subvert those expectations is a different game plan than going in blind, basically, versus Serral for this patch. Apparently he had 1 match versus Coffee before today, but that's very different. So very different scenarios.
But I do still want to go back to game 1, because even as much of all of that could be a factor, like the mystery, the god aura around Yona, in game 1, a lot of Zergs die there, because it's so incredibly hard to find that fine line between when do I get X amount of roaches, links, where should the queens be, what battle do I take, when do I disengage, and Yona makes it all look so effortless. But one big slip up there, you chase off a little bit too far, you lose a few too many units, Hero blinks in your face, game over. So it's not just that Serral has that aura, even though game 2 is a bit confusing, but in game 1 you can really see that. We said it earlier today, he's still got it too, baby.
Kind of scary. Kind of scary. Let's take a look at the bracket here, of course, now as Serral will move through into the playoff. That puts him in the round of 8 already. He will be joined by either Cure or Dark. to get things moving as well. So potentially another Zerg will make it through in Dark, or we'll get ourselves good old Team Liquid's Cure through, which, again, in terms of a fixture coming up, ZG is kind of fantastic, because I think that they both have pretty decent equal chances.
Yeah, I feel like Serral Hero is a fixture because you can imagine it as a blowout grand finals, right? You're like, oh my gosh, amazing players. But then Cure Dark, they could also be in the finals, of course. They're both top tier players, so they could do it today or on Sunday, I suppose. But they play so often together. Like, this is actually kind of a familiar matchup where, again, anything with Serral is actually less familiar. So Cure Dark, you know, you can say like, oh, there'd be a lot of mind games because they play each other so often, but actually usually what it reduces down to is they both play their comfort zone, which is generally Cure kind of more macro, Dark maybe more aggressive, but then Cure's a little shaky TVZ. I know we're not supposed to be talking about it, but it is an interesting matchup. It just is very different than the one we just saw.
Anything to add, Roddy?
Completely agree with Zombie Grove. Like, Cure had that aura around him as well, where he was the best TVP player in the world. Not this patch, not the previous one with the weird little cyclone, but the one before that we played on for a very long time. Cure, absolutely fantastic TVP. Of course, his TVT has always been up there as well, but his TVZ, like, for a while, and some of the pro gamers tell me, like, no, he literally cannot beat a single Zerg. I was like, it's not that bad, guys. And then every game I lose, they're like, no, he's like, I promise you, he's going to fumble this, he's going to lose. I was like, nah, Cure won't lose this, and he actually did end up losing. So I really hope he's going back to the drawing board, and he's been working on a TVC, because you're gonna need it, man, because we all love Dark. He's such a wholesome character. He's been one of the absolute goats of StarCraft for the longest time. Yeah, Cure need to have made serious progress in his TVC if he wants to beat Dark here.
But didn't make top 10 in the greatest of all. Oh, it's weird. Anyway, I'm not going to go back to that. All right. I love the discourse. It's amazing. All right, we are going to a break. When we return, we have another qualifying match into those playoffs. So we'll see you in just a few.
Amphion is a StarCraft II map made by May on Fire. It's a fascinating map where the natural expansion has a backdoor with reduced minerals that leads to a safe pocket expansion for both players on the left side of the map. Taking the pocket expansion may be tempting, but it also opens up a direct attack path to the opponent's side of the map, as you are always expanding in the direction of the opponent. Besides that, Amphion has a significantly faster air-to-air rush distance than by ground. It features 2 hybrid bases with golden mineral fields, a forward base that is usually taken as a 4th or a 5th that has a single row of mineral fields that can be mined out very easily. Amphion is a good map for Terran against both Zerg as well as Protoss, and favors Protoss versus Zerg at the tournament level slightly. Crimson Court is a StarCraft II map made by a mapmaker called Monitor. In the early days of StarCraft II, a lot of maps featured island bases, expansions that were only... I haven't seen maps with islands in many years, but Crimson Court features something that the mapmaker calls semi-islands, expansions where the sites are blocked off by destructible rocks and mineral walls. Players can choose to mine out the minerals or break the rocks to expand to relatively safe bases. Besides that, the map features a forward expansion with a rich Vespian geyser close to the center of the map that seems to be a base that Zerg players in particular like to take early. In tournament games played on this map so far, Crimson Court favors Terran versus both Protoss and Zerg, as well as Protoss in the Protoss versus Zerg matchup. Dynasty is a StarCraft II map made by the mapmaker Agaton. This map features a fascinating gold base layout, an expansion that is easily acquired at the start of a game. While you can take the in-base gold expansion early, it is not an easy base to defend. Your opponent is capable of, for example, harassing your workers across the mineral line, and you may be better off saving the expansion until later in the game as, for example, a 4th base, as on the other side of the golden mineral line is a rich Vespian geyser. In general, this map has a lot of choke points, and because of that, it is frequently vetoed by Zerg players. In tournament games played on Dynasty so far, the map greatly favors Terran versus Zerg. However, in the other matchups, in Terran versus Protoss and in Zerg versus Protoss, the games are much closer to a 50% win rate for both sides. Ghost River is a StarCraft II map made by Maru. It is a map with a very quick rush distance of only 31 seconds by ground, so it creates many opportunity for early game cheeses. Now the rush distance by air is even quicker, so players have to adjust their strategies slightly if they want to play the map safely. The uppermost path between the players at the top of the map is blocked by both mineral fields as well as destructible rocks, and if either the mineral fields are mined out or the destructible rocks are destroyed, the rush distance becomes even quicker. Ghost River does not feature a lot of expansion variety like the other maps in the current map pool. Both the natural as well as the third base locations are pretty much set in stone, so trying to block the opponent's next expansion is a common strategy. This map played in StarCraft II tournaments so far has a win rate of roughly 50% in Zerg versus Terran, Protoss versus Terran, as well as Zerg versus Protoss. Post-Youth is a StarCraft II map made by a mapmaker called Depressed One. It's easily one of the strangest maps we have ever seen in the history of the game, as at first glance it almost looks like a 2 versus 2 map, as the first expansion that the players usually take is right next to the base they start the game off with. The main base also features 2 ramps that lead down to the rest of the map, however one of them is blocked by mineral fields. Now the expansions that are usually taken after the main bases are acquired are quite far away compared to other maps, so players have to be careful when taking a third base. Alternatively though, because those expansions are far away, a forward gold base is also a popular option, especially from Zerg players. This map at the tournament level favors Zerg versus Terran and slightly favors Protoss versus Zerg. In the Protoss versus Terran matchup, however, there seems to be a great advantage for the Terran.
Broke me down like I wasn't enough. We'd scream and fight till the end of the night. Did I deserve what you did to me?
ESL StarCraft II Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
All right, suffice to say, we are blitzing through this day. Is this even a StarCraft II day? What's going on? Normally, we're going for 13 hours, 14 hours.
Careful, James.
You want me to jinx it?
No, I'm not. No, not just that, but you know the reputation you've built up. Oh yeah, okay, with the parachute game. No, not even just that, but you know those long days.
Oh yeah, that one. That was a good one. Oh, I just want to be out of here. What are we talking about? All right, we've got ourselves our next match to be able to qualify through into the playoffs, and it will be Dark going up against Cure. Let's talk about it here. These two, again, you know, to steal the phrase, these two absolute titans of the StarCraft scene here. You would oftentimes see them in grand finals, see them in semi-finals, playing against each other sometimes, Wardy. But now we find them here in a playoff match.
Yeah, it's a really cool matchup because it's one of those ones where you look at it and on paper, I feel like out of nowhere, I'm like, Dark Cure, that's a good series. But Cure's recent record against Dark is terrible.
Oh.
Dark's won like 12 in a row. And isn't that like just, that doesn't make sense to me. Cure is good. He's good at TVZ. Yeah, okay, Dark might get the better of him now and again, but to lose 12 in a row, that is wild. He has Dark's stats, and he is apparently a bit more respected by the pros than the community, but it's still pretty close, isn't it?
The big daddy himself, Dark. And yeah, I mean, 91 on the side of the pros. I do think maybe the community kind of maybe thinks to themselves, okay, you know, you see those moments where we have a silly Katowice kind of game, but for the most part, that's a long time ago. You see Dark being able to play out all these tournaments and play them almost flawlessly.
I feel Dark has been so good for so freaking long.
Yes,
And he has not the most recent Katowice, but the Katowice before that was indeed a bit odd. And not even that he did bad, it was probably still quarterfinals.
Yeah.
It's just that the way that he got there, it didn't really feel like Dark. It was all a bit weird and gimmicky. But we're talking about a tournament that's over a year and a bit ago.
A long time.
Dark has been absolutely freaking amazing, I think, in the last 12 months. And he's also been doing it in his own way, even in days and eras where Dark was having a hard time beating Protoss. He would bring back some Roach Hydra timings where I'm like, what the hell, is this Nerd Show or something? Like, what year is this? And he'd make it work. Dark is amazing. Cure is amazing too, but the TVZ really is holding him back. And Wadi mentioned it. I was going to ask you about it as well, Wadi. It's not just that he lost 12 in a row. A lot of those were like 3-0s, 4-1s, like pretty one-sided results. You get to see quite a bit of these guys. You even host your own Korean tournament as well. Like, why can't Cure beat Dark?
It's a great question because like you see him in all the other TVZs, he's good. Like it's not like TVZ is a bad matchup for him. It's just there's something about Dark and how they clash together. I wonder if Dark's like in his head a little bit at this point or so. Because I wouldn't even say when you watch the games they're like particularly like, you know, oh yeah, Dark is just smashing him. Because I would say like each game in itself is somewhat regular. Like maybe Dark looks better, but it's not like he's just getting smashed game after game. But you'd expect some of those to go Cure's way, and they just haven't been. It's honestly a kind of a baffling question because it's tough.
And what's a bit fascinating as well is that a long time ago when Cure was one of the good Terrans before he became the Cure that we know, that was the TVP Animal 2 patches ago, GSL Kodas Champion. Cure was one of the very first to take down Rainer in some of these online tournaments, to take down Serral in one of these online tournaments when even Maru wasn't doing it very often. Cure was that guy. And then over time, he just became way better in the other two matchups. And now it's the TVZ that's trailing, which is so odd.
Yeah, of course, they've had a lot of fixtures against one another in these prolific Premier tournaments. But also, you know, they've been able to meet each other in prolific tournaments such as the Wadi TV Big Brain Bash Summer Festival of Korea. So, yeah, all the time they meet each other. So now we are ready to head on over to the stage and get things going between these two for the playoffs.
All right, this one, it's going to be a battle between the T's and the L's as we have one player from Team Liquid going up against another from Talon Esports. Both players finishing top 4 at Katowice, securing their way to the Esports World Cup. But now they face each other to see who can get one step closer to a bigger piece of the pie, that $100,000 pie here at Dallas this weekend. Now for another playoff spot from Group B in the winner stage, I present to you Cure versus Dark.
Two Korean Titans shaking hands, getting ready to do battle against each other. One of them with an impressively better record against the other. How are things going to pan out here in this next match, Zombie Road? Yeah,
Dark has been on a tear against Cure, not just winning a series, but winning them really, really well. 4-0, 3-0, 2-0, there's another 3-0 in there. Cure just does not seem to have a handle on TVZ right now. I do feel like he had that before, maybe 2 years ago. He was able to improve, and then I think he was actually probably one of the world's best TVZ when he faced one of the world's even better ZVT at that Gamers 8 Finals. Like that, I think, otherwise Cure is supposed to be the name of the game. It's supposed to be the storyline. Rainer was just unbelievable. So, since that point, he has kind of dropped off, actually. You can actually check the little rating here on Aligulac and see it, and it's not great. But hopefully Cure can figure something out. I mean, one thing you can certainly say is that he knows how Dark plays, you know.
That is very true. They've played a lot. They have certainly played a lot. And I have to also say, Cure, despite having a little bit of a drop-off in terms of his performance, he is still a player that has been getting a lot of top 4, top 8 finishes at a lot of these big premier events in the last couple of years, or even in the last year or so. He still is getting some good performances. And I would actually say, almost on a similar level as Dark, the difference is just this particular matchup seems especially bad for Cure right now.
Yeah, it does. It really does. Most recent example was his TVZs versus Rogue in GSL. A lot of A-Raxes, surprisingly, and I'm sure Dark picked up on that, so I'm not sure how much Cure is going to be able to do it here. Not that it's a build that entirely depends on being a surprise or like a, you know, shock and awe campaign or whatever, but it's better if it is. So maybe he tries it once on one of the maps that has a shorter or rush distance or maybe more abusive positions, but other than that, you know, I don't think there's anything you can really tell someone in a very mechanical-based matchup that is TVZ that just makes them instantly better. You know, like you either are or are not better than Dark right here, right now here.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Sometimes PvZ, there's some strategic adjustments you can make, and suddenly things just start flowing a little bit smoother. Really hard to have that happen in TvZ. I totally agree. We are going to be heading into that first game of the Terran versus Zerg. As we start up here on the top left-hand side of the map from Talon Esports, he is Dark.
And at the bottom right for Team Liquid in the blue, he is Cure.
I know that this is the winners side of it's the winners stage. It's the upper bracket, so these players still have a lot of chances even if they lose this. But I just want to note, the loser of this is going to go on to face either Rainer or Hero. It's not a fun place to be. This is a really, really stacked lineup, I feel.
I think he's going to face Rainer.
Rainer? Yeah, I think so too, but I didn't want to say it for sure.
Because then Spirit would go versus Hero.
Yeah.
We understand brackets. We've been doing this for a long time.
Every time I try to make a prediction on how a bracket's going to go, and admin comes and has a nice little talking to me afterwards.
There's literally no other way.
I know.
Spirit win. Okay, anyways. So, yeah, but you're right. Whether it was Hero or Rainer, either way, neither one of these players would really want to be going into that match. I think that Rainer has a very good chance of winning versus Cure, as that is maybe the matchup, and then ZVZ in general is, Dark goes down. It's tough. Interesting, we see a lot of scouting for a 2-Rax. I guess going into this game, he doesn't want Cure to get that quick start because that is one of the builds that Cure did show versus Rogue. He had a lackluster first game, then boop, 2-Rax, back in it. And the third game went his way kind of because of that. We also have a very greedy opening from Dark as well, so he really needed to make sure that he wasn't being cheesed. He is going 3-hatch, no gas. So that drone, it definitely lost some mining time, no doubt about it, doing what it did, but it was going to go to the third base anyway. And it's something that Cure is going to scout, but, you can't change it into a 2-Rax now, can you?
No, he certainly cannot. And the Reaper's going to make its way forward. It's going to head straight over the natural. Remember that there is not exactly the Queens out just yet, and it's just going to be slow lings for a little bit. So we'll see what damage the Reaper can actually get done. It does do its little poking and prodding and stuff. But Reactor coming down on the factory back at home. It does look like it's going to be a pretty normal looking setup so far for Cure as well.
Yeah, 3cc, no second gas. So he is setting up as macro. Oh, I like it. I like it. A little bit of counter greed, putting that on location. Very dangerous to do if the Zerg is getting speed, which let's just say 90% of the games they do in this matchup. So he sees the fast third hatch. He picks up on what's going down. He says third CC on location. That's a little bit more of an edge for me, even though I was already going for a greedy build. Any Terran can tell you how much nicer it feels to have it on location.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially when you're able to just immediately morph it into an orbital command. You just get that mule a little bit faster. You get everything going a little bit faster. It feels so nice. But for now, I mean, Cure's just going to be able to sit back and relax because with no Zergling speed out on the map, there's just really not any chance that Dark's going to have anything out on the map besides Overlords.
Right, yeah, you can even just, not even bother with Hellions, I suppose, defensively, but obviously now you're like, well, can I do them offensively?
Yeah.
I don't have any speed, right? Usually, you see a little bit of a wall to help out on that problem because the lack of something speedy to chase these things down could absolutely be a problem. What Cure might be more concerned of, though, especially if he doesn't get damage done, which, yeah, that means we're on the way. He might be more concerned about how streamlined this build is into a Roach game, and that's exactly what Dark is going into. He's going into Roaches. So that is happening later, a potential 1-1 Roach push, but then with both players doing kind of greedy build, 3cc, versus that 3-hatch, we could have that be the defining moment, and every little bit that they do better leading up to that point matters a lot. We could actually have Dark also try and go for a little bit of a poke, but then when the Banshee's on the way, it would be not useful. So 4 Roaches for a helpful defense, totally fine, right? But if he tries to make 10 and go, Cure's just going to be like, okay, I got a Banshee, what are you doing?
Yeah, just gradually lose all of your Roaches and slowly fall further behind. Not exactly going to be ideal, so I imagine those Roaches will just be chilling a little bit more at home for now because...
Yeah, I think they're going to try and, they're going to show that they could be aggressive, but they really shouldn't be.
Well, he's doing a little bit of a move out over on the other side of the map, trying to circumvent those Hellions as well so it doesn't get scouted.
Oh, no. This actually ends up really well then because the Banshees are not going to be able to return home, so the whole, I got a Banshee, no problem. Yeah. That's no longer true, actually, if the Banshee is elsewhere. Where is the darn thing?
There is another Banshee on the finds the Roaches on their journey across the map. close to worst case scenario. He's going to end up losing at least one roach, maybe 2 roaches over here, and it's going to be very, very annoying for Dark.
Yeah, and I would say this is less like the streamlined, scary thing that I was talking about. Not that it was a huge investment, but you could see that Dark easily could have been up way more drones, way faster, so maybe huge isn't the right word, but I mean, it's an investment. Oh, and this is actually going to be really bad. Nothing to protect the drones. Barbecue, man. We're in Texas. Let's get some.
Definitely getting quite a bit of damage done over here. 10 workers already falling. The Hellions are going to be trapped, and they are picked off there. A very satisfying little drone barbecue there. And I mean, that plus all of the roaches that were made with no real value?
Yeah, I'm actually wondering if he saw the Viking and thought that it might not be Banshees because of it. The Viking into Banshee is a very old school build. It does... you obviously get the Viking, clear out the overloads, you get the Banshees for protection and some harassment, but most of the time nowadays it's directly into 2 Banshees. It used to be the standard build, Viking into 2 Banshees, but so you know, maybe Dark thought he could get away with it. He didn't. Now it's maybe a little awkward, but Dark, he's actually very good in awkward games. So
most certainly is.
Yeah, he's not going to go for the 1-1 roach, obviously. He's got infestation pits, but this is actually kind of feeling more like a Dark who acknowledges that this isn't the best game. And so when he does that, he tries to make a comeback happen. Not saying it's a true comeback, but it's actually kind of testy. Kier got away with so much greed. Fungals, right? Swarm host, or not swarm host, Roach Ravager Infester is the way back.
Yeah, I have to fully agree with you that I feel like it is the most Dark thing in the world to fall behind in the game, even slightly or a lot, and then just suddenly masterfully just come back in the game and win it outright. It's the strangest thing to watch, but it is really just something magical about Dark. He's just able to make magic happen in some of these games, but so far it does seem like Kier's the one that's making a lot more magic happen. He's finding drones left and right with these cloaked Banshees. He's keeping them alive, if not super duper healthy, and I mean, you can even see in the resources lost that Kier's just doing a really, really nice job with his units so far.
He absolutely is, and he's undercutting any attempted slight pressure from Dark while being basically maximum greedy himself. He even could have got a 4th on location. Obviously, that's very greedy, but he could have. He sends it over right now, so while Dark looks like he's in an okay position, we're like, you know, 77 drones, the Hive is on the way, like, you know, is this really a concern? It really is. Creep spread's not that impressive. A lot of the other upgrades are still waiting on. That was a pretty good fungal though, and this is what Dark does. Get to those spellcasters that don't need upgrades, for instance, which Kier is very far ahead on, especially if he actually has the armory already done.
Roaches don't quite kill units or those Marines as fast as, say, Banelings and those Lings when they are able to get the jump on, but still manage to eventually get a clean up on a handful of those Marines. So the pressure on the right-hand side is going to be a lot lower. The Banshees are starting to get a little bit lower on hit points as well. And Dark seems like he's mostly stabilizing here as he gets up an Ultra Cavern. He's getting up his Vipers with his Hive Tech. And finally also finishing up 1-1, which is always funny to see Hive Tech and Ultra's Cavern finishing up or coming up before 1-1 finishes.
I'm pretty sure Dark is the one I've seen most do this.
Yeah.
You're like, Chitinous Plating finishes as +1 melee. It happens. Not as extreme this time around, but again, the upgrades are in a deficit by about 30 seconds, so this particular push isn't going to take advantage of that, but I still would say it's a very scary push. It's pretty streamlined here from Kier. I thought Dark was going to be more streamlined. Kier actually ended up being pretty much maximum here. He got everything he wanted. Drone damage with the Hellions, Banshees to stop any roach harassment, third CC on location, and 4th unharassed. So he can focus purely on this tank push, and there's very little volatility without Banelings. Where are they? Did we actually make them?
Baneling speed was finished up, but there's no Banelings down the map. There's just 86 Zerglings and still no Banelings being made. Infester is going to be able to throw out some fungal growth, going to be able to soften up those Marines, but that hatchery is getting so low on hit points. Here we go. Blinding Cloud's coming down on top of the stage tanks. Lings swarming on forward. The Marines are going to continue to trade on out though, and yes, the tanks are gone. How happy was Kier with those trades though?
Well, his tank count seems a little low. Expect actually a couple of more. He's currently at 2, and I guess he's bringing those forward. I don't think it's the worst, because he gets to stay in his position. A Zerg player actually pushing the Terran all the way back to their home feels so much more at ease, right? There's a lot more time to get that creep spread back. We still got a very abusive position on the high ground with very little creep spread. He's just going to go ahead and try and roll on through here, but he is off of creep, obviously. No more Banelings, but just enough came together to get Kier to skedaddle. It might still be temporary, but I don't see another army coming in the same fashion. Perhaps Dark can actually get over this this like kind of literal hump, the hill that you have to go up. You get some creeps put up there, you feel a little better about it.
No, absolutely. Especially with his hatchery so low on hit points, though. He really wants a little bit more leeway in terms of where he has to defend. But dropping the main base is going to be kind of annoying. Going to find a couple of drones, just force a reaction out over here from Dark, even if the medevac ends up dying. I think the Viper was looking at the parasite bomb, was like, nah, you're killing yourself anyways.
Yeah, exactly. It almost looked like Kira was like, yeah, it will die. It's fine. It's going to become a real late game then. You know, I feel like Dark had a little bit bumpier of a road, but it, you know, obviously we had no real pointed aggression, real timing, I suppose, to really take advantage. And we're just getting that late game. So Dark is accruing a bank. He's going to have multiple options of tech. He's finally getting more creep spread down the middle. I love that the Banshee is still alive and being annoying over here. That's a really thorn in the side. A big attack being set up from Dark. Wow. He is actually going to pull the trigger on this.
Yeah, he's going to try and go for a mock surround over here. It is a little bit weirdly timed as the Lings all swarming on the right-hand side, the Bailey swarming on the left-hand side, the Ultras kind of swarming in one by one, and I feel like Dark is just throwing away his army.
Yeah, he is. That's exactly what's happening. Look at the supply during that entire match. Okay, so the problem was, Dark wasn't necessarily wrong to think that could go well, but the problem was that the Lings got slaughtered in a line. There was an instant drop of 30 supply before the rest of the army was there. And as good as Ultras are versus a mostly Marine army, which is I think why he thought it would go well, not if they can micro and focus fire, and you know, Ultras alone are just bad. So they were mostly alone at that point. So that was not a great trade.
Less than ideal.
Thanks, man. Fifth base up for Cure. He's working on 3-3. This is a powerful place for him to be. I did underestimate how vulnerable that could have been. He had a lot of Marines. He did not add on Marauders or Ghost yet, but Dark didn't really have the best setup.
Yeah, it felt like he was trying to catch Cure as Cure was retreating, but he just got so over-aggressive about it and saying, okay, no, I'm going to find the wraparound over here, but half of my units are engaging at a time, and just ended up not working out very, very well there. So Dark, he's going to have a little bit of time here to remax, so even though that was a really bad loss, and I feel like Cure should feel like he's in a pretty comfortable position right now, Dark is, again, getting the time to remax, and I do feel like when a player who's behind gets a chance to at least even up supply, certainly some possibilities open up.
It is a great equalizer, even though we know Zerg needs the extra resources to win. But it opens up the possibility when obviously a 40 army supply deficit is just, it's a numbers game. But Kira, as you said, should feel confident, because basically that's the difference of feeling like you're constantly on the ropes, unable to expand, and the Zerg has all the map, to the opposite, which is that Kira is the one that's pushing. Kira is the one that has the map, and Dark is the one that's feeling a lot of pressure as Kira's 3-3 finishes, and he adds Ghosts, and perhaps even maybe some Liberators. See a lot of Starports being added on. Big ol' run by could reset the momentum. Kira seems on top of it, however. He's got double center tower. Doesn't let them into the natural. Has to sacrifice the third base for an extended period of time. Okay, well, they didn't let them into the natural, but they just busted on through. That is a large chunk of the Zerg army, however. Keep that in mind as Kira eyes a potential base trade.
Yeah, and you know, I have to say, Dark has already been able to find, what, effectively 2 bases, going for the third into the main base, which may shut down some of the production. So he's going to be absolutely losing a lot of units over here, but he just wants to trade out the best that he can, slow down this army. Is this going to be the correct call here for Dark?
This is really difficult. I would say typically base trades do not favor the Terran in this situation because they have to be speedy, they have to be fast, and they have to move on to creep. So Banelings play a huge part here. But the Baneling number has always been very low. I believe 10 only finished recently. That's not going to affect the game too much. 6 Ultras about to pop, but where are they popping from? 1 Ultra at a time into the meat grinder of the Terran army would cost Dark way too much, because then he would be only left with the army in that corner we see there in the picture-in-picture, and that wouldn't be good enough against a standing Terran.
Such a weird situation now as the main base is getting evacuated here. Dark is actually up in supply, and a lot of it is in army supply, but he's lost his spawning pool, he's lost his Ultra Cavern, he's lost his Infestation Bay, he's lost his Hive, he's lost nearly everything. There's only a couple of bases on the north side.
Oh, he burrowed the Banelings. I didn't even see him get burrow. Oh, I totally missed that. And of course, even though it's on creep, that's usually more obvious. There's no scans being put down, but they don't get the burrowed Banelings. They just pop on up here. Bit of a concave achieved, and an exit from the medevacs as well means that Kira will like a Clem and a Spore Crawler in the middle of nowhere. What? Oh, they almost got 2 medevacs, but they got 1 full one.
And, you know, if you look at the supply right now, yes, Kira still does have an army supply,
but so much of it is just medevacs at this point.
You're
I
right.
feel like Dark actually has not just a small supply lead, he has a massive supply lead in Army.
Yeah, you're right. And Dark was also he was careful about making sure the ultras didn't go one at a time. So he actually has the Army consolidate together. The same thing could not happen for Cure, because he didn't have any production. It's been entirely camped. Tries to go over to Planetary to, safeguard the production. That gets destroyed. One more Planetary might be a little too hard. Oh, two. I'm sorry. That was so quick. Yeah, that's going to be a hard break. So the game is going to reset to a degree. And I think it actually is winnable for both players. No, Dark. No.
That's a bold maneuver, Cotton.
Yeah, exactly. Any other situation, though, without that SimCity and double Planetary, I could see it, but...
I mean, Ultras can break through buildings quite quickly in Planetary Fortresses. Just when it's that well defended, it's hard.
Not with the Army waiting, and obviously Cure's anticipating the attack. Like, it's not going to happen. Ooh, could we have a Gumiho special? Could Vikings just kill all the Overlords?
I mean, truly, there really are just queens, and all of the tech was reset. So.
I would love to see it. For those of you who don't know, like 10 years ago, Gumiho won a game by killing like 20 Overlords because there's just no anti-air. He like demolished the Spire. It was a great game. This is very familiar to a game that was played in GSL, I believe, right? It wasn't on Oceanborn, but I remember it getting really down to the wire. Both players somewhat familiar with this, but I do give the scrappier games to Dark a lot of the time. He often finds himself here. He actually says he didn't really like late game, but he just seems to find himself in it all the time.
Queen's getting a chance to fire at the Vikings. Might be able to snipe off one of them. It's just going to get softened up. Is there command center in the main base of Cure? Is there still just the... Okay, cool. There's still got a little bit of mining there, too.
Amazing, amazing. Cure was able to rebuild any technology that he needed, so basically the Ghost Academy, right? So he's got 5 Ghosts on the way. His economy isn't great. It's 22 SCVs and Mules, but he invested so much early on that is really paying dividends right now. If the beginning of this game wasn't so fast, it didn't skip multiple tempo beats of TVZ, Cure is probably good at this point. But he has the extra bases, he has the safety to go back to, and the production to get reset.
And how, honestly, do Ultralists break through this?
They don't.
That SimCity feels impossible to break through for an Ultralist.
Yeah, no, absolutely, 100%. Ultras will not do the trick against SimCity with a Terran paying attention, basically, getting the Ghost Snipes, running away from the Banelings. If Cure moves out in the map, that is a very different story. We could have Fungals, we could have burrowed Banelings, we could have Surrounds, and that would still be devastating to him. But he did snipe that 3-3. Sorry, I did not hype that up enough, but he did kill 3-3, so Cure has an established upgrade lead for a long time.
Yep, established upgrade lead, also has that Ghost production still kicking. This single lane already finding a handful of those workers. The Marauders are going to be able to save the rest of them. I have to say, though, Dark, he has the potential to also get some pretty ridiculous creep spread going right now. I know that his queens have been a little bit busy chasing around the Vikings and everything, but I think that will actually help him also keep an eye out on what is the base count that Cure is expanding to, when is his production continuing to surge out and further forward.
Yeah, it didn't extend in the middle or to the left, but it's because he focused so much on the right. So that actually is a lot of creep spread over to the right that he had to quickly get down, and he has a lot of creep timbers to use there. Hive back on the way, Infestor is the way to go. Spellcaster is great in a low econ situation. We are still at a point where Dark has more potential. I think finds the surround is basically what I'm most worried of, and Cure knows that too. He's got to be very careful with the Army, but he can't just sit back entirely. So there's that. But if Cure does get maxed out again, then the ragtag economy from the Zerg is going to be a big problem.
Yeah, still funny that base that was still long.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Oh, nice hot pickup there, as there's really still not a lot of anti-air, but he's going to go for the drop in to the extractors.
There's nothing here yet, but the infestors are out here, Dragon. Like, to do this, to be the guy that's running around with medevacs and they have burrow is an insane gamble.
That is actually so true right now. More infestors also on their way, going to be popping soon. Scans are at least coming forward, so he is seeing whether or not there are, in fact, like, infestors just on the horizon there, but it is so dangerous.
It is, yeah. And you also got to be, you still got to be careful about how you manage your scans and your mules. You know, you're not on a super great economy either. But at this point, it should be getting closer to Cure actually winning the economy war. He's getting up to the 3 bases with the minerals to mine. Well, all right, Ling. Minerals to mine from and mules to drop. Dark, you can see with the arrows, is still winning the economy war actually quite dramatically. That's a 1,500 resource difference when it's 3 arrows. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it might change. It might change very quickly if Cure can actually get this third up and running and kind of retake his main, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's true, but he does still have, I mean, Dark still has a lot of those newer bases on the right-hand side, although this hatchery looks like it's going to have a hard time getting on up, so it is likely going to get canceled over there. Is Dark actually going to commit to this? I mean, he doesn't really need to at this point. The Medivacs are just going to pick up and evacuate on out.
And he's still on a one army Zerg economy. If he chooses incorrectly like he did in the first Ultra battle, he probably dies. So, yeah, don't do it if they're prepared, if they're ready to pull back, if the Liberators are already sieged. Dark is restarting all these upgrades. I actually am interested in the Neural Parasites, maybe thinking about the good old Ghost EMP. He actually does that very well, so I think that's primarily what he's thinking of. It also might help to take out the Liberators, in case the Abducts can't do it, I guess. Yeah, it's good stuff. You're actually reinvesting into a decent amount of Starport production, too. He didn't get there before the base trade happened, but it seems to be his late game plan.
Yeah, Fusion Core finally being added on as well to get up that Liberator range upgrade, which may have been hit by a little bit of a nerf, but still pretty effective.
Oh, we finally have that, by the way. The blue arrow going down here. Kira's starting to win out in the economy. It's just really worth noting because as Kira gets a maxed out army again, we are once again in a position where the Terran army is scary. It is 3-3, unless it gets fumbled.
As a lot of fumbles and a lot of those high health or high energy Medivacs going to be taken out as well that have been around for quite a bit of this game.
Yeah, he was getting maxed out, and then it happens. But he can still max out because he actually has a decent economy. But then does Dark have the same capability in a really ragtag game as the left side bases are not as covered by creep? There's a lot of open drop spaces that the Fungals cannot cover. You know, it's kind of resetting, but obviously that minimap is weird.
It really is, and I have to say that there's just more bases for Cure to take that are going to be a little bit more secure. Even the base that Dark is trying to reestablish on that left-hand center side, the one that he's basically tried to be mining from for, I want to say now, like 15 minutes or something, way back when, even that is still very fresh, and I feel like that actually may end up being Cure's base to take if Dark cannot actually mine effectively. That was a lot of banelings for that.
That is a lot of banelings, but Dark, I think, now feeling comfortable with the bank, about 3,000, 1,000 before he entered in there, and clearly Cure's army was not around. That is a huge difference. If Cure's army is closer by, like the Planetary's dying as it arrives, that might have been a mistake. But he gets all that damage done, not for free, because Banelings are suicidal, but he does get a lot of damage without as extreme repercussions.
Yeah, I mean, he's trading out quite effectively. He tried to go for another little run by to that location, but it looks like he does get pushed back. Now this might be a little bit more costly as Ultras are getting sniped, but a handful of them do manage to still escape on out of there alive, and Dark's still up a little bit in supply, even adding on some Corruptors. Has he burrowed Infestor, looking for an opportunity for a big fungal?
Yeah, and even though Cure lost a very safe area, that was bases, that was Sim City, that was the safety on the left side, then he could expand to the right, he does still have things to work with, right? He's got a great army, Liberators as well. He still has extra command centers. Maybe not, actually. EMP does hit some of the ghosts, but I guess Terran's own nerf working against the Neural Parasite.
My cloak actually requires too much energy, and the EMP did not actually do enough.
Oh, there we go again. Round number 2.
Gets 2.
Yeah, The Infestor's still not dead, but I think it will very, very soon. It's still not dead. It's still carrying that ghost, but more importantly, the big old battle is coming in. Cure only slightly off of creep, up against all these spells cast on his army, just did not actually stand a chance. The only good thing was that he's slightly off of creep. Otherwise, that was a disaster.
And Dark claims the game after a very precarious kind of mid-game stage where the base trade was forced out over there for Dark. We were wondering, is this the right decision? Well, in the end, you can't argue with the results.
No. And as I said, I feel like the base trade does favor the Zerg. I know there's a lot of like ifs and buts and what about that, but it really does put them in a bad position. And Dark knows it too. He didn't get the time, I guess, to produce Banelings or burrow Banelings prior to the base trade, which would have been ideal, but he knew that he had to get on top of that production. And then I actually really do like how he approached the finale there. Not the final battle, but I think a lot of other Zergs would have just said that's a no-go zone on the double planetary.
Yeah.
And he chose to attack when Cure, as I said, could not actually punish him for it. So that was, I think, a Dark thing. A lot of other Zergs would have just been like, nah, I'll try some other way.
And it forced Cure into doing something. It forced Cure out of the map, which allowed Dark to take that final actual engagement there.
these kind of run-bys and everything, this whole base trade initiation was a very bold maneuver there from Dark, but it absolutely ended up paying off. And then remember, that was all after Dark had fallen so far behind. He took that horrendous fight where he had actually ended the fight, I think, 40-50 supply or something behind.
Yeah, it was bad. And he'd done it again in the later stages when the economies were more questionable. He could have thrown the game away. He did play more apprehensively. He played safer while he was waiting for the real stable point of his economy, of his base count, and of his army count. So, like I said, you do see an opening. The Banelings could just roll on through, no repercussions. Okay, a lot of Zergs would take that, but just to even go after that, I think a lot of other Zergs would have just waited for them to expand here and done this. But after not crippling their economy, it could have been very different. I think you're right. Kira pushed out aggressively, thinking I needed to do something, and that's why it was so much of a wide open battle.
Really, really fascinating game there. I think that was I think you were saying there was something similar-ish in GSL, but it really is a pretty unique game. I feel like that we got a treat for game number 1. But that's just going to mean that a 1-0 lead goes in favor of Dark. And it's kind of funny because I really felt like the first 7-8 minutes of the game, I was just thinking, Kira's playing really well. Wow, this may be the best of 3 that he needs to turn around that 12-0 loss streak that he has or something against Dark. But Dark does it again.
He does. I was actually wondering if that was... So there was a match where Kira would almost always look like he was in the better position in the beginning. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of at Atlanta. Yep. Kira actually looked like he was doing really well, and then again, Dark just punched him in the face. So we move on to game number 2, on into a signee. In the top right for Talon Esports, he is Dark.
And in the bottom left, representing Team Liquid, our Blue Terran player, he is Cure.
The series I was thinking of in the round of 4 at ESL Masters Winter was actually getting clearer in the mind as I'm thinking of it. It was a best of 5, so it's different. But Kira started off with a lot of greed, I believe, and he was really performing quite well, and I would say inarguably in the lead. But then Dark did everything right from then on. He got the Hellion surrounded, he caught some Cyclones that are out on the map, and then he got like a really good run by, and he ended up winning, I believe, that game and then the overall series 3-1. So that makes it a very scary opponent for Cure, because even when you are getting something done correctly, it feels like it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, remember that last game even started with decent Hellion trades. It started with the Banshee finding a couple of roaches that were making their way across the map. I mean, Dark was actually trying things and just wasn't really working out. So you're absolutely right to call out that in the past, he's had even bigger leads and better starts, and it's been rough.
Yeah.
I feel like things almost look like they could have been going a little bit better, but man, Dark just has such ridiculous killer instinct and ways to turn the games around.
Yeah, and it's a very unpracticed game. No one gets into a game like that for practice, so there's certainly things Kira could have done better as he was the loser. We kind of have to focus on that. Obviously, Dark could have done a lot of things better too, but Kira, he did take a while to actually lift his production, but he had the safety of the planetary the entire time, and perhaps he didn't have to move in that way that he did, because he moved down his ramp for the final battle.
Yeah.
And that is very dangerous. Kira's just playing kind of dangerously in general with the Medivacs flying around, man. But Dark had done a great job of being able to get as many obnoxious things on the field as possible. Cracklings on the field, Ultras, Banelings playing the planetaries, Burrowed Banelings, Burrowed Infestors, Vipers getting abducts. He really had a lot of tools, and he used them very well.
Absolutely did. We can see a little bit of that first-person perspective and how fast these two players decide to move around, jumping around between bases as the Reaper harassment is just underway. But we do see on Cure's screen the factory slopping on over for that reactor, and we're going to be seeing a pretty standard-looking opening for both these players. But Dark did actually get a much earlier gas geyser this game, so he's going to have that Zergling speed available.
Right, yeah, he's not going to play the identical opener, but Cure is playing a similar one. He went 3CC once again into the 1-1-1. This way, I don't know if he's going to go Viking again. I mean, the timing doesn't work out for the first Banshee if you go Viking. You do clear out 1 or 2 Overlords. Maybe, actually. Some Zergs are, well, I guess you always get the first Scouting Overlord, but the second one, that's a big maybe. Anywho, and then you go into Banshees. It's does not have the same punch initially, and the rest of your build order is also a little askew as well, right? An extra amount of gas and minerals into the Viking. So, I mean, just trying to explain like why that was a little odd. And maybe it was some type of mind game, or whatever his plan thereafter just didn't work out very well. But now he's going straight into Banshees, a little more normal. Cloak is on the way, 3CC. How many Hellions and how aggressive are they? He got 10 drones last game, but for a decent amount of Hellions, keep that in mind.
Yeah. Absolutely did have to not only invest in those Hellions, but actually sacrificed all of them in order to get all those drone kills. I have to also say that Kira was able to do some really nice control with the Banshee harassment. We saw earlier also that he kept one of the Banshees alive and was continuously shutting down one of those hatcheries that was trying to be created in the midst of all of the chaos. So Kira did a really nice job with the Banshees. Even if it is not going to be like a Viking first, even if it is scouted, I feel like he still has the control to make use of them.
Yeah, he does seem to. And I do think Banshees are just generally smart versus a guy like Dark, who can play more roach heavy than a lot of other Zergs, although not this game. Malin is still on the way. But then also obviously can cheese and early attack you. So the Banshees, great defensive, can be good offensive on the harassment. We'll see what their potential is this time around. But Dark is the one that's really changing things up. Ling Baneling is going to be on the way. You know, kind of an awkward stutter with a couple of roaches and a lower drone count. Both of them, well, more so than last game even, going very streamlined, 3CC versus 4 hatch TBZ.
Yeah. I was going to actually ask you, because I feel like you were talking about this before, Dark can do really well in the chaos, and when everything is just seemingly nonsensical, he can really find his groove, and we saw that in that last game. In a more standard game, do you feel like Kira has just a better shot if this is just, even if Kira doesn't get that necessarily early game lead like he kind of got in the last game?
If it's a more normal game, is Dark going to be better? I think so still, actually. Because, like, Kira might not have to deal with a straight-up base trade, and he might have one of his more flawless build order executions. And, you know, Dark couldn't, actually. Like, if he lost 10 drones right now, I'd still say that Dark has a way of working with his army that is very odd for Terrans to track, Zig when you're supposed to zag type of situation. And in this case, the zag is a Spire. Great. Come back to the Mutas.
All right. Well, that Spire is going to be in a very difficult to spot location, as the Queens are very much so going to be zoning out these Banshees for that angle, especially now that Cloak has effectively just been expunged, as those Banshees don't really have a whole lot of energy available left. But this 4th base location seems like it's going to have a hard time getting up for a bit.
Yeah, that might have to be canceled.
I feel like you got it, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. It's a little bit of a delay on that. The Mutas will be a surprise, right? I mean, he's definitely not going to be able to get in there and see that there is a Spire, and then reading that there is a Spire potential based off of, like, Ling movement. That's not going to happen either. Can't get close enough to get all the information you want. The first few Mutas might do a decent job of damage and could snowball from there. But there's a reason we don't really see Mutas very much anymore, and I've seen some people attempt them, and it does surprise the Terran, but then if the Terran does get a stable environment, I guess, pretty quickly, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. I'll see if Dark can make it actually very oppressive like it used to be in the old days. Double medevac drop hitting prior to the Mutas out. This could do a lot of damage on that base, get another cancel. And we'll see what the timing is like as far as the Ling-Muta combination.
That hatchery's getting awfully low, and there's only Lings over here. Baneling's very far behind, so the Marines are able to pick up, head over to the main base. The Mutas are about to pop, so they may be able to start punishing this if the medevacs try to do another pickup and they try to retreat on out.
Yeah, you need to bring Lings with the Mutas, but then if you bring everything together, hopefully you're able to shut this down completely. It is a little weirder because they could maybe unload in the 5th base. That is great snipe on that Baneling, by the way. So this is going to continue for a little while longer. This is no longer the main focus, though. This is a distraction. On the left side, Cure has this actual army ready, or not actual army, but he has another army ready to go. Dark realizes that this could be a problem with the drones. The hatchery probably would have lived. He's just playing extra cautious against this. And now, well, obviously Kieran knows about the Mutas. He's actually getting some defense. We won't have the runaway game where 7 SCVs die and then the Terran dies.
Yeah, one Muta actually popped in over there as the Marines are able to catch one of them as they're chasing the Banshee around, or chasing around to the other side of the map. But seems like Kira's going to be able to maintain a lot of map control, force these Mutas to deal with them, although it looks like Dark is setting up for another little counter run by. Is he going to be able to get a lot done here?
Yeah, both Banshees still alive, even though the Mutas can try and Take them on. Unfortunately, no more cloak, yeah. All right, so the Mutas do take out the Banshees. What else is there for Kira's defense? We might have once again a base trade. That would be kind of silly. That'd be kind of crazy. Kira is 8-raxing by the guys. I focused a lot on the Spire because that was abnormal, but he is 8-raxing. He's bringing it out again, and 8-rax is really good against the Spire. I think Dark chose poorly as far as his composition for this particular game. The run-by did kill SCVs, but it does not dislodge the attack, nor does it get on top of that production.
Oh, the Hellbats added into the army there for Kira because he kept all those Hellions alive. Is also going to add in so much against such a Ling-heavy composition here. Hatcheries are getting target fire down. A second hatchery may end up falling over here. Like you said, SCVs may have been killed off there for Kira, but at the end of the day, keeps all of his bases alive, and Dark is the one losing all of his.
Right. Kira, you can see his army movement outside of his attack. He is absolutely wary of run-bys. He's like, you're not taking on my army, and you probably can't. Off of creep, with Mutas sucking up a lot of your resources that would have gone into like mass lane baneling, you probably can't dislodge me, so I need to be really careful, sure, but I can attack and I can defend, and that has so far been the case. Dark does manage to buy some more time, but losing 2 bases when you're a Ling player, now you have a Larva problem very, very potentially. We do see a little bit of that bank coming up here, and you just don't have the economy to consistently throw away banelings. Unless Kira literally walks all of his Marines in the banelings. Even though the supplies are very similar, guys, this is very difficult for Dark.
It's a very scary position. There is Burrow coming on out there for Dark, but finally, Kira's able to actually snap back with a little bit of counter aggression, and one single medevac is going to be so annoying for him to deal with, as that is going to be just a distraction for the main army that pops on in over to the third base. Dark is once again going to say the answer is a base trade. So many banelings here to support and break through the wall, to dive into the main base, to take out the third, take out the natural, to take out the main base. Can Kira get the damage done on his side of the map?
I think Kira's fine. He actually had a tank and Marines to cover the tank in the main base. A second tank was about to pop out, and Dark does not have very many defensive banelings, so that's pretty easy to clean up. Things are not as desperate as they were in the first game. Kira has his production. He still has orbitals, and he still feels confident about his army staying on that creep. It does do a pre-spread. It'll probably do well enough against the banelings, and then what else does Dark have beyond that? Mutas in a straight-up fight against 2-2 Marines? Nah.
Dark is literally not mining. He's stuck at 34 minerals. He's actually not mining right now. To give you an idea, he has 0 money coming in.
Yeah, pretty bad. It's funny seeing it being a similar supply, but it's really deceiving. Again, unless those Marines walk forward, which they do not, that is the game. Cure brings out the 8-racks that I said might not happen because it's what he insisted upon in GSL, and it was Rocky. He does it in a game where he probably felt like it was a powerful build on the map, or it was a great momentum reset. Whatever the reason was, it works out especially well when your Zerg opponent decides Spire.
Yeah.
Like, that is actually a really great time to be a Terran who's 8-raxing. So many resources into harassing units as the pressure ramps up, and the Mutas can only do so much to help on the defense. Maybe they grab a tank in this scenario. Maybe they don't. They just get pushed away by the Marines, right? And then they feel useless and they go for the run-by, which of course Cure is anticipating. He knows this is the only way that a Ling-Baneling Muta composition should really, I think, beat an 8-racks properly controlled, the rest of the game going normal. So Cure was on top of things. Dark did what I think he was kind of supposed to, I guess, with the composition, but actually a very awkward game for Dark.
Yeah, very, very difficult to make a whole lot happen with that for Dark, since he went for the gamble. And that's one of the things you have to accept, is that when you try to go for some of these wonkier, riskier plays, sometimes you do just run into a hard wall, and it's not even because your opponent calculated and figured out, oh, I think that you're going to do X and I'm going to hard counter you with Y. It's like sometimes they just pick the build, and you kind of took a risk, and that's sort of what comes with the risk.
Yeah, you know, Spire, I feel like it's attempted to be brought back every once in a while. And I do think it's, you know, good on certain maps and situations, no doubt about it, but it's just one of those lucky breaks for Cure, who gets to go up to a third game versus Dark and maybe finally get a win on his side of the Aligulak. In the top left, we do have the Red Zerg, Dark.
And down here at the bottom right-hand side of the map, the blue Terran player from Team Liquid, he is Cure.
I'm a firm believer that hard counters are very rare in StarCraft, but soft counters do exist. And I feel like that was the setup of the last game. This game should be much harder because the likelihood of Dark going for a Spire again, I think, is extremely limited. Not just because of that game, not just because of the meta, but even the map here in Game 3. And frankly, a lot of his wins versus Cure aren't on Mutas. He doesn't need them to win versus the guy.
Yeah, that is very, very true. We are going to get to see a game number 3, like you were saying. It's kind of funny. I was looking at their match history as well, and a fair number of their best of 3s do go to a 2-1. It is not exactly like Cure always gets absolutely buffed. I think you were even kind of hinting at this before, that a lot of the time Cure does look like he has maybe a positive start or something, but then it's things go wrong as the series goes further and further into it. So I think this is going to be a very important and telling game for Cure.
Yeah, if you really want to reference, again, Winter, their semifinal, one of the most extreme examples of this is great for Terran, everything else goes poorly. Oh, now it's really bad for Terran. Dark's just really good at this. Dark is, I always say that I don't know if he is the absolute best at any of like the stats, for instance, on the cards we have, which are awesome and all that. Maybe he's not the best on any of them, but he's obviously very highly ranked on them. But what he is best at is just being really good at everything. Kind of like a jack of all trades, but almost master of everything instead of the usual attitude.
To me, and I will say this as a big Dark fan, I feel like Dark is almost one of the last remnants of this old era of StarCraft player that you talk about, like with an MC or, like some of the old Brood War players, where it feels as though they just kind of pull magic out of a hat constantly. There's like some sheer force of will that exists. Yeah, it's this star power. And I feel like you used to see that with some of the players like an MC or something, but you don't see that really in a lot of the players. And I would even say players as great as like a Serral or something. Serral's really good, but it's not because it feels like he just has sheer force of will. It's just Serral is really good, so he wins anyways. But Dark, it feels like sometimes he wills his way into victory.
Yeah, he is a star. He's a baller. Cure can be as much of a baller. It's just that the Zerg matchup has been giving him some trouble lately. He's trying to get something that at least gives him a little bit to work with. Feels like he's a little in control, like the 8 racks. Okay, I guess that works. That works. And it definitely worked last game. Once again, 3CC into 1-1-1, by the way. Very comfortable with this opener. It's basically safe. I know, 3CC at one point used to not be, I guess, as safe, especially if you had to research Siege. But now it's like, it's pretty normal.
Way back when you used to research. Do you remember how many years ago you had to research Siege?
I think that stopped in 2011, actually.
Was it that long ago?
Because I remember having to research it on Belshir, but I don't know when that map exited the map pool. So I don't know.
Okay, this is such an old upgrade that I feel like I'm gonna have a hard time looking this up in the midst of this match.
Yeah, so you are.
I'm like trying to look it up on Wikipedia, and I'm like, this is gonna take too long. Actually.
Ooh, are we gonna have a little Hellbat Marauder attack? Now it's off 3CC, so it's not as fast or potent, but that's exactly what we seem to be setting up to. And there's the armory immediately scouted.
Okay, that's not the most ideal time to have this build scouted, but
right, especially because if that Overlord had died prior to seeing the second gas not taken, or sorry, prior to seeing the armory and it only saw the second gas not taken, it's like, oh, another 3CC. That's so
he finished
cool.
concussion cells, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Or did he?
Okay, see, that's why I was wondering, because the armory just got canceled. I was wondering, could he cancel it?
Well,
did we have concussive finished?
It's just, okay, so he did cancel it. It is 50-50 and it's pretty fast, so cheap, but if you are trying to do the best 3CC build order you can, then obviously you wouldn't just randomly get a Marauder, and Marauder's slow. So it has to say with the Marauder, you can help out if it's roaches, and hey, it is roaches, but does give up on the idea, and I think that's very fair. We actually lose less resources. Armory cancel no longer costs as much as it used to.
That's true.
Yeah, not as bad.
Secondary benefit to costing less.
Yeah.
And I want to note, Dark, even though he didn't see the armory cancel, he made like one roach and then he just made a swarm of another 5 or 6 drones. So it really does feel like Dark, without even having scouted this, already just has a sense.
I feel like when Dark sees you cheesing or all-inning him, he actually doesn't just like avert his gaze and try and do other things. He just like looks back at you. He's like, no, you blink. No, you do it. So he has no fear. And Cure, unable to instill the fear with the armory attack that he just don't want to do after it's scouted like that. Still has a 3CC setup. It was a little awkward, it was a little detour, has to get back on track, but it's not the worst. He once went for a Viking, by the way, but this had more to do with the rest of the build. Obviously, he didn't go into Banshees after this. So a Viking to clear out Overlords and then get even more damage done during the attack is kind of common. Now it can be used for, well, Overlord hunting, I suppose. Not that it's finding any. And Dark, as I mentioned, is going into Roaches, but he's adding on +1 melee and a really fast Infestation Pit. So clearly not going to be a big Roach attack, and it's going to be a transfer over into more Ravager, Baneling Ling than anything else. Very fast Hive. That is a 620 Hive.
Okay.
That's cool.
You know, this is something that I do love seeing out of Dark because I really feel like we kind of saw a little bit of a hint of it in game number 1, but Dark is just really good with those Infestors sometimes.
He is extraordinarily good. I actually thought that before the Infestor was changed, he was the one that was really leading the way and that other people would follow. It just, because it got changed, people like to play with the new stuff.
Yeah.
Then suddenly Infestor just, well, he infested it. But anyways, I think he's the OG best one. So Baneling Nest is on the way, but not finished, and there's just not a lot of army over here. This might be a free pick-off for Cure. I think it is. He can just focus it.
Roaches are going to start coming forward, but it looks like most like they're death, and it's buying some time for the hatchery, so we will eventually be able to save this. A Widowmine does not kill a Roach, so that's just going to turn into a Ravager.
Yeah, if he did focus it, he probably would have killed it, but he wanted to grab the Roaches, and especially if that was a solid conga line of Roaches, you just pick one after another. But might have lost a chance to kill it now, might be able to do it a little bit later. One thing I am concerned about for Cure is that this creep spread down the middle of the map is approaching his third, so that's a little sketch. Now, that's not usually the point of contest, so that's why it's usually let go a little more. More so, the fourth base creep spread is where it...
Oh, right on the money. Oh my god, both of the corrosive vials. Absolutely beautiful positioning there from Dark. Cure not paying attention to focus on that south side.
Yes, he was, which he does clear up a lot of that creep spread, and the point that I said would be very important. But yeah, losing the second medevac, almost both of them, not what you wanted in exchange. By the way, Dark did forget Carapace for a long time, so the upgrades are a little cockeyed here. Cure going to have that lead once more. Not uncommon in the matchup, but doesn't have to exist. If you went for a faster evolution chamber, is what it is. Dark has really fast technology, is what he has. So Hive done. Now just need to include some of those layer upgrades we would usually see already done. Oh, Widowmine's coming out for a Cure. So not with that tank-based play, but rather into Widowmine's Drilling Claws 2. And we do have a fourth base. So this is not going to be an 8-Rax all-in.
No. Cure's going to have to be really careful with all these Marines in the medevacs, though, because those Infestors are constantly just on the border of being able to start fungaling some of these Marines, preventing the pickups, getting the snipe off on one of the medevacs that's already very low on hit points. Hatchery is also still very low on hit points. Bailing's going to get sniped off very quickly. There is that fungal I was talking about.
Oh my god. Oh, Widowmines. Widowmines.
Widowmine's doing a little bit of trader move there.
I am a hater. Widowmine.
Widowmine hater zombie growth.
No, I actually like them, but that was not a cool move, man. Some might call it a meanie move. That's what we do here.
Party foul, as some
Party
say.
foul, yes, the PG version.
Yeah.
Fourth base is done. Cure is going to be able to rebuild the units that he just lost, but obviously this is going to deter him from trying to be as aggressive, you think anyways, but Cure just runs around with 7 medevacs that are going to be fungled easily last game. But seriously, this is really taking the wind out, I feel like, of any sales. Cure is trying to find something, and he's really not. Maybe a couple of creep tumors, but it's not like he's dying because of it. He might just be forced into playing a more defensive game, whereas perhaps if these drops were a little more active, they were constant, they were doing a little more, maybe he would have done a push up to that fourth base. Not anymore.
Yeah. Fungal's potentially going to come in from behind. Not going to happen, though. It looks like just the Widowmine's going to get picked off. And the medevacs may actually buy time where it almost looked like Dark was getting set up on 2 different fronts to hit a timing where Cure was finishing up 2-2. And I'm like, that would be the worst time to push in, but does seem like he's going to pull back to deal with the medevacs.
Yeah. Yeah, and actually Cure is moving out with a pretty large army off to this right side. That is the expansion, wants to go grab it. The Fungals will demolish the ground forces, medevacs will live, and I think it's actually a little more important that they do, as this was upcoming. Dark did not know about it, so he is forced to finally give up that hatchery. Cure, I think, choosing very wisely to dip in, kill it, and then dip out.
Yep. very nice mineral bank being built up here for Dark, though. And Widowmine finally does get a shot off and gets a handful of those lings, but Dark can definitely replace those hatcheries fairly easily for now, as he gets a 4K mineral bank and is continuing to build up a little bit more of that gas bank. But is Dark actually going to be the one that starts to get a bit more aggressive now?
Overlord drops, yo.
Oh, wow,
There's a couple of cheeky Overlord drops. I don't know if it's going to be Ultra. Okay, Massling drops into perhaps that natural. Oh, boy. If he also added a Nidus Worm, which you could absolutely afford, double whammy it, oh, geez, that is so dangerous. That's actually when a Terran can literally lose, because they also start to run back home, and then they don't have defenses on the front lines. That is really the scariest thing about the drop. The drop can do maximum damage in the main base, perhaps. That's not good. But if the Terran also panics, that's worse.
Absolutely. Things can fall apart so quickly. Parasitic Bomb started stacking there on 2 low health medevacs, but here comes that Overlord drop. I think Dark is probably going to try and set up something else at the front lines at the same time. It's going to at least reveal the army at the front lines as those Overlords are going to be popping on forward. Investor ready with a fungal, not actually revealed.
Kind of a pre-split a little bit, so not too bad. And the knowledge, you'd expect a scan. Oh, I think it retreated. It did not retreat. Ling drop into the natural. So again, if they panic, if they pull back everything, then okay, the 5th base might have to be lifted. It might be killed instead. Okay, he does lift it, but the 4th base might also be, or sorry, the 3rd might be in trouble too. Because Kira's pulling back his almost an entire army. Needs to really try and think this through. How much do I want to send to the main base? How much do I want to send to the natural? How much can I give up as far as damage just to make sure that I don't die on the front lines?
Yeah, and Dark is going to be able to push a lot of this army back. Ghost on the front line is going to get taken care of there. But Parasitic Bombs also take care of a lot of those manifests. I love there's not just burrow play. There's also the Overlord drops that just went to the corner that are still alive and can drop back in later. Looks like he goes back in immediately. Goes after the Ghost Academy. I think Cloak just finished researching, so that is at least going to be out of the map. But now Ghost Academy taken care of. That's quite annoying.
Yeah. At the very least, those Vikings pop out at a very opportune time. Clear that up about as fast as you would expect. 3-3 is going to finish alongside. We've been upgrading the armor for the medevacs and Widowmines, for instance. So we do have that very powerful Terran force. Dark, had he not forgotten Carapace, might have actually been very close in the upgrades. As it is, upgrade deficit. Kira could take some pretty good fights, especially if he's got some Sin City with him.
Yeah, Carapace upgrade is going to be a very, very big thing to be missing right now. And Dark is kind of taking a weird fight as a handful of his units are on the right-hand side, a handful of them are on the south side. Big fungal growth coming out on the right-hand side, but it does seem like Dark is going to get overwhelmed.
Yeah, it does. Well, he does remax pretty quickly. So he's like, did he lose that fight? He's maxed out. Yeah, because he has 8 ultras on the way. But that was another awkward engagement. It just was a later, more bank-filled time, and I think less awkward, actually, than the first game.
That's actually very true. I think the banker absolutely covered a lot of how bad that fight really could have been. But Fusion Core going down. Nidus Worm that you were talking about happening. Not quite paired up with the Overlord drops, but still at least paired up with some of the Ling harassment.
Yeah. The Vikings actually didn't clear out all the Overlords, by the way. They were pulled to the front lines to take out those Vipers, but I think is smart. They can deal with the Overlords later. Liberator's finally on the way as well. Kira's once back again to the macro stage he was in the first game, and maybe we'll see him actually get to complete it with Lib range. But Dark is ready to go once more.
Yeah, Queen's also being pulled to the front lines as well. They're not going to have creep to transfuse, but does it really matter? The Ultras are buying so much time and space for the rest of these units. You start charging on forward. Ultras actually in the mineral line as well. I think that Cure should be able to push this army back eventually, I want to say, when he gets it back into a choke point, but this is still getting pretty awkward.
Yeah, this is not a great enough engagement for Cure. You know, he didn't have anything pre-fight, EMPs, snipes, anything really. Dark just collapsed in on him alongside the Nidus Worm. Everything is going wrong here for Cure as he's now down 70 supply. Dark gave him a game, made him feel nice about himself. But at the end of the day, we'll clobber him 2-1 and advance on.
Dark does it again. 13-0 versus his opponent now. And he is going to claim a victory here. A very, very well-earned victory with some phenomenal play there. He is going to be moving on to the playoffs.
Now, we heard a huge crowd cheer, by the way.
Yeah, they love him.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Dark is easy to cheer for, but of course, if you're cheering for Cure, as I am, he does get another chance. He will face Raynor in another TVZ.
Oh, man. You know, Cure's TVZ, it really just didn't look too bad, so I still give him a good shot there, but certainly Dark had his number in that.
Yeah. I mean, I think Rainer looks at that as like, oh, I could do that easy peasy. Like, Cure's not a problem. But yeah, Cure does continue a bit of a trend of not having the best PVCs. We'll see if that will continue when he's up against Rainer. Dark, he's just so freaking good, man. Now he gets to wait comfy in the round of 8 for tomorrow.
All right, we're going to hear from the man himself, Dark, over on the stage with Chobra.
Thank you very much, of course. Once again, please, everyone, a big round of applause for Dark as he makes his way into the playoffs this weekend here at Dallas. First off, of course, we have to hear how it feels to be moving on here in Dallas this weekend. 먼저 승리 축하드리고요. 승리 소감 한번 듣고 싶습니다.
경기장에 너무 일찍 와서 너무 오랜 기간 대기를 해서 지금 너무 피곤한데 8강에 이렇게 집행하게 돼서 너무 기분이 좋네요.
Yeah, I actually got to the venue way too early today, so I am a little bit tired, but it does feel nice to be moving on to the round of 8. Of course, I mean, the casters were talking about, the desk was talking about it, absolutely has had Cure's number for quite some time now. I mean, what's the difference here in this matchup? 네, 그러면 저희 김도욱 선수 상대로 이제 뭐 10번 넘게 연승을 하고 계신데 뭐 특별히 김도욱 선수 상대로 할 때 이런 전략이 잘 먹힌다, 뭐 이런 부분이 있을까요?
그렇게나 이기고 있는지 몰랐고요. 뭐 사실 도욱이 형 같은 경우엔 너무 탄탄하다 보니까 경기 전에 좀 제가 심리전을 많이 걸었어요, 말로. 그래서 약간 입터는 빌드가 통하지 않았나라는 생각을 합니다.
I actually had no idea I was leading that much in the recent games in terms of winning streak, but quite frankly, I mean, Cure is such a strong player, so I tried to get in his mind a little bit before the match, just talking to him, you know, trying to plant some seeds of doubt, and perhaps that worked out in my favor. Of course, I mean, the results speak, definitely it did. And last but not least, of course, we have heard that you are a father now. Perhaps any message to your daughter back at home. 그럼 그리고 이제 최근에 등려하셨다고 소식을 들었는데 혹시 뭐 딸에게 영상 편지라든지 혹시 보내고 싶은 메시지가 있으신지 해서요.
그거는 이제 우승하고 보내도록 하겠습니다.
You know what? I'll send a message back to my daughter once I lift that championship this weekend here in Dallas. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, it's Dark from Talon Esports.
Oh, I had all the intro sorted and everything for this series. It was awesome, but that was so nice. well done to Dark here as he gets himself the 2-1 in a fantastic series, to say the least. A bit of a barn burner, a brawl in the hall, some might say. That was the intro I was going to do. But we've got ourselves here a win for Dark into the playoffs, Wardy.
Do you just have these stupid introductions written down?
No, I just make them up.
Just make them up? Yeah. That's genuinely impressive. What was the question, sorry, when we talking about Dark?
Yeah, it was really cool.
Yeah,
there you go.
Honestly, the way the series started, Dark was not in a good place, and he just did Dark things. And it wasn't just like it started bad, it started bad, then he took horrific fights in game number 1 as well, to just make sure he was in as bad a spot as he could be, and then break Cure down mentally by proceeding to win that game. There must be like a mental block or something for Cure, because he just shouldn't be losing some of these games to Dark. I just don't know what else to say about it. It's ridiculous at this point.
Cure had a good start on Oceanborn, got himself in a pretty comfortable lead. Then Dark took a very awkward fight up 2 ramps, and I think 50 supply died before a single unit actually got 1 attack off. Yeah, like now Dark is in serious trouble, and Pig is like, this is where he's gonna win. And we're like, well, is he? And Pig is like, oh no, trust me, there's gonna be a way. And poor Cure moves out. Dark rolls like 100 Banelings into his base, full on base trade. Really fun series though. In the second game, Cure did look very clean. This time he didn't make that mistake of sending too many units back. He's like, nope, I feel like I can actually stick around here. Did a very good job in spreading out all the tanks, all the Marines, because he knew that eventually Dark would be forced to fight that army. This time around, Cure had enough. I mean, Cure looked good, but that's kind of what you said, that he often looks good and he often looks competitive, and it's really sad for him that he's now lost 13 series in a row against Dark, who really just seems to have his number.
Yeah, now that means in the bracket, actually, that there's quite the fixture down towards the bottom. Let's take a look at who's advanced. Of course, Serral and Dark will make their move on into the playoffs. So that's into the round of 8. But down towards the bottom, Hero was able to defeat Spirit, but now it's Rainer versus Cure down there. That's a brutal matchup, buddy.
And that's the next one on stage, so that's going to be a lot of fun. We'll be talking about it. I'm just chuckling a little because I actually missed the end of Hero Spirit Game 2, but we were watching that series, and Hero was ridiculous, man. I think he took his natural on Oceanborn in the center of the map. That's normally your 5th base, and that was his natural. It's like, okay, sometimes you take the triangle, but now he took the center base, and then on side delta, he opened up with a pylon cybernetic score block, like it's PvP. It's just like the most hero series ever. That boy is just having a great time playing StarCraft. And he said in an interview a while ago, I think it was at Katowice, where he's like, I don't just try to play good, I try to play in a way that it makes my opponents really angry. Well, Spirit is fuming after that series.
I bet, yeah.
guarantee you that.
Oh, I guess I'm going to have to go back and watch that
It was
series.
fun, yeah.
That sounds ridiculous. All right, well, we can head down to the pit here as we have ready to go. Let's see what's going on.
Thank you very much, James. Down from the pit, I am Pig, and joining me is Kellerzur. Now, Kellerzur has been throwing his hand in the ring because, of course, for those who don't know, on Sunday, we've got the big StarCraft 1 vs StarCraft 2 Evo mod show matches. It's going to be there after the semis, before the finals, to let those players prepare a little bit. There's going to be a lot of prestige on the line. What do you think makes you a good representative to fight for Team Texas?
Well, I think I myself, like any other good Texan, enjoys a butterlicious, delicious barbecue, finger licking. So that's why I think I will be perfect for the team.
I think that's a pretty good argument right there already. I mean, to be fair, we've got an interesting set of players. And to have Team World against Team Texas, right, I think that kind of divvies it up, saying you could steal a bunch of really good players for your team as well. So, you know, you could be the Terran representative. Do you have a favorite Zerg or Protoss that you'd want on the team if you end up getting voted in?
Well, we definitely need to get some Texan classics. For example, Trigger, I heard he's a very good Texan, as he did beat Astrea in the Texas Trivia. For Zerg, probably, I don't know, I guess we could take Serral. He's a pretty good Texan as well. I heard a lot of good things from his hometown friends. So, yeah.
Portneinen, Texas, for those who don't know, is a very famous town here in Texas. They have their own little secret boot camp that he's been on recently. But yeah, I think that should be a lot of fun. Obviously, for those who don't know, you have represented Brazil in the past, but you've also grown up in the US as well, a little bit as well. So is this your first time in Texas? Have you been here before? What's your experience that gives you true Texan energy other than enjoying barbecue?
Well, this is my first time in Dallas, but I've been to Austin many times. And because I was born in Florida, which is basically budget Texas, so I feel like I myself am pretty Texan at heart.
I like it. All right, my man's already, finding his way into my heart. I think everyone out there needs to remember you can go and vote. There's a QR code that you can scan. If you check ESL SC2 as well on Twitter, you can go there, get involved in the voting, and pick who you guys want to be on Team Texas or Team World for those show matches. Thanks so much, everyone. Let's go back over to the desk to Claris and the guys.
Hey, I'm Trigger, and I'm from Canada, and we're gonna play Connect 4.
I'm Astrea, and I am from Texas.
Why did you do that?
Go, make your move. Make your move, noob.
This game is very similar to StarCraft, in the sense that there is strategy involved.
Would you say it's in real time?
No, I think our Tosis might say that, but I disagree.
That was low. I don't know, just play moves. Thinking is overrated.
That's true, just like you in StarCraft.
Okay, I thought we were keeping the trash talk mild, but...
It is pretty mild.
Okay, I mean, it's fair, it's fair. Damn.
You're one step away.
I don't know, I already have 3. What are you gonna do?
I'm not gonna do anything.
You also have 3. I think we're following a pattern here.
No, I don't think it. I think you should follow the pattern.
Yeah.
Why did you break the pattern or you don't? This is cool.
Maybe he won't notice.
You thought. Or not.
He actually didn't notice?
I didn't notice? Oh my god!
What are you doing?
Oh my god, I didn't notice. Damn, I guess that's why you're better than me at StarCraft.
That's it. That's how you beat Trigger at Connect 4.
I can't
What
go
a
pro in
game.
this game, this is too hard.
What a
I
game.
should stick to my lane.
Scrap that. Go ahead.
Okay, I will pay attention this time next.
Stack them up.
Why are you so good? Strategies are incredible. This is...
Okay, I mean, a very basic attack.
I can't believe you didn't fall for that one.
Are you here?
Whatever. Let's do something random.
Surely he won't notice again.
You might be right.
You noticed? It's okay, I'll go here.
Surely I won't notice again.
He noticed.
Oh, what
Go
is this
there.
attack?
It's relentless.
This is very scary. I should actually think.
Not very good at that though, are you?
No, I don't like thinking. Thinking is a lot of effort.
All my attacks have been parried. What to do?
I'm learning. I think I was born yesterday.
You might have been, you might have been.
Timer? Can I get a timer? Ref?
Okay, I'll go here.
Will you? Are you sure?
Am I missing anything?
I don't know, are you?
Kind of scared now.
Let's do it.
Let's occupy the left side of the board. That's so useless though.
This guy needs a timer. The viewers are just sleeping right now.
So?
Okay.
Okay, I'll go here. Victory
I
is
don't
more.
understand the purpose of that one. Maybe I'm too low IQ.
That's probably it.
Thanks. I don't care. You want to up the stakes?
Yeah, what do you want to bet?
I'll give you. I'll buy you a coffee.
If I win?
Yeah.
And what if you win?
You'll buy me a coffee.
Okay, deal.
I don't want coffee though.
I win.
You won?
Yeah.
Really? Am I
Yeah.
stupid?
Can you find the 4?
No. Oh, I'm so stupid. Now I owe you coffee. Oh my god, I'm terrible at this game.
Through the eyes of a killer, I'm born again. Believe in a sinner that will never mend. Love is always grimmer. Through the eyes of a killer, through the eyes of a killer, I'm born again. Sharp as a weapon, laying in your hand. The devil ain't done his deeds till you understand that death is a lesson and it's sharp as a weapon. Through the eyes of a killer, I'm born again. Ain't no God in the things I've done. Fire rain in the darkness is one. Thank God for the things I've done. Fire rain in the darkness is one. Through the eyes of a killer. Now fate is a blessing to the ones who roam from the Garden of Eden. What have we become? We've all been withered by the eyes of a killer. Through the eyes of a killer, we're born again. Ain't no God in the things I've done. Fire rain in the darkness is one. I see the world through the eyes of a killer. Through the eyes of a killer. Ain't no God in the things ain't no God in the things I've done. Fire in the darkness is fun. Ain't no God for the things I've done. Fire in the darkness is fun. The eyes of a killer.
Been digging your own grave up to your neck in shame and gravel. If you've been paving your own way, are you trying to be the one who holds the gavel? If you've been sleeping your own bed, trying to get up, but your wings ain't able. Throw away the key where your mind unstable. Have you been to the cliffs of death? Have you? Whoa. Have you tried the forbidden fruit? Pull the trigger but it wouldn't shoot. Have you wandered very far? Have you seen a guiding star? If you betray your closest kin, oh child, lift up your chin. Rise up, come awake, go sleep, but rise up, come out of the ground. Rise up, come up from the bottom. Rise up, oh rise up, come awake, go sleep, but rise up, come out of the ground. Rise up, come up from the bottom. Rise up, oh rise up, come awake, go sleep, but rise up, come out of the ground. Rise up, come up from the bottom. Rise up, oh rise up, come awake, go sleep, but rise up, come out of the ground. Rise up, come up from the bottom. Rise up, rise on high. You've been digging your own grave up to your neck in shame and gravel.
Alrighty, welcome back. In a bizarre turn of events, this is our final series of the day. It feels like a short day for StarCraft, but we have got ourselves Reina going up against Cure here in Winners Bracket B. Joining me, we have State as well as Fear Dragon to talk about this one. Historically, actually, Reina's been really good going up against Cure Fear Dragon.
He's got a 7-game winning streak, or 7-series winning streak. It's actually pretty insane how well Reina has been doing versus Cure.
Yeah. So we'll see if that continues, I suppose. Let's take a look at these two and see how they do match up against one another. Of course, State, on your side of things as well. Obviously, Reina has had a little bit of a tougher time against our Protoss brethren on the other side, but in this matchup against the Terrans, he's a mighty, fierce beast.
Yeah, Reina's EVT is still really, really good. And Cure is one of these guys that I look at, especially in the GSL, is if he doesn't get top 4, it's almost a surprise. He is that good. He's one of the best Terran players and has been for a really long time, but as of recently, I'm not sure exactly what it is. Maybe he's running into Maru a little bit too early in these tournaments, but it feels like he's slumping a little bit because Maru is his kryptonite, but I wouldn't be surprised if Cure brought this one at least to game 3 and potentially even took it against Raynor.
We'll see. Your thoughts, Fear Dragon, before we go in?
I mean, I feel like Zombie Garb and I were talking about this before. Cure just played versus Dark. There was definitely some things that Dark was able to do and find opportunities versus Cure. If Raynor, having clearly watched that last series, can I pick up on anything that he wants to try and take advantage of? I'm really interested to see what Raynor's game plan is coming to this series.
All right, well, there's the map views on your screen as well, and I do believe we are ready to head on over to the stage here for our final series of the day. So, Chobra, do the do.
You know, all good things must come to an end at some point, but we're not done just yet. As the desk introduced, this is going to be our last matchup for day 1 here in Dallas for the ESL StarCraft II Masters Spring 2024 Finals. 2 players, both missed their chances to go directly into the playoffs, but trying to get one step closer to it again as they look forward to the knockout round. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the last matchup, so get ready to enjoy it. It is going to be Raynor versus Cure.
What a day we have had here in Dallas, and what a way to end it all. Raynor versus Cure, Terran versus Zerg. A chance to get one step closer to those playoffs and to that championship trophy, which both of these guys would love to be lifting at the end of this weekend. I'm Wardy, joined by Rotty for this TVZ.
I would say that's a pretty awesome one to end it on. We obviously just saw Cure play a really good series against Dark. A lot of nerds backstage said that's the best series of the day. It definitely was a fun one. And I'm sure that he was wishing for a different outcome, because then he would have already been in the quarterfinals. We've already done it, Wardy. We know the first 4 players that will be playing tomorrow night very late, as they are guaranteed top 8 in this tournament. And for all the talk about how good Protoss is, how many of them play Protoss?
Not many, man. The Protoss players that let us down a little bit here so far. It's going to be a lot of fun, as apparently I am Zombie Grove. Whew, it's a glow up.
Texas just brings out the best in you, Wardy.
It does, doesn't it? Brings out all the beautiful stuff. All right, I actually think it's a very interesting series. Do you have any ideas what you might be kind of seeing out of Raynor? Do you think there's going to be some more aggressive side of things, or is he happy to play that long game?
I think Raynor is very comfortable in TVZ at the moment. I think it's the one, or ZVT from his point of view, obviously. I think that's the one matchup that he still really enjoys. He's not super happy with ZVP, not because he necessarily feels that he's really bad in it, even if Hero may have his number. It's just that he feels that he's not quite able to do what he wants to do, what sparks joy when he's playing StarCraft II. Against Terran, he feels like there's still a little more potential to show off, be quick, be active, go for those run-bys. He played a best of 5 against Oliveira less than a week ago that was able to cast, and he actually had a little bit of everything. He had some of that early game magic, some of the mid game magic, but also an excellent late game where he was actually behind. And if I think back of the glory days of Raynor's ZVT, as good as he's always been in this matchup, he doesn't often win from behind, especially not mega late game. It really seems like he's been able to figure a couple of things out while being in Korea for as long as he has been.
All right, well, here we are down in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, map 1 of this best of 3 to close out day number 1 here in Dallas. The Red Zerg player from Basilisk is Raynor.
And in the top left side, once more, this man has to face his TVZ demons. Can he put an end to them once and for all? Representing Team Liquid, it's Cure. For a lot of players, this weekend is incredibly important because they're worried about points or they are dreaming about making top 4, as that's their only way of qualifying for the Esports World Cup. Not Cure though, Wardy. I mean, Cure managed to get top 4 at IEM Katowice not too long ago, and that is already going to guarantee him a ticket into those Esports World Cup Grand Finals for StarCraft II later this year. That's gotta be nice for him, right? That it's not all or nothing this weekend. It's like, I'm here, let's win some prize money, let's play my best StarCraft. But if it doesn't go my way, I always have the Esports World Cup to look forward to.
You know, an event he's essentially returned to, right? It was branded differently last year, but hey, man, he got all the way to the finals.
This is our Grand
man.
Finals.
Yeah.
That's funny, actually. I didn't even think about it. But yes, this literally is the Grand Finals of Game S8 last summer.
Yeah, so a little bit of a rematch here, but you're right. I think that pressure kind of taken off. You're not chasing down points, and you can just come in. Yes, obviously it's a big tournament. You want to do well, but the biggest tournament is out there, and that is obviously an absolutely huge deal. So looking forward to that as we just have a couple Reapers coming up. That set of barracks on the front, by the way, coming in here from Cure to start us off. So you're going to be seeing both those barracks coming in, and he will get a bunch of Reapers going over the next few moments and start up that pressure.
We haven't seen Cure do any 2x Reaper against Dogs. That's funny that he's bringing it out here against Raynor. On this map in particular, Raynor has done it a couple times against Clem. He did it last week against Oliveira. If Raynor feels that the Terran players are greedy or they don't scout properly, he actually really likes to sneak roaches across the map early on. But there's obviously a time and a place for that. I have a hard time believing that he feels the right move against 2x Reaper is to drop a roach barn and let's run some roaches to the other side of the map. So I don't think that's really going to happen.
A group of Lings are going to make their way across the enemy, even building a few more Lings, because of course you do want to start controlling those Reapers a little bit. As the Lings are just going to go and nibble, but we are still building units here, and the Marine pops out on the correct side, so those Lings are pretty much forfeit. These Reapers still putting damage out to this hatchery. You do not really want to cancel this. There is going to be getting kind of dangerously low, but the Queens are now there.
Yeah, the grenades were good, and they zoned the Queens away for a little bit, but I think in the end, just a little too much HP on that hatchery for now. Raynor might be forced to keep those Queens nearby, because you obviously don't want to take more damage, and then suddenly you're not able to drop its range fuels in time. But I think in the end, Raynor is going to be fine here. His tiny circling counterattack didn't do a whole lot, but what it did do is that it bought some time and it kept one of the Reapers at home. This is maybe why it would have been nice if these Queens were a tiny bit more towards this hatchery. Queens now in a very awkward spot. Wadi, they're awfully slow off creep, but they get bounced back on creep, so it's all good.
Yeah, I'm pushing them back and around as the few Zerglings still just moving about to have Link speed, so this defense becomes way more comfortable the moment that upgrade completes. We're starting to see the setup back at home from Cure. Some Hellions on the way, so we'll get some of those to support, and then into that bio play behind it as well.
If I think back of the early days of online StarCraft, when we had the COVID era, and Cure was actually one of the very few Korean Terrans who did good against Serral and Raynor. A lot of success back then with the Hellbat openings. Just a lot of different kind of Hellbat timings, not always the same amount, not always hitting at the exact same time. Think back of maps like, what was it? The underground map that everybody loved. Damn it, I'm so bad with map names. Not Lost and Found, but 2K Atmosphere. 2K. Like on those kinds of maps, like Cure found a lot of success with Hellbat openings back then. But he's not going to do that. I'm sure Raynor will always think about that when he loads in against Cure, because they had a couple of big online series. As Raynor sets up a surround or a flank, and Cure very quick to get away.
Yeah, misses that Cure, pull into the right direction at the right time. Make sure Raynor cannot capitalize into Viking, clean up a bit of Overlord action around the map as well, just get rid of some of that vision that Raynor is currently holding onto, and obviously just like we said on the way to Stim, and also that CC just building up into an orbital up in that main base. How many CCs is that? That is just 3?
Yeah, that's the third one.
Oh, I thought it was on the natural, but I think I'm just being crazy.
He has a lot of stuff in the natural, so you're not that crazy. It's like a starport.
I just saw the starport building there. I thought it was the CC, just because that's where you usually put it, right?
Nice scout for Raynor though, right? These are the little things that is still nice to confirm. As the Lynx on creep should be able to get a nice little wrap around here around the Reapers, and Hellions pretty good movement so far by Cure. But Raynor, I think, still barely has enough Lynx to reduce these numbers up to the point where it really doesn't hurt that much anymore. And Raynor gets the surround, pins those units to the bottom of that ramp. Well done. I mean, that's picture perfect defense, right?
Yeah, I mean, those Lings are designed to defend against exactly that. Now there's no pressure until Marines are out with the medevacs. So you just get a little bit of time to drone up. You don't need to immediately replace those Lings. That was the map control of Cure in that moment. So this was fine for Raynor. He's happy for that trade. In a comfortable worker position now. There's that Viking put in work, but the Lings are going to go and play Deny on the third base for a bit, so that won't mind for a little while. Force those Marines to move forward, and even going to grab a couple Marines here as well. Raynor is playing on point right now.
Yeah, you can see a bit of the speed difference between these two. Cure is a world-class player, but he gets a lot done with it with great strategies, nice timing, certain setups, while Raynor is a little more about trying to extract max value out of any single unit he has at any given point on the map. And it may not seem like a big deal, 2 Marines, but it feels really annoying when you're losing 2 Marines you're not supposed to lose. I mean, we're like, all right, why you try? Why are you here with those Lings? It's just frustrating. Let's see if Raynor has good defense against this Liberator as well. This seems to be a tiny bit slow. It did pull away. It gets distracted by the Viking at the bottom side of the map. But yeah, Raynor should overall have a speed advantage when these two go head-to-head, but Cure obviously has very good understanding of StarCraft.
It's very true as our Marines and then with medevac, so there is the next step from Cure. He actually turns back as this Viking is still going to try and find some more damage. One more Overlord, but he will lose the Viking. This Overlord is saved as the double expand from Raynor setting up across all of his bases, pushing all that creep spread forward, and a couple medevacs down the left side from Cure.
A little bit worried for Cure, man. It's really important that something starts going his way here because he's 16 workers behind. Raynor's going up to 5 bases, has an infestation pit. If you compare this to the numbers he had against Dark, those numbers looked a whole lot more promising. And then Oceanborn still didn't go his way. Cure just doesn't quite have enough firepower here without the 1-1 upgrades, without combat shield truly being done. He can't really be battling, but he turns around, he wants to go ahead and battle these queens, does get one of them. That one had a lot of energy as well, but still, I think looking for a little bit more. That queen was inside of the circle, but actually works out for Raynor. But it feels that Raynor is getting away with everything, and Cure is looking for something that's going to make him smile about how this game is going. But so far, not a whole lot to smile about.
Not really much to smile about, you're right. It's been just not great. You know, the little things just going wrong and you're not making any progress. So the creep spread is really pushing out for the Zerg player as well. This double drop has been extremely well tracked. There's Lings, Queens on the way over here. We begin to unload, but Reyno's more or less just there. Medevac actually takes a lot of damage as well, so it's going to be difficult to get out alive. And these are just problems that keep on stacking up from Cure, running around on the edge of creep, but not dropping the scan to get rid of it. You're right, everything is just not quite there for him at the moment.
Perhaps he had no energy there, kind of felt he really wanted to, and he's like, I don't have it. But that's annoying as well, because Raynor was a tiny bit out of position, so maybe those Marines could have put a beating on this hatchery. Don't think he would have been able to kill it, but just softening it up and then making it easier for yourself to kill it later would have been awesome. This was a great little move, pretending you're going to the natural, but instead turns around, grabs 4 workers. Raynor's economy is still insane. Hive is about to come online. 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Raynor can fire up Vipers, and Cure is going to have a semi-heart attack when he sees those Medevacs being abducted or a parabomb land. He's like, already? Like, do you see any Ghost Body? Do you see any like Liberators with advanced ballistics? Anything that can deal with Hive Tech Zerg? Because I don't see it.
I barely see a 4th base on the way, which is kind of the baseline for that. Meanwhile, Ultra Cav and Vipers, you're right, those bottom side drops are going to be in trouble. That probably will be Cure's warning that these Vipers are out. I don't even know what you do. I mean, do you just get ready to start turtling up? But you're not even going to have the tech to do that effectively. It's a rough position for Cure. He's going to start moving out. I feel like that's also not great because Reyno is maxed and he is ready to party.
Yep, Reyno's got a lot of expensive upgrades on the way. One of those Medevacs, as picture-in-picture showing us in the bottom right side, did die to a Spore Crawler. I mean, maybe Cure can find a tiny bit of magic. He should never be able to kill Reyno here, but perhaps just a good trade, because the one thing that Reyno does often do, and that's his Reyno style, that's how he loves to play StarCraft, is have an incredibly high drone count. That's really going to pay dividends in a little while, but in moments like this, the maximum amount of army supply that Reyno can have is 106. If you go back to Dark's game on this map, Dark is rolling 132 army supply into the main base of Cure. That's a really big difference.
It really is. A couple queens go down here, so Cure finding a little bit of momentum with this drop, and that's going to help him a little bit. Spores, queens, still in pretty decent positions. A lot of damage going out onto those Medevacs. Yeah. This may be their final fight. Over in this, I don't think you ever lift up there, because that's just giving units away instead of getting more value. He has set up over on the left, but we are counting down towards Ultralist. Reyno is honestly just looking absolutely fine. This attack on the left is just not threatening, and Reyno has all the time in the world to set up counters, rounds, or whatever else he wants.
I think he's just waiting for a couple of those big upgrades to come online. +2 Carapace, +2 melee, Adreno Glance. Good wait for guidance plating, but he's not gonna do that. Reyno says, let's go ahead and take this fight. On creep, off creep, it doesn't really matter. Blinding Clouds connecting on the tanks. Nice micro by Cure, but I don't think it's ever going to be enough. Reyno just has too many units. Not with the reinforcements though, coming in from the top left. That's okay, but these reinforcements, Wadi, are no longer battling roaches. They'll be battling ultras with 2-2 upgrades and kindness plating, and this is not the kind of anti-army, ultra army that Cure would ever love.
No, it's spotting for Reyno as he catches a couple units here, and he's actually going to come in and fight this again. Doesn't even have the ultras out just yet. He just believes he's got enough. If Cure wants to step on creep, he's going to say, no, you really shouldn't be doing that. That previous fight was just spot on from Reyno. He comes in before the reinforcements, he cleans up, he uses that lack of supply, which he's losing the supply to replace into ultras. Everything about it was brilliant, and now he's still chasing this down. He just believes he is so far ahead. The confidence right now is really just a storybook about how this game has gone.
And I don't think he's wrong. I mean, Lings with Adreno are freaking good. If those buy units don't have 3-3, they're gonna have a very hard time sticking around. Just not that much firepower on the side of Cure. Meanwhile, it feels that the floodgates are on, as Benny would say, because Reynor's just going to stream units from the bottom right all the way to the top left. Drops his fire as well. Kind of feels like a showboating, flexing fire. I don't think it's really needed. One tank does get saved there by Cure, but Cure really is fighting an uphill battle here. Ultras, and there simply is no answer for Ultras. And people used to meme about them, why he's like, oh, if you want to lose the game, you go Ultras. No, Ultras are freaking amazing in these kinds of scenarios. Raynor takes a very convincing 1-0 lead. And this is the kind of game that I think is really going to give Raynor some confidence going into the rest of the weekend too. Because he keeps on telling us, he's like, I know the results haven't been there, but I'm actually pretty good right now, guys. Like, I'm really feeling good. I'm quick, I'm sharp, I feel good about a lot of matchups. It's just some of these EVP scenarios, yes, they are hard, and I'm still struggling, but overall, I'm damn good, and I think that game really showed that Rainer is damn good.
Just proof, right? I mean, he has absolutely all over Cure. He may be struggling a little bit in TVZ right now, but this was just absolutely textbook, every little bit of it. This was really well handled, and this just removes all the map control, and from there, Cure never really did anything ever again. A couple drops finally got some damage done at some point, but even then it was, at the cost of many more medevacks that had gone down before and after, so everything was rough again. This fight was great because those reinforcements, if they were here, much worse fight for Reyno, and then maybe kind of bad to chase so far off creep with those Banes, but because of the timing he took it at, it worked out. He just, again, kept the foot on the gas pedal from that point on.
The micro was pretty good there by Cure. I kind of feel like he did about as well as he could, but it was just never going to be enough because Rainer was so freaking rich, had so many bases, and even if he would end up losing a base there, he'd still be fine. We never got to see a Ghost Academy. We never got to see a second starport or a fusion core for some advanced ballistics liberators. It almost felt that they were playing a different game where Rainer was just 3 minutes into the future and Cure was playing like, yeah, it hasn't been the best game, but I can still get some value out of Marines and tanks. Nah, that window closed.
Closed hard, man, as we get ourselves readying up for game number 2. Reyno got to be feeling full of confidence after that one. Cure left to consider what he's going to do about it, because after kind of playing against Dark, he looked okay in those games, but in this last one, he didn't look good at any single point realistically. Well, here we go. Game number 2, it is Alcyone for our second map, and up 1-0 in the bottom left. Dallas, let's make some noise for Reyno!
And if we can do that for Rainer, we can absolutely do that for this man as well. A GSL Codex champ, a finalist of Gamers 8, and top 4 at IM Katowice this year. Top right side, Dallas, stand up for Liquid Cure. They're like, nah, long day, Roddy. Sit it down.
Forward barracks again, down on the low ground. Cure clearly just liking the idea of being able to have something to say about the early game.
I do think it's important to mention that, the first day can be a little bit confusing for a lot of people, even if they're here or they're watching from home. The loser of this series is absolutely not eliminated from the tournament. This is the winner stage, so these guys have performed well in their regions. So they're basically playing an advanced version of the tournament that some of the open bracket players are playing. The loser will just start a little bit earlier in the knockout bracket. They're going to have to play a few more matches than the winner. Winning is nice here because that knockout bracket is terrifying, has a lot of great players making it through. Some of those games are still happening, so the list is too long to mention. TLDR, losing here is not the end for Cure or Rainer, but a win is a whole lot better. It just makes your Saturday a little more pleasant.
Absolutely. It means you can just chill out for a couple extra rounds, no concerns. Some of the names are going to be in that knockout round 1. You don't want to be facing up against them. You don't want to get a bad draw. You don't want to get Rogue, who apparently is just on fire again and looking good. So yeah, it's much better to just win here and, like you say, just make tomorrow that little bit easier. First Reaper makes its way across the map here on Alcyone. As the Reapers weren't even that successful last time around. I'm kind of surprised to see kind of round 2 of the Reapers.
Yeah, I also don't know how I feel about it. I feel like the 3-Rex Reaper, when they're hiding a barracks in the main and they're a little bit more committed, I kind of like that. And I know that's a completely different build, because then all of a sudden, yes, the Terran really needs to do a whole lot with it. But if it's just like 1 or 2 Reapers, maybe that tiny little Zergling counterattack that Rainer had was actually very successful in keeping that 4th Reaper occupied, forcing Cure to micro a little bit at home. While he's microing at home, he's getting less value from the Reapers on the other side of the map. Because yeah, to justify all of this, you kind of want to get a cancel. Or at least force out a lot of Zerglings, and none of those things really happened.
We'll see what he can do this time. 3rd Reaper showing up. He's getting that 4th Reaper again before setting up into the add-ons back at home, and we will have our queens coming over. That's the perfect first grenade. You want to follow it with a couple more to try and keep the damage going on this. The Lings on the other side will actually nibble at the depot, and that's not turned the Reaper around, so...
Done 4 Reapers once more. Reaper number 4 is on the other side of the map. Cure is going to repair his depot. Should be fine here. Marines are about to pop. So let's see if these Reapers can get something done. 4 Reapers. Getting a bit of damage on the hatchery is nice and all. You want to get a bit more. Maybe a stick grenade. It actually bounces the queen way off creep, and then these 4 Reapers can just go to town. That is obviously not going to be the one. Oh, Reyna's going to be so happy he was able to get that creep coming down.
I was going to say, I didn't like that Cure left where he was, because it allows the creep to now connect, and that makes it so much easier for Reyno in the last 20 to 30 seconds he needs before link speed is up. Already opening the rocks as well to access that bottom side of the map. Just something he would like to have later on for run by, surround potential, etc.
Yep, Reina overall is going to be pretty happy with this. Cure found some success with the 8-Rex on this map. Reina was watching those games against Dark Widows in the green room as Reina sets up a surround. Cure does pay attention. One of the Reapers is going to fall immediately, probably at least 2. Nice target fire with the Queens there. The third one gets surrounded as well. In the end, Waddy, these 4 Reapers really not getting a whole lot done. And these 4 Lings, they nibbled their way through that debris. So Reina is actually going to get all 4 Reapers at the cost of what? 2 Zerglings?
Yeah, 3 Lings. That was all horrible for Kyo. Once again, it feels like already this early game is going to be about Reynor, and it's just going to be tough for Kyo. A little bit less damage on the map, a little bit less he can take map control with. And Reynor just going to sit here and kind of watch what's going on, because those couple of Hellions, if they try and leave, Reynor is going to jump on it, and he is very happy to take that opportunity if Kyo lets it happen.
Yeah, Reynor, of course, doesn't have to get anything done here. He's already enjoying a 14-worker lead. It's just important for Reina that at this point you cross your T's or dot your I's and make sure you know what's happening on the other side of the map. Don't be caught off guard. Make sure that nothing sneaks out with you being aware of it. Quick armory, by the way, Waddy. We mentioned helmets a couple of times. I'm gonna go for a 16 Marine helmet attack.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the kind of thing which I do like about Q's play is mixing these things in, so maybe this is what you want. Problem is, Roaches on the way up, one of the better ways to be defensive. It just gives you such a easier time, a more relaxed time in defending these attacks.
Supply block as well for Cure. It's not the biggest one ever, like half the depot or so, until he's finally able to build some units again. But it does not help. If your early game didn't go well, if you're down 22 workers, even being supply block for 2 or 3 seconds, this is going to put you further and further behind. Reina's going to drop a couple of Spore Crawlers, and even if that may not seem useful, it's actually pretty nice because you can bring those Spore Crawlers to the front. They can put some pressure on the Medivacs, and obviously these Marines can't stick around without any Medivac support. So Spores may not be as bad here as you may think they are. As long as Reina gets a couple of Roaches, he should be okay.
Not really concerned for him at all. Honestly, these Hellbats just don't do well against Roaches. We got Roaches coming up, just a few of them, but yeah, maybe a few too many drones. Let's see. And you obviously have Stim with this as well, so there's a little bit of a punch behind those Hellbats. And Q again onto Creep is going to push Reino back. So Reino respecting this, loses 1 Queen already, and yeah, maybe just a little bit too drone happy. He does have the Lings to wrap around with. The Queen's looking to deal damage on the left-hand side as well. And here we go, gets a catch on 1 Hellbat. Decides to pull off it, go back on. The Lings go down, and this is Reino absolutely turning out to be in trouble.
Yep, Reino is in a bit of trouble. More Roaches on the way, though. A lot of the Queens still alive, losing 10, 11 drones. All of this is acceptable. I'm sure Reino would have preferred to see less, but now we are looking at 20+ drones going down. More Queens getting picked up as well. And Cure strikes back, found himself in a bit of a problematic spot, but once more, it's the Hellbat, his best friend, that actually brings him completely back in this game and completely back in this series. Because now Reina suddenly lost a lot of Queens. Is going to have a harder time hitting those injects, spreading Creep, and on top of that is now forced to build even a few more Roaches at the point where he doesn't really need it anymore, but he also truly cannot afford to take any more damage from these 8 remaining Marines.
Trying to zone them into this corner. I mean, this is obviously just night and day difference from game 1, where Reino was able to just tech away and do what he wants. Now he's going to be stuck kind of on Roaches. You know, you don't really want to be playing Roaches when your economy is hurting, because you want Roaches to kind of swarm and overwhelm, and that's not going to happen with a weaker economy, so this is going to be a little bit rough. And now you've got to deal with, you know, potential further drop play with those low mobility Roaches as well. So these are all issues for Reino. After Cure really strikes hard after a rough opening. Reino again was just a little bit too trigger happy on the drone count.
Yep, and we said it, right? The only thing that Reino really had to do was keep a close eye on everything that Cure is doing. Make sure you're aware of what's happening and what's being sent out to the center of the map. Reino did not see it, lost vision of the amount of Hellions that were produced. Obviously didn't see them morph into Hellbats until they were literally on Creep. And it makes it painful, but since Cure doesn't quite have an immediate follow-up and Reino is sneaking out a couple of Infestors now, even has the confidence to still go for an 8-minute hive party. After losing 20+ drones, he's still firing up the 8-minute hive. Seems a little bit ambitious. I almost feel like maybe get a few more Roaches, get a few more Infestors, replace all those Queens you've been losing, and make sure you don't take any more damage before you do that. But Reino seems to think that the quick hive is still the way to go.
Yep, just going to get into it ASAP. Probably just feels as though if he ends up against any sort of a tank push without Vipers, he probably just dies. So you may as well try to get the Vipers up kind of quick. And do you see the Marines trying to drop into this base? But Reino does get there. Q has decided to pull back. Of course, Q back at home just starts up a 4th base. The 2nd factory is coming online with the tech lab, so it's going to be super tank heavy for the foreseeable future. And he actually goes straight into the Lurker Den as well, so just wants to try and turtle up and survive. If he can get there, then great, but getting there is going to be tough, but that's what these infestors are meant to help out with.
Yep, lends a tiny fungo, gets 4 Marines or so, but Cura sending out more forces to the bottom side of the map. And this is basically where Cura is supposed to find more damage. The supply is looking very good for Cura for the first time in this series. Rain has spent a lot of resources on A, reproducing all those drones he's been losing, B, those fancy upgrades, Hive, a Lurker then now as well. None of that is really going to help him and not taking any damage here. And this is almost where I wish that Cura would grab a few more units. He's got 92 army supply, Wadi. I don't see it. It's not those 2 medevacs on the right. He must have so much at home, and there's really no reason to have this much at home when Raynor is hanging on for dear life on his own side of the map.
No, it's time to push and keep on pushing and just never look back, right, as we're going to have drops everywhere. There's a little bit of a skirmish going on in the center as well, just fighting over the ability to move through here. But yeah, as Reyno kind of contests that, he just doesn't have the numbers anywhere else, and that is what Kira is starting to take advantage of now. Reyno pulls all the way back, but that's going to let Kira take position with the rest of his army, and he will just keep dancing around between those bases, pushing onto this group spread a little further. Reyno's got his first couple lurkers on the way up, but not sure they will save him against this amount of siege tanks.
Well, Kura's still showing a lot of respect to Reyna's army. I really feel that Reyna's army is not that great at the moment, but Kura just wants to make sure that he does not throw. Has probably lost a few too many games to Dark, where a lot of things went his way, and suddenly he got gobbled up by 200 supply, 1-1 Roach. And he's like, oh, come on, that cannot happen anymore. But now he did kind of give Reyna time to get the first lurkers out. They don't have seismic spines yet, even though that's 20% on the way. They won't have adaptive talents for a little while, but just a few lurkers can already truly change the scope of this battlefield.
Yeah, and we have seismic spines coming up, so they will be somewhat effective, and Reyno just kind of hanging on in there, and he has gotten himself maxed out, so he's given himself chances, he's given himself the opportunity. And if there's one thing Akira hasn't really done, it's kind of set up for the much further future from now. A couple corrosive files, huge fungal growth. We've got a follow-up available as well. A lot of Marines will start dropping down there, so that's a little bit of something for Reyno. And he's got some lurkers in position, gonna get broken through, though he just doesn't quite have the reinforcements he needs. He's coming through the gold base, though, to surround the siege tanks. And he does get rid of a full medevac there as well, but Kira seemingly has too much.
Yep, Kira's Marines are still going strong. Reyna has a bit of money in the bank, but he's just not quite able to spend it. We've got 14 Hydras on the way, a bunch of Zerglings too. Careful with those medevacs, by the way, Kira, because a lot of Hydras just popped, and I hope for you they didn't pop. A couple of lurkers randomly in the center. Kind of like it, right, to mess with the reinforcements. Does Reyna have enough firepower here? That felt like a really close fight. Is Reyna hanging in there, Waddy?
He is hanging in there. He's going to chase this a little bit, try and burrow up those lurkers. He does not have that quick burrow upgrade, right? So that's one thing he's missing amongst everything that's going on. Got a few Hydras coming over. The medevac will go down. I'm just going to be seeing this other medevac going to try and get away, but there's a couple Hydras here, a couple Hydras there, and this is going to be one of those scenarios where Reyno has held on, and this is now Kira having to approach a different stage of the game with Ghost on the way up. Yes, Reyno's not in a great position, but he's alive, and when he's alive, there's a way.
Yep, he is alive, but he lost a lot of queens, lost a lot of drones once more. This is a 12-minute game, and 59 drones have died. 0 SCVs have died. 59 drones have died. It really goes to show that Cura has done a lot of things right in this game. I also love how quick the Ghost Academy is this time around. Felt like he had a good read on how Reyna was playing. He's like, all right, if you're not attacking me with roaches, clearly you're going for a quick hive. Clearly you want to get lurkers out. So I love how quick Cura is about those ghosts this time around. Stims into the natural one more time. Says 59 drones is nice. Let's go ahead and make it 67. Get another queen as well. Reyna is spending that cash that he was sitting on. He's firing up some extra upgrades. The longer it goes, perhaps the more likely it is that Reyna can crawl his way back into it. And it does feel that Cura's got a lot of momentum at this point. And you look at the creep on Oceanborn, it was everywhere. Reyna saw everything, allows him to get great surrounds. This time around, no, it's Cura who's doing a 10 out of 10 job in making sure creep stays where it starts, near the bases, that's okay, but no more than that.
When the Terran has time like this, because the Zerg is so contained with no creeper and everything else, they just do what they want, right? They can build a whole bunch of CCs, they can get that ghost count going. You can just play a slower game because it just gives you such a good setup to play that slower game off of. A couple lurkers here do get caught, and you're going to see those knocked down by that bio. Got a little Ling run by stand up in that right side. Those minerals mined out, and that's a cute little move. It's not Ling, sorry, it's Roach is going to run up here. Unfortunately, there's a ton of reinforcements ready to go, so cute idea. But, well, Kira was just in position.
Wrong neighborhood. I think the Viking really helped out there. It's a low HP Viking, and Kira at one point just said, let's chill it on the right side of the map. You can give me some permanent vision there. Raina's making a tiny bit of progress. He's nowhere near maxed out. Cure's got a bunch of goals. I don't even see any overseers here for Rainer. He's going to fire up 3 overseers immediately. I don't think Rainer expected quite this many goals yet, right? Maybe he thought like, okay, it's kind of a bad, scrappy game, but I should still have a shot. But against this many goals, yeah, these lurkers are going to have a very difficult time. I do love how hectic Rainer is making the game. Roach is in the third, lurkers in the natural. A couple lurkers are going to try to go into the main base, but Cure's defense is perfect.
Yeah, you know what? Lovely idea, because it really is the way you could get back in this. Force him to make mistakes or give him a chance to make mistakes, right? If he doesn't defend this properly, you can drag yourself back in it, but instead, Hero defends it very well. We're going to stim into all of these lurkers because there's just nothing in front of them. The things finally flood in, and that looks a little bit better, but if they were there a bit sooner, it would have been great. Yeah. We continue to fight. The Ghost cloak up, those Lings will melt, and Hero will continue his rampage onwards to a tied-up series.
A lot of the lurkers died right by the time those Zerglings showed up. That could have actually been incredibly scary for Cura, but in the end it was okay. The drones are gonna battle the Viking and the drones win. But that doesn't make this massive Terran army disappear in the center of the map. Cure takes out the hatch, a bad start. Not often do you see a Terran lose 4 Reapers for 3 Zerglings, but 10 minutes later be absolutely flying, be all over the map and ready to tie things up. But that is what has happened over here. Cure brought back the Hellbat. Gumio found some success with the Hellbats recently as well. The Cure says, alright, how did I used to do it again against these boys? Yeah, that's right, with Hellbats, because those European Zergs love being greedy. Not a build that I would recommend against Dark, because you're going to run into 22 Roaches, but Rainer was just a little too greedy this game.
What a dream for Kia being able to kind of pull out builds like this, because you're right, you play against Dark and you walk into the guy that just didn't want to build drones past the normal numbers, so he obviously has army ready. Another lurker here. Again, Chaos kind of trying to go everywhere, play everywhere, but Moreno is just so far set back in this game. The creep is absolutely nowhere. He's trying to still get a 5th base here at 15 minutes deep. And yeah, like a single lurker and all. It's just not enough.
I do kind of want to see Cure continue to attack though, right, Wadi? Like, I'm not sure what we are doing right now with 100 and something supply. I guess he's just rotating over to the left side. He's trying to prevent a base going up at 9 o'clock. That's fine and all, but like, Cure, mate, you have him on the ropes. You don't want to let these Zergs recover and let them max out one more time. Because if the Viper numbers go up, if the Lurkers number go up, it can be scary. Cure says, don't you worry, we're going to go for it one more time. Snipe, pew, pew. And we're all tied up over here after a victory for Cure on El Sayani. Well played, rough start, Wadi. And just a great goal with the Hellbats.
Absolutely no, he just picked a great build and he caught Reno exactly where he wanted him. And it was one of those moments where, as well, Kyo, like we said, did not have the best of starts, and because of that, it makes even more sense to kind of risk it and do something where it's like, well, you know what, I gotta get something done now. And he did not just get something done, he basically won the game off that, because that set up the entire future. Great job from Reno trying to stay in it and extend and give himself chances. But yeah, obviously better job by Kyo, just not let it happen. When all the lurkers are running in the natural, that's one of those moments it can start to go very wrong.
Yeah, he played well.
But yeah, he just said, no, I'm not letting any of that go down. And really, again, made sure to close out this game, which he didn't do quite so much against Dark earlier.
Also love how he executed this, by the way. He left that one Hellbat in the back that made it very difficult for Rainer to get any value out of those remaining Lings that he still had. And then sometimes what I see with these Hellbat Marine attacks, they just kind of stand there and they start shooting at the hatchery. And I'm like, the longer you wait, the worse it gets. But I felt that Cure made all the correct choices. Stepped on top of those queens, got a lot of damage on top of those queens. 1 or 2 of them went down. And he said, alright, I know what's going to happen now. If I keep on fighting the queens, I'll chase you too long. I'll give you time. And that's when he turned around, and that's when he started massacring all these drones. And he got himself more than back into the game. If not, just put himself in a very sweet spot. Well done. That's great decision making by Cure. And yeah, these were the Lings that we both got a tiny bit excited over. Like, oh! But yeah, most of the lurks died right before the Lings showed up.
If those Lings were there 2 seconds earlier, but the lurkers are still alive, they keep a few units in Ranger lurkers. Could have actually been a big turning moment. It could have been a mistake from Cure, but obviously the Lings on their own were never going to change anything. As we are set up to go into game number 3 for our final map of the day. And it's been fun. Some fun stuff happening in the open bracket as well, Roddy.
Yeah, I see that Beyond has been able to get a 2-1 victory over Stu. That's not something I was aware of earlier. That means that we have a Shopify Rebellion upper bracket final. Beyond or Lambo will guarantee themselves into the knockout round 1. And then there is a good chance that another Shopify boy is going to make it through the lower bracket, because the captain Harstem is still in there as well. Overall, it's been a very fun day. Bunny and Scarlet are 1-1 in the upper bracket final to make it into the knockout bracket. And of course, the knockout bracket starts starts tomorrow morning. We promise you that the tournament will be very easy to follow tomorrow and nothing but bangers. Actually, can't wait to see who's going to play who in the knockout bracket. It's always such an exciting moment at the end of a long day of StarCraft.
Yeah, when I finally get rid of all these triple elimination things and start to knock some people out every single match, it really puts a lot on the line. Top left-hand side, and a Red Zerg play from Basilisk. This is Raynor.
And in the bottom right side of side Delta, we're taking one final look at the main base of the man who has had a lot of great tournament performances throughout his long career. Representing Team Liquid, our Korean Terran player, Cure. Cure always seems so chill when he's playing. We're always like, StarCraft, very stressful, very intense game. I'm already dreading the moment that I come back after not playing ladder for like 10 days. I sit on my chair, I start shaking. I'm like, oh, I don't know how to play. Meanwhile, Cure playing against the best players in the world. He's so chill.
The most stressed I've ever seen Cure is like he blows out his cheeks and just like a slightly exhaled breath.
Yeah.
Like,
or when he lets go of that like very innocent tiny smile, he's like, I'm dead.
Yeah. It's very minimal. Two Reapers on the way up again. He just, something about this. It hasn't worked out twice, but he just likes the follow-ups he can do off of it. Maybe there's something early he just likes about having these Reapers that stops Raynor from getting active.
What it could also be is that either Cure has played a couple ladder games against Raynor and he still believes that this is the right way to play, or because Raynor has been spending like 6 weeks or so at this point in Korea, if it's not been 2 months already. Maybe Cure has been talking to some of the other Korean Terrans that run into Raynor whenever Raynor is laddering. And they're like, hey man, like, trust me, 2x Reaper, that's the way to go against Raynor. Maybe they kind of convinced him where he's like, it's not really my build. Great Reaper movement, puts it right next to the drone, and he gets the kill. It's really well done. Raynor obviously tried to save that by morphing it into a spore crawler. Cure knows about that, so he right-clicks the Reaper right next to it. And obviously a drone cannot morph into a building if there's a Reaper blocking it. Well done. That's a great start for Cure, man. That's really going to give him some wings, because it almost feels that he was dead and buried in this best of 3. He's completely back into it, What? It's already the best Reaper opening, by the way.
Yeah, it's already better than the previous 2 games openings combined. So, yep, that first grenade really set off some magic, as now we're going to see Lings coming down this ramp. 1 Ling, 2 Lings going down. Now he started to trade HP on these Queens as well. Damage being done, not bad from Cure.
And don't forget, it's going to be difficult for Raynor to sneak out a drone, right? Raynor was actually sitting on quite a few minerals there for a while. I think he was hoping to sneak it out, just wasn't quite able to. There's no creep really going down this ramp. And meanwhile, Cure playing a very economic game behind all of this, going for a 3rd command center. Yeah, starting to understand why Cure likes this opening. If it would always go like this, you got to be happy with it.
The beauty of StarCraft. We have game 1, the opening doesn't work, the entire game is just Raynor crushing it, and now you turn it around, now we're in game 3, it's all tied up. The story can flip so quickly as well. Playing straight to Roaches and a lair here from Raynor.
What happened to Zergling's speed, by the way?
Just never started.
No, he never started it. That's kind of sad, by the way, for Cure. Cure giving Raynor some respect here, I think. He's like, oh, okay, I should probably go home. Link speed is about to kick in. Cure could have stuck around there for a very long time. Just spam grenades, be annoying, keep those Queens at bay. Further delay this a 3rd command center. Raynor is actually kind of getting away with murder here. Skipping Zergling's speed altogether. Now it's going straight into a very quick lair. Might even do something aggressive himself. Think of some of those very popular ZVP builds of the past. Queens, Roaches, Ravagers, Dropper-Lords. Why not, Waddy?
Oh, absolutely. These are the things that you have an open door with, and you know that, Cure's been going Reapers into some Hellions as well. Hellions do not help much against Roaches, so that's one of those things where actually for Raynor, it could be, you've seen how he's been playing. If he keeps playing like this is a much better follow-up for him. Going to play into that Carapace upgrade off the Evo Chamber, so whatever comes out of this is not going to be too aggressive, because it's at least going to give time for an upgrade to be done. And that lair is done, so it looks like just Carapace, Roach speed, maybe a bit further down the line we'll still have a timing in play. 2 bunkers on the way, by the way. Cure is afraid of Roaches.
And rightfully so, because you mentioned that he's building a lot of Hellions. He likes building Hellions, but yeah, Hellions you produce up a factory that's connected to a reactor. Can't build any tanks. If you don't have any tanks, Roaches are a problem. And Raynor has done quite a few of these aggressive Roach builds in the past. Raynor has also been vocal about it, that he felt like, yeah, maybe I need to switch it up a little bit more. Can't always be the old school macro Zerg that just scouts, reacts, defense, gets a great economy, and take the game from there. He too wants to be a bit more unpredictable. And sometimes that reminds me of the days where Serral all of a sudden started being a bit more aggressive, and we're all like, why is he doing this? Like, he's so good in everything. Like, he doesn't have to. But it really felt for Serral back then, as the Reapers and Aliens here are going to try to get a couple workers. shouldn't get too many. Might be able to get a queen, though. What a queen it is, not bad. It kind of felt that it was one of these, I'm going to take one step backwards to take 3 more steps forwards in the end. And I'm not just going to be the great, solid Zerg that can always macro. No, I'm going to actually make them respect my potential all-ins too. And obviously, if you can get that reputation, if you can show your opponent you mean business, you become even more terrifying than you already are if you're one of the best Zergs in the world.
That adaptability goes a long way, that is for certain, as we do have Reaper Hellion just going to move out over that left side while the drop's heading up around the top. So we're going to see action everywhere. Of course, there's Roach focus from Reyna, which means it's a little bit less mobile, and we talked about that last game as well. So dealing with drops and so on can be a little bit tough. It's not being seen until just now. Reyna has not much position. Spore, a couple of roaches getting there. Maybe that is enough. Well, Kyo's going to drop into it now. A couple of roaches take damage, but it's bought enough time to get the other roaches here. And that is a defense made as the Reaper Hellion goes diving by, and we're going to get maybe a drone or 2 transferring as the roaches continue to chase that roach speed, of course, making them nice and quick at this stage.
Yep, not a whole lot there for Cure. I kind of like what Reyna did there, saying like, alright, it was just too greedy in the last game. Let's make sure I'm not making that same mistake again. He's on 63 drones at the moment. We know that Reyna loves to get a few more, and he's absolutely going to get a few more. But let's first invest in some solid defenses, actually get a decent amount of units out. And after that, sure, we can go into our heavy drone counts. It can go all the way up to 90 plus, but just having those 15 plus roaches or so early on, it makes your life so much easier. Because yes, it is difficult to deal with medevacs that are bouncing all over the place, especially if you only have like 5 roaches and a couple queens. If you have 15 roaches, it becomes a lot more doable.
Well, a few Marines going to come stepping on forward, so we're going to get a couple creep tumors. Roach Ravager going to meet it again, but we get rid of the Ravager. I mean, if there's a pickup to be made, that would be it. And Q now rallying through the center as well. Another Ravager in the front to be careful about. I think Reyna's got the Roach support though, so he will turn this one around. As Q, of course, at this stage just says, cool, I'm going to keep on building tanks. Eventually going to have a solid Marine tank army that is going to be very good against your Roach-based forces. Of course, Reyna's making the switches. The Hive's coming up, so you have access to Vipers. Bane speed is on the way too, so it's going to be more Ling Bane focused on the ground as well. These are all things that help you into the next stage of the game as Reyna in a big, big way.
+1 melee, I'm sure he's going to fire up Adrenal Glands as well, as soon as he's got the money and mostly the gas for it. He's got some minerals in the bank. But yeah, I like the quick Vipers here. Overall, I think Reyna probably feels, let's just get maxed out, let's get some map control, get a bunch of bases, and slowly but steady really go all out. Had Serral on the way there for a little bit, decided to cancel it. I was wondering about the Ultralisk Cavern. I was like, yes, Ultras are amazing and stuff, but is this the kind of game where you drop a quick Ultralisk Cavern? Reyna apparently seems to think that the answer is yes, as he's heavily supplied Blood Body. Very uncharacteristic for Reyna. 176, 176, 3 Overlords on the way.
Yep, definitely, like you say, uncharacteristic. One of the players that you just really don't expect that macro sloppiness from at all. As Marine's still trying to get through. I was going to say Q's doing a good job denying the creep everywhere apart from in the middle. And now these final few creep tumors go down the middle. The creep is not really going to be that far out there from Reyna, so something to kind of keep in mind that, again, compared to Oceanborn that game 1, it's a very different situation. A couple of roaches here will get caught as QS starts to set up and starts to get these tanks to move in. Would love to get them in position across the map if he can do so safely.
I almost feel like it's too late, right? If the Viper's already out, they've got some energy. It might be better to chill. Reyna is going to take a fight very far away from his own bases, but he just really believes in the power of Lightning Cloud, and rightfully so. 3 tanks go down immediately. The last one will fall too, as the Ravagers were able to spam that corrosive possibility. Nice job though by Cure, as he's dropping in the top side of the map. Reyna still sharp, cancels the hatchery in time, so he gets some of the money back. First Ultras on the way. Cure obviously does not have a Ghost Academy yet. Still fighting more damage here, by the way. What a drop body.
Fantastic drop. 6 drones going down. I mean, this drop has obviously forced Reyna to absolutely think about coming back home as well. Small queen damage gets a little dangerous, but we're okay for the moment. Those medevacs will be out alive as we actually can catch a drop coming down the left-hand side. So Reyna, big one in the center. Q immediately goes into kind of emergency mode and starts dropping all over the place to just keep Reyna back and to give himself some breathing room.
I'm surprised that he goes so heavy on the Vikings, by the way, before dropping a Ghost Academy. I was like, yeah, okay, maybe he feels like he's got enough medevacs, but what are all the Vipers really going, the Vikings really going to do? Sure, you can shoot at the Vipers, but I feel like the Vipers will still get their ability off. They're still going to drop a couple Blinding Clouds, maybe even a Parabomb. Vikings are pretty expensive. I would have loved to see Cure maybe save up some of those resources and just build a few Ghosts immediately, because that's what you're really going to need. And he's going hard on the Vikings.
Yeah, really interesting, because you're right, they're not cheap units, they add up. They're very mineral expensive as well, so you just don't really feel like that's kind of the priority. If you just get Ghost up a little bit sooner instead, you have a potential EMP or Snipe Vipers still, right? And probably come out with the same outcome, so very interesting choice Reno just spreading out, taking bases, all his upgrades coming through, obviously reaching the later game in a much more comfortable position this time around. And that's going to bode well for him, but honestly, so is Cure.
Yeah, I was about to say, same can be said for Cure, because obviously game 1, we gave all the compliments to Reina, rightfully so. Reina was all over Cure, but in game 2, Cure obviously got a lot of damage with the Hellbats, and he got himself very far ahead. Wasn't very fair to judge Cure on like 10 minutes into Oceanborn, because he was pretty much dead. He was just so freaking far behind. Now we kind of got a game that both players will be able to work with. Maybe Reina is a tiny bit happier than Cure, but there shouldn't really be a whole lot to it. Both of them are able to do their thing. Both of them are going to be able to produce a very strong army. And I'm actually incredibly curious to see how this one is going to play out. Because, yeah, they get both a convincing win on the board in the end, even if Cure's one came from a bit of an awkward spot. And the Hellbats got the job done. Now we both have what we want. And I'm actually, wow, 3 more factories, by the way, Waddy. Alrighty, well, that's apparently where Cure wants to go here in the late game.
Reno, the Spire this time around is not a showboating Spire, right? This is something you're probably going to need at some point. Start working on some upgrades as, okay, we're just building a bit of everything, aren't we?
I was looking at 7 command centers. I don't see that very often. Like, yeah, okay, we know that in late game they like to build a lot of additional command centers. Morph a couple of them into planetaries, but to go from like 0, 1 to 7, that's pretty wild.
All at once as well. That is absolutely a huge investment. As the Parasitic Bomb comes down, Vikings are going to get caught in that, and that is a bit of splash damage being done. We're going to also, by the way, get that Nidus network up, which allows you to start doing even more pressure around the map, so setting that up as well. It's going to be a big deal as we just chase these couple medevacs away here. Reno on 2 different sides, actually, because he's on the right as well. So just trying to see what is going on. They're not able to break through anywhere.
You want to share that update that I just saw you looking at, Wardy?
Yeah, I thought it was very interesting. Scarlet, 2-1 Bunny. What a run she just had. 2-1 Nightmare, 2-1 Bunny into the knockout bracket. That's the result. I would not have bet money on this one.
What a day so far for the Shopify Rebellion. They literally have not lost a series yet, unless it's that 2 players playing against each other. Lambo obviously took out Hearthstone. Other than that, every single Shopify player has won every single series so far. Beyond on fire, Lambo on fire, Hearthstone is doing his thing now in the lower bracket, and Scarlet making her way into tomorrow. Awesome stuff.
Had a couple of snipes and still coming down here from Cure, but nothing too major. As Reno basically trades out Roaches, he's replacing it with what is seen as more useful units at this stage. Lings, Ultras, these are way more valuable at this stage of the game than just a few Roaches. As we are going to see Cryptas out as well, going to get rid of some of those Vikings that we never really got to see come into play too heavily. And Reno trying to deny this forward base. There's a bit of action on the right side once again. Reno never just making one thing happen. He's always in multiple places in these fights.
We saw Dark put a lot of emphasis on saying like, alright, Cure, 4 bases, it's all fine. It's hard for me to really do a whole lot about it, but at 5th base, I'm going to make that hell for you. You're not just going to get 5 bases against me. Because right now, Cure, like, yeah, he's got money, he's maxed out, he's got a lot of infrastructure, but eventually he's going to need 1 more base at least to really make sure that this game goes on for a long time. Reina is going to do whatever the hell he can to make sure that Cure can never enjoy 5 base economy as the Vipers are landing crazy far up docks, and these Ultras are pushing the Marines all the way back. Marines were looking for their ghost friends, and finally the ghosty friends have shown up.
So, while for some of the snipes to stop, but we got there in the end. The top right side, we actually see picture-in-picture. Cure finds a cancel, so not making the base taken from Reno simple. As Reno's still happy to just keep on going Ling Ultra, and Infesta being added on as well now, but that general composition seems to be his go-to for the moment. Doesn't feel the need to tech up beyond it. Meanwhile, look at Cure. Thor's on the way. Usually you see that as the Terran thing, and oh my goodness, there's a threat of Broodlords. Right now, those Thors do not feel like they're the most necessary of units invested into.
Well, they're always pretty, at least big.
Yeah, I mean, not wrong.
They might fulfill some roles, we'll see. In choke points, I think they have a lot of potential. Maybe that's what Cure just wants, right? Like slowly but steady take that 5th base, and if he feels he puts a bunch of Thors around the corner, backed up by tanks, that is going to be very hard for Rainer.
And he does have good upgrades for mech as well.
Yeah.
Plus 3's halfway done, so actually has very good mech upgrades, so those Thors are going to pack punches when they do fly up their shot. Ling's going to commit onto this base a little bit. He just wants it. He wants to force it to go up in the sky. It will die. And that's a big win because, again, we're just playing deny the 5th base at the moment. If Reno stops Q again at 5th, he is extremely happy with his money investment. We're going to see some Ultras get on top of 8th Thor, but otherwise, the Ultras just have to run away as the snipes start to line on up. So Reno making moves. Q taking some losses, but nothing that's going to push him too far off the deep end just yet.
I was about to say, I would love to see a few more Infestas, right? This is always where Dark finds magic with those sharking Infestas around the map, lands a fungo, and that's where you can punish some of these ghosts if they're actually chasing. I was just giggling earlier about those Marines. Kind of felt like that's what a Marine nightmare is made out of. Like it's a horror comedy movie and like running back, being chased by a big bad monster. He's like, I know my friends can take care of it, but where are they? And the Marines kept on running for the hill. In the end, the ghost showed up. Marine save one.
Needs to keep him alive as Batsko is going to get active over here. Reno with a big attack again. Guess where? The 5th base. This is the one place he does not want to let happen, as these Ultras are going to get a hug around the mech force at this point, and he is just going to crush on through that. Units to keep on going. SDVs keep running back through as their long distance mine, and we are just going to see Banes roll into this mineral line. Suddenly we're down 33 workers, and Cure has just been dismantled by one deadly push. Ghosts are probably going to be the saving grace and some Thors, as that was huge from Reno with money to rebuild into a maxed out army once again immediately. Massive play from Reno.
Yeah, Reno's going to be very happy with all of that. In the end, maybe stuck around like a split second too long, because the ghost count was actually very high there, and there was still a couple of Thors as well saving the day. But hey, if we are playing the you're not allowed to get a 5th base game, we're doing a 10 out of 10 job. We're doing such a good job that at this point, Cure has to get back up to 4 bases. And Rain actually has a couple of burrowed banelings here as well. I mean, Cure built 7-8 command centers a little while ago. He's been losing a whole bunch of those.
It's definitely not been an easy time for him, as now we have lurking infestors around as well. As a missile turret coming up, so Cure is obviously starting to take care against that, but this lack of economy right now is a little bit brutal, as those Banes, obviously 5 maybe a little bit excessive.
Oh, there's one Baneling remaining. Okay.
Get that too.
Hey man, the Orbital's now already low on HP. Send it. +2 flyer attacks on the way as well for Reina, as he's still working with 3.7k minerals and 2,000 gas. Technically, Reina could continue playing the same game as he was playing for a little while, right? Do you really have to send it into the 4th base now? Kind of like what he was doing, about just denying the 5th. But perhaps because it went so freaking good last time around, he says like, let's just continue to do this. Cure has always non-stop been trying to find some damage as Rainer is pulling the trigger. We saw it on the mini-map. That is a lot of Lynx, Banes, couple of Ultras as well. It is no planetary anymore at the 4th base, and it kind of feels that every trade is going to be good enough for Rainer because of how strong his economy is. These ghosts are running for the hills, but once more, 17 SCVs go down. A couple of refineries burning down. Not the best fight ever for Rainer, but given the amount of bases he has, given the bank he has, the economy that he's still working with, he's going to be okay with it.
I think he's killed just about enough SCVs to make sure of that as well, right? Because there is a concern, you give up a few too many units there, you know, his full bank gets spent more or less on remaxing. So it's a little scary, but the fact here is on only 22 SCVs means he really cannot keep this up for a very long time. And so I think that's where Reno has made the correct assessment that previously, and with this attack, he is just getting enough done to make this all right. Yeah. And that Infesta is back look, and again, obviously, if it can pop up and hit those ghosts with the fungal and the Banes run in,
that could be it.
Yeah, that could just do it. GG right there.
Rainer's firing up a few more overs. He has 17 Banelings as well as 5 more Ultras are on the way. And I think he's indeed looking for that game-ending fungal. Cure, obviously, because he lost a lot of those command centers, has not been able to scan a little while for these sharking infestors. If a Terran is just casually sitting here at 10 plus orbitals, they'll throw down these scans around for a while. Rainer probably knows that missile turrets are on the way, and he's ready to go for it one last time. It's gonna maybe hit right before some of these upgrades of Cure. Most of them will actually finish up. +1 is about to finish up as well, but here we go. And keep your eye on that Infestor. The Infestor got scanned, by the way, so that one got picked up immediately. Is this still the fight for Rainer then, Waddy?
He seems to think so. Those Banes get crushed through a lot, but not a lot of Ultras are going to survive up to the high ground. The Banes find the Ghost. Okay, they don't die, but they do take some damage. Reno is still ahead on supply. It really is just the fact that Cure has not got that much economy. I'm sure we've got a few orbitals trying to drop mules, but Reno also slowed down now because he's kind of out of money, so you can't really pull an attack like that again. He starts 12 drones himself, and Cure will just mule up the remnants of that base. And this might give Cure time to establish another base, because I don't know if Reno can fight one more time.
It was like the single Marine drop, right? That single medevac with 8 Marines on the right side of the map during that great fight for Rainer. But during that great fight, as this is excellent, by the way, tanks are always expensive, and it's just a couple circlings here for Rainer. -4 siege tanks, just like that. It's going to make it a whole lot harder for Cure to even dream about moving out. As he does get his hands for now for a brief moment at this 5th base. Obviously a lot of minerals left here. Rainer's going to see that almost immediately with one of these sharking infestors. And I think he took a little look at his own drone count, just like you just did. And he's like, I'm actually playing a dangerous game here, because if one of these fights does go bad, I have 60-something drones. I am nowhere near maxed out. I lost one of my bases. Let's go ahead and slow this game down a tiny bit, and then we can just continue doing what we have been doing for a very long time, and that is disrupting the economy of Cure non-stop.
So many mules, those orbitals still active, keeping Cure's mineral income alive, quite frankly, is the only thing that's doing it. As this medevac gets pushed away. What Reno was doing initially, why he had, I think, so much trouble in the top right as well, was he's trying to mine the furthest out base more than the others, so the drones were kind of exposed in the first base Cure came across. Maybe just feels like that base is more easily denied, and so wants to mine it now while he has control of it. So, little things.
I do like it when Zerg players do that, because it's kind of silly when they have some of these scenarios. They're like, we're 10 base, but then they're only mining out the minerals on their side of the map. And then they've had control of a certain base that might be 50-50, whether it belongs to the Terran or the Zerg. They've had it for 12 minutes, but then they only ever had like 6-8 drones on it. All the mineral patches are still there. If you then ever lose control of that base, your opponent basically still has a brand new base to work with. So sometimes I think it's okay to start mining of those further away bases. Yeah, you're more vulnerable, but in the long roll, it should really pay off.
A couple of ghost knives, as we are going to see one ultra going down. Reyno just happy to see that orbital lift off. And again, deny whatever mining we can there. Great Aspire coming up too, so again, the preparation for a potential switch into Broodlords if he feels that is necessary to put the finishing touches here to the game. Right now, the army supply is in favor of Cure because he's only on 24 SCVs. He's refused to leave that low SCV count. And that means if he does max out, it's going to be one terrifying army, which is maybe something you need something like Broodlords to deal with, rather than kind of this swarminess.
I'd love to take a little look at where all of that army supply is. I don't know if it's Mapu or Niall who's controlling the camera this time around, but yeah, if Cure is working with 128 army supply, we've got 14 siege tanks. I haven't really seen them, so I'm kind of wondering where they are, because this should really look like a Terran cinematic. No matter where you scroll, Terran forces will be there. There's not a lot in the natural, actually. I know the natural might not be that important anymore, but there's still a lot of, I would say, relatively important production facilities in the main and natural.
Yeah, the Overseer is going to set up there as the Hellbat drop comes in and try and play clean up on this Knights, which is about to finish. We'll see if anything can pop out. Just a couple of Balins looking for SCVs as well. That base will start to burn. This Knight just does nothing, but it does bring some units back, of course, forcing Cure to pay attention. He will just keep on trying to mine from his 5th base. And there we do go seeing Broodlords on the way up. It's so tank heavy that Broodlords feel like obviously a fairly solid choice at this point.
I mean, we're building more tanks as well, we're building more Hellbats. For a while, Cure had a crazy amount of Thors, but Thors are obviously expensive, and he's been hurting economically for the last few minutes. He's gonna fire up another one now, I do like it. How many Thors were remaining? I know we just took a look at it, but I already forgot. 0! Yeah, okay, now Broodlords are insane. Sure, 10 ghosts are nice and all, but if Reyna can just trade out, let's say, a few of these Ultras, you trade out a couple of his remaining Roaches, throw away a couple Zerglings, you show up with 10 Broodlords now, those 10 ghosts are gonna have a very hard time holding the line.
Oh, absolutely. There's the medevac boost across to the left. The Lings is going to catch those couple of Hellbats, get rid of those. Of course, Reyno, you look at the mini-map, it is still very much so his game when you look at it from that point of view. And if these Hellbats go chasing down those drones, a couple of Thors, the Hellbats coming up, the Broodlords on the way out still, 4 more of them as we lose a little bit of supply, frees up some for them Broods, and the Lings are going to come running by and just going to go into a couple of bases again, looking for the siege tanks, right, which he found a couple of before. This time he's going to get 2 once again and just sneak the Lings further in, just being so annoying and so quick, right? You mentioned it, that's how Reyno likes to play, and that's exactly what he's keeping on doing here, is he's even going to get a turret.
I've seen it for like 12 years, and it still surprised me how quick Zerglings with +3 melee and 3 no cleanse kill stuff. When they get on top of a tank, or they get on top of certain production facilities, you're like, yeah, no, like Lings are upgrade. You're like, oh my god, everything dies so quick. It's crazy. But of course, one of the downsides of Zerglings is that they will always be low on HP, so they'll always be rather vulnerable to splash damage. If Hellbats can get on top of them, or tanks are able to fire a few times, it's fine. But if the Lings can get on top of their target, I mean, they're terrifying.
Cure is getting maxed out, 165 supply. This is kind of the moment where you feel like attacks like this might not be as pretty. A lot of the Banes went off on the Thor there, so that was actually a lot of explosions. We are going to force these orbitals to lift. And Reyno just again rebuilding into more and more of those Broodlords.
Bottom left, I feel like there is a command center floating there, right? That is one that I do think Reyno wants to... He wants to make damn sure that Cure never gets his hands on that. Because while we were playing the Leslie Knight 5th game, we got a bit carried away, right? Let's go ahead and kill Cure on 3 bases. And that didn't quite work out. Now Cure did become that 5-base terror, and even if Cure had to spend a lot of resources on rebuilding units over and over again, and rebuilding a couple of the command centers and planetaries and whatnot, but the bottom left, most of the time it's a little bit easier for the Terran to get bottom left once you have control of this area. And I think it's really time for Reyna to get some value out of these Broodlords. He's got 10 of them in total, 5 Liberators, 10 Ghosts, and 3 Thors. That's what Cure currently has to shoot up and deal with those Broodlords.
Just going to find a different angle for these Broods. Going to drop on, get rid of the refinery, and continue to leak into that mineral line. Got a couple of libs stacking up as well, so that's something that Cure can utilize as part of his army. Obviously great if you can get those libs set up to zone out Infestors and still trying to lurk forwards and find a fungal during these fights. But you have to kind of figure out where you're going to supposed to be able to maybe jump on that base, force it to lift off, the SCVs evacuate, and Yeah, this is where Kyo's going to decide to make a stand just about here. Can't afford to fall any further back, he says.
Reina's bank is monstrous, and he's got over 100 larva to work with, by the way, so he can pretty much max out on whatever the hell he wants. Mostly Zerglings. I mean, 1200 gas is going to give you a couple ultras as well, but Reina is basically, I think, okay. We're taking an all-out fight soon, and maybe those Brood Lords in the end will fall. He's going to have a much easier time rebuilding everything than Cure. You look at Cure's mineral bank, it's 7 at the moment, Wadi. I don't believe you buy a whole lot with 7 minerals at the Terran mark.
He's about to drop a lot of mules on that right side base he just took, but Reynolds kind of running over here. I think he's aware of it. This is a big tank setup, a few Hellbats to tank as well, and that means that those ultras get turned around. Now Reynolds may want to be a bit more kind of focused on pushing forwards here and just sending it, because knowing that there's a lot of units split off over to the sides obviously means that this base is more vulnerable, and you want to start denying one of these locations sooner rather than later. Yes, this one's lifted up, but you want to be able to start rotating back around to that right side and never let Kyo truly mine off of it.
152 army supply for Curas. I do like the way that he has positioned the Terran units here. Beautiful concave Thors all the way from the top right to the bottom side, and a couple ghosts showing up as well towards the very end. Reina clearly is looking for an opening. Lings and Ultras not going to get it done on the right side. So maybe you can bring everything you have right now, kind of like you said. Land a couple of the Blinding Clouds, Fungals, right? Like that's a powerful army that Cure has there, defending the original 5th base he really wants to take. But that's not an invincible army. I think if Reina grabs everything he currently has, he should be able to take a perfectly fine fight against this.
Spores are going to press on up. We're just going to get a little bit closer. Oliveira is sieging once again. Broods still just lurking behind as we have the opportunity to just dive further forwards here, maybe try and take down this position. Obviously, again, a little bit standoffish. You're going to see Oliveira is just getting abducted, so they get shut down by the Spores. Doesn't last very long. Got the Queens here too, and Broods, again, looking for the chance to move on forwards. The couple of Fungals kind of whiffing. And the Broods not doing too much. And Kira is set up in the upper right. He actually wants to try and start denying some bases of Reino. So some progress here. However, this allows this group of units to get active. And we are going to go diving in with Ultras and the Banes. And the Banes knock down the Hellbats. And the Ultras focus on the siege tanks. And Reino begins to play cleanup. May not be enough, but it really takes the wind out of the sails of this attack.
Might barely be enough, even though that one tank should really hurt. It's in the dead zone! One Ultra! One Hero Ultra wins. Be a real shame if he steps into the circle now. At the same time, Reino is going to try to take another fight over here at the center left side of the map. Pretty good Fungals, but a lot of the infestors did get picked off. It does feel that these Brood Lords are just untouchable, though. It's not really doable for Cure to get on top of it. As the Liberator is gunning down a lot of drones on the top right, but Reina really has cracked Cure wide open here. A lot of Lings, and that one Hero Ultra getting on top of this base. If Thors are trying to run for the hills, we have mass repair. Cure losing basically access right now to the 2 most important bases he had. The 2 bases that pretty much gave him income, because the other 4 have completely dried up at this point.
You just saw the stressed out Kyo face. Some hair in the cheeks. A little bit of an excessive exhale. Yeah, he's definitely feeling like this one has absolutely slipped away, as he's obviously kind of hung on in there. We're 30 minutes in on Site Delta, by the way. It's not been a short game. And Reno obviously just has all the bases. Top right, bottom left. You name it, he's got it. I mean, at this point, he might even drop a hatch on the base. He's been denied of Q so long because Q just doesn't have that much anymore. The one thing he was holding on to was that mass army supply. Well, that's just not really existing anymore either. So, yeah, everything that Q once had is kind of gone here, and this is just going to be a struggle. As now Reno can obviously focus on the right side because he denied the left, and that's one of the other bases Q's mined from a little bit. If he loses this, he really is just down and out.
And this is a little similar to that game that I mentioned at the very beginning of this best of 3, where I was like impressed by Reina's late game, where I felt like he's learned how to be even more patient than before. That you just can't always force your way through, no matter how rich you are, no matter how many drones you have. There are moments where you're gonna have to slow down the game a little bit too, and I think this was a perfect display of that, right? Reina really picked his battles well, and at one point he realized he was getting a bit too carried away, took a step back as GG gets called, and Reina does win the final best of 3 of the day. He had to work hard for it. It was a long game on Side Delta, but Reina will start a little bit deeper into that knockout bracket tomorrow. As I was about to say, in case you guys joined us a little bit later, Cure is not eliminated yet. Cure is just going to have to start earlier in that knockout bracket than Reina will.
He will indeed, and it's going to be a scary place to be. Reino showing up from a convincing game 1 to a suddenly disastrous game 2. Game 3 goes long, but he was in control for the majority of it, and I think the point you were making at the end of the game was so good. The maturity to just say, oh look, this is not working, let's slow it down. Oh look, I'm a bit low on drones, let's drone up a little bit. those little decisions at certain points of the game were so important because he could have run himself dry on resources. He could have killed himself running into a Cure who was just making army and refusing to add on workers. So a lot of good decisions made there to make this a winnable game.
And let's not forget that the first game, right? I think Rainer, knowing how he looks at StarCraft, how he enjoys StarCraft, he'll probably think that first game, that was awesome. That was me. Finally, I was able to show everybody what I've been talking about, that I am still quick and I'm still damn good in StarCraft 2. Overall, we are all very excited to see more of both players tomorrow, of course, because Cure and Rainer will both play in the knockout bracket tomorrow. Wadi, I loved it. Let's see what Glorious and the rest of the desk has to say about this PvZ.
You know what? I loved it too. We got Cure trying to get us back on track for a long, long day, and he almost succeeded, but no, Rainer vanquishes him at the end. Rainer with an insane bank in game number 3, and eventually able to overrun Cure, the menace on the other side. Joining me, State, as well as Fear Dragon, to talk about this one. State, this was, again, you know, Rainer showing that he is a bit of a menace in this matchup.
Yeah, this was a pretty epic TVZ, maybe the most epic TVZ we've had all day today, and you know, for a minute there, we were watching here, waiting for the show to come back on, us to get back on the desk. We were wondering how long is it going to actually take Rainer to kill this guy, because Cure, it felt like for minute after minute after minute, he was up against the ropes. He was on death's door for so long, but Rainer just had such a hard time pulling the plug on him. And finally, in the end, almost 30 minutes in, maybe even 30 minutes plus, Cure goes down, Rainer advances, but really what a wild game, and really a lot of patience shown by Rainer in a game like this one, and I'm glad to see him win in a situation like this too. I feel like Rainer, he hasn't really been performing in a way that reflects his skill. He's a very good player, and so I'm hoping he makes a deep run like this, a couple more wins like this. I'll be happy about it.
That was a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, Fear Dragon, we have a situation for Rainer where we thought maybe Cure might actually balloon out of control with his army, and maybe it becomes really dicey to try and kind of finish the game.
Yeah, because there was this weird moment where I was looking at the supplies and everything. I'm like, Rainer is ahead.
Yes.
He has 60 more workers. Why is he still making more workers? Is 70 workers where he starts winning the game? Because the only fear that I had there was that it was like, Rainer is maxed out. Cure's only going to continue to make army. Can Cure just get that army to snowball and balloon? But Rainer still eventually ended up closing things out. He ended up eventually trading out some of that worker supply and getting on more Broodlords and everything.
Yeah,
so everything
yeah.
ended up being okay. But I want to actually just quickly talk about how Cure did a really good job both in game number 3 and also game number 2, where he was able to get that victory versus Rainer with a big stim forward, getting the Marines on top of all the drones, killing off like 25 of them. He got a nice lead there. But I feel like outside of that, and of course a stalwart defense in game number 3, Rainer, as the games went on, like the later stages of the game, he looked really impressive. He looked really in control of those series.
Yeah, he definitely did. All right, let's take a look then at the brackets and kind of re-jog everyone's memory of where we've wound it up. Today, we have got ourselves players in the playoffs. Oliveira and Maru make it through into that round of 8. Awesome to see Oliveira be able to make it there, to be perfectly honest, considering the path that he has to take as well. Beating Stats out 2-1. That was quite the fixture state, considering that, honestly, after watching the way Stats looked against Clem, I thought it was a shoo-in for Stats.
Yeah, Stats versus Clem, just to kick off the day, was such a banger match. I was a little bit skeptical when I was hearing people say the Koreans were hyping up Stats' PvT, but he delivered beyond my expectations. So for Oliveira to come back in almost a return to form, and then 2-1 him to make it to the playoffs, very exciting stuff.
Yeah, considering those 2 TVPs, it just felt like the perfect way to put the boot in against Stats, considering that he, you know, maybe there was going to be vulnerabilities in that early game. So that's Group A and how it all shapes up, of course. Players down towards the bottom have still got an opportunity in that knockout bracket. Moving on to Group B, we have Serral and Dark making it here. So actually, we've kind of had a return to form, per se, when it comes to international tournaments. All the players in the playoffs are not Protoss yet.
Thank you, James, for bringing that up. Hey, hello, Stats the Classic are down from Oliveira. Yeah. I mean, Serral and Dark definitely earned their spots there. Serral looked immaculate. Really, you couldn't have told anyone and had them believe you that he had taken any time off, really, from StarCraft. He just looked still so good.
Yeah.
And Dark also, he had some, like, weirdly somewhat shaky moments and moments in time in his series, but he still looked really good, just because Dark has this immaculate, incredible potential to turn around a game that you're like, you lose from here. I was like, no, I
I actually don't. In fact, I never lose from here. I'm like,
hey,
that doesn't make any sense, but okay.
Yeah, yeah. All right, we have our open brackets as well to take a look at as we have the open stage bracket A. We have got ourselves Gumiho and Creator being able to qualify through into that knockout stage. And I mean, overall state, it's a grueling road that these guys have to go through. Never mind, okay, yes, you've been able to beat some great players down here. Now you find yourself in the knockout bracket where everyone's great.
Yeah, I mean, there's basically the entire GSL at this event this weekend, fighting for a spot in the playoffs, in the knockout bracket. So Gumiho and Creator, luckily we were able to catch a lot of these games on the A stream. There were bangers coming through. Happy to see both of them make it in, especially Creator. I feel like after his match versus Gumiho, which was really shaky, he showed some real PBC dominance, even going deep into his bag of tricks to win versus Ryung. Exciting stuff.
Yeah, I make fun of the Protoss earlier on, but honestly, we've still got some really good Protoss left throughout the knockout bracket, so I'm fully expecting at least 1 or 2 of them to be able to make it through into that round of 8. Let's move into bracket B and see what is going on there as well, as we do have ourselves good old Oliveira defeating Rogue, and then Rogue continued things on after beating Solo the first time around, Fear Dragon, and has beaten him a second time, so we get Falcon's Rogue.
There are just more and more Zergs here, James. As we go on, it's just more and more Zerg right now. But truly impressive result there, I have to say, for Oliveira, because I think Rogue, super duper strong, Solar, super duper strong. Both of them specifically, I would say, really strong with ZVZ. Oliveira being able to come out at the top of this group was actually, I don't think everyone or many people would have actually predicted it, but I'm actually so proud of Oliveira for able to make it out of this group in first place.
Yeah, so of course we have those guys surviving on. I do feel a little bit bad for Solar here in this bracket because given anybody else that would have come into that seed, that spot, and then obviously, you know, Rogue all of a sudden returns from the military and now he's here and now he's doing really well. So it's a little bit unfortunate for Solar. Let's take a look then as well as we have other brackets to be moving on to. Bracket C, we have qualifying into the round. It's Bjorn. Lambo is still waiting for an opponent down here, so Harstam and Sue are the ones that have survived on. DRG is outstate.
Yeah, DRG losing to Harstam 2-0. A bit of a surprise. Maybe a year of Harstam coming through in mid-season form right now. We're exiting spring, entering summer. I would love to see him advance from here alongside Bjorn. But really an exciting group. I'm happy to see Bjorn really with a good performance here as well, being able to take down Lambo. I mean, Lambo's been playing out of his mind recently, so yeah, it's an exciting group here in Group C. I'm excited to see Lambo versus either Harstam or Stu. I think we might get another foreigner advancing from this group.
Yeah, it might be. We'd love to see it. We've got ourselves finally Group D as well, or Bracket D even, I should say. Let's see what's going on here. Who makes it through to that knockout bracket. It looks like from that Scarlet qualified, question mark?
I think so.
Still my heart. Absolutely beautiful to see. Yeah, great to see Scarlet coming out and against Bunny as well. I mean, strong players over here. Also defeating Nightmare, defeating Holden, who's, you know, a really cool guy.
Nice, yeah. Good save, I think.
Love you, Holden. Look, let me put it this way. Holden has gotten good, but he's someone that I have played in the ladder in the last couple of years, so, you know.
A damning indictment from Fear Dragon. All right, well.
I love you, Holden.
Bunny and Nightmare down there. Obviously, Nightmare having previous, like, very strong runs when it comes to getting in the open bracket, trying to go through that knockout bracket. But Bunny trying to find himself a footing here as well. Also now on Falcons, Team Falcons, who is looking to heavily represent when it comes to the Esports World Cup as a whole. So it's been a great day to get things going. State, how have you enjoyed your first day here at the tournament?
It has been so much fun. And honestly, the highlight for me today was casting Hero versus Serral, which is the kind of match that, I mean, I know it's only day one here at DreamHack in Dallas. It felt like casting a GSL Finals. It was like a dream. And
wait,
are you saying that Serral won a GSL Finals today?
No.
Didn't do it?
Ravi, calm down. Calm down, but in all seriousness, just an absolute pleasure. It's been so much fun. I can't wait for tomorrow. I can't wait for day 3. It just keeps getting better.
Also, don't put this curse on us. The majority of the GSL finals are kind of rubbish. Anyway, never mind. All right, let's take a look as we can move things around and do a little bit of prediction on the the road to the Esports World Cup. Fear Dragon, so far, I think it was Wardy that moves maybe over there and putting some people in spot. Now, you can tell us what you think about his predictions and maybe move some people around as to who you think might be able to.
How do I move Astrea and Trigger?
Oh, no. Who set him up on this spot, honestly?
But okay, I want to ask you, Stay, do you agree with the predicted to qualify players of Hero, Gumiho, Beyond, Rainer?
Yeah, I agree pretty highly. Pretty much everybody here has a lot of EPT points. I think that I think Hero is a little bit low, but given his performance in GSL Season 1 getting top 2, I think he has a chance of making another finals run in Season 2. He's just looking to be in top form. He might even qualify through this event. We don't know. I mean, his condition is so good right now. Absolutely, I agree. Hero, he deserves to be there.
I want to ask what you guys think about me adding Dark to the potential to qualify.
Hasn't he already qualified in Katowice? He was top 4.
Wait, why isn't he in this category then?
Oh, yeah, he should be.
I should add him to the category.
Guys.
You should add him to the category.
Yeah, go on. He's right there. He's 4th.
We got double Dark?
Oh, yeah, double Dark. Okay.
Jesus.
All right. I'm afraid I'm going to erase everything. Okay. You know, it was great because State asked me, he was like, Ravi, can you do all the telepromptering stuff?
Yeah, I
because he was like,
foresaw this
I'm afraid that I'm going to mess
happening.
this up. And I'm like, don't worry, State. I'll mess it up for you. And I messed it up. I have.
I was afraid, and I was rightfully afraid, and I'm glad that it's you on blast.
There's a lot of names here, okay?
Let me press my push to talk. Producer, can we move on from the... Oh, sorry. No, that was actually live. Sorry. All right. Okay, well, yeah, we can end. All right. Any final words for you, Dragon, before we not only kick you off the broadcast, but...
Just stick on my headset and leave.
No. All right, we're done. That is it. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much for tuning in around the world. That does it for day number 1. I'm pretty sure we're okay to close. Yeah, I think I am. Well, that was a trip. All right, that's done for day number 1. Tomorrow we're back, same time, same place. We've got a lot of best of 5s to be covering, not only to see who qualifies through into those playoffs, but also those quarterfinals themselves. Some of those are effectively qualifying matches for the Esports World Cup. You would have never guessed, considering what we just watched. All right, we'll see you tomorrow for more StarCraft 2. Bye for now.
ESL StarCraft II Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy. and the United States Air Force.
Down by the river bend is where we'll meet again. I hope I will see you there at the end. Will I remember? Raise the question on the wall. 10 feet tall. I recall that we're running from the high waters, running from the driving rain, running from the high waters, running from the driving rain, running from the high waters, running from the driving rain. You broke me down like I wasn't enough. We'd scream and fight till the end of the night. Did I deserve what you did to me? Am I living in a fantasy? Why can't you see I just want some peace? But I wanna keep taking it, taking it. My world is turning black and blue, but I'll take it all for you. I wanna keep taking it,
life started growing bright and hotter. Who's gonna be my friend now? Who's gonna be my lover? Will there be someone standing at my grave to lower my coffin down under? To lower me back down under?